12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Humble bragging.
I slept great until I got up this morning at my accustomed time of 3:45 to get ready for this extravaganza.
Bitter jealousy.
We've been working together for 9 years.
That's true. That's true.
9 years, and a lesser stag has caught your scent.
And timeless Friday traditions.
I'm like, let's go. Let's get the party started. I'm ready to go.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy Friday. Gotta let it breathe. I've made that mistake before. Don't want to tick off the RamosLaw.com text line at 6 a.m. Welcome in, Will Peterson, along with James Merilatt, here in for the guys again today on this Friday. They will be back on Monday. James, you heard the intro right there. Mike Evans gets up at 3:45. Nice and impressive. I was not up at 3:45 this morning, but I did remember to let his Friday intro song breathe us in.
You're getting the hang of it, right? You know, you've done this a few times now, and you know what'll tick people off, so you try to avoid those things. I was not up at 3:45 either, but I will say day 2 of the morning show, a little tougher wake up than day 1.
Yeah, no, it's honestly impressive that these guys do it 5 days a week. It's a lifestyle thing, and I don't envy them. During the NBA and NHL playoffs, I don't envy them.
No, that would be tough. But let's be honest. When's the last time either of them did it 5 times in a week?
Shots fired.
If we're being honest, it's been a while. But hey, Broncos training camp starts next week. All hands on deck. I assume they'll be here Monday and ready to roll.
Yes, they will be ready to roll. Excited to get down there to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. I did, you and I haven't talked about this. I know some shows on the station have, but I did applaud the Broncos for getting those bleachers set up in that parking lot right there to overlook the wall, kind of behind that upright, right near those radio tents, if people are familiar with the hill where the radio tents are, because it would have been so easy for them to say, James, you know what? We're building a $180 million facility. We're just not going to do fans this year. Like, I actually give them credit for going, how can we get creative to get some people to be able to come watch camp?
Yeah, they had a built-in excuse. Mm-hmm. And most organizations, when they have a built-in excuse to do something that doesn't really benefit them at all, they don't make any money off of it, the tickets are free, they maybe have some concession sales and people going to the team store, but I mean it's a drop in the bucket. So they really have nothing to gain. They had a built-in excuse. It could have just been, hey, it's 1 year, but everybody will be back. there would have been a little bit of outrage, maybe a little bit, and a little bit of, oh my God, it's a slippery slope. Are they ever going to let us back in? And, we would have been panicked about that. But they could have very easily done it. It's a really good job of taking care of their fans as best they could. I think far too often in professional sports nowadays, the fans become the last thing you're thinking of, right? Part of that is, hey, which streaming network is today's game on? Oh, it's Friday. It must be a Netflix game. Like, trying to find the game sometimes is just a nightmare. So this is an example where, hey, with nothing really to gain, they had the fans in mind, so kudos. I thought you were going to give them credit for, like, the engineering feat of putting up the stands. I'm like, well, it's not the Great Wall of China. It's not that extravagant.
No. I mean, yes, I understand elevated bleachers are not, curing cancer or anything like that. But I do think that, that just to be fair, that's a parking lot for like some of the bigwigs, right? That where they just get a park right next to the facility, and they said, you guys gonna have to park somewhere else. This is where we're putting the fans.
The bigwigs get to park back with the players park.
Well, the biggest of bigwigs, yes.
Employee parking.
There's some important people that parked in that lot that now don't have a parking spot.
Well, I don't know about that, but hey, listen, okay, good. They'll have to walk a little bit like all the rest of us.
Yep.
The most important person I've ever seen park there is Sierra.
True. Big wig.
When we'd walk into practice together and she'd say hi to me.
I still remember that first year when we all still were excited about Russell Wilson. And you and I are walking in, and she had a couple bodyguards, just to be frank. I mean, those were bodyguards.
Yes.
I don't know what else to call them. And she just walked past, and you said good morning, and she said good morning right back.
We're just people.
You guys were tight.
Everybody else, all the other media people would just kind of sit there all timid and not,
gosh,
oh, God, there's
Sierra.
Sierra. No, there she is. And it's like, hey, good morning. Just like I was standing behind her at Starbucks.
It's badass.
All right, it's an Is It Just Me Friday. We give you an opportunity every Friday to chime in on the RamosLaw.com text line. Give us any of your takes on topics discussed throughout the week or this morning. 303-713-1043. Just start your text with, is it just me? And then James and I will react throughout the morning. Is it just me, James? Or did you call it? RJ Harvey got done yesterday, as you predicted, on the way out the door. 4 years, $7.35 million deal, $2 million signing bonus. About 43% of the third year will be guaranteed. That was kind of the hang-up, but good on you for saying it would get done, and it got done about 2.5 hours after we got off the air.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about it yesterday about, hey, if he's missing time, that's going to be bad. Like, we weren't predicting that was going to happen, but we were just looking at the reality of it at the time that was on the table, right? Like, until he signed, we had no idea how long it would take. So I'm glad some of the things we discussed became a moot point of him missing practices and how far does that put him behind and how important is it. Now none of it matters, right? Like, he missed, a day of whatever the rookies were doing. They weren't on the field. They weren't doing anything that was, vital. So the fact that he's going to be there out with all of his teammates and all of his coaches on the first day of actual training camp and practice is a good thing for the Broncos, good thing for RJ Harvey. And now, Andrew Mason has a story up at DenverSports.com this morning. What do we expect from J.K. Dobbins and RJ Harvey?
Sure.
Like, what's that combo going to produce? Because the running back room, we can debate all people want about, hey, who's going to be the third guy if they keep four, which I don't think they will. Who's the fourth guy? Listen, if those guys get into the conversation and they matter, something has gone terribly wrong. If Audric Estime is all of a sudden getting 15 carries a game for the Broncos, it's all about R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins. That's really all that matters. So good on him for getting it done. Good on he and his other second-round picks to band together, collude, if you will, and get something that maybe the CBA doesn't call for. Maybe the previous second-round picks haven't gotten. They got a little something. They got a little more guaranteed money. That's good for them.
Yeah, I've got on record saying against Tennessee, week 1, September 7th, I'm not so sure anyone not named JK or RJ gets a touch in that running back room. Now, maybe Jaleel catches one screen out of the backfield, something like that. But you're going to open that box score on Monday morning, James. JK is going to have 16 carries. RJ is going to have 12 carries, and maybe Audric or Jaleel has 1 carry.
Yeah.
I think that's how it's going to go this year for these guys in the running back room. Martin chimes in on the RamosLaw.com text line and says, he didn't do Is It Just Me, but I still had to read this. Man, Evans and Stoke take more time off than Chris Bryant.
Wow. Okay. All right. I got a little bit of the Chris Bryant back going today. I don't know if I slept in a bad Cleveland hotel or whatever.
Oh, yeah, he got the jail bed. Remember, that's what it was, the jail bed in the hotel.
So I got a little bit of that going. Is it just me, or is the weather, even when it's sunny, always crappy at the British Open?
It looks a little nicer there today.
It's sunny, but it's windy. It just looks miserable. And then they just were showing a shot, and I got to give a shout-out to my guys at the Omni Interlochen Golf Course. If their greens look like that, the grounds crew there would be in so much trouble. I mean, look at all the brown spots.
Yeah. It's a little brown.
But I know they're avid listeners, so I wanted to mention those folks.
Okay, good way to start the day. Coming up next, NFL.com has a bold prediction about the Broncos defense, and James and I will dive into it.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasted time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to Fitness Gallery.
And out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about, all in one package.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto always know where to go.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Subtle intimidation.
Had to give Ty the look.
You did. I was wondering.
Ty a little bit of a like.
I was wondering what you were doing.
There's a little quizzical look.
Skilled debating.
You didn't think I was going to flip it on your head like this. See how I
you're
did
coming
that?
back at me. I
Right.
like this.
You
This is
regret
good.
this now.
And plenty of pet peeves.
Put your phone in your pocket and you never go back and get it.
It is a source of so much frustration for Mark. It drives him crazy.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
He's going the distance. He's going for
All right, so we're almost out of list season, but I love a good list season when the Broncos are all over them. It's Will Peterson and James Marilat in for the fellas this morning. And, James, the Broncos have topped another list. We've been talking a lot about those ESPN.com player ranking lists, but this is an NFL.com team list. And one of their analysts has the Broncos as the number 1 defense in the NFL in 2025. The headline says, edging out the Baltimore Ravens and Philadelphia Eagles. What do you make of lists like this coming out? Too high of expectations, too much pressure, or kind of like, hey, good. They had a good season last year. They fell off a little in December, or a lot in December.
They were the worst defense in football.
All right.
After Thanksgiving.
Easy. It's Friday. Everyone's in a good mood. Do you like them being number 1 on this list?
I do. I like expectations. I think this is the first year since the Super Bowl 50 year, so in 10 years, since 2015, where you can legitimately say there are expectations for this team. Like, we've had high hopes before. We've been optimistic before. We've thought, hey, this could be a season that's a little bit different. But in reality, did we have expectations with Trevor Siemian even after the Super Bowl? No, not really. Did we have expectations with Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock and Joe Flacco? No. I think we were, at best, cautiously optimistic. Maybe we had expectations the first year with Russ. Maybe. But I think legitimately this is the first time we've had him, which I think is a great thing. I think it's a testament to where this organization is and that they've gotten back to that point. Do I think they're the best defense in football? No, I don't. Do I think they could be? Yeah, and I think the fact that this is a national list, it's NFL.com, I start to get worried this time of year that maybe we're too close to it. Maybe we're looking at it and going, oh, man, look at all these guys they brought in. I mean, Hufanga and Greenlaw. And but have you seen what Pittsburgh's done? I mean, they look pretty good on paper too. And that we just we're so hyper-focused on the Broncos that we kind of lose track of what else is going on. So the fact that this is a national list, it's not local guys who just are, focused on the Broncos day after day after day after day, I think is really encouraging. But yeah, the pressure's on. The pressure's on Sean Payton. The pressure's on VJ. There aren't a lot of excuses aside from, catastrophic injuries for this to not be a really good defense. And if you have the best defense in football, you better be winning 12 games because you're an offensive-minded head coach. You have the best defense in football. You've got your quarterback that you handpicked. What's the excuse at that point for this team not to be not just sneaking into the playoffs as the 7 seed, but a legitimate contender in the AFC.
Yeah, I like that you put it as there's actual expectations. It's not just hope, right? Hope's not a strategy. There are real expectations. I mean, hit you with some numbers. They allowed just 18.3 points per game last year, third in the NFL, 63 sacks, by far the most in the NFL. You mentioned the additions of Greenlaw, Hufanga, also drafted Jade Barron in the very first round of the NFL draft. And this is what, I don't want to get his name wrong, but I think it's Gennaro Felice was who wrote this article for NFL.com. Here's how he concluded it that I think fans are going to get excited. This was the very last sentence of the entire article. In summation, this looks like the Broncos' best defense since the no-fly zone gave the franchise its third Lombardi trophy a decade ago. That's an exciting sentence for Broncos fans to read. Like, if you're scrolling through this top 10 list, you read the whole thing, you get to that. In summation, this is the best Broncos defense since, oh, by the way, that one that won you a Super Bowl. Hell yeah! I'm not saying they're there yet, but if they do win 12, 13 games, James, those comparisons are going to start because it's probably going to be on the backs of the defense.
Yeah, and that's a big if, though, right? Like, yes, that sentence is exciting. And on, July 18th, you kind of rub your hands together and like, all right, let's go. But I also hear that, and part of me cringes. Like, no. Let's not go there. That's one of the best defenses in the history of the league. In the Super Bowl era, we can come up with a handful of teams that have won a Super Bowl because of their defense, right? It's the 85 Bears. It's the first time with the Bucks. It's the Ravens and the Ray Lewis defense. Like, there's not a ton of them. And the 2015 Broncos are on that list. I know they had Peyton Manning, and I know his stats weren't very good, but he was way better that year and way more important than some people like to think. But that team won a Super Bowl because of their defense.
Well, we could still name all 11 starters just off the top of our head like that.
Correct.
And it's been a decade.
Correct. So I'm very hesitant to even start mentioning them as possibly being as good as that defense. The 77 Broncos and the 2015, the two best defenses in the history of the organization. That's rarefied air. I'm not going to put anybody in that category till they go earn it. I don't even like to hear them mentioned in the same breath. Doesn't mean I don't think this defense is going to be good. They could be the best defense in the league this year, Will, and still not be worthy of being mentioned with the 2015 Broncos defense.
Sure, because you're right. That was a historic defense. The 7017 on the RamosLaw.com text line says, is it just me or expectations for the Broncos too high this year? We've had so much disappointment over the last decade that last year making the playoffs scares me. I heard the folks on Fox 31 talking about winning the division. Well, okay, I see the texter's point in a sense of like, it's been so bad for so long until last year. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But also, I do think winning the division is fair game. I think Kansas City showed some cracks last year. I think they escaped in a lot of football games. I think they got their tails kicked in the Super Bowl, which at times can sort of spiral a franchise. I don't think winning the division is out of bounds, but I understand where the texter's coming from in terms of maybe just pump the brakes a little bit on the expectations.
I think that's soft. I really do. Like, why? What's scary about expectations? We're not saying they have to win the Super Bowl. It's not Super Bowl or bust. But so what's the alternative? Oh God, I hope they can get to double-digit wins again. I hope they can be 500. I hope they can maybe sneak into the playoffs. Like, no, we're not going with that at all. I think expectations should be sky high. I mean, that's why you pay $90 million over 5 years for a borderline Hall of Fame coach. That's why you draft a quarterback in the first round at number 12 overall. That's why you spend a lot of money in free agency to rebuild your defense so you can have expectations. I mean, if it's not, hey, we should be competing for the AFC West, which if you don't win the division, the best you're going to be is the 5 seed. You're a wild card. Your road to the Super Bowl more than likely is all road games. If you're not aspiring to win the AFC West, what are we doing here?
Well, I think Broncos country is scarred by the last decade is what the texter is getting at. Because we did talk ourselves into a lot of those guys. Oh, Case Keenum had the Minneapolis Miracle. John Elway told us into a hot mic that Joe Flacco was still in his prime. Drew Lock was supposed to be the next big thing. Paxton Lynch, you spent a first-round pick on him. Like, I think that's where the texter's coming from is it's been 10 years of this is going to finally be the year they turn around, and until last year it never was.
All right, so you had a few bad Tinder dates. Doesn't mean you stop swiping.
No, but you swiped a lot. And that didn't work. Did you see the guy, by the way, that swiped 2 million times, he claims, and got one date?
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
I was like, that might be a you problem at that point,
Did you
dog.
see the lady who got in trouble because she sent 150,000 texts after one date?
Yeah, that's that's loony bin.
But in all honesty, and you rattled off a bunch of the examples, did we really deep down believe any of those? Did any of us believe Case Keenum when John Elway can't even get his name right at his introductory press conference? Did any of us really believe Joe Flacco was still in his prime? I mean, we believed in Russ. I think we're all being honest. You know, whether you're still a Russ fan like me or now you're anti-Russ like 92% of Denver. That first year, that first training camp, we all believed in Russ. Other than that, I don't think we actually got burned. I don't think we did. Because
this is not a drill.
I mean, did any of us really believe in 7th-round pick Trevor Siemian, who had taken one snap and it was a kneel down?
Didn't they get out of the gates like 3-1 or something? They had that
Yes,
big win
and Mark
over the
Schlereth wanted to
Cowboys.
give him the biggest contract in the history of the league.
Right.
But none of us actually believed it, Will. Did any of us really believe in Vic Fangio?
Nah.
He
got a cheeseburger at Elway's. I mean, come on, that was a red flag right there.
Did any of us really believe in Nathaniel Hackett?
No, because that dude, when he got in front of a microphone, you're like, this guy's a little wonky.
VJ, remember his introductory press conference?
Yeah, CEO, leader of men, and I did not want to run through a wall after watching that.
Correct. So I get it. It's been 10 years, and we're scarred. But how scarred are we? I mean, it's just been a bad football team. We didn't, we weren't all running to the desert and buying tickets and saying this team's going to win the Super Bowl, other than just being a homer and hoping. Like, we have legitimate expectations this year, and I think they're warranted, and I think they're good. You can't just, shy away from that. Oh boy, this might not go well. Oh yeah, it might not. And you know what? If it doesn't, people will get fired, and they should get fired.
All right, it's an Is It Just Me Friday. We're going to reveal our top 5 coming up next. It's a fun one. Plus, Jamal Murray in shape? Is Jamal Murray in shape? We'll do it all on the other side.
Inconceivable. With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big, big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto. Always know where to go.
Ah, now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought-after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers. Oh my! I only eat leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, it's an Is It Just Me Friday. Will Peterson and James Merlot in for the guys. Is it just me from the 3783? I used to not like listening to James Merlot, but the more I hear him speak, I kind of like him a little more.
Wow, that's a really nice compliment.
I think it's saying that you're winning people over.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm kind of an acquired taste. Or maybe whoever that texter is, he's just becoming a little bit more sensible. I mean, I get it sometimes, and I've heard people think I have outlandish takes, but if you stop and think about it a little bit, it's like, okay, that's different. It's not just, I'm not repeating the bullet points that come out of Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit.
You're not.
There's a little something to it if you stop and think about it, and this texter's finally figured that out.
The 9569 says, is it just me, or do Will and James sound good at 6 a.m.? We appreciate that. Glad to get your day off to a good start. I understand it's a Friday. People are in a good mood. People are going to work, thinking about their weekend plans. We want to sound good at 6 a.m. We want to get people off and rolling to start their day. All right, our top 5 of the day. James, you came up with this one, so I will defer to you once again. National Lottery Day yesterday was a big hit. What would you do if you won the lotto? Today we are doing...
Well, this sort of started from the fact that Shane Gillis hosted the ESPYs the other night. He's got a show on Netflix right now that's in season 2 called Tires. It's funny. It's pretty off color, so I'll just give that warning. And it kind of got the conversation going of like, all right, well, what are your favorite Netflix shows of all time. And then we went back and forth of like, well, streaming shows, because there's some good ones on Apple TV. But that opens this can of worms of like, well, like Paramount shows. You know, was Tulsa King actually a streaming show, or is that on like Paramount Network somewhere and Yellowstone? And it just opened this can of worms. So we came all the way back and said, nope, just has to be Netflix, has to be an original Netflix show. There's been 100 of them or more, a couple hundred probably. What are your top 5 Netflix shows of all time? That's where we landed, and I'm excited about it.
All right, I'm excited too. Just for the record, Breaking Bad does not count. We know a lot of you watched it on Netflix, but it originally aired on AMC. So this has to be a Netflix original.
Correct.
So don't scream at us when Breaking Bad's not on our list, because I know we're going to get 100 texts. It's the best show ever made. How's it not on your list? So that can't make it. It's got to be Netflix original. Go ahead and give me any honorable mentions, James, and then number 5 for you.
All right, so a couple honorable mentions, and these are quote-unquote sports-related. First one, obviously, is I didn't put it in my top 5 because it only had one season. It was very impactful, especially given the fact that we all watched it when we were in quarantine. I put The Last Dance as an honorable mention. It was tremendous. It was a great show, but it was only those 10 episodes. That was it. It didn't come back for season 2, season 3. You didn't get to sit there and anticipate when is it coming back. So The Last Dance is honorable mention to me.
I think you're breaking the rules.
Why?
Last Dance was on ESPN.
Oh, it was.
And then got over to Netflix.
Okay, well then.
So I gotta play.
That's fine.
Play judge here.
And that's part of the other reason I'm like, I think it was a Netflix show, but let's face it, we were all making cocktails at noon. I don't know what I was watching.
Remember ESPN moved it up, actually?
Yeah, which was great.
Well, if you remember that, then you remember.
I remember it got moved up. I didn't remember it was ESPN.
Yeah, ESPN.
The guy is drunk. All right. And then the other one, this isn't really sports related, but it's kind of. Did you watch Queen's Gambit?
Chess.
The chess one?
I tried it. Couldn't do it. Did you like it?
I did like it. I can see why maybe you couldn't get into it. It's quirky. It's a little weird. But it's a period piece. It's set back like in the 60s. There's some of that's pretty cool. So that was my honorable mention. I can't believe I screwed up my first one. But it was honorable mention. So, I mean, that is kind of a Mike Evans move to butcher it. But that's why I had those as my honorable mentions. What do you got?
All right.
I could list a whole bunch, but I don't want to. We'll do that at the end.
Yeah, and we'll get to 5 a little later. Let's just keep it to honorable mentions for now. My first honorable mention, I'm going to get so much crap for this, but... dude, it's kind of addicting. Emily in Paris. Emily in Paris is worth your time. And if you're all caught up, it's actually going to change to Emily in Different City now.
Oh.
She's chasing a new guy. But Emily in Paris. Is that Lily Collins? Does that sound right?
I don't know her name, but I'm not going to give you any
I think it's
grief.
Phil Collins' daughter.
Really?
I want to say, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that all makes it even a better show.
And then my other honorable mention.
Listen, Peyton Manning likes Emily in Paris.
He does.
He famously talked about season 2 during Weekend Update on Saturday Night Live. So, listen, I mean, Alfie, I got no problem with you going that direction.
Clearly, you've watched it as well. The Night Agent. The Night Agent, another honorable mention.
Never seen it.
A couple seasons of it. It's a guy who sits in the basement of the White House with a phone. You never want that phone to ring. But if that phone rings, something bad's going on, and one night it rings.
All right. Well, the other good part of doing this list is it gives me some recommendations for, hey, what's my next show when I'm doing the Stair Stepper every morning? What's it called? The Night Agent?
The Night Agent.
Okay. I'll put it on my list.
All right. Sounds good. Those are our honorable mentions. RamosLaw.com text line already blowing up. Getting a lot of Tiger King, Peaky Blinders, Ozark. We'll have to see if those make our list.
Was Tiger King Netflix?
It was, yep.
That was another one that was a quarantine.
That was a COVID
hit.
special. Joe Exotic, baby. I think he's still looking for that pardon. Did you see the videos of Jamal Murray, James, that came out from Vegas yesterday?
I did.
He looks fit and in shape. That was encouraging, especially because the guy took time out of his summer to go practice with the Summer League team where these guys are competing for roster spots. I wrote about it at DenverSports.com because I'm like, you know what? This is a good sign. This is a good sign.
Yeah, it's a really good sign. Now, look, it's never a good sign when we're talking about is he or isn't he in shape, right? It was a couple weeks ago. He was showing up at the UFC fight, I believe, and he was wearing really baggy clothes. And
he's fat.
Phil and Zach went back and forth.
Easy.
Went back and forth on, was it the clothes or is he a little heavy set, right?
I'm an idiot.
Kind of the same conversations we would always have when, where in the world is Russell Wilson and how does he look in his photo at the beach with Sierra? Like, it's never good when you're having those kind of conversations about a professional athlete, but it's better when, hey, he looks in shape than is it frumpy clothes or frumpy guy. It's a good sign. And look, we're on Jamal Murray about this because our intentions are good, right? Like, if he comes in shape, it's better for the Nuggets. It's better for him. Don't come in and try and play yourself into shape. We had the same arguments. I sat in this chair and argued with Zach Bye about it. It's hard to believe we did this 6 years ago when it came to Nikola Jokic. And, hey, come in shape. Don't spend the first 3 months of the season getting yourself into condition. One of the best things that ever came out of COVID was the fact that he went over to Serbia. He actually got COVID. He lost weight. By the time he showed up in the bubble, he was in the best condition of his life. And all of a sudden, it's like, wow, the game is a lot easier at this weight. And the Nikola Jokic we know now kind of sprung from that and was born out of that.
Yeah, could have 5 MVPs in a row.
We want to see Jamal Murray have the same thing of like, hey, if I come into the season in shape, I'm actually playing at an all-star level. I'm actually making the all-star team. I'm actually a guy that is Robin to the Batman here. This is a very good sign.
Yeah, it is.
Murray's back.
I would encourage people to go look at it at DenverSports.com. He looks slim and trim and fit. And again, I like it that it's the summertime. He flies to Vegas, and he's working out with Tamar Bates and Hunter Tyson.
I mean, look, I'll give him some credit. The fact that it's in Vegas is probably why he was there. It's not like he flew to Bismarck to work out with the guys.
Okay, but again, he didn't just go to Vegas and hit the tables. He went to Vegas and hit the gym. So
That's good.
Like that. Coming up next, let's talk expectations for Bo Nix in year 2 because there's a lot of numbers that we got to run by James Marilat, and we'll do that on the other side.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach Bye and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, guys, if those little blue pills just aren't working, if erectile dysfunction is wrecking your confidence and putting way too much stress on your relationship, time to make the jump to the big leagues and schedule a consult with my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. Well, with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they practice better medicine, which is why they are the leader in treating men's health issues here in Colorado. I've been helped for low testosterone by the folks at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I can tell you, not only are they experts, they know their stuff, of course, but they are incredibly caring and compassionate, knowing that this is a sensitive issue and first step you're taking. Key is not to put it off any longer. It's amazing, but on average, men wait a year or more before doing something about their ED. Let's get it started today. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood, T, and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, the RamosLaw.com text line is on fire. Our top 5 of the day, the top 5 Netflix shows. Got to be original Netflix. James already kind of butchered that one.
No, it was an honorable mention.
We're going to redeem ourselves when we actually reveal the top 5 starting at 7 o'clock.
I don't think you can be criticized for an honorable mention. Now, I got 5 more to go. If I screw one of these up, okay, then get on my case. But no, it was an honorable mention. That's a free pass.
All right, so the rule is the show has to be original to Netflix. It couldn't have aired somewhere else and then gone to Netflix.
Correct.
It has to be original to Netflix. James had The Last Dance, which was an ESPN thing. I won't harp on it too much, but, that may come up 3 or 4 more times throughout the show. 4 or 5 more times, and just get those reps in.
Can I replace it with Tiger King as one of my honorable mentions? That was one of the most influential.
Well, it was at the perfect time. Everyone was stuck on their couch, stuck at home. You and I were talking during the break. If that comes out this year, it's kind of this fringe thing that a handful of people see. But Joe Exotic, in some senses, hit the jackpot that it launched right when the world shut down. In other senses, I believe the guy's still in the slammer, so that's not really hitting the jackpot.
Carol Baskin, was that her name?
Baskin. Okay, I thought it was Bassett. Baskin, yes.
Carol Baskin.
Didn't she feed her, allegedly feed her husband to the Tigers?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. That is the rumor.
Allegedly.
That's what Joe Exotic alleges. So, that was just a train wreck of a show.
Train wreck.
But so thoroughly entertaining. We would watch that. We would, mix something up, and then we'd go out and howl at the moon at 8 o'clock.
We did do that. Yeah, I still remember I will never financially recover from this, because that's a meme all over the internet.
Yeah.
Anytime someone loses a wager, I will never financially recover from this.
We would wash off our groceries when they got delivered. What a time.
I don't want to relive it. Let's talk Bo. Expectations this year, because he threw for the second most touchdowns as a rookie in NFL history with 29, only behind Justin Herbert, who had 31 a few years ago. 28 less attempts, by the way, for Bo. The stats show plenty of promise, but there's a scenario where Bo may throw for a few less touchdowns and around the same amount of yards, but the team actually looks better and improved this year than last year. Do you buy into the whole Bo's numbers can go down, but between the defense and the running game, the Broncos can actually be better narrative?
I mean, it makes sense. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think Sean Payton is going to all of a sudden become a run-first play caller. I mean, you mentioned it yesterday, and you hit the nail on the head. He had to write "run the ball!" on his play sheet last year. Now, it's pretty hard to stick with the running game when you don't really have a good option back there. And they couldn't run the football very effectively a year ago. Bo Nix was their best option as a runner. So I do think they'll be better running the football with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. I sure as heck hope so. I don't know that they could be worse. I think it'll be slightly easier for him to stick with it, but he's still going to want to throw the football. So, I do buy this. I think his yardage is going to go up. To hit 4,000 yards, he only has to average 235 yards a game. So unless he's injured and misses a couple of games, I don't think that one's going to be difficult. I do think the touchdowns could go down, because let's say you get inside the 10-yard line and you actually do have an effective running game. Well, some of those short touchdown throws turn into, a rushing touchdown for Dobbins or a rushing touchdown for Harvey, or Estime becomes the short yardage goal line guy or something like that. I could see that happening instead of a 3-yard touchdown pass to Nate Atkins. Okay. But I don't think the yardage is going to go down. I don't think the offense is going to be run heavy. I think they'll run the ball better than they did a year ago, but I think that's overall going to make the entire offense better. So I think they're going to have more rushing yards and more passing yards than they had a year ago.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think that there's this notion that Justin Herbert's numbers in his sophomore year went way up, right? He went from 4,300 yards as a rookie to 5,000 yards in his sophomore year. 5,000 yards. He had 38 touchdowns his sophomore year as well.
Wow.
So I think there's this notion that, that's the expectation for Bo. Get to 43, 4,400 yards, get to 35, 36 touchdowns. And I definitely think he can. But as the more time goes on, we talked about the defense being number 1 ranked by an NFL.com list. I'm not sure that's the best thing for the Broncos. Now, the million-dollar question, like you pointed out, is can Sean commit to the best thing, or does Sean just, the late Jim Irsay talked about, Star Wars numbers? What's more important to Sean? The best thing for the team, defense, run the ball, Bo manages the game, or everyone's going to tell me what a genius I am because Bo threw 35 touchdowns, threw for 4,300 yards, and I'm still an offensive mastermind. That's where I meet the fork in the road.
I don't know that just because you can run the ball better and you have a great defense, which let's see if they're great, but playing out your hypothetical, that means the best option is have your quarterback manage the game. I think you can do all of those things. I think you can have a really good defense You can have a really good running game, and you can still chuck the ball all over the yard. I think you can have all of the above. It's interesting, you mentioned the Justin Herbert sophomore year, and it goes back to your column a couple of weeks ago. This whole notion about the sophomore slump.
Hogwash.
Where does it come from?
Because C.J. Stroud had a bad few weeks.
They won the division.
Yeah, and they won a playoff game.
And had they not had a catastrophic injury to a receiver, they might have beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead. I don't know where this comes from.
Foolishness.
I'm sure there have been guys who were flash in the pan, but first of all, there's not that many quarterbacks who have a really good rookie year. It's a position that's tough to play as a rookie. How many of them have come in and then just come crashing back down to earth?
Very few.
You think of the best quarterbacks in the league right now, their second year all of them were better than their first year. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, every single one of them. So this is just it's a notion that is out there that I have no idea where it came from and what it's based on. So I think it's a myth, and I certainly don't think Bo Nix is going to fall into that category. Doesn't mean every stat is going to go up. I do think there's a chance the touchdowns go down. I do, but I think that's a byproduct of how they're getting in the end zone, not that he's playing worse.
All right, yesterday we discussed some guys we're going to be watching closely at camp that were new additions, but who has the most pressure? James and I will dive into that next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream, a sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day, more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So, you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
1 hour on the books on this gorgeous Friday. He's James Merlot. I'm Will Peterson, in for Mike and Stoke and Mark. We are doing our top 5 of the day. Top 5 Netflix original shows. We're narrowing it down just to keep confusion out of it, although there's already been some confusion, as the 5102 points out. James, quote, I didn't mess up. It was honorable mention. Then the text writes, okay, my honorable mention is Seinfeld. That's pretty good.
Fair point.
That's
Fair
pretty
point.
good.
I mean, come on. Again, we were all making cocktails at noon. I didn't know what I was watching.
The guy is drunk.
So we are doing these top 5 here. James mentioned The Last Dance, which was ESPN, because I prefaced it as I don't want people yelling at us that Breaking Bad didn't make our list because it's originally on AMC, not originally on Netflix. But James, go ahead and give me your number 5 Netflix original show of all time.
All right. Now, this makes my list because it harkens back to my childhood.
Okay.
Right? I watched the original Karate Kid at the Westminster 5. I remember sitting in the audience and just, being enamored with that movie. And then Netflix rolls out series that is not just based on it. It's like the continuation of it. What is what's going on now? Cobra Kai and it's campy, it's cheeky, it's ridiculous, it's not realistic. But Johnny Lawrence, played by William Zabka, is just amazing. He's non-PC. He says things that you used to say in the 80s that you're not allowed to say now. There are great references to the 80s. The music goes back to it. I think it's nostalgia at its finest. Cobra Kai is my number 5.
All right, that is a good one indeed. My number 5 is going to be Money Heist. Money Heist was once the most popular show ever made on Netflix. It is in Spanish, so you have to read subtitles, which I know is going to put you out.
Okay, well, the question.
You don't like subtitles?
Well, and I'm getting to the point where, there's a lot of these British shows.
Mm-hmm.
Mobland is one that I can't understand what they're saying, even though they're speaking, literally speaking English. I can't understand it, so I watch it with subtitles. Maybe I'm just getting old.
Well, it doesn't help that I can hear your headphones across the room. You have those things at a little high volume. I don't think that's doing you a lot of favors.
So, I've gotten used to the subtitles, but with that show, do you watch it in Spanish with subtitles, or do you watch it where they have the dubbed English voices that don't match the lips?
Great question, because I know this is a debate. You got to watch it in Spanish because you got to hear the actors talking natively, organically, because the dub over is just like it's some guy sitting in a studio mimicking what they say.
And that's how I tried to watch it, which was why I was out. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, you got to watch it in Spanish and just read subtitles. Premise of the show, for anyone who hasn't seen it, they break into a mint and start printing their own money while taking a bunch of people prisoner to print their own money, and it goes off the rails and is incredible.
It sounds fun. I was excited to watch it. And there are a lot of these shows on Netflix. Like, you'll turn it on, all of a sudden, this was made in Sweden, and some guy was in a room just voicing over this. And it's like, nope, I'm out. It's such a disappointment when you come across those shows. So I will try that where I keep it in its native language and do the subtitles because I can't hear it anyway.
All right, those are our number 5s. We'll get to the full list throughout the show. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 with yours. Yesterday, James and I talked about the Bronco we are excited to see at camp that's a new addition. Not because we're the biggest fans in the world, but just we're going to lock in on them, right? We want to know if they're ready for the task. He had Evan Ingram, I had Pat Bryant. But today, we're going to talk about the most pressure to make an immediate impact from the new additions. And I think we're going to have different answers because Pat Bryant's not going to be my answer to this question. He doesn't have the most pressure. What are you cracking up at over there?
Our buddy Doug Ottewell sending us his top 5 list. It's just pure making fun of me.
Oh.
Family Ties, Last Dance, Survivor, Cheers, and Cosby. You make one mistake on this show, and it's all we're going to hear about for 4 hours, isn't it?
Well, and Jack Jordan says, damn it, James, Cobra Kai started off Netflix. Season 3 is when Netflix bought them out.
That's not true.
That's what Jack Jordan said.
That is a Netflix show. Where did it start?
Just telling you what he said.
No, that is completely wrong. Cobra Kai is a Netflix show.
All right.
100%. I'm going to be as mad as not going with 1996 if this nonsense continues.
The 6405. James, I hate to break it to you, but Cobra Kai started off on YouTube Premium.
No, it didn't. It's a Netflix show. Who in the hell has YouTube Premium?
Well, YouTube's the second most popular search engine in the world, besides Google.
No, Cobra Kai is a Netflix show.
I was just told in my ear that is correct.
99% of people have watched Cobra Kai on Netflix. Nobody watched it on YouTube Premium. I'm sticking with it.
All right. You didn't violate the rules too much. Who's under the most pressure of the newcomers, James, to have an immediate impact? You went Ingram yesterday that you were keeping an eye on. Is he your answer to this question as well, or are you going to go a different direction?
No, I think it's Jahdae Barron. I think it's the first-round pick.
Really?
Yeah, and here's why. Because when the Broncos were up at 20, Omarion Hampton was on the board, and they needed running back, right? So this is a little bit of a combination of Barron and RJ Harvey of they both are, right? Like Sean has to get it right. But your first-round pick, so there's a lot of pressure on you anyway. And you could even throw Matthew Golden on there as well. Receiver was on the board. So the Broncos decided to not go running back or receiver, 2 positions of need, going on offense. Everybody wanted him to get a skill position player. Everybody wanted him to get him a weapon for Bo. Instead, they go defense. They go cornerback, a luxury position, when they already have the best cornerback in football. That guy has to be a player. He has to be somebody that we all look at it and say, oh, my God, people try and avoid PS2. They're going at somebody that he's not as good, but he's pretty darn good, and that's what makes this defense great. He has to be that guy. And if we sit there and look at Omarion Hampton rushing for 1,200, 1,300, 1,400 yards for the Chargers, for a division rival, that's not going to age well. So I think he's under the most pressure.
Okay, but what if he doesn't even get on the field? What if they just roll with Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan?
Then he's a bust. He's a first-round pick. He has to start week 1. He has to. Like, you can't beat out Riley Moss. Come on.
I mean, they went BPA because they feel their roster is that good. Best player available.
So he can't get on the field ahead of Moss and McMillan?
They like Moss and McMillan.
Well, then that was a terrible pick. It was a terrible pick. Omarion Hampton would be the starter. They wouldn't have signed J.K. Dobbins if they draft Hampton. They wouldn't have.
Okay.
So that's a lot of pressure on him to live up to. We passed on arguably the best back in the draft, a guy that now is playing for the division rival, at our biggest position of need at the time.
Well, I think,
right?
I think Genty was the best running back in the draft.
Okay. All right. Well, so
Second
but
best.
he's in the conversation.
Sure.
Right? So that's a lot of pressure.
All right. Well, I've got a different answer, but it's also on the defensive side of the ball, and I'll tell you next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you've been dealing with ED, it's a terrible condition. It causes stresses in relationships. It causes anxiety and undue hardships on a man, and often on their partner as well. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatments. Fellas, stop procrastinating. It doesn't have to be that way. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you taken care of. They have treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Jeff and his team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're the best. They can get you taken care of and get you back feeling good. Most men wait a year or longer to get help. Stop procrastinating, fellas. Start taking your health seriously again and call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Flamma Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was,
get off my plane. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so we're talking about Broncos under the most pressure. New additions under the most pressure. He's James Merlot. I'm Will Peterson, hanging out with you on a Friday. James, you say Jahdae Barron is the biggest addition in terms of pressure for the Broncos in the first round. I say I'm not even sure if he's going to get on the field, at least not week one.
I just think we've forgotten the circumstances of when they picked him. And everybody's just come to the conclusion like, they got the steal of the first round. The fact that he was still there at 20, they couldn't pass. I'm like, all right, they already have the best cornerback in football. And they took another cornerback when they had needs at running back. They have needs at receiver. And they passed on two good options there in Amarian Hampton and Matthew Golden to take another corner. And you're telling me he might not get on the field? No, he's a first-round pick. He's got to start week one.
Who are you benching for him? Like, you going to put him in the slot and tell McMillan to get lost? You going to put him opposite PS2 and just make him your number two corner?
He should be your number two corner. But we also hear, he's this versatile guy. You can play him anywhere. Okay, great. Then move him all over the place. He can play both. He can be, they can play him at some safety. I don't know, but he ought to be out there a significant number of snaps, a high percentage of snaps every single game. He's a first-round pick, and you took him over two guys who could have come in and probably started week one. I mean, Amarian Hampton would be their starter week one if they'd taken him at number 20.
Yeah, I don't even know if J.K. Dobbins would be here.
I don't think he would be. And I think we'd be talking about, opposite of Cortland Sutton is Matthew Golden, and who's battling for the number 3 spot. And it would be, hey, are they going to give Cortland Sutton a new contract? I don't know. They just took a receiver in the first round that should turn into their number 1 guy. Like, that changes the conversation for so many other people if they would have gone with another choice at number 20. And now it's a guy like, he may play. This defense is so... No. You don't think the guy that they drafted as a corner in the first round would have gone out and done a better job against T. Higgins?
We'd have to see. We'd have to see if he'll get that chance.
Then he's a terrible pick.
Well, no, but I'm saying week 4, Monday Night Football, the Bengals are here. So we'll have to see if he gets that chance. Because what's going to happen that night? PS2 is going to be on Jamar Chase, and we'll figure out who's on T. Higgins.
If you have a first-round pick that doesn't start, unless you're the Eagles or the Chiefs, unless you were in the Super Bowl last year, then it was a bad pick.
All right, my pick's also going to be in the secondary, and it's Talanoa Hufanga. He's got the most pressure of the new additions because the Broncos gave him a 3-year deal worth up to $45 million, including $20 million guaranteed. I like Hufanga. I think when he's on the field, he's a dynamic safety. But the fact of the matter is he's played one full season since becoming a full-time starter in 2022. ACL in 23, wrist injury last season. He's got pressure on him. I know it's football. I know guys get hurt. I know you can't always control it. But he's got pressure on him to live up to that deal, stay healthy. And I'm not going to say play 17 games, but play 14, 15 games this year for the Broncos. If you got to go to P.J. Locke a few times opposite Brandon Jones, that's okay. But he can't have another season where he plays 7, 8, 9 games. That's just not going to work. Hufanga has pressure on him because they put a lot of money into him. Second year in a row, they've put a lot of money into the safety position, and he needs to be out there almost every snap for the Broncos this season.
I mean, I think their defense will be better if he's on the field, without a doubt. If they have to play P.J. Locke, though, I don't know that it's a huge problem. I mean, it's a step down. There's a reason they signed the guy. And I see what you're saying of, all right, he's got to live up to the deal that he got. And this is going to sound funny, but at the end of the day, that's just money. They kind of have unlimited money. You're the one that says the salary cap's a myth. They have the richest owners in sports. They can sign guys all. If that's a miss, you know what you do next offseason? You just write another check to another guy. Draft picks, first-round draft picks, they're limited. You only have so many of them. That's how you build your team is through the draft, through youth, guys that are on rookie contracts. Like, to me, you can't miss on that. I'm with you from the standpoint of if Hufanga's good, that defense, if they're going to live up to the NFL.com story of them being the best defense in football, he's going to have to live up to expectations. I don't know how he's a flop and this defense is the best defense in football.
Right, and you said, if he's bad or can't stay healthy, then you just write a check to a new guy next year. I get that thinking, but I'm also not interested in next year. I'm interested in this year. I think this team can be special this year. That's why Hufanga's under the most pressure because, like you said, if they're going to be special, they're going to need him playing a big chunk of snaps. And I'm talking 90+% of them.
So I get where you're coming from. I guess just look at the two options, Hufanga and Barron. If they have a bad season, which one do you think the Broncos get more criticism for?
Hufanga. Because Barron, they just took BPA, and he's a project, and he's going to help them down the road.
Project? What? What is this free pass the Broncos are getting on their first-round pick?
You called it a luxury position, and I think when we get out there at camp, you're not going to notice Jahdae Barron much because I think it's going to be PS2, Riley Moss, and Jaquan McMillan with Jahdae Barron working against the twos.
Well, here's going to be the other reason. They didn't spend money on Hufanga instead of spending it on a receiver or a running back, right? Like, they didn't make that decision. To me, they took Barron instead of Hampton or Golden. That's what puts pressure on him to me. Especially, because
what if Pat Bryant and RJ Harvey are both good, though, and they say, hey, we didn't need to take running back and wide receiver in the first round because we got him in the second and third round.
Maybe, so the second and third round pick can bail him out? Oh, you can't get on the field, but the fact that the second round pick is good, so we didn't need Hampton, and the third round pick is good, we didn't need Golden. So now the Broncos just get a free pass for blowing it at number 20? I don't like the way this not just from you, the way this conversation's going around this town, that there are zero expectations for the Broncos' first-round pick.
He didn't stand out at OTAs, minicamp, any of that.
I don't get that. And if there was a guy that we wanted them to go sign, a running back we wanted them to go sign, a receiver we wanted them to go sign, and they don't have the money because they spent it on Hufanga, okay, then I get it. Like, you better be on the field, and you better make this defense great. But they still signed J.K. Dobbins, and he was, among the best options out there. They still have money. They could go sign Keenan Allen or a receiver if they wanted to. So I just look at that of like, yeah, you don't want to waste money, but if you wasted money on him, not that big a deal. You can't afford to waste first-round picks. And it sounded to me like everybody in this town is just fine with it being a bad pick.
Another name that we didn't mention wasn't either of our choices, but I think he would have been a valid choice is Dre Greenlaw. the pressure on Dre Greenlaw as well. We all feel bad for what happened to him in the Super Bowl. I mean, just trying to run on the field and popping your Achilles is absolutely brutal. But another guy, he didn't get as big a money as Hufanga, but you're already hearing whispers of Danny Trevathan, Brandon Marshall, best middle linebacker since Super Bowl 50. Let's be honest, those two were flying around the football field. That's what fans want to see from Dre Greenlaw this year as well.
He's the best middle linebacker they've had since Danny Trevathan. He is. I mean, now he's got to stay healthy, but they have tried to just patchwork that position for a decade. And you know, Alex Singleton is a nice player, but he's been the best they've had since Trevathan and Marshall. So everybody acts like he's, you know, Brian Urlacher in his prime. He makes a lot of tackles 9 yards downfield. Let's get a guy in there who makes tackles at the line of scrimmage. And can
Al Wilson.
Yeah, exactly.
Comes and blows you up right at the line.
Right, and is a sideline to sideline middle linebacker, a middle linebacker that can cover tight ends. How many years have we talked about how the Broncos can't cover tight ends?
Oh,
it feels
a
like
decade
forever.
at least, yeah.
It feels like that conversation has been happening my entire life.
Well, and literally ever since
84 years.
Yeah, Travis Kelce getting in the league was kind of that line in the sand too.
Well, and that exacerbates it, right? The best tight end in football for the majority of that decade has been in their division and just has owned the Broncos. So that certainly has made it, you know, stand out more. But no, Greenlaw's got pressure on him. I think if those two guys live up to their potential and can stay healthy, then yes, this defense can be in the top 5, maybe the best defense in football. If they don't, I don't know how they're any better than they were last year, and I'm worried about how they finished the season. I'm worried about how they played in Buffalo when they couldn't get off the field and the Bills had the ball for 42 minutes.
Another name on this list that we haven't mentioned could be R.J. Harvey as well, just because second-round pick on a running back is, in my eyes, again, a premium pick, and we're just desperate for a good running back. I haven't had one since Phillip Lindsay. So R.J. Harvey, people are kind of touting him as the savior at that position, and I get he's a rookie, but I think people want to see that R.J. Harvey can perform at the NFL level. If he comes out there and just looks like Audric Estime and is fumbling the ball or is just 2.7 yards a carry, we're going to be like, here we go again, another bust in the running back room.
I think he needs to look as good as Javonte did as a rookie. Now, in a different way, Javonte had the made-up stat of most broken tackles in the league, which, like, who's going through and counting that? Some nerd in his basement? I'd never bought that. But, like, we were all encouraged by Javonte after the rookie year. I think we need to be in that same kind of position with R.J. Harvey. Like, ooh, this guy has the potential to be special. I'm not going to Zach Byatt and call him special after one okay year, but I'm with you. We want to see that, okay, this guy has the makings of the running back of the future.
All right, something big happened in the NFL yesterday that could have an effect on a key Denver Bronco. James and I will tell you what and who next.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, temperatures may be heating up, but that doesn't mean I want to take a cold shower. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. Go with the people I trust, Copperhead Plumbing, water heater experts, consulting with you on the right size and type for your home and budget, conventional or tankless. We recently switched to tankless. Love it. Hot water on demand, doesn't run out, plus takes up way less space. Copperhead Plumbing is always professional. You can count on their installation, all their work being done right the first time. That's who they are. Been reliably serving Colorado since 2007. Local, licensed, with a fleet of experienced technicians who must pass thorough background checks and continue their education with monthly training. Your home's plumbing is so important. Summertime is the perfect time to take care of that plumbing work you've been putting off. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch and schedule that service now. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
I want it all. Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an O'Reilly right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, our top 5 of the day, as it's Will Peterson and James Marilat in for Mike, Mark, and Stoke. Top 5 Netflix original shows of all time. Oh, baby. We are struggling thus far.
Well, we aren't struggling.
One of us
struggling. I appreciate you, trying to make this an us thing. I apparently am struggling. And listen, I'll take it on Last Dance. That was my honorable mention. I forgot that it was originally on ESPN. My excuse, and I think it's a good one, is we were all making cocktails during quarantine at noon. We didn't know what we were watching.
You keep saying we.
The guy is drunk.
Yeah.
Didn't a little early.
Didn't that time just start moving up?
Yeah, at least it wasn't in the AM.
You're
like the clock's got to be at PM, and you're sitting there mixing at 11:59. Like, come on, baby.
I mean, some of us did some bloodies every once in a while.
There you go.
Did it in the AM, but so okay, I'll take that one. Cobra Kai, YouTube Plus or YouTube Premium or whatever. That's not. It's a Netflix show. That's where it's been. It's like in season 8 or whatever. They're the point where they're doing the classic Netflix thing where half the season comes out and then you got to wait another 4 months and then it's a Netflix show. I'm fine. They had a trailer on YouTube at one point. I'm not buying that.
All right, so reset where you're at with your honorable mentions. Your number 5 is Cobra Kai, and then give me number 4.
My honorable mention was Queen's Gambit. It was such a quirky, weird show. It was a period piece. It was set back in the 60s. The way they did the visuals and when she would imagine how the chess pieces were moving was very cool. My number 5 was Cobra Kai. It's a Netflix show. I don't care what the text line says. Number 4 for me. This show just blew my mind. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was a little bit like the old Running Man show movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was crazy. Squid Game. just so bizarre.
One of the most popular Netflix shows of all time.
And now there's Squid Game season 2 is out.
I think 3's even out.
But it was like, and I forget what the exact number was. It was a long time ago that I watched it. But like, there's like 300 people. Y'all wear a number. And if you survive, if you're the one person to survive all these wacky games you have to do where people are just getting like picked off and shot. I mean, it is extremely violent. So, warning on that front. But it was one of those shows, though, you just blew your mind. So Squid Game is number 4 for me.
All right, Squid Game is number 4. Did you watch the real life one where they did a reality series with playing the same games with like 1,000 people and then narrowed it down to one person who won millions of dollars?
I did not. Did they just shoot him with paintball or what was going on?
Correct.
I did not watch that, but I think it sounds like it'd be interesting.
It was really good because, you think of a show like Survivor. Hey, you win $1 million if you survive 20 people. This was hundreds and hundreds. Yeah. You win that money, you earn that money. And you could also go home at any time because how are you going to eliminate hundreds of people? You have to do random stuff to just get rid of large chunks of people at once.
And I'm sure people could just tap out. In Squid Game, there was no tapping out.
Yeah,
you either survived or you didn't. We'll put it that way.
All right, so my honorable mentions, I had 2 of them. They were both Netflix originals. Emily in Paris and The Night Agent. The Night Agent. Got a lot of reaction on The Night Agent. People said it's like 24 a little bit. Remember old Kiefer Sutherland, 24?
Yeah, it sounds like a little 24 meets Designated Survivor.
Sure. Those are both Kiefer Sutherland. I think you're going to check out The Night Agent. You're going to like it. Number 5 for me was Money Heist. Think it was just incredibly well done, kind of crazy, off the rails, good flashbacks, lots of violence, like you said with Squid Game, so just a warning. Number 4 for me, though, this is a newer-ish one, but they've already churned out like 4 seasons. There's going to be a 5th one coming. It's Outer Banks, baby, checking in at number 4.
Got no problem with that one. So just a little bit of a, look ahead. You've mentioned some that I've still got on my list.
Okay.
Outer Banks is a great show. Now, you know what's the weirdest?
But it's such like a guilty pleasure show because you're sitting there watching it going, I'm a 35-year-old guy. Why am I watching this crap?
Try being a 51-year-old guy watching it.
Yeah. But it's entertaining.
Hey, my teenage kids love it. Gives us something to talk about. It's a great show. It's fantastic. One of the weird things about that show, though, is, the main guy.
John B.
Not
John.
No, it's John B.
John B.
And his love interest.
I can picture her. What's her name?
They were dating in real life, and now they're not.
That's awkward on set.
And then they go on set and have to play boyfriend and girlfriend. Because I think John B. in real life is dating Kelsey Ballerini,
the
country artist. Wouldn't that be unbelievably awkward?
Yeah, horribly awkward, especially if it was a bad breakup.
It's a little bit like in Dexter. Dexter and his sister on the show were married in real life, and then they got divorced, and they kept doing the show.
That's weird.
That's got to be weird beyond belief.
His girlfriend is Sarah Cameron.
Sarah
Cameron, whose dad is a lunatic.
Yes, indeed.
And the brother.
He actually comes out, he turns out fine, though. He's a hero in the end. In like season 3.
Ish.
Oh, come on.
We have different definitions of hero, but the brother, Rafe.
Ward Cameron? Is
Ward
that
and Rafe's a nightmare. Hit us up with your favorites on the RamosLaw.com
I do watch
text line.
that show, and I feel like Rafe and company, I'm like, that's like Peterson's friends.
Wow. Easy.
You're definitely, it's the Pogues and the what?
The Cougs?
The Cougs. Which one's the rich kids?
I have no idea, James.
I think it's the Cougs. I think that's the Kent Denver kids.
No idea. All right. Something happened in the NFL yesterday, and I want to ask James if it has any implications on the Broncos. TJ Watt became the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. 3-year, $123 million extension with the Steelers on Thursday afternoon. A whopping 108 fully guaranteed. I'm not saying Nick Bonito is even close to TJ Watt, but remember, Nick Bonito quote tweeted an article that said he should get $20 million a year with the 100 emoji. Well, TJ Watt's now getting more than $40 million a year. Do you think Nick Bonito and his reps just said, well, the price just went from 20 to 25 based on what TJ Watt got yesterday from the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, I do. I mean, and look, I think he's probably realistic and realizes he's not TJ Watt, right? He's not arguably the best pass rusher in the league, but he knows he's a premium pass rusher. He knows he's a young player at one of the most important positions in football, arguably the most important defensive position in football. I don't even know that there's much of a debate. And, okay, if the top guy's getting 41 a year, I ain't taking half that. I'm not worth half of what TJ Watt is. I think it's probably closer to 30 now.
Really?
I think it's
Well, then did the Broncos miss the boat? Because some of us have been saying they should extend him in March or April or May.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday in the priorities. Like, to me, it's Nick Bonito, then Zach Allen, then Cortland Sutton, partially because you've already paid Zach Allen once as a free agent, gave him big money. You've already paid Cortland Sutton a big contract. Like, I don't think you, quote-unquote, owe them anything at this point, and I don't know how much those price tags are going up. The Nick Bonito price tag just goes up with every passing day, and I get it. You wanted to wait and see if this past season was just sort of a fluke, and if you can do it again, that's fine. But while you're waiting to be sure, your price tag, if the answer is, yeah, he is an elite pass rusher, just keeps going up and up and up. And yesterday's an example. I mean, the Broncos were smart to give Pat Surtain his deal because that looks like a quote-unquote bargain now after you see what Sauce Gardner got. So it's the same situation with Nick Bonito. If they'd have given him a 4-year, $80 million contract, and then we see TJ Watt's deal yesterday, we'd be sitting here today going, hey, Nick Bonito's a steal. Well, now it's going to cost you $30 million a year.
Yeah, I think the Broncos missed the boat on this one. I think Bonito should have gotten done a long time ago. And what was the report, James? Oh, well, we're going to get through the draft, and then we're going to take care of our guys. Well, last time I checked, the draft ended at the end of April. May came and went. June came and went. July's more than halfway over. I'm not saying this is a Walton Penner issue because they've paid a lot of guys. I'm saying this is a George Payton issue. George Payton right now looks a little asleep at the wheel as the Broncos GM, that not one extension to any of your key guys, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Cortland Sutton, John Franklin Myers, has been handed out in the last 2.5 months. What has George Payton done the last 2.5 months?
Well, and the excuse I heard yesterday with Danny and Josh, when right after they had Mike Kliss on, was they had to take care of the draft picks first. They had to get those deals done. Why? You know what the deal's going to be. They're slotted. Now, they were arguing over what the third-year percentage of guaranteed money was in R.J. Harvey's deal. How does that impact what you're doing with Nick Bonito? It doesn't. It doesn't at all. It just, to me, the fact that, you can't touch these extensions or these new deals until you signed your second-round pick, I'm not buying that. I think that's just giving George Payton an out here for, yes, seemingly being asleep at the wheel. Or the other option is they don't want to give any of these guys long-term deals, that they're not planning on doing it.
Massive mistake on Bonito. He's so young. You've paid him like $3 million the last 3 years, which is a lot of money in the real world. It's not a lot of money in the NFL. And the guy was in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation until December. Like, what are we doing?
I agree. And to me, like, you're supposed to be a talent evaluator, right? Like, you should be able to look at that and know, yep, this guy, it wasn't a fluke. He's going to be able to do it year after year. Plus, he's in your building. You know all the things like work ethic and the things that could be like, that's a little bit of a red flag, or maybe he's getting a little bit fat and happy, or if we give him big money, he's not going to be the same player. Like, you should know all those things. You know him better than anybody else. So either you're asleep at the wheel, and now you're costing yourselves money because no matter what, whether it went from 20 to 25 or 20 to 30, it went up after yesterday. I think that's hard to argue. You're either costing the team money by waiting, or you just don't have any interest in bringing him back long term. He's not a part of your long term plans.
I can't wrap my mind around if that's their strategy. I just can't. And also the whole draft pick things. Last time I checked, Darren Muji left for the Jets. They promoted a new assistant GM. There's other people in the front office. Let George focus on the big dogs and let the assistant GM figure out if RJ Harvey's getting 43% of his third-year money guaranteed.
Well, yeah, and then it was, and look, listen, Mike did a great job yesterday breaking it down, but talking about, Rick Hurtado's been working hard on this. It's one deal, and you're talking about, it's his third year, so 2027, is that money 37% of it guaranteed, 40% of it guaranteed? Like, you don't have to be a beautiful mind to do that math.
There's no way it consumed George Payton 12 hours a day. There's just not.
And your cap guy, that's all he's been doing, is just figuring out what is 37% of $2 million. Oh my God, 40%? Hang on, let me get out my abacus and figure out what that is. Like, what are we talking about here?
I think the Broncos missed a golden opportunity the last couple months, and I agree with you. The price on Nick Bonito has only gone up thanks to the TJ Watt deal. Let's go ahead and get into what's trending right now.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
So speaking of Kliss, this comes from his Twitter this morning. It's a stunning stat from Mike Burrows. The Colorado Rockies were a World Series team in 2007. Regular season attendance averaged 28,979. World Series year. The Colorado Rockies are 22-74 in 2025, on pace to finish 37-125. Average attendance this year 30,128. They're averaging more than 1,300 fans per game in a year where they're going to be the worst team in baseball history versus a year they went to the World Series. Make it make sense.
That is staggering. Now, the 30,000 doesn't surprise me. I just can't believe it was that low the year they went to the World Series.
You know what they didn't have that year? A party deck.
Yeah, but it still was a cool ballpark. Downtown was a heck of, not to go all Brandon Stokley on you, but downtown was a heck of a lot more attractive then, right? Like, there weren't some of the concerns that there are now. I can't believe the attendance was less that year with a very good baseball team. A lot of names we all knew, right? Like, that's Matt Holliday and Todd Helton. And, I mean, really? It was less? But here's the thing.
Too low.
And I always make this argument to people. If you don't vote, that's fine. That's your choice. But you don't get to complain. Whether it was your guy that won or your guy that lost or whatever, if you don't vote, you don't get to complain. If you go to a Rockies game, you don't get to complain about the fact that they're going to be the worst team in the history of baseball. You don't. You don't get to complain about Dick Monfort because you're making the situation worse. If you're Dick Monfort and the year you went to the World Series, you're getting 28,000 people buying tickets and beers and hot dogs and cotton candy, and the year you're the worst team in baseball, you're getting 30,000 people? You're getting more people buying tickets and beers and hot dogs and cotton candy? Why on earth are you going to do anything different? Why would you fire Bill Schmidt? Why would you, invest in more scouting in your in that department? Why would you have, a better analytics department? Why? Why would you do it? You're being rewarded for your incompetence. So if you're part of the group that is rewarding Dick Monfort for his incompetence, you don't get to complain. You're the problem.
You know where I watched Game 4 of the World Series from? Watch the Rockies get swept. Watch Jonathan Papelbon strike out Seth Smith. Boston Red Sox celebrate in the middle of Coors Field. You know where I watched that from? The party deck. It was a seat at that time. But those seats were trash.
A seat where you couldn't see the right fielder.
There was a home run to right. I couldn't tell if it was a home run or not.
Yeah.
Those were the only tickets you could get in the building because, remember, they had the malicious external attack, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
My dad and I probably went to 30 games that summer. Sat wherever we want. Saw Ernie in section 140. Didn't have tickets in 140. Just said, what up, Ernie? Walked right past him, down to the fifth row, no issues.
I've done the Ernie thing with you. It's fun.
And then the World Series rolls around. I can't get a ticket. I got to go sit on the moon and I'll watch my favorite team get swept and be crying out the door. And then my dad says, let's go out the back way. Didn't want to go out the back way at Coors Field then. Had some crackhead yell at me, ha, 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 the Rockies lost. I'm on the verge of tears, lady. Don't do it right now.
Yeah.
Don't do it right now. That's where I watched it.
That is a stunning stat that they're averaging more fans this year than their World Series year. Those were bad seats. And by the way, they weren't originally in the design for Coors Field, but they averaged so many people. When you're drawing 4 million fans to Mile High Stadium, they changed it. They changed the blueprints, built those seats on there so they could just get the capacity up to 50,000. It was an ill-advised decision at the time. The fact that they finally tore them out and put in the party deck was brilliant. Now they need to tear out the rock pile. That thing is an eyesore. Get rid of it.
Party deck 2.0, baby.
Or just expand the view. Like the view out, to left field is amazing because that's where the seats are low. That's how right field was supposed to be. Just think how cool that would look. Take out the eyesore that is the rock pile. That's an ill-conceived idea, too.
Continuing in what's trending, Nuggets Summer League late last night. Started like 9 o'clock local time. We didn't see it. At least I didn't see it because I was up at 4:45. But DaRon Holmes, James, last night goes for 19 and 17. Nuggets finally get a win out there in Vegas. I think it's time to have the conversation. Can DaRon Holmes be a legitimate rotational piece for the Denver Nuggets this year?
I think it's time to have that conversation, so let's have it. Where does he fit in? What does that look like?
Well, I think if you roll 9-10 deep in the regular season, I think he's in.
Is he backing up AG?
Yeah, well, you've got the 8, right? Because you got the new core 4 with Christian Brown, with Michael Porter Jr. being gone. You got Cam Johnson, who's a starter from the Nets. You added Jonas Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Bruce Brown. There's your 8. That's probably your playoff 8. And, of course, I'm talking about Nikola, Jamal, Aaron, and Christian.
Yeah.
But you need 9, 10, 11 in the regular season. DaRon Holmes, Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther. Those would be my picks, but I think Holmes has earned the right to play 15 to 20 minutes a night, 70-plus games this season.
Yeah, I think he's your likely backup for Aaron Gordon. He's your 4. I mean, Zeke Naji. How does Zeke Naji get on the floor at this point?
He's not going to. He's the new Dario Saric. Just a worthless contract, just wiltering away on the bench.
And it's a shame, and he just has never developed. But no, what we saw yesterday or last night in Vegas was encouraging. The fact that he's come back from the Achilles, he's able to put out those kind of numbers. I get it. It's summer league. But it's better than if it was, he had 8 and 4. Like, okay, this is something to be excited about, something to build upon. It's something, if you're David Adelman, you can look at it and say, all right, this is a guy that come training camp, come the preseason, I want to see what he can do. And yeah, he should be in the rotation in the regular season when you're going 9 or 10. And then you look at it and say, can he be in the rotation come playoff time? I think that's a stretch based on what we've seen in a summer league game. But at least it's part of the conversation now.
And the Thunder and Pacers, what did they do? They rolled 9-10 deep even in the playoffs.
Yep.
So maybe David Adelman will have to do that. By the way, he had 5 assists, too. Kid can pass the ball as well. You should dominate Summer League if you're a first-round pick. 19, 17, and 5, that's dominating Summer League.
Yeah, it's like when a guy goes out in a preseason game in the second half of a game and just puts up huge numbers. It's Russell Wilson his rookie year coming into Denver with the Seahawks and being the best player on the field in the second half of the preseason game. Yeah, if you're a great player, you should dominate. It's the level of competition. I get it, but you're exactly right. 19 and 17, right?
Yep. And I'm not sleeping on the 5 assists. That's good.
A 19, 17, 5 line in Summer League. I get it. It's Summer League, but you're right. That's what you should do if you're a first-round pick. You should go dominate. He did. Let's be excited about it. I think you found your new backup 4.
All right, moving on and what's trending. Bad day for AFC West wide receivers yesterday. Mike Williams had gone back to the Chargers. Remember, he bounced around from the Steelers and the Jets. And he's like, well, I'm going to go home. Well, he's not going home. He's retiring. Mike Williams called it a career yesterday. And then Rashee Rice gets 30 days in jail for his involvement in a pretty ugly incident in Texas. And a suspension is going to be coming down at some point for Rashee Rice. Now, he's a Chief, so we'll see how long that suspension actually is. But significant news.
A little shot at Raj?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Significant news for 2 rivals in the AFC West. Both receiver rooms got weaker yesterday.
Yeah. Look, the Mike Williams one, when he was healthy, he was a very good player. He just could never stay healthy. He seemed like he was always banged up. You got to assume that has something to do with deciding to hang it up in July, right? Like training camp is on the horizon, and if you've been working yourself to get ready to go and you just can't get to 100% or close to it, that's frustrating. It's a shame when that's a reason why somebody's career ends sooner than it probably should have. I don't have a lot of sympathy for Rashee Rice. I don't. I mean,
no, not at all.
I mean, you get yourself in trouble. All right, go pay your debt to society. That's what they've decided you're supposed to, your punishment's going to be. Okay, I'll give you a second chance after that. That's fine. But I do think, like, the fact that they're going to give him a suspension, and I've said this for years, I think it's a bad idea for Roger Goodell and the NFL to try and be sheriff. Like, it's a legal situation. The legal system gave him his punishment. That's what his punishment is. Like, why are you also litigating? It's a no-win situation. Just don't be involved. Whatever the legal system says, that's what the punishment is. And then when he's not in jail, then he can go to work just like the rest of us. I think it's and I know people want, you gotta, why? Why does the NFL have to suspend him?
Well, you really got a slap on the wrist from the legal system.
That's not your job. You're not going to relitigate it. That's my issue with it. Why does the NFL think they're so holier than thou of like, well, the legal system didn't do their job. We need to add on it. Well, who put them in that position?
But a lot of jobs, if you had to go to jail for 30 days, you would get fired from said job. Chiefs aren't going to fire Rashee Rice. He's a good football player.
Okay, but a lot.
So maybe that's why the league feels like they need to get involved.
A lot in those jobs, it's because you're replaceable, right? Like, oh, you can't come for 30 days. We got to get somebody else to do said job. Like it's supply and demand. There's not a huge supply of people who can do what Rashee Rice does. So therefore, he's not going to lose his job when he's done paying his debt to society. I just don't think the NFL should be in the business of also being the court system. I think it's a bad idea.
I think Rod should hit him with like 12 games. It's
also
idea.
As a Broncos fan?
Yes.
It's also a no-win, right? Because people are not going to be happy with what the level of punishment is. Because inevitably, whatever the crime is, the conversation is going to turn into, the punishment's only 4 games for that? For insert bad act here? You're never going to make people happy with it. So just get out of the business of being the second court system.
I see your logic on that. I do. I just think fans want to see some more accountability, and the league can provide some accountability here with a suspension to Rashee Rice.
Okay, but what's the right punishment for this?
12 games.
And Roger Goodell is more qualified to determine what the right punishment is for this crime than the court system in Texas. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. All right, well, it was a bad day for AFC West wide receivers. Not a bad day for anyone on the Broncos, though. RJ Harvey gets his deal done. All the first-round rookie picks are now signed. All right, but
good.
What about this Broncos defense? Can they be the top in the NFL, better than the Ravens and the Eagles? One analyst thinks so, and we'll dive into it next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stoker for my friends at Pro Green Denver. You heard me rave about my friends over at Pro Green Denver. The best 100% American-made synthetic turf in Colorado. 5 years ago, Pro Green installed my custom putting green, and I spent countless hours perfecting my game. The professional-grade turf gives me a smooth, consistent surface built to last through Colorado's year-round climate. Low maintenance, always ready to play. But it's not just for golf. Pro Green synthetic turf is durable and safe for the whole family. Transform your yard into a paradise where kids and pets can play freely. No muddy messes, no grass stains. And let's talk savings. No more watering or costly lawn care services. With Pro Green, you get a lush, beautiful lawn without breaking the bank. If you're ready to upgrade your yard, call my friends at Pro Green Denver today. 303-479-3967. And you can get $500 off installation over 500 square feet. When you mention code Stokley, offer expired July 30th. Call 303-479-3967, or you can visit them online at progreen.com/Denver to schedule your free consultation.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip, Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk. Can't believe you did that. Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait. This night's almost over.
All right, let's go. Don't wait. This week's almost over. Happy Friday. He's James Merrilat. I'm Will Peterson. In for the fellas. Very fun first 2 hours. It's an Is It Just Me Friday. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 with your Is It Just Me's. We will get to as many as we can, and also our top 5 of the day is the top 5 original Netflix shows on your list. We've gone through a couple. We'll do another one here in a moment, but I want to start here with the 6833 on the text line. I don't agree with you much, James. Always have to preface that.
Yeah, they always start this way.
But I totally agree with you that a company shouldn't relitigate legal situations. Former HR guy here, and I actually believe it exposes you more because you're absolutely right. He's not more qualified than the courts. This is talking about Roger Goodell and Rashee Rice. A suspension should be coming for Rashee Rice. He got 30 days in jail. Talented Chiefs receiver. Obviously what happened in Dallas was not good. But James and I slightly disagree here on terms of what the NFL should do about this situation. But the texter agrees with you.
I just think it's a no-win situation for the league, right? No matter what the punishment is, people are going to be upset with what it is. You're not more qualified than the legal system to handle this situation. They've dealt with the entire thing. Like, listen, we can be upset the fact that he only got 30 days. Like, really? That's the punishment? Well, that's the legal system. Like, that should be fixed. It shouldn't be, oh, well, now the NFL is going to come in. It feels a little double jeopardy-ish to me. And I know it's not, but it's like you're being punished twice for the same crime. That doesn't seem right to me.
But I think the first punishment some folks feel wasn't adequate enough, and you're right, that's a court thing.
Then the legal system needs to be fixed.
But also playing in the NFL is a privilege, is I think how a lot of people look at it. And some of that privilege needs to be taken away from him this year for his very, very poor decisions.
Well, so if the punishment from the legal system had been enough, then the league doesn't need to do anything?
I mean,
like here's an interesting one.
He could have killed someone, and he didn't.
I get it. Well, Henry Ruggs did,
and he's in jail for quite some time.
And when he gets out, which isn't that far away, like where he's eligible to get out, does the league need to add on top of that, or was that punishment enough? And now he's not going to be suspended.
I think it's a case-by-case basis.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no standard. And that's what gets you in hot water if you're the league. That's why you just need to say, it's not our job to be the legal system. We leave it to the courts. Henry Ruggs got this. Rashid Rice got that. And then if the team still wants to employ them, once they pay their debt to society, whatever the court system decided that should be, that's up to the team or some team. I think it's just a slippery slope. I think it's a no-win situation, and I think it's coming across as a little holier than thou of like, well, we know better than the legal system, so we're going to add on top of it. I don't. It seems a little bit unfair to me.
We'll have to keep an eye, see what happens with Rashid Rice out there in Kansas City. The 7940 says there are more Rockies fans in attendance now versus 2007 because of Denver's population growth. Lots of transplants now live here and account for that growth in attendance. We brought you the stat that the Rockies are averaging about 1,200 more fans this year when they're the worst team in baseball than the World Series year of 2007. I buy the texture in some senses because, yes, there are more people in Denver now, but also there was still a lot of transplants in Denver in 2007. I think it's a pretty shocking stat that was passed along by Mike Burrow via Mike Kliss.
I would buy that explanation if we were talking about, here was the attendance in 1974, and now here's what it is in 2025. The city wasn't that much different in 2007. It just wasn't. I mean, there are more people here. There are more transplants, but there was a bunch of them then, too. So, nope, I'm not buying that. And you're talking about the best team in Rockies history versus the worst team in the history of the sport, and they're getting more people now. That can't be explained with a population boom. It's not as though the population has changed that much since 2007.
The 3192 says, I'm a lawyer, and if I did what he did, I would get suspended in addition to the sentence. So I think what they're saying is that there are jobs out there where they would enforce an additional punishment, so the NFL therefore has that right to enforce an additional punishment on Rashid
I'm
Rice.
sure they have the right to. I just think it's a bad look for the league because inevitably you're going to make people mad. They're not going to think you're doing enough. Like it's a no. You're creating a no-win situation for yourself if you're the league, right? And I don't think it's necessary. I think it'd be such a simple answer and such a simple policy of like the legal system handles legal issues. Once that's taken care of, it's not our job to add on top of it.
Okay, fair enough. The Rockies averaged 32,000 fans in 2008. So some folks are saying you should look at the season afterwards.
Okay. All right. I mean,
because in 2007 they were just a 500 team until the magic of Rocktober.
Yeah, they were
happened.
mediocre. They were basically a 500 team until the final 14 games of the season, and they went 13-1.
Yes. Do you remember the key moment that turned everything?
Was it a Todd Helton home run?
Walk-off Takashi Saito of the Dodgers. And you go watch that highlight, James? No one there. Todd hits that ball to right field, and they take the camera wide. Third deck, empty. Second deck, handful of people. First deck, first couple rows. But it goes to show you, it was the middle of September. Coors Field was a ghost town for the night that really sparked Rocktober.
Did you happen to catch the Jim Abbott documentary on ESPN Sunday night?
I saw the Netflix original, but I didn't see the ESPN version.
Touche. So you didn't watch it?
Oh, no.
It was, and I don't remember exactly what year it was. It was like 2003 or something like that. And it was amazing to me. They're showing the highlights from his no-hitter. There's no one at Yankee Stadium. It's like a September 2nd game or something like that. No one in the ballpark. And the outfield is like worn out dirt like a Little League game. Like, you never see that now.
No, everything's pristine.
They all look like a green at Augusta.
Not at the British.
No, it looked like a British Open green. It was just brown spots all over. It was just like, man, sports, I guess they have changed a lot in 20 years because you would watch a Yankee game now. It wouldn't be an empty ballpark. There wouldn't be brown spots out in the outfield. And you're right. You watch that highlight at Coors Field in 2007 that got Rocktober going. There was hardly anybody in the building. But still, this team, This team should be drawing 8,000 people a game. The fact that 30,000 people are going per night, you're part of the problem. You're the reason.
If they played in Tampa, that would be the case.
Right.
Oakland
Miami.
before they left, Miami, Washington. You know,
if you went to a restaurant and every time you went there, you got sick and everybody else got sick, and every time you went on a Tuesday night, there was a 45-minute wait, whose fault is it? Is it the owner? Is it the chef? Or is it the people who keep coming back and buying the food?
Yeah, but no one's getting sick at the Rockies games. They're having a good time. That's the difference.
Are they?
Oh, I think people have a blast up there. Party deck, sunset, $18 margaritas, bunch of 20-somethings. People love it.
Then you're part of the problem. That's why the team stinks.
But those people don't look at it as part of the problem because they don't care about the baseball. They care about the social aspect.
That's why they're part of the problem.
Right, but again, they're waking up in their apartment in 5 Points this morning and they don't care.
But seriously, at some point, doesn't that wear off? Like,
no,
don't
because
you want to go to
they moved
Avanti and have an overpriced drink?
They moved here from after college. They're like, whoa, this ballpark's cool. Let's go party up there.
Can't we go to Lohi or Rhino or some other abbreviation for some district in the city and get a drink that's overpriced? Like,
You don't have those views. Best rooftop bar in Denver.
There aren't 30,000 people on the rooftop.
There's not, but that stadium's epic. And there's not really a bad seat in the house. So even if you're not on the rooftop, you can enjoy a cold one in the upper deck and watch the sunset.
It was
the
same stadium in 2007. We still had sunsets in 2007.
Maybe the texture's onto something. More people. I don't
No,
know.
he's not.
The 2003-8 was the one who told me to look up the 2008 Rockies attendance, which I agree. 32,719 the year after the World Series.
Okay, that even makes the point even more. The year after going to the World Series, they only averaged 2,000 more people per night than this bunch does.
And
That's
you know
even
what?
more staggering. It's not like the Nuggets, right? When back in '94, when they upset the Sonics in the first round, they were a 42-40 team. They go in as the 8 seed, first 8 seed to beat a 1 seed. The next year, the Nuggets sold out every single home game. Sold out. The Rockies averaged 32,000 after arguably the greatest run in baseball history.
Well, and I would say by the end of the season, this season will pass 08 because you still got, 6 more weeks of gorgeous nights, weekend series. I mean, they're going to be 50,000 people there. They play the Twins tonight at Coors Field. Probably not 50, but I bet it's 40. I bet the number starts with a 4 attendance tonight.
It'll be pushing a sellout.
Yeah, at 20th and Blake. All right, let's get back to the Broncos defense because NFL.com came out with a list talking about who's going to be the number 1 defense in the NFL. And this analyst, Gennaro Felice, said the Denver Broncos have edged out the Eagles and Ravens for the number 1 spot. He projects them to be the number 1 defense in the NFL this year. Now, last year, they gave up the 3rd fewest points per game at 18.3, and we all know that number got inflated in December. 63 sacks, 9 more than the closest team in the NFL. And oh, by the way, they added 2 great free agents from the Niners, when healthy, with that caveat, in Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, and drafted Jahdae Barron in the first round. Do you like this ranking that on paper, an analyst from NFL.com says the Denver Broncos are going to be the best defense in the league?
I like it from the standpoint as a Broncos fan. I love seeing my team number 1 on any list. That's a positive list, right? So that's great. I like it from the standpoint of expectations are good. I'm not one of these fans like scared of expectations because we've been let down the last 10 years. No, it's good that we finally have legitimate reasons to have lofty expectations for this team. I don't necessarily buy that this is the best defense in football.
I mean, they were great last year for 3 months, and they got better this offseason. We can argue till we're blue in the face what the heck happened in December, what happened against the Bills in the playoffs when they couldn't get off the field. But they were great, and they got better. So I actually can buy that this season they're going to be able to keep it up for the whole year and be the best defense in the league.
If they have Hufanga and Greenlaw in Buffalo,
those guys can stop the run.
How much different is that game?
I mean, Dre Greenlaw, we hear about it all the time. He can stop the run. I don't think James Cook's getting 7 yards a carry.
I think it would be significantly different. I'm not saying they win it, but I think it'd be significantly different.
The time of possession would not have been as alarming as it was.
I also think Barron, your first-round pick, has to be on the field for this defense to be the the best defense in the league, because then you've got a guy opposite PS2, the best defensive player in the league last year, who is not as good, but a legitimate shutdown corner as well. That's when all of a sudden it's like, where do teams go? What do they do? You brought in 2 guys that can help you stop the run. You have the best cornerback in football, and you have a first-round pick that's a cornerback on the other side. Okay. It's like there really is no good option on paper if you're an opposing offense. But is that for sure going to be the best? Not that this is saying for sure, but they rank him number 1. Is that for sure going to solve the problems that were there after Thanksgiving? To that extent. They were the worst defense in football after Thanksgiving. And now they're going to be the best defense in football? That's a leap for me with just the addition of Greenlaw, Hufanga, and Barron.
The Eagles are a candidate for sure. The Ravens, the Texans. Heck, you got to throw the Chiefs in that conversation. The Steelers, you mentioned them earlier. There's a lot of teams that could be the best defense in the NFL.
Do we not remember what the Eagles did to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl?
Oh, I hate that final score got closer than it was.
Yeah.
Because we all have to remember that was a 34-0 football game and a 40-6 football game. That score should have looked like Super Bowl 48 looked. That you go back and go 43-8, that was just an ass-kicking through and through.
Yeah.
And instead, Patrick Mahomes padded his stats, and they padded the box score in garbage time. Now, anyone who watched a game knows it was an absolute blowout, but it's still just the pettiness in me is bothered that it wasn't as big a blowout as Super Bowl 48 was.
And the Eagles dominated Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid's offense.
We're going to have systems.
They had no answers.
Are the Broncos, and listen, I think the Broncos defense can be really good, but are the Broncos ready to go have that kind of a performance on the biggest stage defensively?
Well, I would argue they had a really good day in Arrowhead, and they did. The stats would back that up.
Was it as good as that?
It wasn't as good, but they gave up, 16 points that day, I believe. I think the final score was 16-14. Now, they ultimately did score more points in the Super Bowl. We all agree that was garbage time. But what they did to Mahomes and Arrowhead with some questionable flags, remember you, that, they're hitting Mahomes too hard, and here comes a flag.
He also missed 2 wide-open receivers for touchdowns.
Well, that could be based on pressure on him.
Very un-Mahomes-like.
It could be based on pressure on him, overthrowing the football a little bit.
Listen,
Nick Bonito was all over the field that day.
I think they're going to be a good defense. I'm not sure I'm ready to say they're better than the Eagles. That defense.
Where do they have to finish for you to be satisfied?
Top 5.
Top 5.
Yeah.
Anything less than 5 is like, hey, you underachieved.
Well, if they finish 6th, I'm not going to be calling for VJ's head.
No, I know, but I'm kind of agreeing with you here of like, we're putting on our big boy expectations for the 2025 Broncos. Top 5. Come on, guys. You have the talent to do that.
Well, okay. It also is based on what are we going off of here, right? Because when they say a top 5 defense, usually that's on yards allowed.
See, I think points are more important than yards.
Agree. Yeah. I totally agree with you. Because yards sometimes get skewed of, you're ahead and teams are throwing the ball all over. You're kind of playing a little bit of prevent. You give up more yards than really you're a better defense than what the total yards allowed suggests. I think points are more important. I think the biggest stats from last year, how many points a game they gave up in under 20. They led the league in sacks.
By a huge margin.
I think that's a huge stat. I think that's way more important than total points. I think turnovers forced is another one. I think if you can give Bo Nix and company short fields and they're not having to go 80 yards every time they're trying to get a touchdown, I think all of a sudden this team becomes really good.
I give you one more? They scored on defense, too.
Okay.
They were good at that last year. Pat Surtain had the pick 6. Nick Bonito had the pick 6. Nick Bonito had the fumble against the Colts, which was really a pick 6. And I believe Jaquan McMillan had a pick 6 against Jameis Winston as well.
So there you go. And now that one kind of ties with turnovers, but turnovers that lead to points, without a doubt. And, you can go back to the greatest show on turf back in 1999 when that Rams team came out of nowhere. They had 8 touchdowns on defense, and they already had a great offense. It just makes you almost unbeatable. So I really don't – if they finish 11th in yards allowed, but they lead the league in sacks, they score 4 or 5 times on defense, they are in the top 5 in turnovers forced, and they give up 19 points a game, and they finish 13-4, I don't care that they're 11th in yards allowed. And they would technically be the 11th ranked defense in the league. I think that's a silly way to evaluate it.
Yeah, it's more the eye test to me than the yards per game. In terms of the Vance Joseph conversation, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I think this is his last chance to get an NFL head coaching job. I just think this is a fork-in-the-road type season for VJ because Jim Leonard is the DC in waiting in Denver. That's my firm opinion. Sean Payton wants Jim Leonhard to be his DC at some point while he's the head coach here. I think in a perfect world, they're the number one defense. VJ goes and gets hired by, I don't know, the New York Giants because they fire Brian Dable. The problem is if VJ's defense underachieves this year, he's not going to get a head coaching job. And Sean likes a scapegoat, maybe looking for a scapegoat. I think we're at one of those weird points in time where VJ may get promoted to a head coach, or he may get pushed out the door so that Jim Leonhard can take over. And those are two very different things for him, but I feel like his fate is really coming down to one of those two things. I don't think the road just continues straight down the middle where he's the Broncos DC the next 3, 4, 5 years.
I think you're right. I think there's a 80-85% chance VJ's not here next year.
For one of two reasons.
And let's hope it's the good reason. I hope he gets another shot to be a head coach. That means this defense lived up to expectations. Given the fact that there are some people, NFL.com is predicting it would be number one defense in the league, I don't know that they can exceed expectations. But if they live up to him, he's going to be a head coach. Or if they don't, he's not going to be here. So I think it's more likely than not that he's gone. Let's hope it's for the right reason.
Yeah, because you and I sort of briefly touched on it yesterday. You think Sean's seat could be a little hot if they underachieve. I don't buy that at all. I think Greg Penner's not going to make a change at head coach no matter what happens. But I do think the GM could be in trouble, and I do think the DC could be in trouble if the Broncos do underachieve, take a step back, don't make the playoffs this year.
Listen, I think I'm probably a little too far in terms of if they go 8-9, Sean Payton's on the hot seat. But I don't think it's fair to say, I don't think it's accurate to say he won't be on the hot seat no matter what happens. If they go,
I just don't see. I don't think Greg Penner's looking to make a change there no matter what.
If they go 5-12, and Bo Nix regresses terribly, you don't think, and he's healthy all year, and they go 5-12. You don't think Sean Payton would be on the hot seat in that situation?
Sure, I guess, but that's like asking me, well, what if the Avs and Nuggets both miss the playoffs? That's just not going to happen. Nikola Jokic, Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, too good of players. Bo Nix is too good a player to go 5-12 this year. If he's healthy, you gave me that caveat, I don't see a world where they go 5-12 with Bo Nix being
I don't
healthy.
think it's going to happen either, but he's also a second-year quarterback. Like, it could happen. We both think the sophomore slump thing is vastly overrated. But he could regress. It's not outside the realm of possibilities. And at that point, yeah, Sean Payton would certainly be on the hot seat of, hey, you went 5-12 with your handpicked quarterback. I ate $85 million in dead cap. Russell Wilson didn't play a single play of that huge extension that we gave him.
George's fault.
And I spent all that kind of money to go, and I'm paying you $18 million a year to go 5-12?
Again, the GM would get fired with that logic. He's the one who gave Russell Wilson the contract, which, oh, by the way, based on all that stuff that came out from the NFL, remember Greg Penner sent some text of he's still got 2 years left on his deal. Why are we doing this?
But you ate the contract because you ate the contract and had the dead cap because Sean Payton undermined him and didn't want him to be his quarterback.
Right, but you would have never had to eat the contract in the first place if George hadn't given it to him. He would have been a free agent. He could have just walked.
Okay, but I'm just saying, and listen, I don't think any of this is going to happen. I don't think they're going 5-12. I think they have a much better chance of the opposite record, 12-5 than 5-12. All I'm saying is there are scenarios where Sean Payton would be on the hot seat. There are.
All right,
unlikely.
The 5787 on the RamosLaw.com text line. It's an Is It Just Me Friday. Text those in. He says, this is going to tick you off, James. We don't care about how bad the Rockies are. That's their problem. We care about having a good time.
Okay,
there's justification for why a lot of people go to Coors Field regardless of how bad the baseball is.
I don't have a problem with having a good time. There's a lot of places to go have a good time in this town. A lot more places than there used to be. There are more places to go have fun now than there were in 2007. So why are more people going to Coors Field to do it than they did when the team was going to the World Series?
Because they ripped out a whole bunch of seats and made the stadium even better.
It doesn't make any sense to me. There's plenty of places to go have a cocktail and, hit on people. There are. Head over to Lowhigh. Go to Rhino. What are some other trendy neighborhoods?
This texture's bringing up an interesting old school take of yours.
Okay.
That James once suggested, and you tell me if the texture's wrong, but this is ringing a bell, that Dick Monfort should move the team out of Denver if he doesn't want to commit to being a winner here, because eventually they could get a new team.
I did, and I stand by that take. That would be the best thing possible for the Rockies or for Rockies fans is if Dick Montfort was offered a ton of money to move him to Nashville, he moved him to Nashville, and another team would move to Colorado, or they would get an expansion team in a heartbeat. If you're the owner of the White Sox, and you got nobody coming to whatever they're calling New Comiskey Park, you wouldn't move your team to Coors Field tomorrow and draw 30,000 people?
I think the White Sox owner may be the only owner in baseball that's worse than Dick Montfort.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying? Like, if they moved, we wouldn't go a decade without a team. We wouldn't.
No, it's funny you bring it up because...
And hell, they could just open the gates at Coors Field and all these people would come anyway.
Yeah, if Dick refused to sell, it's a total out-of-the-box thing, I get it. But if he refuses to sell, which it seems like he's going to refuse to sell. I mean, we all remember the Zoom call where he told Woody Page he'd like that if he sold the team. Yeah, I'd rather he just takes the team elsewhere. We have to suffer without a pro baseball team for a couple of years, and we get to hit the reset button with a new ownership group.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got a situation, and Nashville's probably not it, and there aren't markets in baseball that like when LA didn't have a football team, moving the Rams is non-popular as this was and kind of scummy it was to people in St. Louis. But moving them from St. Louis to LA tripled the value of that franchise. There's not necessarily an opening like that in Major League Baseball, but there could be some city that offers him a sweetheart deal, Nashville being at the top of the list, that it's like, okay, my team's going to be worth more. I'm going to get millions and millions put into my pocket to move him here, and I don't have to deal with all these people who are yelling at me and calling me cheap all the time.
Man, that would be a good day for Rockies fans in a roundabout way. It would suck to lose the team, but if we were promised a new team, because there's all those rumors, the Mavs traded Luka because the owners are casino guys and they want to move him to Vegas. And if I'm a Mavs fan, I'm like, great, take Nico with you, move him to Vegas, and give me a new team. Let's hit the reset button. Now, obviously, they got Cooper Flagg, so that changes things in a massive way. But if the ping pong balls had not bounced their way and they were just going to be terrible, it's fine. You traded Luka. Take your team to Vegas and give me a new team. Let's hit the reset button.
If the Rockies moved to Nashville, it would be like when Art Modell moved the Browns to Baltimore and Cleveland got an expansion team 2 years later.
Yep.
It would be like that. Now, that hasn't turned out very well for Cleveland. They still stink, and the Browns went to Baltimore and all of a sudden became a really good organization. But they got a team. They didn't have to go without for very long. It would be the same thing here, and you would hope you'd get a better ownership group.
The 9093 says, hey, guys, this isn't that deep. Coors Field is just a place to hang out. There's a generation of kids who don't really like baseball but like being where the action is, so they pick Coors
What is
Field.
the action? If the baseball team stinks and it's not about the baseball,
it's about the drinks and the good-looking people.
They have drinks and good-looking people all over. All over.
Not that many packed in one place. 40,000 of them.
You're not walking around hitting on 40,000 people.
Yeah, but you get a lot more options that way, I think is what the texture's getting at.
I mean, I get it. There's 5,000 people on the party deck, and it's the biggest nightclub in Denver. Yeah, there's still 25,000 people sitting in the seats, eating peanuts, and keeping score. What are these people doing?
Oh, man.
Why are you there?
There was a Jamal Murray development yesterday that was encouraging, and we'll tell you why next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Hopefully your Monday is off to a great start. I know mine is. I got on the golf course yesterday, and I got to tell you, I'm loving my new clubs that I got from my friends over at Embers Golf. My guys over there, Trevor and Tate, they're the absolute best. They hooked me up with a full fitting of custom clubs for this year's golf season. I'm talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons. I am fired up. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit my guys over at Embers Golf. And what I love most about Embers Golf and what separates them from everybody else, they're a small, family-owned, boutique-style golf shop that has everything you'll need from all the major and smaller brands, PXG, Callaway, TaylorMade, Titleist, G4, whatever you need, they've got you covered. They even have 2 hitting bays, so make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they've crafted a journey for golf enthusiasts. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive's AutoQuote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's AutoQuote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Job shaping.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies. Of
course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Tons of reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. I'd say people are pretty split. Half the people saying, hey, stop going to the games. Maybe force the owner's hands. And half the people are saying, I don't care. It's a fun time. I'm going to go to Coors Field no matter what. Enjoy myself. And that is my right. Okay, but that's your right. The baseball team's never going to get better. And I think you just don't care about the baseball team. Those of us who grew up as Rockies fans, that's disappointing because as much as I dislike Dick Monfort and dislike that organization, some of the best times of my sports memories were as a Rockies fan in the 2000s, mid-2000s, and even 7-8 years ago. I fell in love with those teams with Nolan and Trevor and DJ and Charlie and David Dahl, et cetera, et cetera.
My explanation for it was it's the same way I feel about politics. If you don't vote, you can't complain. If you buy a ticket to Coors Field, that's fine. It's your right. You can go do that. But you don't get to complain about the product on the field. You don't get to complain about Dick Monfort.
But they're kind of rubbing it in our faces. I don't care about Dick Monfort. I just care about having a good time.
Which I understand. I have a problem with people wanting to have a good time. There's just so many places where, you know, they serve overpriced drinks and the girls are wearing sundresses. There's a lot of places.
Go somewhere else.
Go to Linger.
Shout out Linger. Monday from noon to 1 is the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We'll be at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. There's a limit of 1 per person. It is while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. Again, Monday, noon to 1, East Arapahoe Road in Centennial at First Bank. James, our top 5 of the day. Top 5 original Netflix shows. Been getting a lot of suggestions on that. Go ahead and reset your list quickly for me and then hit me with number 3.
All right, my honorable mention was Queen's Gambit. I thought that was a very good show, very well done. It brought chess to life. That's not easy to do. Number 5 for me was Cobra Kai. I don't want to hear that it started on YouTube.
How'd that work out?
It's a great show. It's a tremendous show. It's 80s nostalgia at its best. 4 was Squid Game. I thought that was it was one of those shows that's like unlike anything I've ever seen. It just blew my mind. It's crazy. It's honestly one of those things you're like, I can't believe they allowed someone to make a TV show like this.
Or someone came up with this.
It's nuts. It really is nuts. It's super violent, so warning if you haven't seen it and you decide to go watch it. Are you ready for my number 3?
I am.
All right, so it's about this 29-year-old. She's living in Chicago. She's working in PR. She's an influencer. She's in a great relationship. She thinks her life is just heading in the right direction. Boom. Her guy dumps her. She decides she moves to Paris. She gets a job at Savoy. She befriends Mindy, who's running from her billionaire father who lives in China. She meets this chef, Gabrielle, and then it's this, love triangle with Camille. And then she decides, I don't want to be a part of the love triangle, so she starts dating Alfie. He's this banker from London. Now she's connected with Marcello, who's in Italy because he finds her on the ski slope when Gabrielle left her there. It's nonstop drama. It's just an amazing twist after amazing twist. You had it, I believe, at number 5, or it was an honorable mention. I've got Emily in Paris as number 3. I can't wait for it to come back as Emily in Rome.
I love it, man. That was a good breakdown, almost as good as Peyton Manning's on SNL when he's wearing, what's the little hat called?
Fedora? No, it's a beret.
Beret.
Yeah.
Yes, Peyton Manning gave that epic breakdown to Emily in Paris, and then later said he hadn't seen the show, but I don't know if I believed him necessarily.
I've seen every episode. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's kind of a guilty pleasure. My honorable mentions were Emily in Paris and The Night Agent. Number 5, Money Heist. Number 4, Outer Banks. And number 3, really good show. Don't think it's as popular, so hopefully I'm giving something people new to watch. It's Dead to Me. Dead to Me is number 3. There is a mysterious hit and run that ends in tragedy. Woman gets befriended by someone else at a grief group, and it takes some twists and turns from there. I know that doesn't sound like the most happy thing to ever watch, but it's a dark, dark comedy. Dead to Me, 3 seasons, very well done.
Christina Applegate is in it. She's fantastic because she plays she's a little foul-mouthed. She'll say anything. She's pretty brash. It's a really good show. I wrote down probably 12 shows as I was just kind of brainstorming, and it's one I wrote down. It's had a couple of seasons.
3. It wrapped at 3. Unfortunately, I think Christina Applegate had some health issues, so they wrapped it at 3, but I like where they left it.
It was a great, great show. I highly recommend that. That being on your top 5, I've got no qualms with that. That's a show that everybody should watch.
303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Hit us with your favorite Netflix shows. Getting a ton of suggestions. James and I will reveal our final 2. Remember, they have to be original. I've already seen like 20 Breaking Bad texts. Breaking Bad started on AMC, not on Netflix. James, there was an encouraging development from the Nuggets yesterday. They tweeted out some videos and photos of Jamal Murray working out with the Summer League team in Vegas. Jamal looked slim, trim, fit, in shape. He looked good.
Jamal Murray's back.
He looked good. I was encouraged by this. A, I'm encouraged that he's working out with the guys when he doesn't have to. And B, let's face it, we're at the point in time where we like seeing pictures of Jamal Murray because we want to see, is he overweight? Is he at weight? He looked at weight to me yesterday. I think that alleviated some concerns of Nuggets fans who had seen some other pictures this offseason.
Listen, I don't want to be the wet blanket because it is good news. It was encouraging. It also says a lot about Jamal Murray, though, that we're talking about this. Like, what other great basketball player? I mean, I always want to use Kobe or Michael or whatever as an example, but those guys are, in the GOAT conversation. But what other great basketball player do you have to have these kind of conversations about during the offseason?
Well, Luka has entered that territory for sure.
Okay, all right.
He's fat.
And he got traded for a reason, and he's been to one NBA final and doesn't have any rings, and I think that's part of the reason. So I think it's a concern to me that this is a conversation that we're having to get excited about the fact that Jamal Murray hasn't let himself go in the offseason. Like, really, he's preparing to do his job. He's working, and we're all excited about it.
Well, do you remember the quote from David Adelman at his intro press conference on May 28th? The expectation is to come back in shape. I don't remember Michael Malone ever saying anything like that. They started 11-11 last year, including a horrible loss to the Wizards. They would have been the 2 seed if they had just taken the first 22 games seriously.
I agree.
I'm not saying they wouldn't have caught OKC, but they would have been the 2 seed. You would have delayed the Thunder series until the Western Conference Finals. And I think David Adelman's message was heard loud and clear by Jamal Murray based on this video and those photos I saw yesterday. And again, he's with the Nuggets, a bunch of guys that are just trying to get a 2-way contract with the squad at the Summer League.
Yeah, listen, it's good news. And so from a micro level, this is great. It's what you want to see. It's better than seeing him showing up at the UFC and looking like, whoa, did he put on 20 lbs? Like, okay, he doesn't look like Raymond Felton anymore. That's a good thing. But I don't know that from a macro level,
Raymond Felton catching a stray. Do you want to give your famous Raymond Felton line, or have we moved on?
No, I think I'm moving on. No, I'm not sure that one won't get me in trouble.
Yeah, it might.
From a macro level, though, it's problematic that this is a conversation we're having to have about this guy.
See, I don't think it is, because I think it means he's learned some lessons.
Hopefully.
I think Jamal had a very immature summer last year. Very immature summer. The contract drama, the potential weight clause in that new deal. He went to the Olympics. He was a jerk to the media, and let's be honest, he kind of embarrassed is too strong a word, but he disappointed his country. Disappointed Team Canada. It was supposed to be him and SGA. They didn't even get a medal at the Summer Olympics. Meanwhile, Jokic is dragging Serbia to nearly upsetting Team USA and getting into the gold medal game. They ultimately end up winning the bronze. I think this shows that Jamal Murray's maybe grown up a little bit over the last 12 months.
Hopefully. I hope you're right. And you know what? I think it probably does, and that will be great. Speaking of Netflix series, have you watched Courts of Gold?
No, I need to. Is Jokic in it?
Yeah, a ton.
Okay. Does he do interviews, though, or just footage?
He doesn't do interviews.
I would love to see interviews.
But he basically coaches the team. The actual coach just yells F-bombs. But when there's actually someone at the chalkboard and doing X's and O's, it's Jokic.
Hell yeah!
Jamal's in it a little bit because they follow Canada, Serbia, the U.S., and France. It's an amazing series. And if you're anti-Kevin Durant, and I know there are a lot of people that are anti-Kevin Durant, and I would have probably put myself in that category prior to watching it, watch it and see if it doesn't change your perception of KD.
All right, we'll do.
It's really good, but there are some small Jamal sightings, and then, yeah, Jokic is pretty prominent.
All right, coming up next, Bo Nix. Can he throw for 4,000 yards this year? I think we're going to have slightly different answers, and James and I will debate it.
It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you boys Stink here from a long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house, now's the perfect time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy is offering his $5,000 guarantee. If he can't sell your house at the price that you agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon, he's going to cut you a check for, get this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes the offer? Answer's nobody. He's making the offer because he continues to spend an obscene amount of money marketing his listings right now as I speak. He's got about 100 families approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason at all you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash. You can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you need hip or knee replacement surgery, trust Colorado Joint Replacement, part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers, home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state. They offer innovative joint replacement care using the latest technology. With expert, compassionate care and a focus solely on joint replacements, you'll get the peace of mind and outcomes you deserve. Schedule your appointment today at coloradojoint.org. That's coloradojoint.org.
Peanut butter and jelly. Music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong. Yeah. So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when did that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, enjoying this morning, enjoying all the interaction with you all on the RamosLaw.com text line. Is it just me Friday? Keep those coming. And, man, you guys watch a bunch of Netflix. I love it. A lot of your suggestions shows that James and I could still have it number 2 and 1. We will reveal number 2 here in about 15 minutes. But I want to talk Bo Nix here and this 4,000 yards number, because it's the number that's kind of getting tossed around as sort of the benchmark for Bo. Now, only 6 quarterbacks in the NFL went for 4,000 yards last year. Now, James, Kay Adams, we all know Kay. National media, she's kind of driving the bandwagon for the Broncos, no?
Her and Colin Cowherd. Those are the two.
Sean's friends.
Sean's buddies. I was going to say she's been driving it longer, but I'm not sure. I mean, Colin's been on it too. But, yeah, those are the two national media members who were most, waving the orange pom-poms. We'll put it that way.
So Kay Adams was doing her podcast and was talking about Bo Nix with 4,000 yards. Now, admittedly, this is a little odds and gambling heavy. That stuff's not as important. Listen to some of the evidence Kay gives for why she's high on Bo Nix to reach that number.
Here are my top 5 FanDuel Sportsbook player props for 2025. Oof, Bo Nix, 4,000 plus yards. I like this one a lot. He's getting the 19th longest odds to do so right now at plus 280, which it's one of the best values on the whole market on the sports book right now with the Abacuses and the Overlords and everyone crunching their numbers. Let me show you why, not just tell you why. Look at this. This is from week 8 on last year. And of course, we want to extrapolate that, project it over a season, carry the 1, see which way the wind's blowing. Once Bo got comfy last year, he completely lit it up. If you take his final 10 of the year and you pace that out over a full season, that is a 4,300 yard, 41 touchdown pace. And now he's got more weapons, y'all, as he heads into year 2. Give me all the Bo Nix stock for 2025.
All the Bo Nix stock. She makes the point without the slow start, Bo Nix averaged or paced for 4,300 yards and 41 touchdowns. Now, those would be monster numbers. 4,300 yards would have been 4th in the NFL. 41 touchdowns would have been tied for 2nd in the league last year. But I do think it brings us back to this conversation of he had a really slow September and still finished 12th in yards and 6th in touchdowns. He's not going to have a slow September this year. He's going to be more comfortable. He's got a bad Titans team. He's got a bad Colts team. He's got the Bengals in week 4 who don't have anyone on defense or 1 or 2 players on defense, but he could easily score 35, 40 points on that Monday Night Football game. I think Bo's going to come out of the gate hot, James, and I think we're going to look back on these conversations going, of course he was always going to throw for 4,000 yards.
Well, if he gets 3 or 4 more reps in each practice during training camp,
maybe 4 or 5,
he won't have that slow September, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's got 4,000 yards.
Good job getting it in. Good job getting it in, Mike Stoke. Stink not here today, but they would be proud of us. They would be proud.
I do think, though, yeah, he's going to have a better start to the season. I think Kay Adams makes a great point. And look, I don't think you can project it to get to 4,300 yards and 41 touchdowns. But it is more important how he finished than how he started the year. He was a rookie. So the fact that the trajectory was going up, I think suggests, okay, then he's maybe not going to continue at that angle, but he's not going to have the low point that he did to start the year last year. If he's just okay in the first month of the season, he throws for 30-plus touchdowns and probably flirts with 4,000 yards a year ago, I will be, if he's healthy and he plays all 17 games, I will be shocked if he doesn't throw for 4,000 yards. That's 235 yards a game with a offensive-minded head coach, which means a head coach who likes to throw the football, with a head coach who has to write notes on his play sheet reminding him to run the football. He's going to throw for 235 yards a game. If we come in here on Mondays and he threw for 212, we're not going to be happy with the way Bo Nix played.
Unless R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins combine for 200 rushing yards.
Correct. And I don't think that's going to happen a ton. I think they're going to have a better running game, but I don't think all of a sudden they're going to run for 2,500 yards as a team. So I think 235 is a pretty mediocre game by an NFL quarterback in 2025. I think Bo Nix can have 17 pretty mediocre games and get to 4,000 yards. It shocks me that only 6 quarterbacks threw for that total a year ago. Part of it is, injuries.
Resurgence of the running game. The running game was trendy in the NFL last year.
It was, but I think Bo Nix is going to hit 4,000 yards pretty easy. He could go down in touchdowns because they could have more rushing touchdowns this year than they did a year ago. But I don't think from a yardage standpoint, he's going to go the opposite direction.
Well, and let me hit you with some stats. Justin Herbert has the most touchdowns as a rookie in NFL history with 31, okay? Both through 29. Second most by a rookie ever. Feels like that does kind of fly under the radar.
Very much so.
And Justin Herbert in his sophomore year, okay, the guy who Bo is chasing, followed that up with 5,014 passing yards. 5,000. No one threw for 5 last year. And 38 touchdowns. Again, I'm not predicting 5,000 yards. I'm not predicting 38 touchdowns. That was also the year after COVID. There were still limited fans in the stands in 2021. There wasn't as many holding penalties. It was a pass-happy league at that point in time. But still, if Herbert, the only guy who threw more touchdowns as a rookie, could take that kind of sophomore leap, Bo Nix can take a sophomore leap. And to me, a sophomore leap is the first number for passing yards should start with a 4, and the first number for passing touchdowns should start with a 3.
Yeah, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibilities that he throws for 4,200 yards and throws 32 touchdowns. I don't. And I think if his numbers in both categories go down, then I'm not, and he's healthy the whole year, I'm not sure he's the answer. And they could have a good season. Like if they just ride a running game and a great defense to an 11-6 record and they're the 5 seed, and Bo throws for 3,400 yards and 21 touchdowns, are we sure he's the guy?
Oh, come on. Yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy, James.
Really?
Bo Nix is the guy.
If he plays 17 games and can't throw for 235 yards a game, he's the guy?
He fits perfectly with Sean. He's got a bigger arm than any of us realized. His legs are much more mobile than any of us realized. He looks like an absolute steal as the 6th quarterback off the board in a loaded 2024 class. I just don't see a world where Bo Nix is not the Broncos starter for at least the next, call it 5-6 years, at a minimum.
Okay.
God bless Bo Nix.
I think he's going to be too. I'm just telling you, if he throws for 3,200 yards and 18 touchdowns, he's Rex Grossman.
Anything could happen.
I think he's going to throw.
The Nuggets could miss the playoffs if Nikola Jokic falls off a cliff.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
But it's just not going to happen. I can confidently say it's not going to happen. He's going to throw for 3,200 yards and 18 touchdowns.
I think he's going to throw for 4,000 yards, and I think he's going to throw for 25-plus touchdowns. I do. But if he doesn't, then I think we have to start asking the question, is he actually the guy?
Well, the good news, we're not going to have to ask those questions. That's just my prediction.
We don't know that. It could happen. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could happen.
Well, you could win the Powerball and go buy your private jet. That was our top 5 yesterday.
I got a lot of people telling me that I should just lease one, like just rent one when I need one.
All righty.
I want to have my own bird.
Let's continue our new top 5 next. Plus, there was some news in the NFL yesterday that may impact Nick Bonito, and James and I will tell you why it matters.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys, Stoke here from my friends at Embers Living. Summer's finally here, right? I mean, we are in the middle of summer, and if you're anything like me, that means it's grilling season, but I'm not just talking about any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with the Napoleon Prestige Series. At Embers Living, they're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat, infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. And if you like tech with your tongs, you'll love the Connected Smart Grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. So whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing a tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly. Because with Napoleon, every detail matters. From precision engineered burners to seamless design, no detail's too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Xcel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat. One that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds, cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes: Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, final hour of the show. It's Will Peterson and James Marilat hanging out with you on a Friday. Broncos training camp will get going next week. First day for fans, James. It's actually a week from today down there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Excited to see the 800 fans in the bleachers. We actually started the show 3 hours talking about this. I give credit to the Broncos for finding a way to get fans in the building. It would have been easy to say, we're doing construction. We're building a $180 million facility. No fans this year. We'll do it next year. Kudos to them for figuring out a way to make it work to at least have some folks get to see a bunch of practices this summer.
Yeah, they don't make any money off of it, right? They're not charging these 800 people each day to get in the stands, so they really had no motivation to do it other than taking care of the fans. It is a Broncos tradition to be able to go to training camp, whether it was in Greeley, down at Dove Valley, and they managed to keep it going. So you're right; they deserve credit for that. It's a good gesture. Far too often, the average fan gets overlooked. Right? They get priced out of buildings. They make it harder and harder and harder to find the games because it's on one of 17 streaming apps. This is a nice gesture by the Broncos. Good for them.
Yeah, excited to see how it looks. Unique viewpoint for the fans. No longer on the hill, but they'll be behind the uprights where Brandon McManus used to break people's windows. Remember that? He would just kick field goals into the parking lot. I was like, Brandon, what are you doing? And he I don't know, he thought it was funny at times. And it was like, those are people's cars. But yeah hilarious.
Somebody's going to go out and now have to deal with that.
Yeah. We need chicken fingers. Kevin Kistner tracking, not only how many kicks he missed and made, but how many windshields he hit. If they kick field goals this year, actually, they should do that. That would be fun.
Kick him into the stands.
I hope Will Lutz kicks field goals into those bleachers there behind those uprights.
I don't know that I mean, listen, I'm sure they've been inspected, but it looks a little bit like a carnival ride that they set up in the mall parking lot.
Easy.
Do we want people battling for footballs up there?
Create a little chaos, baby. It'd be fun.
I mean, it looks like the Tilt-A-Whirl at the North Glen Mall. That's what it looks like.
No, it looks like bleachers at a high school game. It's going to be fine. Everyone's going to be good.
Rickety. That's the word that comes to mind.
Rickety Rick. You brought up streaming services. We are doing our top 5 of the day. The top 5 original Netflix shows of all time. James, go ahead and reset your list for me and then give me number 2.
All right. My honorable mention was Queen's Gambit. Brought chess to life. That's not an easy feat. That was a really, really good show. Number 5, and we have determined, we're just calling it a Netflix show. I don't want to hear it anymore. Cobra Kai. Fantastic 80s nostalgia. Johnny Lawrence is fantastic in it. Kreese comes back. Elizabeth Shue makes an appearance in one season. It is so good. Ralph Macchio's in the whole thing. He still looks like he's, 20 years old. Number 4, just because it was so bizarre. It's so wild. Squid Game. Number 3, I love watching, what transpires when Emily is in Paris. It's a fantastic show. Guilty pleasure, I'll admit it, but it's great. My number 2, you go to the coast in North Carolina. You got these 5 teenagers. You got John B. and JJ and Pope. You got Sarah. You got Key. They're out looking for John B.'s father's hidden treasure. They're having to deal with Topper and Rafe. And, the law is always after them because they're from the cut. They're not over there in the figure 8. They're the Pogues. They're not the Kooks. Outer Banks is a fantastic show. It's gone a little off the rails when they're all of a sudden finding the city of gold in season 3 down in South America, and they're having to steal planes to get there. I don't care. I love that show. I can't wait for season 4. Sign me up for Outer Banks.
Well, and I believe there's actually been 4 seasons. I think it's season 5 you're now waiting for.
Well, then sign me up for season 5.
And I assume you've seen 4 at this point. I mean,
I've seen them all. I think there's
been out for 6 months.
No, I think I've seen it. I think there's only 3 seasons.
Well, tragedy strikes at the end of season 4.
Well, they're only. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I mean, that would make my day if there's a season of Ozark or season of Outer Banks that I haven't seen.
I mean, this is a major thing that happens at the end of season 4.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're down to, yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I've seen it.
No spoilers.
I've seen it.
All right. James will give us number 1 coming up in about a half hour. My honorable mentions were Emily in Paris.
When they go to Africa.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And The Night Agent. Number 5 was Money Heist 4, Outer Banks. We both have that on our list. 3 was Dead to Me. And number 2, The Lincoln Lawyer. The Lincoln Lawyer. You got Mickey Holler trying to solve all these wacky cases. The end of season 3 with an unbelievable twist. That one just came out recently. I just love that this guy doesn't necessarily have the best ethics in the world, but he's got his client's interest in his heart. And The Lincoln Lawyer checks in at number 2 on my list.
It is a really, really good show. It made my list as I was just jotting down possibilities. You get a little Elliot Gould action in it. He's like his mentor. Nev Campbell plays his ex-wife. So it's a good Party of 5 throwback for those of us who like that show in the 90s. I really like The Lincoln Lawyer. It's a very good show. I didn't like the chef that he defended in the one season.
Well, she turned out to be kind of nuts.
Yeah.
No spoilers, but spoilers.
Wasn't a huge fan of her character, but no, overall it's a very, very good show.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be a huge fan of her character either.
I didn't like her even before it took that plot twist.
Okay. All righty. We'll give number 1 before we get out of here. Hey, TJ Watt yesterday, did you see this? Got a ton of money from the Steelers, $123 million, including a whopping $108 fully guaranteed. He's going to make $40 plus a year. Did the price just go up for Nick Bonito with the Broncos? Remember, there was an article that said Bonito should get $20 million a year. He quote tweeted it with the 100 emoji. I worry that price just went up to $25 million a year based on TJ Watt getting 40 plus.
I think the price went up 50%. I think they could have signed him to a 4-year, $80 million deal. Now 4 years is going to cost him $120. I think he's a $30 million a year player now. I think George Payton sitting on his hands cost the team $10 million a year. Like, Nick Bonito's not TJ Watt. He's not. But is he 75% of TJ Watt?
Based on the way he played last year, he looks like he has that potential.
So that puts him at $30 million a year, 75% of the salary. So, yeah, I think the price tag went up. I think yesterday was obviously a great day for TJ Watt, but it was a great day for Nick Bonito as well. Broncos should have made their decision, and maybe they already have. Maybe they've decided they're not going to give him big money and that it didn't cost him any money. But if they want him to stay here and they're planning on signing him to a big deal, they cost themselves money by sitting on their hands and being indecisive and not knowing for sure that, yeah, we think what he did last year is what he's going to continue to do and not that it was an aberration.
That was kind of my takeaway, was that George Payton just looks asleep at the wheel. We were told the Broncos were going to get deals done after the draft. After the draft was what a lot of reports said. Well, it's been all of May, it's been all of June, it's been more than half of July, and none of the Big Four have been taken care of. Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, Cortland Sutton, none of the Big Four have gotten new deals. And I'm with you, the price went up. I don't know if it went up 50%, but I think it went up a few $1 million yesterday with TJ Watt getting this massive deal. I'm not so sure what George Payton has done this summer to make the Broncos better. Good free agency, decent draft, but I'm talking summer. He hadn't done anything. And this isn't a Walton Penner thing. They pay guys. They paid Surtain. They paid Miners. They paid Cooper. They paid Bulls. This is a GM issue for the Denver Broncos. Yesterday was bad news for George Payton because Nick Bonito just got more expensive, and that's on him.
Well, and I'm not buying the excuse of, well, they had to get their draft picks done first. Draft picks are slotted. You know what the number is. You know what the number is going to be for every year of their deal. So it's not as though, well, we got to figure that out so we know exactly how much we have to work with. The only thing they had to determine, and apparently it took George Payton and Rick Hurtado, both of them, this is all they could do for days, for weeks, was figure out, that third year of R.J. Harvey's contract, what's that going to cost us if we have to do 37% guaranteed or 42% guaranteed? I mean, it took two people to pull out the abacus and do simple math, according to the excuse makers, as to why these deals haven't been done. I don't buy it. And they're costing themselves money. And instead of being able to have Nick Bonito and another guy for $10 million, now you're going to have Nick Bonito for $30 million a season instead of $20. It's unless you're not going to sign him, unless you're not going to sign him, it was a huge mistake.
Should have found a way to get this done before TJ Watt got done. You and I are on the same page on that one. All right, coming up next, Broncos had a bunch of offseason additions. Who is under the most pressure to perform in 2025? James and I will debate.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You know, summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or your abs, guys. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? I am a 20-year-plus success story when it comes to Advanced Hair Restoration, what they can do for you. They did it for me. My hair continues to grow for life. I couldn't be happier. I can't recommend it more. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. So call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Candy shaming? I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend that I had invited you.
All right, which Bronco, newcomer Bronco, is under the most pressure this season? James and I discussed yesterday kind of who we're excited to see at camp or who we want to have eyes on. I went with Pat Bryant just because they spent a premium pick on him in the third round. James went with Evan Ingram, big offseason addition at tight end, obviously. But I do think, James, there's a difference between who we want to have eyes on and who's under the most pressure. Like, who are fans going to be going, hey, we either paid you or drafted you. You need to come in and perform right away. Who checks in at number 1 on your list in that question?
Well, I'm going to preface it with this. Heading into the draft, first round, Thursday night, what did most people want the Broncos to do with the number 20 overall pick?
Offensive skill player, please.
Right. You'd already signed Evan Ingram, so okay, they've taken care of the need, the desperate need at tight end. But what are they going to do at running back? And who's going to be the number 2 receiver? So go solve one of those problems with your first-round pick. They're on the board. They're on the clock at 20. Omarion Hampton is there, guy we talked about a ton on these airwaves leading up to the draft, and Matthew Golden is there. You have your choice. Do you want a running back or do you want a receiver? And the Broncos turn in their card, and what do?
Best player available.
They go with a cornerback when they already have the best cornerback in football. They go with Jahdae Barron, and that's the selection. And everybody's like, oh, okay, that's fine. And he's the best player available. Hey, we had him at 9 on our board. You can't pass him. Fine. Then he has to start. He has to be the guy that teams can't avoid PS2 now, because if they go the other way, it's almost as big of a problem. I think he's under a ton of pressure, especially if Omarion Hampton has a great season for the Chargers. He's in the division now. Especially if the Broncos struggle to find a second receiver. They've solved the issue at running back, or at least plugged that hole with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. We'll see when he starts to get more and more carries. But J.K. Dobbins is fine, right? Is it as good a signing as Evan Ingram? Probably not, but I feel good about that position. They did not address the number 2 wide receiver spot. They're counting on Marvin Mims or Troy Franklin or Devon Vele stepping up and being able to fill that role. Okay, they left it at that. Then the guy you took at number 20, your first-round pick, better pan out. It can't be a bust. I think Barron's under a ton of pressure.
Interesting. The thing with Barron to me is that he feels like a luxury because I think they really like Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan. So I'm just not sure how much Barron's going to be on the field this year, which I don't think puts him under that much pressure. Now, if Riley Moss can't play and looks bad and Jahdae Barron gets a chance to guard T. Higgins, week 4 Monday Night Football, that'll be a big test. Because Riley Moss couldn't pass that test last year after Pat Surtain II shut down Jamar Chase. But I don't agree with you that he's under a ton of pressure, because I just don't think he's going to be a big part of the 2025 Denver Broncos defense.
Well, then it was a bad draft pick. It was a bad draft pick. They could have found a backup cornerback in the 3rd round. They could have used the 2nd round pick on a cornerback that might get on the field. Then they should have used number 20, the 20th overall pick. Needs to be a guy that is on the field and a contributor and plays 75% of the snaps as a rookie. Otherwise, it's a miss.
But what if their argument is, well, we addressed running back and receiver in the 2nd and 3rd rounds with guys we liked, Harvey and Bryant, and Barron is more of a project, to use John Elway, from now and now on. Like, they just think this guy's going to develop into a player that can be opposite PS2 the next 3, 4, 5 years down the road. But as a rookie, they feel good about the room even without him in there. And they looked at Harvey and Bryant as quote-unquote steals.
It's not a position, though. It's not a position where you have to develop. Like, you can come in as a rookie and play right away as a cornerback. It's not as though he's a left tackle, right? But, like, you think about guys that have been taken at 20. That's like Steve Atwater range. He was great as a rookie. Garrett Bowles was taken, I think, at 20. He played as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Noah Fant was 20. Would we all have just been fine? And that's a position, tight end historically, and Zach Bye's done a great job over the years pulling the stats out for this. That's a position that takes a while to develop. We didn't have any patience for Noah Fant. You're a first-round pick. You win at number 20. You got to come in and be a big-time pass-catching tight end. Why does this guy get a pass? I don't understand why. And you're not the only one. It's just like the narrative around town. No big deal. No, you're the 20th overall pick. You're the team's first rounder. You need to start from day one, and anything short of that will be disappointment.
But this is what good teams do when they get to the point where they don't have to address glaring needs in round 1.
They have a glaring need.
But that's the luxury of being BPA, and that's clearly what George Payton and Sean Payton felt they wanted to do at 20, best player available.
They're not in a position to do best player available.
They did go 10-7 last year. They made the playoffs for the first time in a long time. They had a really good free agency, and there's not a single position on this roster where I go, oh my gosh, they're doomed.
Receiver.
I would like to have more at wide receiver, but I don't think, oh my gosh, they're doomed. I think Vele showed flashes last year. I think Marvin Mims really popped in the second half, and I'm willing to give Troy Franklin a chance in his second year, plus see what Pat Bryant can do as a third-round pick.
I think counting on any of those four to be a legit number 2 receiver is looking at life through orange-colored glasses.
Then you and I watched different Marvin Mims highlights against Cleveland and Cincinnati because he looked special in those games.
He had 3 big plays all year. Oh, my God, he's T. Higgins 2.0.
He had more than that. He had the really nice touchdown against the Chiefs in Week 18 as well.
Against the JV?
Can make guys miss.
That's what we're going to count on.
He can make guys miss.
I'm not saying none of those guys can be legit NFL receivers. I'm just saying to count on them turning into a legit number 2 this year, when we're trying to build upon 10-7, when we're trying to end the Chiefs' run in the AFC West, that's pushing a decade. To count on that is looking at life through orange-colored glasses. And they had a chance. If they had taken Matthew Golden, we'd all be expecting him to be the number 2 receiver.
Well, a first-round pick, you'd probably think that for a receiver, not necessarily a position where you're already deep like corner.
They're not that deep. They have the best corner in football, and then they have a guy who got torched in a late-season game.
When he was coming back from injury, he'd missed 4 or 5 weeks.
And then they have Jaquan McMillan, who's a nice player. Nice.
Chris Abrams-Drain had a pick in L.A. last year, I want to say, on that Thursday night game. Not willing to write him off just yet.
Okay. Listen, when you already have PS2 and you use your first-round pick on a corner, they better be Aqib Talib and Chris Harris Jr. They better be. Those other guys you're talking about, they can be Bradley Roby.
See how many Roby days they take.
Your first-round pick better be Chris Harris Jr. and or Aqib Talib, with PS2 being the other one.
All right,
That's what it should be.
My guy who's under the most pressure, I'm going to go in a little different direction. Still the secondary, though. I'm going Talanoa Hufanga because this guy's only played 1 full season since becoming a full-time starter in 2022. He had the ACL in 23, he had the wrist injury last year. Listen, I get it. Injuries happen. It's football. It's not his fault. But you gave him 3 years, up to $45 million, $20 million guaranteed. You already made a big investment in that position with Brandon Jones. You clearly felt like you needed an upgrade over PJ Locke. I want Talanoa Hufanga to play, I'm not going to say 17, but 14, 15 games and be on the field for 85 to 90% of the snaps in the games he's in there. I have big expectations for Hufanga, and I think there's a lot of pressure on him to get that kind of money and prove that the injury stuff was a thing of the past that he left in San Francisco.
I think to some extent, Will, we're on the same page here. And here's why. We're both going with guys in the secondary. We've talked a couple of times today about this NFL.com article that says the Broncos defense is going to be the number 1 defense in the league. They mentioned the no-fly zone in that article, I believe. Okay. If this defense is going to be that good, if they're going to have the no-fly zone, their free agent addition at safety needs to be T.J. Ward or Darian Stewart, one of the two. Brandon Jones is the other one. And their first-round pick at corner needs to be Aqib Talib or Chris Harris Jr. because Pat Surtain is the other one. That's how you become the no-fly zone. You don't become the no-fly zone with Riley Moss. Sorry, you don't.
Well, the 8843 is agreeing with you, says, can James be on more often? Finally, someone who doesn't look through orange-colored glasses. 5122, great take, James. I'm with you 100%. First-round corner aside from PS2, we need to be shutting everyone down. 2853 says, Homer radio isn't good radio, Peterson. Hey, listen, I'm just playing the other side of the coin here. I think the Broncos are pretty deep at corner, and they had the luxury to go best player available.
All I'm saying, and this sounds like I'm ripping Riley Moss, and I'm not. And it sounds like I'm ripping Jaquan McMillan, and I'm not. Because I think Jaquan McMillan, especially 2 years ago, was sort of this guy who came out of nowhere. It's like, he's always around the football. There were certain games where it felt like there were 3 of them on the field. It's like he's everywhere. So I think those guys can be nice players. But if you're a first-round pick and you can't beat out Riley Moss or you can't beat out Jaquan McMillan, then you were not a good first-round pick. That's just the reality.
The 0155 on the RamosLaw.com text line says, Barron is not a project. He will start and be able to completely shut down high-powered offenses of the AFC West right away. Listen, Texter, I hope you're right. I'm just telling you what we saw at OTAs and minicamp was not a lot of Barron.
Week 4, Will, if we're lining Riley Moss up against T. Higgins and PS2's taking Jamar Chase, then that was a bad draft pick. It was a bad draft pick. You'll know in week 4 whether or not that was a good selection at number 20.
Well, and it's just so interesting that it's Cincy again, right? And it's T. Higgins again.
And that was the game. Yep. That was the game that told me, hey, you know what? it's great that you have an awesome corner, but if you're weak or borderline weak on the other side, it only does you so much good. It's a little bit like, hey, you could have the best secondary in the league. If you can't get to the passer, it don't matter. They can't cover him for 6-7 seconds, right? It's the same kind of thing. You're not going to have PS2 on both sides, but opposite Aqib, you had to have Chris Harris Jr. Opposite Chris Harris Jr., you had to have Aqib. That's what made it work. That's what Barron has to be.
There is one more name that has not come up yet in this conversation. James and I will elaborate on it next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with neck pain, back pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best news. They can see you today. That's right, same-day appointment. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, and treatment options all in one facility. And their board-certified physicians going to educate you what's going on, why you're in pain, and then give you options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, they changed my life. I suffered with excruciating pain for decades. I quit playing golf. I quit going to the gym. And I'm telling you what, couldn't sleep through the night. Couple short visits. I got my life back. I went back to the gym. I went back to the golf course. I slept through the night because my back pain was gone, and they can do it for you too. Don't live that way any longer. I know what you're going through. Pick up the phone and make the call. Start your journey today, just like I did. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spine1.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste them. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, hey, you want some of this?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown.
All right, we're going to get to this name that's under a lot of pressure for the Broncos, offseason edition that has not been brought up yet. But I want to go ahead and wrap up our top 5 of the day. Top 5 Netflix streaming shows. Netflix originals is the caveat here, so don't yell at us if your favorite show is now on Netflix but premiered somewhere else First, James, it's time. The big reveal. You can reset your list and then give us number 1.
All right, my honorable mention was Queen's Gambit. Number 5 was Cobra Kai. Number 4, Squid Game. Number 3, Emily in Paris. Number 2, Outer Banks. And number 1, maybe has the best start to any series other than Breaking Bad. Like, it's in the conversation. Like, it starts with a bang, and it just continues to be great. It follows Marty and Wendy Bird and their family as they have to escape Chicago because they're, unbeknownst to Marty Bird, he's just this buttoned-up accountant. He just thinks he's running a normal business. Come to find out, they've been laundering money for the mob the whole time. His partner gets him into this mess, and now they have to move to the middle of nowhere to try and continue to launder money for guys that are on the wrong side of the law. You come across some amazing characters. Ruth is one of the best characters in the history of television. Darlene
Snell.
And she's growing poppy in the middle of nowhere in the Ozarks. It is such a great show from start to finish. And I don't know that there's any flaw in this show. Like, there's some crazy things they have to do with Wendy's brother. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, just unbelievable. Jason Bateman is one of the underrated actors going today. I'm going at number 1, Ozark.
Ozark, yes. It is a unbelievable show, and you outlined it brilliantly. Ruth Langmore is one of my favorite characters of all time. And those Langmores, baby, they are just cursed. They are just cursed. And it actually sums up, I went to the University of Missouri. I've spent, I don't know, a dozen trips down to the Ozarks between my time at school and after school. The Ozarks, James, you will never go by a trailer park and then a plot of land over a $6 million lake house with a boat. That's just what that place is, and they do such a good job of documenting. There are some people here that are really down on their luck, and there are some people here living large. And Ozark is your number 1. Honorable mention for me, Emily in Paris and The Night Agent. Number 5, Money Heist. Number 4 was Outer Banks. 3 was Dead to Me. 2 was The Lincoln Lawyer. And number 1 on my list, rest in peace to 90% of the cast, not in real life, but in the show, is Ozark. We find the same number 1. I would argue, I wouldn't even argue. I would just say it. This is Netflix streaming. Ozark's my favorite television show of all time. Any platform, it barely edges Breaking Bad for me. I think it's the best TV show ever made.
It's fantastic. Laura Linney as Wendy Bird is so good. Like, she is sneaky evil in that show.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Marty, like, he's just trying to get the family out of this thing.
He's just trying to survive.
And she's, like, gets to the point where, like, I think she enjoys it. Like, she enjoys being with the criminal element and on the wrong side of the law.
She's Walter White.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's some politics to it, and they open the Riverboat Casino. Like, it's just so good. It's so good from start to finish. One show that I thought about putting on the list, and it's a new one. I'm like, I want to see how it ages. Have you watched The Waterfront?
Yeah. I blew through The Waterfront like last week. It just came out a couple of weeks ago.
It's like Outer Banks meets Ozark. It almost felt a little bit like it was trying too hard. But the wife who was in Coyote Ugly, she's the bar owner in Coyote Ugly, she's really good in it. It's a good show. I want to see if it ages, but it might crack the top 5 if we did this in a couple of years.
Yeah, I thought it tried a little too hard to have the shock value of Ozark at times. But the last thing I'll say on Ozark before we get back to the Broncos is I meant it when I said, like, literally 90% of the cast no longer with us in terms of the show, not real life. You never knew when a main character was going to go in that show.
Correct.
And that's what boggled my mind is they are so afraid, these TV execs, these television execs, to get rid of main characters. Ozark had no problem doing that at any given moment, and it didn't just have to be series finale. Now, it was series finale for one lawyer, but it could happen in the middle of episode 2 of season 3.
Yeah. No, and none of the turns felt forced. And most of them you never saw coming.
No. I mean, Darlene Snell, Wyatt,
What's Darlene's husband name? That was a good one. How about the guy, like, it's either first or second episode. Just, downtown Chicago, he takes about a 80-story plunge.
That's the very first episode. That is
so good.
That is Wendy's.
Yes.
Wendy's side.
Yes. Wendy's side piece.
Jacob Snell.
Yes.
Jacob Snell is Darlene's first love interest. She would go on to find a second
love
interest.
A little younger.
In that show. All right, hit us up, Bravoslaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. So James and I are talking about Broncos offseason additions under the most pressure. He says Jahdae Barron. I say Talanoa Hufanga, but we got to give you one more name. I think it's Dre Greenlaw, too. Little bit in the same boat as Hufanga. Everyone feels bad for him that he snapped his Achilles in the Super Bowl. That stunk. That was terrible luck. That's the biggest game of his life, and he can't go out there anymore. But they also gave Greenlaw not as big a money as Hufanga, but more than $30 million if he plays out the whole contract and earns every dime. And I think he's under pressure because he has a chance to be the best middle linebacker the Broncos have seen since a guy like Danny Trevathan and Brandon Marshall, who were the dynamic duo on the Super Bowl 50 defense.
I think he's got the most potential upside because it's a position they've ignored for a decade. And I think we've forgotten what a really good middle linebacker looks like. Like, Alex Singleton is fine. He puts up big numbers because somebody has to make tackles 9 yards downfield. But, like, he's not Danny Trevathan. He's not Brandon Marshall. This is a guy that in Greenlaw that can step in and be that kind of linebacker, can be sideline to sideline, can cover tight ends, can stop the run. Like, we haven't had that kind of a guy. They've patched it together. Trevathan left right after the Super Bowl. Brandon Marshall left a couple years later, and it's just been Band-Aids ever since. So I think he's got the upside potential of like, well, great, we may get reminded of what it really looks like to have a top-flight middle linebacker. But if he doesn't pan out, we're in the same boat we've been in for a decade where it's like, they've been Band-Aiding this thing anyway.
But you also gave him 3 years and $30 million. Not that I'm too concerned about the money because the ownership group is so wealthy, but it may be a fear to reinvest in the position this time next year. And let's be honest, Dre Greenlaw made that list the other day of the top 10 off-ball linebackers. Someone that good may not come up on the free agent market. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch flew to his house to beg him to come back to San Francisco. He has pressure because you really want this guy to work out.
You really want him to work out, and he has potential to be a great addition. He really does. And for this defense to be the best defense in football, he's going to have to pan out. He's going to. But, the money to me, I think spending a first-round pick on a guy is a bigger investment than writing a check. When you got the kind of money the Broncos have. They can write checks every single year. They can spend, and you believe the salary cap is a myth. I think you're a little overstated on that, but you can finagle
You
it.
can manipulate it like you can't in any other sport in the NFL.
And if what allows you to do that? When you have unlimited cash. And the Broncos have unlimited cash, right? Like, they can buy their way out of mistakes. They're almost the Yankees and the Dodgers. Actually, they are the Yankees and the Dodgers. Other than there is a cap, so it's not totally unlimited in what they can do like it is in baseball, but from a financial standpoint, they have no limitations. I'm just not too worried about the money they give free agents. I'm just not. I'm not even too worried about the money they give, Nick Bonito or Zach Allen or Cortland Sutton, because if those contracts don't age well, they've proven with Russell Wilson they can absorb the cap hit, both from a salary cap standpoint and from a dollars and cents, just, true cash standpoint. I'm not worried about it. I think he's got all upside, and I just don't think there's a lot of downside. I think there's downside with Barron because of who they passed on. If Hampton turns out to be a 1,400-yard rusher and he's the offensive rookie of the year, he's better than Genty, and the Broncos passed on him, and Barron can't beat out Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan, that doesn't age well at all.
Well, Jahdae Barron's a guy we're going to be watching at camp a lot.
For sure.
And seeing where he lines up on that Broncos defense. Speaking of training camp, Monday from noon to 1 is the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We'll be at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. There is a limit of one per person, and it's while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. See you on Monday at noon, Arapahoe Road, First Bank in Centennial. Coming up next, James and I will put a bow on this thing as we head into the weekend.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great-looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Hopefully your Friday is off to a great start. I know mine is. And I got some great news from you from my friends at Trajan Wealth. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns. This is what I love about Trajan Wealth. It's a one-stop shop. They got you covered. Whatever you need, they're going to get you covered, and they're going to put you in the perfect plan for your goals, your needs, your situation. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. Give them a call today, 720-405-3300. And oh, by the way, Trajan Wealth will give you a free review, and they're a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Call my friends at Trajan Wealth today, 720-405-3300. They have offices in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to RapidRadios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Forced surrender.
We tried, didn't work. You have my permission. Have fun.
Opinion shaming.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way. And an occasional superiority complex.
You realize I'm doing a national broadcast, you morons.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so this is why Mike and Mark and Stokes texters are the best, because they hold us accountable. It's James Merlot and Will Peterson putting a bow on this thing on a Friday. 3 shows on the text line that we're getting a ton of that we missed, James. Not honorable mention.
Wait a minute.
Not on either of our lists.
Well, that we missed. I mean, how many shows did you write down when you were coming up with it?
Well, I wrote down 11 and ended up mentioning 7 on air.
All right, I wrote 12. All right, so if we didn't have it in our 12, if I didn't have them from 7 to 12, then I missed it. But I'm curious if that's the case.
All right, the number one thing we are getting, and I know the final season of this is about to come out, and a lot of people are upset because it's taken them like 9 years to make 4 seasons of this show. I couldn't get into it, but I know it's mega popular. It's Stranger Things.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it either. And I'm supposed to be able to get into it because isn't it like based in the 80s? It's a bunch of 80s nostalgia.
Yeah, and like aliens and
see, but I'm out. It can't happen in real life. I don't want to deal with it.
Never say never, man.
I don't want to, like, Ozark, that can happen in real life. We all learned how to launder money by watching that show. Outer Banks, a little far-fetched, but it could happen in real life. Emily in Paris certainly could happen in real life. Squid Game, pretty outlandish. Cobra Kai definitely could. Okay, so
Outer Banks ain't happening in real life. There's no city of gold.
I don't want to hear about Stranger Things. Take your sci-fi somewhere else.
Bloodline? I haven't done that one, but I know a lot of people like it.
It's a good show. That's now, to be honest, when I was putting together my list, I wasn't sure Bloodline started on Netflix. I feel like it started somewhere else, and now it's on Netflix, so that's why I left it off.
Well, you didn't exactly do your research on The Last Dance or Cobra Kai. So
Cobra Kai, nobody knows that started on some YouTube thing, but Bloodline's got the guy who played the coach in Friday Night Lights, so he's really good in that. That's a good show. It's set in the Florida Keys. That's always fun. Speaking of Florida Keys shows, I know this isn't a Netflix show, but have you watched Bad Monkey with Vince Vaughn on
No,
Netflix?
Josh Dover's a huge fan of that. He loves that one.
That's a fantastic show.
All right, and then the third one, and I know this is controversial in a sense because of some things that have happened offset that are not good. Let me just be abundantly clear. But House of Cards is another one that we got a lot on the text line for the show itself.
Started off great. The first season of House of Cards maybe is in the conversation with Ozark, Breaking Bad. First couple of seasons, probably. Is it Kate Mara that's in that?
Could be.
And there's an incident with the train.
Haven't done it, James.
You haven't seen it?
To be honest with you, no. I have not.
Oh, my gosh. No, that show, and it...
Wow.
Even before the stuff happened with Kevin Spacey, it started kind of jumping the shark with, like, okay, he's not going to get away with this much stuff, and then he's going to become vice president. It's just, it gets a little outlandish, but the first couple of seasons are must watch. It's tough now because you got to get over some of the Kevin Spacey stuff, but just in terms of the television show, it's so well done.
All right. Appreciate all the suggestions. You can keep them coming. We'll still look at the text line as the show rolls on.
We didn't get any Virgin River?
I saw like one or two of those.
We didn't get any Sweet Magnolias?
No. That's a you. That's a you thing.
We didn't get any Ginny in Georgia?
We got a lot of, if you guys are going to have Emily in Paris, what are you going to have Ginny in Georgia next? It's like, listen, you can't, you can try to take my man card all you want for like an Emily in Paris, but whatever. Yes, Ginny in Georgia did come on the text line, but more snarky because it was a lot of, well, my wife watches Ginny in Georgia. It's like, well, that means you watch it too. You just pretend like you're not watching it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Listen, if you don't like Emily in Paris, that's a you problem. You need better taste in television programs. It's a fantastic show.
Yeah, we did get a lot of man card revoked.
When I was in the 90s, I was watching 90210. I was watching Melrose. It's the same kind of guilty pleasure kind of show. It's a great program.
It is. It is. Did you have one more you want to give me, or can I get to one more thing I wanted to?
No, that was it. That's all I had.
Okay, those were good. Hey, yesterday was an interesting day for AFC West wide receivers. Mike Williams retired. Rashee Rice got sentenced to 30 days in jail. Suspension probably coming. From a football standpoint, that was kind of a good day for the Broncos. We'll see how long the Rice suspension is. They play the Chiefs a couple times later in the season, so probably won't impact much. But you didn't expect to get two pieces of major AFC West wide receiver news on the same day right as these camps are opening.
Yeah, it feels a little, off to be happy about bad news for other teams. But if we're just being realistic, yeah, the Chargers and the Chiefs they both took a hit yesterday.
Well, the bad news for Rashee Rice was created by his bad decisions,
yes.
So I don't feel sympathetic there. And for Mike Williams, Yeah, I'm sorry the guy had to retire. That stinks. You know, you would love to see these guys be able to continue their careers. But you're right. From a strictly football standpoint, who do the Chargers have? They have Ladd McConkey, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's kind of the end of the world there. If PS2 can shut down Ladd, I'm not sure how Justin Herbert's really going to beat you through the air.
I will be shocked if they don't sign a veteran free agent wide receiver at this point.
You think Keenan Allen goes home?
It makes the most sense. You know, he's been there. He's played a lot with Justin Herbert. He's still on the market. He's probably the best receiver that's still available. He's, you know, kind of the big body receiver, kind of the Mike Williams. Like, he would be a very adequate, might even be an improvement over Mike Williams, to be honest with you. At this point in their career, who kind of knows with each guy, but I will be very surprised if Keenan Allen doesn't wind up back in a Chargers uniform.
Yeah, but the problem is Jim Harbaugh kind of booted him out of there, right? Like, Jim Harbaugh came in and said, Austin Eckler, I don't need you. Keenan Allen, I don't need you. Mike Williams, I don't need you. Clearly, Mike Williams felt okay enough about the relationship that it could be mended. But if I'm Keenan Allen, I spent my whole career there, blood, sweat, and tears for the Chargers. This new head coach comes in and goes, meh, see ya. Went to Chicago. There may be some ill will still there where he wants to play for a different AFC West team, a la the Denver Broncos, and burn the Chargers for letting him go. I don't know. I don't know Keenan Allen, obviously, but just thinking what could be in his mind.
Maybe, but he's still on the market. Right now, he's making $0 in 2025. So he's hoping somebody pays him, what, $5 million? I don't know, pick a number, whatever it is. It's a heck of a lot better than $0. Nobody else is lining up to do it, and it becomes a situation where, hey, whoever has an injury in training camp in the preseason, that's who's going to have a need at wide receiver. That's where I'm going to go. It just so happens to be the Chargers. You let bygones be bygones. Brock Osweiler came back here for crying out loud.
Because he was desperate for a gig and realized he could probably get on the field.
Keenan Allen right now, I don't know if he's desperate for a gig, but it kind of looks like it.
Oh, I bet Keenan Allen has a lot more suitors than Brock Osweiler had in 2017 when he had to come back to Denver.
I don't know, but what are you smirking about over there?
Big Perm on the RamosLaw.com text line. I'm not going to read it on air, but it cracked me up. So well done, Big Perm. James, I will give it to you when we're out of here in just a few minutes. Hey, what do you got going on this weekend? Kind of your last free weekend, really, before football season has arrived.
I am heading up to Cheyenne tonight, little Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Oh, nice. It's that time of year. Yep.
Travis Tritt. So, again,
wow,
little nostalgia, going back to the 90s. It's going to be one of two things. And he's not the main act. He's the opener, which is kind of a bummer. But it's either going to be, like, really cool, like, Travis Tritt still got it, or it's going to be, this is a total bummer, because all of a sudden he is, he's not what he used to be. Travis Tritt, a former Super Bowl halftime show.
What year was that, or what Super Bowl number?
I want to say it was
Give me a ballpark.
I think it was 94.
Okay.
So that was probably Super Bowl 29.
Right before the Broncos got there a couple times.
Yeah. So Travis Tritt, former Super Bowl halftime show. I'll be watching him live tonight in Cheyenne.
Okay, and you once saw Taylor Swift open at Cheyenne
I did.
Frontier Days when she was, barely out of high school or in high school? I mean, this was before, like, people knew who she was because she's not getting that gig unless she had made some good music, but you didn't realize at the time, hey, I'm seeing the biggest global superstar in 15 years or 17 years from now live as an opener.
It was wild, and I honestly don't even remember who the concert was. I remember her distinctly. It might have been Kenny, but yeah, I saw her as an opener at Cheyenne Frontier Days, standing down on the dirt. You know, because if you're down on the infield, you're on the rodeo dirt for the show. It was pretty cool. Cheyenne Frontier Days is a great time. It's so much fun. It's really cool. Go up there for the rodeo. Go up there for the carnival out there that some of the rides look like they might be the stands down at Broncos camp. But no, it's a ton of fun.
Easy. Make sure you got a Red Bull or something in your future because you were up early today and you got a long night ahead of you, but it should be
How about you?
a
What
good
you got
time. I did get invited to the Rockies game, but we don't have enough time. It's not tonight. It's not tonight.
I don't care when it is. You're part of the problem.
I said I got invited. I didn't tell you if I accept it or not. I'll tell you next week when I see you on Denver Sports tonight. Dover and Cecil coming up next.
With two new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air. Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
EV and Auto. Always know where to go.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
The guys will be back next week. It's not Josh Dover, it's the other JD here at The Fan. John Davis sitting in with Danny Williams, who has done a record 750 hours of radio this week here at The Fan.
You're funny. That's funny. No, there's guys who put in more. I've just been around the last few weeks as guys have been out of town a little bit. But you got to give credit to. Happy to be with you, though, John. It's going to be fun
for
today.
Sure.
And you got to give Spivak and you got to give Kistner a lot of credit because they make it pretty easy for guys like me and you to come in here and do it.
Yeah, when when getting topics together, putting a good show together.
For sure. They're pros.
We got the Tribe roll call. Let us know your name, where you're at, what you do for a living. And I'm going to throw this out, and we're going to come to it later in the show, Danny. You've been around for a while. Colorado sports player that left one of our teams that hurt you the most. That it felt you lost sleep and things like that. We've we've had a lot of great guys come here. Obviously, Peyton Manning. We've gotten, Allen Iverson.
Sure.
Came here.
Ray Bork.
Ray
came here.
Bork. We forget Patrick Waugh.
Absolutely.
is a guy that came here. So
absolutely.
We've had a lot of good come into Colorado.
Shoot, a lot of good ones.
But as far as guys that have left, that's why I think the Sidney Crosby rumors get people so excited because we've seen it.
I'm sick of
We've
this.
seen
I
it.
mean, come on, let's cash in on this rumor.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
hey,
Is it going to happen?
I heard this. She likes you. Yeah. Well, do you know what? I really like her too. Well, at a certain point, let's get it on. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so it's Sidney Crosby to Colorado, man. It's hard for a guy like Sidney Crosby, who's an icon of, not only of the sport, but of his franchise, a really proud franchise too, a great one. To leave, it's tough. It's
I don't think he's going to.
I don't think so either. You want guys to come play with you. You don't want to be going and chasing it somewhere else. But in that league, in that sport, and in sports today, man, who really finishes with one team for the entire career? There's not a lot of Tony Gwynns and Cal Ripkins these days.
Yeah, no, and Devin Booker apparently wants to do it, but we've already got one. Nolan, we've already got a response on the text line.
That's a good one.
So Tribe Roll Call, Colorado sports player that left one of our teams and it hurt you the most. And it can't be retiring, can't be something like that. They had to have gone and played.
It can't be John Elway not playing that one more year.
Right.
Where Mike Shanahan's like, okay, well, you could even just play in the home games here if you want to. Let's make this work. Let's find a way to make this work,
You don't have to leave.
Yeah, literally. You got to go as far as Cherry Hills to downtown. So it's a 20-minute drive, 15-minute drive with no traffic.
It's I'm going to throw you an interesting what if.
Okay.
We're going to start off here with an interesting what if, and we're already getting a few some really good ones here.
Yeah.
Generally, Mike Shanahan tried to sign Deion Sanders in 1995 before he went to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Deion went and won one Super Bowl with Dallas. After that, the Broncos won two, so he made the wrong choice. Had he come here, the Broncos probably don't lose to Jacksonville.
Ooh.
You think Brunell and Keenan McCardle and Jimmy Smith are doing that?
The easy one.
They couldn't get a pass rush on Brunell, but Deion's shutting somebody down.
So, John, the easy answer is to say they had to go through the pain and wherewithal of the loss in '96 to Jacksonville in order to really propel them forward to win those next two championships. So, I love the road you're going down, and we've been doing this kind of butterfly effect thing. How Shanahan's firing led to McDaniels, led to Tebow, which led to Payton.
Payton. Yeah. When you start connecting, well, the thing is too, if Deion comes here in '95, they probably don't sign Neil Smith.
Okay,
so it might even out somewhere, or maybe John retires earlier because they win sooner.
So many little moves from those teams. I mean, there was the core, but we've talked maybe with you about this before. That you just trade a second-round pick for Tony Jones. Tony Jones comes in, it's like, damn, he's a beast.
And Reggie White in that Super Bowl.
Oh my God, he's so special and exactly what this team needed. One or two more dudes to get over the hump and put it over the top. So. Yeah, those teams, man, I don't know. There's no such thing as really, you can't win two and be a dynasty. And no one's won three, which we should have saw coming with the Chiefs and the Eagles. It's right in front of us in 60 years of Super Bowls. There's never been a three-time champion. The three-peat doesn't exist in that sport, and we should have saw that one coming. But the Broncos could have maybe done it.
The Broncos could have done it. So with that, we've already. I'm going to throw some names. Danny Williams, John Davis, sitting in two very plain names.
Oh my gosh, dude! It's like they might think we're AI. People might think we're AI today because you could probably do that, but not maybe with the level of style and sophistication as you and I, John. So that's what the computers don't have against us yet is personality yet.
Never replicated. So we asked Colorado sports players that left our team, went to another team.
Yeah.
How bad did it hurt? They're flying in here. A lot of Nolan Arenado.
Okay.
You got the Rockies hat on now. That was my brother watched every single Rockies game. I don't think he's watched one since.
That's Heartbreak City.
Because
that's traumatic.
Yeah,
it's like a loss of a friend.
Is that maybe the biggest one? Because think about this. Before that, I actually was on the air the night it happened when Nolan left. And the only one I could think of was when and I'm getting a lot of Dikembe Mutombo too, because it was kind of like
That was just shocking.
That was so bad.
That was super surprising and shocking, and it went right to the core of like the franchise and him not wanting to be there. He had bigger, grander pictures. He's a businessman. He's helping people in his country. You know, he probably didn't take the Nuggets serious enough as a franchise at the time, I think.
Yeah, and they didn't want to pay him, and all they had to do was keep all those guys together.
Yeah.
What a terrible offseason. But Nolan, because you look at it right now, for one, everybody loves baseball here.
Yeah.
Right now, we could have like Nolan and Nicola and
Oh, yeah.
McKinnon. It just what we would be watching here would be incredible. But he left, and then I think the return, which was you paid him. It doesn't sound like any of the prospects have done anything. So Nolan's going to be one we're going to get a lot.
Well, now it really feels like the Nolan trade was the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
When you pay one of your franchise's greatest players, a guy who's going to the Hall of Fame one day, when you pay $50 million to send him away, it was a real slap in the face to fans. It was a real, like, we have no shame as an organization. We don't care what people think about us. And that's a dangerous place to be, a dangerous place to live for ownership group who I said this, John, the Broncos over here, about 10 minutes away, we have the richest owners in professional sports, all of professional sports, okay? You go up north instead of east to McGregor Square, wherever they post up, and you have the poorest owners, maybe literally the poorest owners, mom and pop owners in professional sports. And I don't know all the hockey owners, you know. I'm sure there's some cheaper hockey, owners, but they don't do it any, worse than the Momforts do it. So what a discrepancy.
So Nolan Arenado, that one. Here's another one. Colorado sports player leaves to another team. I'm getting a lot of this. I'm actually interested in this. A lot of people giving me Steve Atwater to the Jets.
Okay.
I'm not as burned by that one. He won a couple Super Bowls. It was his last season. He was at the end of his road. I think, but he's so beloved just seeing him in any other uniform.
That was weird because if you know Steve Atwater, he's like one of the most classiest guys ever. I mean, he treats everybody so good. He's like that perfect. I don't know exactly what he does. He's like brand ambassador guy over there for them. He's just a class act. So I remember that being about money. And to not take care of a guy like that at that point was weird. And, I'll have to maybe ask Steve when we're at training camp, hey, bro, what happened there? Why? How did that shake out like that? And he came back pretty quick, but
he did his 1 year. He did the sign
did
for
his
a
time.
day. Well, and he came here too, week 4. Remember, the Broncos and Jets were in the AFC Championship the year before, and then they both were like 0-3.
Yeah.
Then the Jets came in here with Atwater, and they beat, and Steve jumped and fist pumped when they stopped the Broncos at the end of the game. So that's a good one.
That's a really good one.
Yeah, we have so many coming in. We're going to try to get to as many as we can. It's John Davis and Danny Williams sitting in with you. Danny, you and I, the last time we were on the air together, we stumbled into something about Sean Payton. And it's something that I think is being overlooked as far as optimism towards this Bronco team goes.
Yeah.
What is it? Danny and I will get into that next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit. You know what's sweeter than cake? Owning your own home, even if you're self-employed. At cakehome.com, forget cookie-cutter mortgages. For K-1 or 1099 income, we've got non-QM loans baked fresh for you. Modern solutions for complex finances without W-2s. At Cake, we know your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. No W-2? No problem. Cake slices through outdated paperwork, helping you claim a bigger slice of the American dream. Whether you're a designer, dog walker, DJ, or contractor, if you've got entrepreneurial hustle, we'll get you qualified. No fluff, just fast approvals, flexible options, and a mortgage process that makes sense. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Or visit cakehome.com for info and 5-star reviews from business owners like you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
John Davis and Danny Williams on the air with you today. Heading into the weekend, training camps next week. So with that, what song is that? That's
this one?
Yeah.
This is Chili Peppers, right?
That's what it
No, this is Epic. Faith No
More. Oh, Cecil. This one is Cecil's. Oh, man, if Cecil knows we didn't get that. This is one of Cecil's favorite bands.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it's from that era where we were coming up with that. But Danny, training camp next week.
Yeah.
We're here. Football's going to be back. You and I were on the air about, a month and a half ago or so, and we kind of fell into the whole, hold on, because in the offseason, everybody was expecting this big retooling of the offense, and they got Ingram, they got Dobbins, but Sean Payton doesn't really get free agents. He likes to develop his own guys.
Yeah.
So there's a history of it with Colston and Michael Thomas and Jimmy Graham and Alvin Kamara, and even though they were first-round picks, Ingram, Reggie Bush, that's how he built his offense.
Well, then with the Devery Hendersons, Lance Moores, Robert Meachams.
Look at that.
Yeah. No, you too.
Yeah, but those were like number two. I was given the Pro Bowlers. You got the.
What I'm saying though, and I want to let you finish, but like you're right, Sean Payton. This group of receivers kind of feels like this combination of guys. You got to have one horse to lead you, one dog, and that's Sutton. But Sutton and these guys, I keep saying enough. It's got to be enough for Sean. You know what I mean? You don't have to. You're right. T. Higgins wouldn't have made this whole package here that much better, I don't believe, than what we have right now. That's growing and maturing like at a proper rate.
How do you think people are going to react, though? Because while we've seen stuff out of Mims, we've seen, as much as nobody wants to admit it, we've seen some stuff out of Troy Franklin. We've seen him drop balls too, but then we saw it kind of come together in the playoffs. We like what we've seen out of Vele.
A lot.
But right now, yeah, he's really taken a step. But right now, are we putting too much on these guys to out the gate just be ready to go?
Too much. No, I don't think so. Obviously, Sean's comfortable with these guys. They didn't go sign a Josh Reynolds guy this year to come in that's like really not going to be better than any of your young guys who you drafted, who you kind of really liked, and who are yours, like completely yours, not a guy came from somewhere else. Got that paper. How motivated is he? How overrated in the previous system might he have been? What I really like is that I like Vele. Spivak likes Franklin.
Somebody I might like Mims.
A lot of people do. He has, if he's like we said, that poor man's Debo Samuel gadget kind of guy where
flashed.
You're going to design big plays for him, then you got to like him a lot. And then a lot of people like Pat Bryant, who we don't even know what the guy's capable of. Kiss, do you have one guy of the group other than Cortland who you like of the young guys?
I'm a big fan of Marvin Mims.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
I was saying for before last season, I was like, use him like a Debo Samuel type guy.
And they did.
You're welcome.
And they did.
They did, and he was. I think with Mims, where I'm at, that I like. I'm not a stats guy. I think it's easy to manipulate. What I like about Mims to me is timeliness. We saw some big plays at really important moments from him. The Monday night, the one of the best plays we've ever seen for the Broncos, that 90-yard play, whatever that was. And then the deep ball against Cincinnati, and then the game winner, or game tying, should have been a game winner, Sean. Go for two. But with Mims, I like the way he's opened it up. Now, to some of these other guys, we still need 3rd and 6 guys. We still need those types of players, and it's who can fit into that role, I think, is also important.
Vele just seems so consistent for me, and the guy he showed up and showed out right away. Once training camp rolled in, and we're like, who's this? The Vele? Vele was making plays there. It carried through preseason, and then it carried right into the regular season. 41 receptions for a guy who's in a group of other guys you're competing with, besides competing with being a really young player just trying to fit in. He's going to have a big jump. He's going to have a really big jump, I think.
And he had those receptions. I think he was a scratch for a couple games last year. I don't think Vele even played in every game, and he still came down with good statistics.
Yeah.
But I do worry we are kind of projecting what we think these guys can do. Do we have enough evidence of the next step?
Okay, what do you mean by that? Because what I take from that, and we talked about, is we went through last week every receiver's stats, and every guy we had 20% better on the dollar. There's only so many touches to go around. Not every guy's going to level up. A couple guys are going to have kind of stay the same. 1 or 2 guys is going to fall out of favor, and then Pat Bryant needs some touches too, right?
Yeah, well, and that's one thing about Pat Bryant. I would not be surprised if we don't see a lot of him. I think in the Elway GM era, post-Super Bowl specifically, the roster was so bad year to year. We were expecting so much out of rookies, when in reality, if you look at Benito, if you look at Mims, they've more recently let guys come along at a more appropriate pace for the development of young guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if Pat Bryant, if Troy Franklin takes a step forward, and it doesn't even have to be massive, Pat Bryant's reps and plays and everything goes way down.
Pat Bryant, I think, is the most who projects to be the Cortland Sutton replacement. So I think that's what maybe some people are kind of gravitating towards, in that sense of these other guys kind of fit molds and roles. Not to say what I'm hoping is Pat Bryant is hits early, and one of these other guys in the group ascends into a 75, 80 potential catch guy, and then pushes Cortland Sutton down to the wide receiver 2 everybody thinks he kind of is, and then eventually out the door, which it's sad. I don't mean it like that. I've been sticking up for Cortland Sutton here, since I've been here. And
thank you.
I just,
so do I.
Again, it's I'm pushing back hard because no one Spivak, I love his stance. He's like, call his bluff. He's under contract. Drew doesn't think he's worth a lot more than he's currently making right now. It's the discrepancy to the guys who he's in the class with. Calvin Ridley, Jalen Waddle, DJ Moore, and like 3 or 4 other guys who are making $30 million, $27 million, and he's sitting on $10.5 or $12 million, whatever is $13 million. You got to bump him, make him happy. Don't reward him. That sounds strong, but kind of in a way, from the Bridgewaters to the Locks to the
Simeon
to the Trevs, to
Jeff Driscoll.
Oh my God! Look at you. That's beautiful.
Remember that?
Yeah. To Joe Flacco.
Well, Pat Shurmur calling plays.
That's good. He's been through it all. He's been a pro all the way through. So
that's and about Cortland. Kind of like what you bring up there because that's always. This is a guy who has never been a problem. Who, like you said, has played through and done through everything that the organization's asked him.
Totally.
Yeah, he got paid. He came back from a pretty bad knee injury a few years ago. And
all the way back.
All the way back. And as the team got more stable, his play got better. And I think that's something early on in his career, how good he was. He popped right away, and then everybody kind of cooled on him a little bit. But with Cortland, he's got all the leverage here. Because
I agree with you.
Because they
Oh my
didn't
God.
go
Listen,
replenish the roster. The not replenish, but it's all unknowns and unprovens in that room except for Cortland Sutton.
Why don't people want to acknowledge without Cortland Sutton, there is a huge gaping hole within this offense that cannot be filled by any other receiver on this roster right now. You just can't do it, and it's really, I think, would bring and drag the offense down quite a bit, and make them certainly take a big dimension away of what they're capable of. And if that's the case, if they were, listen, I think, and we had Kliss on yesterday, I think by the time we're back here on Monday, Cortland Sutton will have a new reworked deal.
Yeah, because training camp's on
believe.
Tuesday. I think they want him there the whole time.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good prediction. It's John Davis and Danny Williams sitting in for the guys today. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Player that left a Colorado sports team that hurt you the most. We're getting a lot of good ones coming in. And also Monday from noon to 1 p.m., it's the next giveaway for our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft t-shirts. We'll be at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Obviously, limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find out the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. It's going to be First Bank, banking for good. All right. A lot of hype around one side of the ball of the Denver Broncos. How good can they really be? And are those expectations realistic based on last season? Danny and I get into that next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Dental phobia? Consider sedation dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight
weight loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis, Danny Williams sitting in, got Kevin Kistner behind the glass. It's a good time of year for Kistner. He can always get up and close to Bo Nix. This time, how excited are for you to go see?
I can't wait for training camp. Got the tickets already bought for the season. It's like, oh.
Can I tell a Kistner story real quick?
Of course.
This is like 6-7 years ago. We're out at training camp. And he comes running over. I talked to Peyton Manning. I told him that I said he's better than Tom Brady.
That's so true. Okay, so
jeez, fanboy.
This all happened.
So we all know I'm the biggest Peyton Manning fan out there.
Yeah.
So that day at training camp, don't forget, it's Brandon Stokley, Joel Dreesen, and Orlando Franklin. They're all my friends. They're all connected with the station. Mm-hmm. And we find out Peyton's there, and no one wanted to introduce me to Peyton. I was like, what the heck, guys? And Dreesen goes from
you asked, can you introduce me to Peyton?
It was pretty obvious.
He was like, you ever see that buddy where like the girl walks in and he's like, I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to talk to her, but nobody will break the ice for him.
Yeah. I had no wingman. And Dreesen goes from like the VIP family tent to the media side. And then next thing I know, Dreesen's in the huddle. I'm like, Joel, you got to pick one. You can't be all 3 positions today. And then I met Peyton on the way out. I just shook his hand and was like, "Hey, man, I'm a big fan. You're definitely better than Tom Brady." And I walked.
Oh my God, that's wild.
And I walked back to the tent in Orlando. Was it you with Orlando?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, it was me.
And I'm literally shaking. Like this is. I always wondered, who am I going to be more nervous to meet, Carrie Underwood or Peyton Manning?
Yeah.
I think it's Peyton Manning.
But you met Carrie too?
Not yet.
Oh.
So we'll find out. But yeah, it was. So I was there. I was maybe the first person you talked to post the greatest moment of your entire life.
And then the next day, you guys had Mike Shanahan on, didn't you?
I didn't, but he was there. Yeah,
okay.
I wasn't the one interviewing.
Orlando interviewing Mike Shanahan. So I come back to the tent, and Orlando goes, "I can't believe it. I just interviewed Mike Shanahan." I'm like, "You're nervous about Mike Shanahan? I just said hi to him walking over here."
So, yeah, it was a lot of nerves out at camp. So hopefully somebody gets to meet somebody big this year at training camp.
Do you have a plan, a design on finding a way to meet Carrie Underwood? Are you gonna You know, do you have something up your sleeve there?
I might propose that day. I don't know.
Kevin's gonna meet Carrie Underwood and be like, "You're a better singer than Tom Brady."
I mean,
you're a better singer than Whitney Houston.
He's gonna go in on that, but
that's
yeah.
pretty funny. Man.
But that's what's awesome at training camp. You never know when Payton rolls through. There's just guys that just show up some days, and it's like, wow.
Training camp stories. I think it's never boring.
No.
We were talking about Courtland Sutton. I was standing there one day. Emmanuel Sanders, a great friend of mine. Our sons are friends. Have played sports together for years. Courtland Sutton and Emmanuel Sanders started fighting.
Marilat and I were live on the air.
Just started throwing, haymakers.
It wasn't a football fight. It was a.
And those two guys are both SMU. I mean, that's there's a brotherhood there, and it was just emotions. Emmanuel went to the Niners not too long, after that, and it's what it is. It's stuff like that happens,
It happens out there at training camp. So we'll see. That was the year the 49ers came in here and just waxed the Broncos.
Oh, yeah.
In training camp. It was so bad. Speaking of the 49ers, one of those guys that was there that day, Dre Greenlaw, is now part of the Denver Broncos. This Broncos defense, Danny, I'm going to start here. Last year, ultimately, what grade would you give the defense last year?
A-.
A-.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're pretty high on where they ultimately were last year.
I just think Bo Nix and Sean Payton kind of combined for 29 touchdowns, but it wasn't like the tight end group that was, that helped the offense really achieve anything special. The run game was like a non-factor, and you got to give credit to the offensive line for how good they were. So it was Courtland Sutton, who was like the most productive offensive guy, and then a bunch of young receivers. So how did they kind of get to 10 wins? Well, what was consistent? What kind of worked, even though it wasn't perfect down the stretch, and it wasn't perfect against the most elite competition, which we'll talk about with Kev to support some of the stuff you're saying, was the defense. The defense was kind of how'd you get to 10 wins? The defense first, and then Sean and Bo, and then you kind of go from there.
So with that, why do you think it is heading into this? And then we'll ask the big question. But why do you think Sean ultimately, because we could see by the moves they made that in Sean's mind the defense was what held him back last year, not the. I'm just going off of.
You think that Sean thinks that?
Yeah, because they the two, Evan Ingram and J.K. Dobbins is your two big moves. You sign Hufanga, you sign Dre Greenlaw, you draft Jahdae Barron,
Ingram, Barron.
In the offense, you kind of do some things like we talked about. Sean's more comfortable with, I got what I need.
Yeah.
I know how to move these guys along. I do think it comes down to you couldn't get off the field against Lamar. You couldn't get off the field against Burrow. You couldn't get off the field against Josh Allen is kind of what it all came down to.
So, Kevin, we can't go any further until you pump your stats he did some beautiful homework.
Let's hear it.
Early in the week where, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, I'm just pulling them up here on my text chain. But they were okay. So against the elite quarterbacks last year, Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, and Herbert times 2.
5 games.
Yeah, 5 games.
They were 0-5, and they gave up 28 points per game and almost 300 yards per game. When they played everybody else, not name those quarterbacks, 10-2, 13 points a game.
Half. Less than half. So that said a lot. It said, you can take that in a lot of different ways. Those quarterbacks cook everyone and carve everybody up. Okay.
Sure.
It tells you that Broncos did level up against the rest of the league, 10-2. Again, they lost to a lot of winning teams last year and beat a lot of losing teams. But it goes to, I think, what you're saying a little bit is in some of the biggest moments where Sean was supposed to go toe-to-toe with the most highest powered of offenses, his defense kind of let them down. The offense, what's sad is 0-5 in those games. There wasn't like 1-4, 2-3. They won in a shootout in 1 or 2 of those games.
The
That's
Bengals
disappointing as well.
Yeah, the Bengals and the Bengals running playoff team. That's the only game where the offense produced.
Yeah.
The offense, Bo caught a touchdown against the Ravens.
Yeah.
and they almost beat Kansas City, but they didn't produce a whole lot on the way there. And then Buffalo, there was the big play early, and then it was pretty much nothing from there. But I think there was ultimately a lot to like. It's not like the defense got exposed.
63 sacks.
Exactly.
Is a gigantic number.
And a lot of those were against Burrow. They were pressuring Mahomes. They did have success. NFL.com, and I hope I get this right, analyst Gerano Felice predicts the Broncos will be the number 1 defense in the NFL in 2025. Are you, based on the moves they've made, because we've seen significant additions to this defense, Danny, do you think that's accurate that the Broncos can be number 1?
I think they could be. I'm not greedy. I don't get thirsty, like they say. I'll take a top 5 or 6 or 7 defense because these sack numbers are hard to predict. Turnovers are hard to predict and manifest. And like we say, the ball is shaped funny and bounces weird. Okay, so it's like, yeah, right? Yeah. So it's like, who's to say they're going to have the 63 sacks? It might be 48, could be 53. And then those pick numbers, tipped balls, fumbles. I remember John Fox in practice always, if ball's on the ground, you pick it up and go all the way, like you're trying to manifest and create that mentality of turning it over, and that then the turnovers will come. That may work, it may not work at all, But I'd say it would be taking a pretty big jump to, as bad as they were against the really elite quarterbacks. But if they could be a little bit better against those quarterbacks, and just simply run it back and kind of have these same stats, then they will be a top 5. Number 1 is hard to get to. Could they? If Greenlaw comes back and he's an all-pro,
if he's who he's been,
yeah, I mean, really, but an extreme leader, the first guy they've had that position since Trevathan, who could do all the physically gifted things. There is that kind of chance, but I think I've said there's a 25%, 20% bust out rate on Dre Greenlaw.
A 25%. So you think 75%
likelihood he comes back and he's that same guy. 20 to 25% bust out rate.
Well, the injury, I mean, he's been injured. He hasn't played. It's an Achilles, not a knee, which I'm going to be honest, I don't really know how guys come back from Achilles. Yeah, like Demarius blew his Achilles out after his rookie year, I believe, and came back.
Yeah.
And lit it, but it took about mid-season. It took a while. Oh, man. Yeah, bust out meaning it just doesn't work.
Yeah, he's not the same guy. An injury that's going to take a whole nother year. So, like, this year is like he's not the same guy. So what do we do the following kind of year with him? Can we cut him? Could we do we want to run it back with him? He's older. Again, some of the best, I've said this too many times, some of the best stuff is that they were here trying to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, literally trying to, remember when they're trying to, Jason Kidd showed up to try to get
Antonio McDyess
Pierre
here, Lacroix towed
and
their
like
car.
Sean Marion, the Matrix, like all the sons were here trying to get Antonio in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, didn't Pierre Lacroix got their limo towed?
Really?
Didn't he? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Part of that element was the Suns were here trying to recruit McDyess and Pierre Lacroix.
I sure
trying
hope
to get their limousine.
True.
I like your Greenlaw take and why you're pointing him because, for one, he potentially outside of Pat Surtain could actually be the best player on this defense.
Or most important.
Most important. And here's why. Herbert, Lamar, Burrow, they tore up the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Where the Broncos were having a hard time was they were exposing that middle linebacker area.
Yeah.
So that's, if he busts out, that number 1 defense, or if he's just not, if he's hurt, if he's still, I think that's a really good point you make there. So it's going to be exciting. We want to see them step up. It's a harder schedule this year for the Broncos.
Hufanga adds a lot of depth. We could talk about it. He's young, adds a lot of depth, but they're really good their secondary is really, really good. Not with or without him. I don't want to say that, but the impact that Greenlaw has a chance to make is the reason, you just said it, why they could be number 1 if they go number 1.
They could. We're going to keep sending in 303-713-1043. Send in players that have left Colorado sports teams that hurt you the most. We're getting literally hundreds of these coming in. We're going to try to get to them. And also, let's go inside the internet. We'll do all of that next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant style results right in your backyard. And check this out: smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
Wendy's Takis Fuego meal has a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich and small Fuego fries inspired by Takis chips. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's while supplies last. Takis and Fuego are used under license.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
John Davis, Danny Williams. We're going to do Inside the Internet, but keep it coming. We are going to get to all these players that left Colorado, sports teams that hurt your feelings when it comes back. We had a pretty good debate here, and we're going to get to all of that. So 303-713-1043. Keep it coming. Danny, Inside the Internet, this is This is something that I always see videos of on the internet that I don't think it's very specific to it. Zach Bai would like this. I watched a lot of professional wrestling growing up.
Yeah, so did I.
And I continually, there's these videos that come up now that will show rare wrestling occurrences.
Yeah.
And do you remember that character of Kane?
Yeah.
The Undertaker's. They debuted him at what's called a house show, which is a non-televised. He had a cape.
Kane did?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And when he entered in, he had on this really
Was it
ridiculous...
an old gimmick?
Was it an old gimmick? No, they were just trying it out to see how it worked. But it was right before he debuted. So there was always rumors of this over the years. But I finally got to see this Kane wearing the cape.
Yeah.
And then there was another one. Lex Luger, before WrestleMania 10, was going to wrestle for the belt against Yokozuna and then Bret Hart. And then Bret Hart. They actually brought Lex Luger out with the belt on and introduced him as the champion beforehand to see how the crowd responded.
No way.
And that video has leaked recently.
Yeah.
So I've been watching all these kind of mythical wrestling videos on the internet. So that's kind of what always catches my eyes anytime I can get one of those on the internet.
My eyes have been on the internet seeing this CEO and this HR lady at the Coldplay concert go down. Both married, I guess, to
other people.
Yes, other people, not each other.
This is taken over the internet the last few days.
What do you think about it?
For one,
do you feel sorry for them, or did they have this coming?
Oh man, that's such an interesting.
And now there's some conspiracy theories that people like, that this guy getting brought down by a co-conspirator.
That somebody got in touch with Coldplay's at the center of taking down a marriage.
How big is this CEO? Maybe he's,
that they got. It's that's an interesting question. I guess it's. Do you feel bad for him? I guess it's one of those. It's a risk you take when you act irresponsibly. And I think anymore, I don't know how you guys are like this. I'm just assuming there's a camera on me at all times.
Yeah, like the Truman Show.
So I'm just like always, I'm not about to get in some argument in a restaurant or an airplane because somebody's going to get me, let alone cheating on my spouse at a Coldplay. I mean, it was... The odds that they'd even get that on there is crazy, but it's do you feel bad for him?
It's weird. I feel bad for like everybody involved because like they got kids and things like that stuff happens. It's life is kind of what it is, but that's a tough way to go down and be exposed. This guy's I don't know, should he lose his job for this? He's the HR lady, should she lose her job for this? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
You make a good point too, and I think this is important is some of these people have kids.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the memes and all of that. And that's unfortunately just where we live now is that you have to just, that happens and it does affect people that are catching, just
strays,
catching strays as the kids say. But overall, I mean, are you like that? Are you like me, Danny, where you're just like, hey, like this guy cut me off in traffic. I want to get mad, but they could pull out their phone and start filming me, act like a maniac.
This day
so
and age,
I'm just going to chill out.
People are dangerous for one. And you got to be very, very careful. Even for what's lower than a D-list celebrity if we're D-list celebrities? Like we don't want to get in trouble around here or anywhere. Like it's, you don't want to, it's be very careful at all times. Have some self-control. Maintain some self-control.
Every week somebody's getting off an airplane. They're just yelling at people.
No, or like you said, fighting at a restaurant or getting into it, or it's like just have some shame.
No, yeah.
No shame in people's games anymore.
No shame in people's games. So, Danny, the internet is going. We asked just sports players that have left that have hurt your feelings the most. There are so many players
tons
in here. We're getting a lot of. Okay, so we're getting a lot of Avalanche. Nazem Kadri, Ryan O'Reilly, Paul Stastny.
I like the O'Reilly one because it just was kind of a beloved guy. Like everyone liked Ryan O'Reilly. He was a gamer. He had that kind of it factor, Chris Drury kind of just it factor. That was a tough one. There's a lot of Rockies. You can go through the list. A lot of Rockies. I said DJ LeMahieu, man. It was like one of those signs of the end of the respectability era of the Rockies when he goes to the Yankees, and he's real difference maker for them. Same with Trevor Story. Where, no matter what you thought of Trev and if he deserved the money or not, he did more than Chris Bryant. That's for sure. How did that work out? So, Brutal stuff with the Rockies. They got a lot of them. The Avs are more like guys we just kind of beloved guys that were part of really good eras of, or even bad eras of Avs hockey. It's just different. Hockey guys different than baseball guy or football guy or any other guy. So, yeah, hockey's they're beloved.
They're beloved, and I think like when you're looking at John, remember when Kane was Dr. Isaac Yankem? That was his gimmick before he was the evil dentist wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that. I think like with Stasny, Ryan O'Reilly, people hate Duchesne, but if you want to put that there, I think some of the guys, there's two things that maybe make it hurt more long term when they didn't get the ultimate goal. Like when you had a bunch of talented guys and they didn't win a Stanley Cup or a Super Bowl or a World Series, and what you got in return, I think plays a factor in all this, which is why we talked about it. Melo, and there is some people saying Melo.
Yeah.
They got a haul for Melo.
Well.
And Jamal ended up being, so in the moment it probably hurt, but in the long term, everybody's okay with how that turned out.
They got stuff back for Melo, but it wasn't the best deal. We obliged to Carmelo, sending him to the team, the exact team that he wanted to go be a part of, and we therefore kind of had to take whatever they had or were willing to give us. Especially in that era of the NBA, Carmelo should have been traded to the 76ers or the Brooklyn Nets for a team that had like 3 lottery picks. And do you know what? Okay, so, and don't give him what he wants. Trade him to one of those teams. Make him go to free agency before he goes back to the Knicks, because it would have set theoretically up the Nuggets with, you draft. Eventually, you're getting an Embiid in a draft like that. Eventually, you draft. You hit. And
but
that's
then you don't get Jokic.
Well, hold on. That's quite far down the line. That's the butterfly effect. That's gotta go. There's some highs and lows there because, again, that deal led to 57 wins. Okay, but Iguodala left, didn't want to be here. There was no star to really elevate. You fire George Karl. You hire Brian Shaw. That you fire him after a year and a half. Then Tim Connolly, Masai leaves. Tim Connolly. It took a while to get to Jokic, and Jokic was just such an accident, the most beautiful accident. But you're right in a sense if you want to go there, and that's why we're not so angry at Carmelo anymore. It's because we reached the mountaintop. We found an even greater star, so that's why it doesn't hurt so bad now.
Yeah, we feel like we ultimately won that. We screwed the Knicks, dude, because we traded McDice for Camby and Nene, and then McDice blew his knee out immediately for him. We got a bunch of good years out of Camby and Nene. Keep it coming, 303-713-1043. Players that left a Colorado team that hurt you the most. We've got a ton of them going. John Davis, Danny Williams. We'll keep it all going next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent.
Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
It's John Davis and Danny Williams rolling with the Tribe today, sitting in for Josh Dover and Cecil Lammy. I say it every time. Obviously, they play Can I Kick It by Tribe Called Quest to go with the Tribe. Q-tip of a Tribe Called Quest. His name has since actually changed, but his birth name was John Davis.
No way.
So we are very full circle with this right here.
Let's go.
But Danny, with Mikko Rantanen and Michael Porter Jr. leaving, two guys that were on championship teams here, bigger names recently leaving, we threw it out today to the text line, to the Tribe, 303-713-1043, ramoslaw.com text line. Players that left that hurt you the most. And check this out, back-to-back texts right now. Lyle Alzado.
Whoa.
From way back. Part of the Orange Crush. When he left, he actually went to – a lot of people think he went from the Broncos to the Raiders. He went to Cleveland.
He did,
I think, for 1 or 2 years. But that was a very early one, and that was before free agency and things like that. But he boxed Muhammad Ali at Mile High Stadium.
Yeah.
And this sounds like a made-up story, but it's –
No, it is.
It really
Absolutely.
happened. He boxed Muhammad Ali in an exhibition at Mile High Stadium that made the Broncos angry, I think is so the story as I've understood it. And they sent him off to Cleveland. He ends up going to the Raiders, wins a Super Bowl there that year. Marcus Allen ran over Washington. But kind of an all-time popular name with Denver Broncos fans, even though he went to the Raiders, Lyle Alzado.
Oh, for sure. There's a bunch of these really good ones. I like the Shannon Sharp one. Why? Because it really felt like, I don't like that it happened, but it felt like the end of an era. When Shannon kind of left, it felt like the end of an era. I mean, Terrell Davis breaking down.
John retires. Atwater goes to the Jets.
You still have kind of like the offensive line, which maybe people thought, and we believed at the time, you could still win, do something with this. That's when they're toting out Orlandis Garys and the Tatum Bells, and just guys are Mike Andersons, and they're just pumping 1,000, 1,200 yards out of anybody they put out there after that. But it was kind of never the same. Shannon came back, but what Shannon did for the Ravens, I mean, they had the defense, one of the greatest defenses of all time, but their offense was like Shannon, Stokley, and Jamal Lewis, who went for 2,000 yards, but like the passing,
not that year.
He didn't go.
It wasn't that
okay.
year.
But you had, Shannon was like the core of the offense of a team that was just barely good enough to win a championship. I was like happy for Shannon because it wasn't at the expense of the Broncos necessarily.
He scored a long touchdown on the Broncos in the playoffs.
Yeah, and then Stokley caught the only touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's
Shannon sucked at the time. It did because he was good there. He was good in Baltimore.
Really good.
There was a game against the Raiders, I believe they had that year where he had like this like real highlight, like 80-yard touchdown.
Okay.
Where I believe it's one of those like where you see a guy running and he's almost falling over himself as he's getting. But Shannon came back. So I think that had he not come back, he not come back, I think that one would really be up there.
If there's a right and a wrong, there is no right and wrong. There's no right answer for this, but it's got to be mellow, I think, unless you really come strong on Nolan Arenado. But right now, the feeling we have with Mikko and how Mikko kind of did us in the playoffs kind of hurt.
Ooh, okay, so
I think that's a gnarly feeling right now.
That's an interesting one because Melo didn't really come back to haunt us directly. It didn't feel like it. We beat him every time he came here. He didn't have this ultra team success. He was fantastic with the Knicks. But Mikko, how about this? Is there a worse way to lose a Game 7 than the way the Avalanche lost to the Dallas Stars?
No. That's why I kind of...
That might...
But I think kind of Mikko was fantastic in those playoffs. I mean, he ended up being like tied for the third most points or fourth most points throughout the playoffs, and he didn't play in the last couple series. So that all happened against the Avs, and it happened in the series after that. So, yeah, man, Mikko comes back to cut your heart out. He comes back to cut your heart out.
So does that make it...
worse?
Does that make it the all-time worst?
Well, because he's an all-time great Av.
Yeah, won a cup.
He's an all-time great Av. I mean, the guy's likely going to the Hall of Fame, okay? But now in it's this analogy I use, he's probably teeing off on the 12th hole of his career. 11, 12. So he's got a lot more hockey left in front of him. He's just going to go play that hockey somewhere else. And there's times he's the top 15 player in the world, and in the playoffs, there's times he was the top 5 player in the world. Where is he? Probably somewhere in between. I'm not in the business of losing guys that talented and that important and of that ilk.
And then it comes back to just bite you immediately. In the most heartbreaking way.
Dude, unbelievable.
A third period
They
hat
didn't trade him
trick.
to the Stars, but again, you can't let a guy like that get to the Stars. And, it's kind of unbelievable. It's weird we're downplaying it. Like, we're not acting like it's not as much of a big deal as it is. The dude went to Dallas, a rival you were just this close with, and buried you in the first round in a year you had made every kind of move to try to get over the hump again. And now they might be getting further away from it, the Avs. Ooh.
That's interesting. So here's one.
Yeah.
Players that have left Colorado sports teams that affected you, hurt you the most. Elvis Doomerville.
Ooh, fax machine.
Elvis Doomerville. The fax.
Couldn't get to Kinko's or whatever fast enough.
And keep in mind, this is 2012. The email had been around at this point. The internet wasn't new in 2012. So the fact that they were faxing is hilarious.
That was in the end no real accident, right?
I believe I'm with you on that.
It was like Emmanuel Sanders is in the Chiefs complex, and you're talking to Peyton Manning's people or the Broncos saying, hey, we want you here in Denver. Get here. And how do you sneak your way out without being looked at as really a bad guy? And how do you kind of make that look? There's no way to do it. And that was Elvis's plan and his people's plan to not make himself look bad to a Broncos country who really did love him.
They did, and we like to butterfly effect things. The following year, they went to the Super Bowl. They lost. Vaughn was hurt. Blew his knee out.
The whole season.
Derek Wolfe was out the entire year. They end up losing Chris Harris Jr. Sean Phillips comes in, gets 10 sacks, but it's kind of a weird.
It was fake. It was like hollow.
Yeah. If Elvis is there.
Ooh,
the
you
Legion
can't
of Boom.
stop.
Yeah.
I don't know if just how bad they were in that Super Bowl. I don't know if one guy like that makes up for.
I agree.
And then even the dynamic of him being there, how does that get in the way of that? And they were destined to go to the Super Bowl no matter what that year.
Mm-hmm.
The 12 team was the best, maybe.
The 12 team that lost to the Ravens?
Yeah, because if they would have every team to win a Super Bowl, John, you have to there's one survival game where you just survive it and then it kind of propels you and then moving forward, and there's one or two games in the playoffs where you look like the team that you are to go on and win it. The 12 team was, if you survived that Ravens game, you cruised because you're still throwing looks and fits and that no one can prepare for, because it's what Payton and the team is doing is still so fresh and new. And I just think that was, again, the 12 team was a Super Bowl team that got away. The 96 team, we feel like, man, we should have won it. But again, I'll use the crutch of we needed to go through that to propel us to win the next two. I don't know if we were really ready yet. So, just stuff you think and say.
Yeah, it's ultimately in both situations the Broncos got a ring.
Yeah,
and that's what helps. A couple other. So but Josh McDaniels comes in. He sends out Cutler. He sends out ultimately Brandon Marshall, Tony Scheffler. That was a number one offense that they had there. All they had to do was kind of stay at the 12th overall pick, draft Clay Matthews. As much as I love our guy Noshawn Moreno, but you still had Elvis. You had Champ. You just needed to tinker with the defense a little bit. Eddie Royal was still there. So kind of that promising young core of an offense being sent away.
The entire offense as a whole. As you brought this up, and we talked about it right at the beginning of the show, and we mentioned it just for a sec, Cutler and Marshall combo. I wrote it down, and you cruise through the show so fast. It's easy to leave stuff behind. At the time, you just got to think about it. At the time, Cutler was ascending. Mm-hmm. Brandon Marshall was already it. Scheffler, Eddie Royal had caught 90 balls as a rookie. It seemed like it was really coming together.
And the O-line was great.
The O-line was really good. They were 8-5 at one point with Mike Shannon, 8-5, and I think they lose the last three to finish.
All their running backs.
Yeah,
they just kept losing all their running backs.
And at 8-5, though, John, it felt like this is coming together. Maybe not this year, but next year's Shanahan-led Broncos with Cutler and all those cats are going to be, the team of the future. And what happened? We brought it up last week. Mike Shanahan goes into Pat Bowlen's office, and Mike Shanahan said, I thought he was going to ask me what we were going to eat for lunch that day. Pat Bowlen, I thought, he went in the office, what are we having for lunch that day? And he fires him. And the rest, hold on, wait for it, is history.
Is history. One of the most infamous, you know it, and how good of an owner Pat Bowlen was?
Yeah.
Season ticket holders, we all got a letter about it. Just like, we know what happened, we know you're upset. And that's how good. Rockies, you got a letter? Rockies.
No, he just responds on his iPad, his tablet, back to fans directly.
Just does it directly.
Yeah.
But interesting, a conversation has come up through CBS Sports about where a trio of Broncos ranks in the NFL. I actually think it's too high.
Whoa.
Danny and I get into that next.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
John Davis, Danny Williams, sitting in with you today. Real quick, getting a lot of good stuff on the text line. We were talking about how people, players that left Colorado bothered you. And people were upset about Cutler leaving at the time. Somebody wrote Cutler sucked. Yes, ultimately it did not work out for Jay Cutler, but when he left Denver, he was very good. So that sucked. Here's one real quick before we dive into this. Clinton Portis.
Oh, well, gosh. That's a great one because you felt like Clinton Portis was the next closest thing to Terrell Davis, like this is the next one.
Dominant.
And Clinton Portis, he didn't want to start saying this stuff. He's not a borderline Hall of Famer, but he is a great one. He had a really, really nice career. He's not going to anyone's Hall of Fame, but Clinton Portis was really special for a hot minute.
Really great years in Denver. Two of the most dominant, most productive years in Denver. But
yeah. And we got Champ in return.
And we got Champ, so it worked.
It
Ultimately, it was fine. We ended up okay.
Absolutely.
So CBS Sports ranked the best trio, quarterback, running back, wide receiver. So this is a trio from what I understand, meaning only one at each position.
Yeah.
We're not talking like the room of running backs, the room of wide receivers. They had the Denver Broncos, and I want to know if you think this is fair. They had the Denver Broncos ranked 21st with Cortland Sutton. They used R.J. Harvey, not Dobbins, as the running back, and quarterback Bo Nix. And here's what they said. Denver just edged ahead of the Bears in these rankings. Like to the point that if the person who ranked the Broncos 16th had instead ranked them 17th, they would have been exactly tied. Alas, they end up right here and with a pretty significant disparity in how they are viewed by our panel. And that's in direct contrast to the Bears. I'm going to kind of stop right there. The Broncos 21st, just edging out the Chicago Bears. Let's just start with 21. Best trios in the NFL, quarterback, running back, wide receiver. How do you feel about the Broncos being at 21?
I think it's right on.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of giving these generic rankings of my own to the three guys. Bo Nix at 8, and it probably should be around 10. Cortland Sutton, the execs just did, we did it with the quarterbacks, we did the wide receivers, and he was in like the others receiving votes at 26. So like according to executives and players, whoever put that list together, Cortland Sutton essentially was the 25th or 26th most valuable wide receiver in the league. And then Harvey, I have him as like DFL, the last starting running back, because he's just such an unproven commodity. Right. And even if the other running backs like Hampton is going to have a better, I think probably a little bit better opportunity to run the ball in LA, then Harvey's going to have a chance here because of the success they had last year. So if I got the 8th to 10th ranked quarterback, the 30th ranked running back, and the 25th ranked wide receiver, yeah, that probably does put me around 20, 21. I guess.
Yeah, and it's...
What do you think?
Well, this isn't the best sports talk radio way to do this. I think 21's probably right where they should be. I've got the list pulled up. Seeing who's behind them,
yeah,
that makes sense. You got obviously the Bears, the Jets, the Seahawks. Yeah, that makes sense. The Steelers, 25th. I forget who their running back is now, but with Jalen Warren running back. But you have Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf.
Aren't we in such a better quarterback situation? Should that weigh heavier in these calculations? And
yes. Yes.
Do we put a little ×2 on or a little multiplier on the value of the quarterback in this equation here?
I think you do. They have him ahead of Drake May.
Okay.
Patriots at 26 have him ahead of Russell Wilson.
Yep.
And the Giants at 27. Then after that, you get Cam Ward and the Titans.
Malik Neighbors is like 5 or 6 or 7 on these lists.
Malik Neighbors should
way
be
rated high on some. So he,
they're ahead of the Colts. They're ahead of the Saints. So the Broncos, 21st makes sense. Part of it is relative to the field because there's about 10 teams there that are just not.
And then
just not there.
As we're talking here, again, like the Giants have nothing going for them other than Neighbors. So the Neighbors, if they rank him 6, that really gives them so much more value than the quarterback or running back really are even worth in this equation. So, I got to look at the whole list. But, 21 sounds about right. How high could they elevate this group, even based off these 3 guys, through the season into the end of the year? How high could they go? So there's as high as 16, as low as 28, right?
Yeah, in 21, and when I first looked at this, I thought 21 even seemed high because you pointed it out. RJ Harvey is just flat out unknown.
Yeah, he ain't even a has-been. He's a never was.
Yeah,
I mean,
we don't even know him. Bo Nix, love him. Kistner, cover your ears. I don't think he's top 15 quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Okay.
Get out.
If he is,
Do you know what
Kistner's on his way in here to
go home.
He's furious with me.
I like your pushback against that because, Nick's threw the 6th most touchdown passes. He was as high as 6th in terms of quarterback rankings that was a few weeks ago, one of the first ones we saw, but he's been around 15, 16, 17 on some other lists we saw. So I think I probably have him at, on my list, 10 to 12. Because there's an ascension there. I'm giving him some credit for projecting a little bit forward. But if you're right, you are right based on just alone stand on the ground today, what it is, what it looks like, the accomplishments of the other guys in this list. 15 is kind of right around there.
So Nick,
right around there, man.
And then, like you said, Cortland Sutton, we got him just getting into the top 25 wide receivers, which seems weird to me, but when you look at the list,
it is. He's there. That's what it is. But there's no shame in that, bro. He's still Calvin Ridley, DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle. There's some other that's not a bad group and tier to
Devonta Smith. There's a lot of number 2s that are considered really good.
Yeah,
but
and
you
there's
do
some
wonder,
other lower end ones.
Yeah, and so the article goes on to say this, which is interesting though. They say. And this is CBS Sports ranked top trios, quarterback, running back, and wide receiver in the NFL. They had the Broncos at 21st. We think that's about right. Said in there they do say, I think people have a hard time knowing what to do with Nix, who executed Sean Payton's offense at a very high level as a rookie and is clearly a high floor player. I don't even know what that means. I don't know why people keep saying that, but a high floor player.
Yeah.
This is stupid. Ultimately, you put him at 21 because individually you look at these players going, okay, but Sean Payton is kind of the lurking presence in all of this.
Look at you. Does Sean Payton elevate the 21.7 to 16, to that high of 16? And maybe whoever had them at 16 was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, and you asked how high could they go. They could get cracked top 15.
As a group.
If RJ Harvey takes off, Bo Nix, because there's certain teams, or if Dobbins, and that's the thing too. I'm actually surprised I didn't have Dobbins in here. Kistner, how do you handle this trio?
I would say they're probably around the right spot. I would say maybe top 15 they could crack.
Yeah,
a lot of it's just so uncertain with RJ Harvey right now. We just don't know what we're getting. Since I was a big Omari and Hampton fan, they have the Chargers at 13th right now.
Who's the receiver?
But is it even Hampton or is it Najee Harris who they're basing that off of?
They got Hampton.
They got Omarion.
Wow, that's wild.
Okay, so that's interesting there. So Omari and Hampton, they're projecting him to be better than RJ Harvey. I can understand why they would project that.
And they have Ladd McConkey too. That is a strong trio.
But is Ladd McConkey better? So you're saying Herbert's better than Nix. That's what they're saying there.
Yes.
They're saying Omarion better than...
Yes, drafted a lot higher, a lot more higher, kind of touted the clout on him.
And then I think they're doing Ladd McConkey because they project
who was a little bit more productive than Cortland Sutton last year.
Who would you rather have? Because you know what you have in Cortland.
Ladd or Cortland?
Who would you rather have right now? Ladd, and the contract doesn't count.
Ladd because the youth.
I would take Ladd.
Ladd because I got him for 5 more years and then the 3 more that
this
Cortland
season
might have.
This season.
I would take Ladd.
Wow, no Sean Moreno smiling somewhere. That's his guy. Okay, are the Chargers, real quick, I want to do this, ask both of you, are the Chargers 7 better than the Broncos? Because what is that? Yeah, 21 to 13?
Yeah, they are.
That's 8. They're 8 better than the Broncos in this trio?
Because Najee's
Kevin?
more proven, too. Like, Najee Harris is a proven commodity, too. Herbert is, I think, a top 7 or 8 quarterback in the league. And I'd trade Herbert for Bo Nix right now just to stir it up right here in the middle of the show. I would do that. I would trade Herbert for Bo Nix. And it'd be hard to do. It's not an easy decision, but I think Herbert's got MVP inside of him type of goods. Bo Nix, we hope maybe one day we could talk in that kind of tone and talk about him. But Ladd is good, too.
That's good. And we'll come back to this because the Chargers is a very interesting point of this conversation as opposed to where we think everybody sits within the AFC West. The Denver Nuggets, people have worried about Nikola Jokic leaving Denver, but is there a big name potentially lurking to come to Denver in a few years? Who is that? We'll do that next.
Ooh.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant style results right in your backyard. And check this out. Smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Ain't shady, baby, I'm hot, like the prodigal son.
What song is this? Do you know this song?
Left Hand.
Okay. Kevin Kistner on the, Kistner loves country, but he will, if things call for something else, Kistner's always very cool about.
I've said this about him before. He's a little bit country, he's a little bit rock and roll, and that's what we love about him. He's good.
Yeah, Kev's always Kev loves country like I love rap. So while I don't listen to country, I relate to his.
Dude, it's like me and you, like complete opposite, but the same.
But the same, exactly. Nah, Kistner always doing a great job behind the board. So it came out this week. I don't know who originally had it. I think it was a website called Fadeaway World, but an NBA executive warns the Lakers about Luka Doncic bolting for the Denver Nuggets. It was reported by Anthony Irwin of Clutch Sports that if they're not careful, Luka could leave the Lakers for the Denver Nuggets. We're so worried about Jokic leaving that we know that Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic are super tight. There's a picture of them entering the Nuggets arena a few years ago when we played the Mavericks, like laughing and smiling, and they're about to play each other. But I think ultimately, Danny Williams, do you think this is even in the realm of possibility?
I do. I've always thought that there's a relationship and a connection that could one day, play into Jokic and Luka playing together. Now that Luka's already been sent away from the team that he seemingly really loved and thought he would be there forever to a team will be another star. You can't ever be the greatest Laker. Yeah. Does he love L.A.? Maybe he does, okay? So maybe there's some things that he really is loving about being there, but maybe not. Maybe he values a relationship and opportunity to play with Nikola rather than, again, the legacy that he thought he was going to have in Dallas, which is now non-existent. So in a year, in 2 years, if the writing is on the wall that this guy's going to leave, I got a package. Let's get Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, as many first and second rounds picks as you want. Peyton Watson. I mean, beggars can't be choosers, Jamal's a notorious Lakers killer. Let's find a way to get Luka into a Nuggets uniform sooner than later, man. I love this.
It would be a few years ago, I would have said no way, because I think Nikola ultimately wants to stay with the Nuggets his whole career. I don't think Jokic, I know he didn't sign the extension, but I don't think he wants to. I do think he'd like to play with Luka, and I don't think Jokic would want to play in LA.
No, I think that Luka's now. While Luka is over the next 2 or 3, and maybe 4 years, as we go into the season and we go on FanDuel and look MVP, best odds to win the MVP. Luka's that guy, right for projecting, but Jokic is right now the best player in the world. He is a 3-time MVP and a Finals MVP. Luka's got some clout and is, a superstar, a global star, but it's like Jokic is the big brother. You got to come play with me.
Yeah.
You got to come play with me. I'm not going to play with you.
Yeah, and you also made the point, if Luka was still in Dallas, I would say I don't think they'll end up playing together.
Yeah,
because
you would think he's going to be there forever.
Yeah, because Luka doesn't want to leave Dallas. Luka's got no loyalty to I think he does feel loyalty because they traded for him and they embraced him, and he looks great, by the way. Luka Doncic, yeah. He's definitely motivated more than I think people felt he was. But yeah, his plans were changed. And
maybe he doesn't want to play with LeBron. Maybe maybe LeBron's planning on playing with the Lakers another 2 or 3 years, and Luka's thinking, "Nah, I don't want this."
Do they want LeBron there another couple years?
What's weird. Maybe they don't know any better.
Isn't that it? They might not. Oh, they got new ownership now. So,
well,
but Genie's still making the calls.
I hear you, but Hal Steinbrenner is no George Steinbrenner. Okay, the apple sometimes falls far from the tree. You know, remember you heard of Johnny Bolin, the Blood of the City?
Yeah.
Sometimes the apple falls far from the tree. And no disrespect, because every time I see him out in public, I dap him up and say, "Man, I love your family, love your." You know, he's out and you can see him. He's on the streets.
Yeah,
Johnny,
yeah,
man.
I've seen him out there. And with that though, it's just an interesting conversation with the way the NBA works this day and age. Could Luka come here? I don't think it's impossible.
No.
We'll see how these extensions
I think
go.
it's very possible.
And they got who'd they get? DeAndre Ayton.
Yep.
That's fine. I think they're fine with that. I think it makes them better. I don't think it moves them around the West to the Lakers very much.
They're the Lakers, though. If they were to lose Luke in a couple years, they'll find a way to come back, bring themselves back. The league will wink, wink, help you in a certain
Somebody
way.
will want to play there.
Yeah, it's the Lakers, man. It's like the Celtics. They're never down for long. I mean, there's certain brands, and there's lesser of those brands in the NBA, and that's why they're always good. I mean, there's lots of NFL crown jewel legacy brands. There's 10 of them. You know, the Packers and the Bears and the 49ers, and you throw the Broncos in there, and you got the Patriots now. In the NBA, it's like the Lakers, the Celtics, and like who else? You know? And there's some Miami kind of new age. So it's the Lakers will be fine if they were to lose Luka. It's more devastating for Mavericks fans to lose Luka.
Oh, they got Cooper Flagg though. So
yeah,
everything. One thing too that I think is interesting is I love the Cam Johnson move, but his contract is up in 2 years.
Yeah.
So if the timelines align,
look at you,
because Cam's going to get paid. You play 2 years with Jokic and you're as good as Cam Johnson is. Somebody's going to break the bank.
Well,
and maybe it is the Nuggets too. But
say Cam levels up with Jokic and is a 20-point per 21-22, still doing all the same numbers, and is just super productive and is an asset. Well, then him and Jamal could be a part of this sign and trade thing to get Luka here, whatever it may be. How do we keep Christian Brown in the fold? Because he's such a, if you're going to trade for the out of this world superstar, he's would have to be probably involved in that deal. Just for a guy like Luka. Anyone else, I'm like, Christian Brown's like, it's weird. It's like untouchable to me. You can't have him unless it's for like Giannis or in some kind of package.
We'll only
like
trade
that.
Christian Brown if we get Giannis and Antetokounmpo back.
Or Luka. I swear Christian Brown, and I've said this, he'll be on the Olympic team in 2 or 3 years.
Oh,
He's
that'd be
that
great.
Special.
That'd be great. What are the Nuggets that have been on the Olympic team? McDyess, Carmelo,
Melo's the king of the Olympic ball.
Fareed.
Olympic, like
USA Olympic.
Yeah.
USA Olympic. McDyess was the
Fareed
first.
was on, yeah.
Fareed.
Yeah, Kenneth Fareed was
and
on.
Melo.
One of the,
so's 3.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I may be back in time when they sent like college guys in the 80s, or maybe when there was a Nugget or something on one of those teams. But no, that's pretty good.
And real quick, did you see Jamal working out?
I did.
With the team in Vegas.
Looked good. Same thing you're saying about Luka.
Yeah. Jamal looked good. People
working out with the young guys.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be there.
And he's doing it. Jamal is a guy that I thought he was more consistent last year than he has been. I think a lot of people watch Jamal through whatever lens they want to view him.
For
and
sure.
a lot of times it's a dislike.
It's the not enough lens.
Yeah. And I'm interested to see how he responds this year. You're pretty positive on him this year.
Again, I'm positive on the whole group, the Nuggets as a brand and as a whole. But I said it last night with Dante. If there's one big question mark, if there's like one leaning, like we have a new front office, a new executive kind of group there. It's going to work together, and they've already made some moves that everyone's really happy with. You got a new head coach, and it's not the new head coach who's was a part of the old staff necessarily, because there's an entirely new staff. And I think there's going to be a lot of where Coach Malone treated them like a dad and a stepdaddy. Coach Adelman's going to come at you like that big bro. You know what I mean? And then the players, you couldn't have asked for more in terms of the reboot. It's not a rebuild.
The reboot.
Yeah. And so it's all about Jamal. Like, what's the one thing that we can't really measure or determine or predict what kind of guy you're going to get there, from the attitude and the effort to the health? It's a lot of the Nuggets aspirations to win a championship again over the next 2 years at least. That's immediate future as we get it 2 years into this new contract for Jamal. is what kind of Jamal you're going to get. That's the biggest looming question.
That's going to be the one that everybody, because he's going to be the scapegoat because MPJ's gone.
Or he's going to be the hero, man. What if Jamal comes into the season, averages 22 or 23, makes an all-star team?
Oh, they'll win the championship, and he will be.
Bingo.
He'll be the hero.
Bingo.
He will be the hero. John Davis, Danny Williams sitting in for the guys. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle of Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. It's worth it just to go see the Zach By cutout, to be honest. But for more info and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Get a picture with that. I'm stealing one of those cutouts when this whole thing's over.
Mustache on it.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that'd be great. I think his shirt's tucked in the cutout too, which is really hilarious.
Oh, that's awesome.
But it's time to check your ex. What's on your timeline? We do all of that next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round.
The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream, a sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
It's John Davis and Danny Williams sitting in, hanging out with the tribe today. Josh and Cecil will be back soon enough, but it's time to check your ex. What's on your timeline? What do you need to know ahead of your lunch break? Here's a good one, Danny Williams. The Colorado Rockies were a World Series team in 2007.
This is so unbelievable. I cannot get
It's
over
insane.
this.
Their regular season at home attendance average that year was 28,979. The Rockies are currently 22-74 in 2025 and on pace to finish 37-125, and their regular season home attendance average is 30,128. It's a couple thousand higher than the World Series year. You've got on the Rockies hat. You love baseball. What do you how do you feel when you read that?
A lot of different things. A lot of different kind of ways and emotions. It feels like, again, we just want to punish the Momforts in some way, shape, or form. It's like we want them to know how angry we are, and we want winning baseball. One of the most kind of untapped reservoirs of potential, fandom beyond our wildest dreams were to be if the Rockies were to put together a perennial winner. Look how we supported the team in 93 when they got here. Look when Coors Field opened, how we supported the team. Blake Street Bombers, man, like this is a baseball town. We just don't really know it yet, okay? So what the Rockies have kind of become is just such a travesty. The hole's so deep that I don't know how you kind of ever dig out of this, because you have to find 2 or 3 starting pitchers at some point to our winners who can elevate the whole process, and they've never been able to develop a pitcher ever. Find a guy like that, like almost at any time in their franchise. So in terms of the wins and the losses, I don't know when, how, and if it gets better over the next 2, 3, 4 years. Okay, the attendance numbers, I might be a little bit to blame for that, because my sons and my daughters, we love to go to the games. We go to 7, 8, 9 games a year, okay? And we show up in the second or third inning. We always leave a little bit early. We spend a little bit of money. We watch some of the game. It's like you're there for the star, which is the field itself. You're not there to watch Brenton Doyle and Hunter Goodman, any of these guys like that. It's kind of the sad reality of what the Rockies have become. But I don't know if there's a solution to this, but these stats here are mind-boggling. And I said bottling because all my thoughts are bottled inside my head.
It's nice.
Bottled up.
All bottled up. This is a weird thing. Part of the reason I think the attendance is good, and even though it's been almost 20 years, is Rocktober created diehards. It created people that it made people love baseball that maybe previously didn't. It made people love the Rockies that maybe previously didn't. And I think there's an element, you said the field. Look, if you love baseball, you're going to want to go watch baseball.
Yeah.
Even if your team sucks, even if it's something to do in the summer. It's an easier thing to take kids to than a Broncos game. It's cheaper. For one, it's way easier to get kids to that sporting event.
There's tons of Dodgers fans in this town.
Yeah.
There's tons of Cubs and Cardinals fans. There's a lot of Giants fans. There's a lot of Giants fans.
There's a ton of Giants fans. Yeah. The Red Sox are obviously.
And do you know what? There's more Padres fans around here than we think about. JJ plays with tons of kids who are like this. The kids are Machado fans. The dads are Padres fans. A lot. It just feels like there's more of that than you would think.
And so I think kind of my whole thing with the whole boycott them, I don't think it's the fans' job to stop liking something
and to go do something that your family enjoys
Right.
doing that's special if you only have a chance to go to 2, 3, 4 games a year.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I think where to get the Rockies to change, I think it has to come from national media pointing to how they're run, and it becoming annoying for the for MLB.
Yeah.
To hear it, because I don't even know what MLB could do, but it has to step in to be like, you're not even attempting to field something competitive here, and you need to do that. But as far as fans, for one, it's clear that that's not working, and it's clear that's not going to happen.
Owners have had their teams taken away for disgracing the league, and there was the Clippers owner.
The Clippers, Don Sterling.
Yeah, he
and,
was doing some pretty
Washington
heinous
Snyder.
stuff.
But Momford's not out embarrassing. He's not out acting.
No.
He's not a bad guy.
No,
he's infuriating a lot of people.
No, they're just not in the business of winning games and competing for championships. They're in the business of business. And, McGregor Square, all that kind of stuff around the stadium, for one, it's all beautiful. But right outside kind of Lodo there, what it once was, everything's kind of closed down now. It's not, and I'm not going to go Stokley on, talking about downtown here, but I don't know. It's just not the same kind of being down there. So it even goes to the point of how are the Rockies maintaining this incredible kind of level of being able to draw fans when it's not the same going downtown. It's all kind of about Rhino and River North over there now. It's sad. It's a bummer. Maybe this stuff kind of happens behind the scenes. How have the Walton Penner Group, the Cronkies, have not said, hey, franchise, we know it's worth $2 billion. Here's $3 billion. You'll make it up over time, but get the Rockies in your portfolio. Imagine Mark Cuban, like we said, owning the Rockies, someone who's just competitive to a fault, just wants to win at any costs. Winning baseball here, Rockies baseball, could be something so special that we just really have only had a taste of. Rocktober.
Yeah, the town would lose its mind.
Yeah,
this town would go crazy if they would love it so much if the Rockies won. So that's because it is weird. Rocktober, man, it's almost 20 years. It's almost 20 years ago, which is wild to think about. But yeah, so we'll see if they get it. We're doing Check Your Ex. I got one.
Yeah.
I saw this from Hoops Hype. Dame Lillard's back in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
With a strong run in Portland, Dame Lillard could retire as the best point guard to never win an NBA title. So you've got, let's say, Russ Westbrook. You got Russ Westbrook, Chris Paul, and Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
Of the three, let's say none of them win a title.
Yeah.
How do you rank them as best to worst?
I had to think about that. I don't know if you throw like Rod Strickland. There's a couple.
Rod Strickland.
But I think those tiers of those guys is they're kind of all to an equal kind of place.
They're all going first ballot, Hall of Fame.
Who was the greatest? Who had the greatest career? Chris Paul, Russ, and Dame. Chris Paul, Russ, or Dame. Chris Paul was the only MVP of the group.
Westbrook.
I'm sorry. Westbrook was the only MVP of the group. Chris Paul felt like maybe the highs were higher, the highest.
And stayed there.
Yeah, Lob City was pretty special, and then he had the Pelicans cooking for a little while there.
He went to OKC. It was kind of a throwaway thing to get Russ to Houston, and then he was good in OKC.
Once Russ left OKC, he was kind of never the same guy, Right. And man, that's a tough one. But Dame
could cook.
Was probably the most talented scorer. Physically athletic of a body was Russ. Russ could have played like
peak Russ was probably the best.
You think peak Russ was the best of all of those players? Or peak Dame? Peak Dame was All-Star Game MVP, launching, doing that thing.
Who would you take, I guess, would be...
Right now?
How about this? Does Chris Paul... Maybe we have Chris Paul third, but I think Chris Paul would continually give your team the best chance to win.
I think
based on
might
what
have
he does.
Chris Paul one.
I think Chris Paul's one of the three.
Because of like the reputation.
And I'm no Chris Paul fan.
No, I'm not either.
But
he
it's,
ain't got no rings.
Yeah.
Remember the commercial?
But it's I think if you needed to win, you bring him to your team, Chris Paul's going to do what's necessary. Phoenix shouldn't have got rid of him.
I agree.
So I'm going with reluctantly,
so hard.
begrudgingly, Chris Paul ahead of Dame and
There's no right
and
or wrong
Russ.
here, and I
Right.
think anyone you ask here, anyone listening is going to have three different answers than we're going to have. But I got to go Paul, Russ, Dame.
Who do you got, Kistner? If you could rank Russ, Chris Paul, or Dame.
All-time great.
Lillard, Russ, Chris Paul.
That's an order?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
do it in?
Yeah.
That's who you would take.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's no right or
No,
you're,
that's
you're
really
good
hard.
regardless of which guy you get.
Oh, man, we're at a time where we could do a lot. There's a lot to chew on with that.
There's a lot there. Danny, you said something kind of earlier in this show as it pertains to a Broncos position group that I think is the biggest question mark on this team. What did Danny say, and what do we think could happen by Monday? We'll do all of that next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 3232 now.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I
Sitting in with the tribe today, John Davis and Danny Williams. Danny, again, you have done every day, every show of radio that the Fan offers in the past week.
That's fine.
9 hours of radio a day.
No, I'm just getting some touches lately. I'm available and just try to come and do a good job. And again, like Kevin, Drew, man, all the guys back there make it fun, make it easy. I've known Dover, Cello, all these guys around here for a long time, so it feels good. It's all good. But I really enjoy doing the show with you, John. It's always fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We got Kiss. I've never called you Chicken Fingers. I knew you for so long as Kistner before. It doesn't work to call you Chicken Fingers.
I guess I never realized that.
I never called you. Do you get called that like when people figure out who you are? Will they be like, "Oh, you're Chicken Fingers"?
Yeah, actually, last night at Keith Urban, I was talking to one of the security guards, and he's like, "Are you on the radio?" I said, "Yeah, I'm on KYGO and I'm on the Fan." He goes, "Okay." He goes, "I'm Denver Dave or Denver Dan." So shout out to him. But he was like, "Your voice sounds so familiar." I go, "Well, I'm Chicken Fingers." Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you got it. And you roll with it. Once you're known for something, as long as it's not bad,
you got to keep going.
You got to keep going with it. We're going to throw it back out to the text line, a question we've had today, 303-713-1043. Give us one name, or not one name, give us a player. You give us a couple that when they left a Colorado sports team, it hurt you the most. We got a bunch of good ones throughout the day. A lot of people, by the way, we had a point guard discussion saying John Stockton is ahead of all those guys.
I agree with that. Stockton is, but he's literally ahead of all those guys in terms of greatness. Chris Paul might have pushed a few of his stats, but yeah, Stockton's the greatest probably point guard to have never won it all.
I can't stand him, so I'm not going to go with that.
Because every other point guard kind of won it all, other than maybe Allen Iverson in terms of like the 10 greatest on the list.
Yeah,
Isaiah, Magic, Chauncey, if you want to have Chauncey in that top 10 somewhere, all those guys, Bob Cousy, Walt Frazier, those are all champions.
Yeah, exactly. They're all champs. A lot of good ones though. Fans that left. Some people. Bill Romanowski to the Raiders.
Ooh,
yeah, he was kind
one.
That one sucked. He was kind of a jerk on the way out. So
for sure,
it was. So we kind of lost.
That's a good one.
Boy, how bad? We asked Kistner. It was. I'll let you say, Kistner. Who was the one player that when they left, that one hurt you the most?
Troy Tulowitzki.
Yeah.
I think as Rockies fans, have Rockies fans had it the worst of any of the teams in Colorado as far as favorite players leaving and playing somewhere else?
I mean, for sure. Tulo, Arenado, Matt Holiday, Trevor Story, DJ LeMahieu.
You go back to Galarraga. He didn't start here, but he was the big name first.
You said Matt Holiday?
Yeah,
Matt Holiday. Yeah,
Larry Walker left to the Cardinals.
Larry Walker
yeah.
left. So, other than Todd Helton, we haven't had a guy just retire here, right?
Charlie Blackmon.
Charlie Blackmon. So, yeah, it's been the roughest on the Rockies fans.
I think so.
Here, because other than I'd say earlier, some guys said Stasny, Champ Bailey's won once the Broncos won. All of our other greats, it feels like we got to see them win a championship. Well, none of the Nuggets guys. We never did.
Yeah.
The Alex Englishes, later on
Skywalker.
Chauncey. David Thompson never did. Matumbo, he was only here a short period of time. But the Rockies as far as guys leaving. So give us anybody. Not one person is hilariously typed in. Not one person has typed in that they were sad when no, we did get a Mello. Darn it. I was saying we've gotten one. I was saying we do. Oh, and you know what? No Russell Wilsons. Nobody trying to be funny.
Sad is one thing. Hurt the most is another thing. So however you want to, as a texter,
hurt the most,
qualify it or define it a little bit. There's a couple ways you can kind of look at that one.
One name that has stuck around Denver, despite people, I think, downplaying his accomplishments, despite people constantly saying he's not a number one, he's a number two, but somebody that has signed extensions, that is looking for another one, is Courtland Sutton.
He's like Russell Westbrook, like controversial around here.
Right. He's been great for the team. He's never been a problem. Sits courtside at the Nuggets games. Like, is part of kind of what goes on here.
I think he's a great leader.
Yes. Yeah.
For all these young guys. I think he's a great leader to all these young wide receivers.
Just a great leader. Doesn't go back to the Saints game last year, Thursday night. He doesn't catch a pass. You don't hear a peep out of him.
Great call. Do you know what? Really, really good call.
Yeah, just kind of does what's asked. Been very timely with big plays.
Name another wide receiver one in the league who's going to have a stretch like that or a game like that, who's not just going to go just brimming, roasting to get in front of the media post-game to cook somebody, to go complain about somebody.
Emmanuel did it when they were 4-0.
Yes, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, absolutely, man. I just don't get the disdain and unappreciation for a guy like Courtland Sutton, who just really feels like the perfect guy for the job. All things considered. Mm-hmm. Is this Bo Nix's greatest receiver he's ever going to have? No, that guy's probably not on the roster yet, okay?
Yeah.
But in the meantime, in the in-between time, all things considered, Courtland Sutton is a pretty nice wide receiver low-end one to if Mims is, quasi wide receiver 2 in terms of importance, yet Vele's wide receiver 2 in terms of second most touches. Well, then that's a decent little 3 guys there, as you have a 4th, 5th, and 6th guy in Franklin, who Spivak loves, Pat Bryant, who a lot of people like, and especially Coach Payton, and I'm leaving one more guy out there on the side of the road who will have a chance to compete.
Mims, Franklin, Vele. Pat
Bryant. Is that the 4?
I think that's that's it, outside of Courtland.
Yeah. So it's not as flashy of a room as some of these other really deep wide receiving groups, and it's probably the 20th, 22nd, 23rd ranked group in the league as a whole. But I think it's with Courtland Sutton enough for what Sean Payton needs.
Yeah, I definitely think it is. And with that, it's
without him, it's not.
And that's the thing, is without him, it's everybody's high on a lot of these receivers. And I think looking at Sean Payton's past, he's developed offensive players. There's a history there that Sean Payton's been very successful doing that within New Orleans. And even here, we've seen Marvin Mims take steps, since he came in to the Broncos. So that's been good. But with that, they're still all unknowns. We don't know. We liked what we saw from Vele. We saw big plays from Marvin Mims. We saw Troy Franklin kind of put it together at the end. But
Franklin had so many opportunities for big plays.
He was getting open.
Yeah.
But
I think, was he getting open, or were they scheming him those opportunities, which is 2 good things.
Yes.
They either believe in him enough to put him in those situations and give him those opportunities, or the guy's just flat out got some wheels on him and was creating those big gaps. It just turns out his hands, like I say, nice hands, feet, if we're playing basketball.
Dude, people used to say that to me. They throw the ball at me hard and then go nice hands, feet. It's like, no, you're throwing it at me hard. Like you're purposely trying to get me to drop it.
But yeah, Franklin has a chance to, again, he's my lowest on the totem pole guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yet Spivak, a guy I respect, really likes him and think he has a chance to break out. I like that. Someone else thinks that about him.
That's the thing, though, is I think we've seen the most from Mims of all the guys. I just think he's shown us at least the big plays, special teams, but that's not really what we're talking with the receiver core. But the thing is, we haven't seen enough from any of these guys. That's why we can be like, well, I think it's Franklin. Well, I think it's Vele.
For sure.
Well, I think it's Mims. I think Pat Bryant, because it's all still relatively, we're projecting how far we think they can go versus actually what we've seen. Courtland's the only guy we've actually is a known commodity in this receiver room.
And if Ingram is your second most productive pass catcher, whether it be 50 receptions or 75 or somewhere in between, then it's, who of the receivers then is your third pass catcher? your third kind of weapon through the air, that leaves that open for a lot of those guys to kind of step up. And then you got to look at it like this too. It took Mims a couple years to get himself figured out. How do we use him? Is this guy a bust? How do we get some productivity and production out of a guy who we know is talented? That just kind of breaking out this last year after a couple years of kind of we're waiting for this guy to do something. So the same is going to happen with this group. One of the guys in this group is going to really take a big step forward and look like he's arrived. One or two of these guys are going to kind of stay the same in terms of production, and one guy's probably going to bottom out and not be able to raise his level of play and game to the NFL level. So, the goals really, for the way everyone feels about Courtland Sutton, is to find the next wide receiver one out of this group of guys. And maybe that's why so many people are so high on Pat Bryant, because of the way Coach has talked about him in the comps with, Mike Thomas and Colston. And yeah, so that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and to that, you think, and with that, because we're kind of talking about, look at how good it could be, but one of these guys has to step up. Courtland Sutton's the only known guy. There's a contract situation again. Some people are very much against. I know our guy back there, Drew.
Yeah.
Drew, you want to play hard? Drew wants to play hardball with Courtland.
He wants to eat pizza.
Yeah, he wants to play hardball with Courtland. But it's but that's the thing too, is how you view Courtland. It's all over the place. You think by training camp they're gonna have Courtland something will be figured out.
That's Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they have a new 2-year contract in place. Might have the words of being a 3-year deal, but the money will be for paying him a lot of money this year and half of next year. And then, that's kind of as far as you kind of want to go, because he is 29, going to be, if you take care of him for 2 years, 31 in 2 years. His game's not built off deception and speed and shiftiness and a giant body that could break down. He's actually none of those things. He's just a kind of real complete receiver who can do a little bit of all of those things. So yeah, go be great, earn some money, still be valuable in 2 years. We'll pay you again, but less money, because someone will step up and be wide receiver 1 at that point. You'll be wide receiver 2 or 3. And he's already had a really nice career as a Bronco. Why not finish it? Why not have 2 or 3 or 4 more years as a Bronco and go out still productive as a number 2 or number 3 receiver? Why do we got to kick the guy to the curb? Why is he got to? Why are people so quick to want to move on from Courtland Sutton, a guy who's been so good to us?
Yeah, and so with that, I like Courtland. I think the issue here is, did the Broncos make him? For one, they had to know Courtland would be wanting this. Did they make a mistake by not really addressing the wide receiver room with a little more stability, with a little more?
Do you mean another veteran?
Another veteran.
Point?
I know Keenan Allen's a name people throw around. That's a very popular one. But did they back themselves into a corner where maybe they have to overpay for Courtland Sutton here because they have to have him?
Interesting. I think that guys who don't believe in Courtland, like Drew Spivak, think that Keenan Allen can come in here off the street.
I don't think so.
Replace Courtland Sutton and basically it be all of the same. I think that's the value and the credit that he's not getting, that some people think that's kind of who and what he is. No, he's a lot better than that. And I just think he's so valuable to who and what they are just right now for this year and maybe next year, that you can't live without him. Right. You cannot live without the guy, and people act like we could.
As the team's constructed now, I agree. I don't think Keenan Allen had actually pretty solid numbers last year, but the guy's really injury prone. He's not what he once was.
He's old.
And that he's out there.
His running mate, Mike Williams, just retired. Just was younger.
Yeah, and so that I'm with you. I think we have a tendency. Look, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown. If you want to put those guys in a category and say those are the ones, Courtland's not there. You can get me there, but everybody, it's always been this continuous, he's only a number 2, he's only a number 2. When he's been the one, Russell Wilson, they're like, yeah, Russell's like, I had a bounce back year, my second year in Denver. Yeah, it's because Courtland's toe tapping the end zone, one arm catching, getting, making these really insane catches.
Yes.
That year. He was a big reason.
Did it with Russ, and he did it last year too.
Exactly.
With Bo.
And I'll continually say this. Bo Nix was not the only victim of the lack of running backs and tight ends. Courtland Sutton had to go out there on third down when everybody knew
Great point.
what they were going to look for first. Everybody knew they were going to go. All you got to do is stop 14.
They weren't throwing to a tight end.
They're not going to Troutman.
They weren't throwing to a running back like Sean Payton could, hurt you in other situations, other teams. Vele was a guy who, again, it's just like he shouldn't have had so much production as he had last year. It goes to the credit of the guy really being for real. I think he's for real. So, like, how did they do this? How did he throw 29 touchdowns? I know Cortland Sutton didn't catch 29. He caught, 8?
Yeah, I think
but those
so.
8 were big-time catches that, you had to have every last bite of what the offense had to offer in order to get to 10 wins like they did. So while the defense faded down the stretch and sucked against really elite talent, like, how did this happen? Who were the pieces most responsible for the 10 wins last year? Coach Payton, Bo Nix, offensive line, defense as a whole, and you can break it down into some parts there, and then Cortland Sutton. 6th, 7th, 8th, most important reason, group, guy, however you want to measure it. They definitely are not a 10-win team without Cortland Sutton. They're probably like a 7 or 8-win team.
I agree, and
Yeah.
I do think they figure something out. I don't know where they're going to meet on it. I don't fault him for wanting the contract. You'd be an idiot to not try to get more money, especially as you continue to kind of outperform. And last thing on Cortland, you and I talked about this. To anybody that doesn't think he's a number one, I think if he hit the street today, Kansas City, Buffalo, there are a lot of teams.
Maybe the Rams don't want to pay Cooper Flagg $25 million, but they might see Cortland Sutton at $15 million and think that's my bang for my buck there. That's value. This guy's a pro. He's going to be a perfect complement to Puka. And then too, like Drew said this too. Okay, we can make a lot more money and go play for a bad team. Well, some guys might want to do that too. He might want to go ball out.
He's very experienced playing for bad teams
in Tennessee,
in Denver,
and think he could go catch 90 balls there, and he makes more money. So you don't know what a guy's motivation is, but he is proven here to be a class act here.
Yeah,
for this team, a class act here, and
they'll figure it out.
That should go a long way for the Broncos ownership, for George Payton, Sean Payton. That kind of stuff should matter, okay, in the end.
Yeah, and so I think they meet. I think they do need each other. I think Cortland wants to be here. I think the Broncos need it. I think they get it figured out.
But what if Sean Payton doesn't want him here?
He's already proven he wants him here. He shipped everybody out a year ago, and Cortland thought he was leaving too. He put up the Will Smith meme.
But what if he's like, hey, I need you here for a year or two just so I can get these other guys caught up. And then once they're caught up,
well, you can't tell them like that. You got to make them feel a little bit more special than that.
And that's the interesting spot with that is that by not getting something a little more stable at wide receiver, the Broncos have backed themselves into a corner with Cortland to where maybe they do play hardball and it's like you can either show up or not. But I don't know if you want that with this young ascending team. I just think there's a lot of leverage of Cortland, and him not being here just has a massive downside.
I think there'd be a bunch of teams right now today that would trade for the 1 year left at the 12 or 13 million that he has, for a 5th round pick, a 6th round pick. Give
him an extension.
Yeah, and they would go happy to do it. I mean, you're not going to go trade the guy at that age for a 3rd round pick, but I believe there's a lot more value on the street and out there around the league on a player like Cortland Sutton than we all realize.
But those are teams that they're going to pay him to be their number 2 guy.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
Right?
Too.
I think all of us here in Broncos country, we look at Cortland Sutton and we're like, this guy hasn't really done anything bad off the field, and we just all fall in love with him.
Nobody's in love with him.
No.
Everybody says he's not a number 2 or he's not a number 1.
He's underappreciated.
But there's so many people like, we have to pay him, we have to pay him, we have to pay him. The guy's only had 2,000-yard seasons.
Pat Shurmur called the plays.
Look at the quarterbacks, and he was hurt.
Locke.
He had a major injury, too, over that stretch.
Drew Locke.
But then why did he look good under Bo?
Because I think, for one, like that injury that everyone was expecting when Cortland Sutton, like, he's not the same. He's not the same guy. It takes 2 years, a second year for you to become all the way back. So you have the injury year, you have the next year. That's 2 years of his 8-year career that's kind of held you back by injuries. Plus, who's had a worse quarterback situation than that guy who's been a wide receiver 1 on a team? Nobody.
Demaryius Thomas had some bad quarterbacks after Peyton Manning, and he still went for 1,000 yards.
Kind of, but it was never the same.
Yeah,
it was never the same.
The one year he still had Kubiak calling the plays. And look, Demaryius is better than
And
Cortland
Demaryius
Sutton.
had one of the greatest plays in NBA history, or NFL history, with Tim Tebow throwing that ball in the middle of the field and him burying the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Those were better teams. Those were better teams than what Cortland had. Once Sean Payton got here, Cortland's looked significantly better.
You're acting, though, as if they had another receiver, T. Higgins, and Cortland was the number 2. Then it would be okay to pay him $15 or $16
DT
million.
also played opposite Emmanuel.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I think a lot of people are treating him like a top 10 wide receiver in Broncos country. He's not. He might be barely a top 20 guy.
He's probably top 25. You're acting, though, as though he's asking for top 10 money. He's not. No one's saying that. But, again, if you go to the deli, if you want some T-bone or some filet or a piece of salmon, you have to pay for it. If you want some 80% ground chuck beef or some pork, then you can pay for that too. So it's just the price of fish at the market a little bit.
Why do we want to extend him right now then?
You don't have to, but he's underpaid right now. He is currently underpaid. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows that's true. So again,
because a guy's underpaid, we have to pay him more
in that league. Yeah.
League,
yes.
Well, yeah, if you're underpaid, yeah, you do.
No, in other leagues you don't. That's why you have those guaranteed contracts that those guys have.
Well, then how come we're not paying Bo Nix like a top 15 quarterback?
Because he's not eligible for an extension.
Hold on.
But he's getting underpaid.
But he's not eligible for an extension. There's literally rules against it.
Watch this. If he goes for 33 touchdowns this year, Bo Nix, 33 touchdowns, and they win 10 games again, people in this offseason are going to pay. They did it with Joe Burrow after 2 years. You got to go pay Bo Nix because you're saving money later if you do it. Again, will Bo Nix theoretically be underpaid? Yeah, but if you were to pay him after the 3rd year, then you're still paying him sooner than later, and you have the 3rd year this year and then next year to go try to do something special under the Bo Nix.
So what should they do?
Rookie contract.
I would let him finish out this year and see you next time.
You joke.
I'm done with Cortland.
You think he's gonna? Why?
Because I don't think he's gonna put up the same exact numbers year after year moving forward.
Why would you think he wouldn't? Why would you think
because
he
he's only done it? He's only done 1,000 yards twice in his career, and I think it's Bo Nix that made him look good this past year.
Yeah, it's the quarterbacks who do make the receiver look good.
And I think these other receivers are going to develop. I don't think Sean Payton wants him another year. I think this is it. I think they want to go younger.
A lot of that you just said is you think that they'll get better. There's no tangible evidence Devon Vele is going to do anything.
There's no answer right now.
There's no tangible evidence Troy Franklin's going to do anything.
No, we're hopeful that they're.
Yeah, you're hopeful. Also, Bo Nix was pretty rough early on last year, and he was eyeing Cortland Sutton down. Cortland Sutton was his safety blanket last year. The Indianapolis game, Bo played bad. He played very bad that game. He made a lot of bad decisions because he was staring down Cortland Sutton.
Listen.
So to go the Bo, for one, Cortland also looked good the previous year. Sunday night against Minnesota, he bails him out. Buffalo, he bails him out. Thursday night against Kansas City, he makes the only play worth a damn. Green Bay, down the sidelines, the game that kicked off everything. The one-arm grab at the end of the Chargers game. Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton prior to Bo Nix was really pushing that offense ahead in this Sean Payton offense. So if you want to give him the Sean Payton credit, I get that. But the Bo Nix, that doesn't line up with Cortland's success.
No suitable replacement. And listen, I'm waiting for someone to do it. You move on from Sutton, bring in Keenan Allen because you think he's no better than Keenan Allen. You still have to have someone that kind of line up at wide receiver 1 and do wide receiver things while you're trying to develop and have these other wide receivers become the next Cortland Sutton, which to you guys seems like it's very certainly easy to do. So if that's the case, if Cortland Sutton just get to stepping, and someone has to give me a solution.
I think after this year, the Broncos are going to say, thanks for everything you did here. We'll give you a video tribute when you come back, but we're going with Marvin Mims, Vele, Franklin, and probably Bryant. If not, maybe they make a monster trade for one of these elite wide receivers.
Sean Payton has never done that. Sean Payton does not make big, massive moves for offensive players.
Okay, and then
maybe he changes it now.
That's never been in his DNA. Now, in his DNA, is to your point, he develops younger guys. So maybe we do see that step this year. I think that's entirely possible. The thing is, right now, the point isn't really about what Cortland deserves or doesn't deserve. The question is, they don't have another option, and if he doesn't show up, They could. This is a team with high expectations. He has the leverage now because they have nothing. They have nothing else known in that receiver room.
But in that other room, those guys think he has no leverage. They think he has no leverage. He has to go play for the under the contract he's at. I still believe. I do know if they're going to play hardball, he gets traded for a 5th or 6th round pick for a team that's happy to take on the 11 or 12 million bucks he's making this year, and that will also be happy for extending him 2 more years at 15 or 16 million bucks. There'd be 3, 4, 5 teams I think would be thrilled to do that, and would think that's going to be a big time upgrade at wide receiver 2 for them.
We'll keep going. Good stuff from Kisser, the other side. So good stuff. Monday from noon to 1 p.m., it's the next giveaway for our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We'll be at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find out the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. We're going to argue about somebody else's contract, and we're going to do that next.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Great discussion we had. It's John Davis, Danny Williams, filling in, hanging out with the tribe today. Great discussion on Cortland Sutton. A lot of good different angles. To anybody that caught the last segment, we did meet up with Kistner and fist fight during the commercial break over Cortland Sutton.
It was like Emmanuel and
two
Cortland
black eyes
Sutton.
over here.
Yeah, it was. But we all made up. But now it's time to argue about somebody else's money. Nick Bonito. Nick Bonito is the most interesting one of these contracts because he's the young guy that's ascending to superstar status versus Zach Allen and Cortland Sutton, I think, realize I got maybe one big payday left in me. I think I've earned it. Let me get it right now. TJ Watt, I want to start here with you guys. TJ Watt got paid. He got paid a whole lot by the Pittsburgh Steelers. James Marilat earlier today, he was on with Will Peterson, said he thinks there's a 50% increase now to what Nick Bonito should want. James said, I think he thought Nick Bonito was going to get 80. Now he's going to probably ask for 120. How much of an effect do you think the TJ Watt deal had on this Nick Bonito negotiation, if there's even a negotiation?
Here's my thought on Nick Bonito, and I have been saying a little bit of some of the same stuff, but I have a bit of a new take now, seeing how TJ Watt got that contract, looking at Myles Garrett's money and seeing how...
Oh, yeah, Myles Garrett's money is...
Well, Max Crosby's making $35 million per. So while it's not a comp right now, Bonito is no Max Crosby right now. If the Broncos think Bonito can be the next Max Crosby, if that's a ceiling kind of, if this guy is... everything really happens for him and he continues to ascend, that's the kind of player he's going to be. Okay, well, that's one discussion to have. But I think that TJ Watt, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, maybe a couple other guys are in that kind of tier and class and league all of their own. Micah Parsons. And that department means perennial Pro Bowler, has proven it 4, 5, 6 times. There's no doubt you can do what they do, and they're right in the middle of their prime. Nick Bonito's agent is probably asking for Max Crosby money, seeing how now it's the 3rd or 4th or 5th most money at that position. Mm-hmm. Okay? So in their mind, they're saying, well, we're not trying to break the bank or create a new bar. We'll take this amount of money, and Bonito's this much younger than all these guys, and he already has 13.5 sacks. Well, he's only had 13.5 sacks once, and he had 8 sacks the year before. So if we pay Nick Bonito $30 million or $32 million per, guaranteed for 3 years, $100 million, and he goes back to being a 10-sack guy, well, then we're going to feel like, man, that's not what we kind of signed up for. So I would make Nick Bonito do what he did last year one more year and tell him, if you're the Broncos, I'll pay you $27 million times 3 years right now, fully guaranteed. If you prove it one more year, I'll pay you the $35 million per that Max Crosby makes, because then you'll be in Max Crosby kind of territory a little bit. So it sounds strong and even wrong to say go out there and prove it again, man. But again, Bonito's young. They rolled the dice on him. They chose him over Baron Browning when it was like, which one of these guys is going to be the guy? Are these just rotational guys? Are these, just specialists? Bonito looked like the real thing last year. I'd make him look like the real thing one more year. But then I'd tell him, then I'll pay you amongst the best players at the position.
That's an interesting take. So Nick Bonito, with that, they paid Pat Surtain early. They paid Quinn Miners early, right? Yeah, they paid Quinn Miners early. They paid Jonathan Cooper early.
Well, Jonathan Cooper's making a lot less money than Nick Bonito will want to make. And early, I have to think on the first two you mentioned. I think after third year, this will be Bonito's third year.
He's played 3.
He was hurt one
He
year?
played his rookie year with Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
And then he played the first 2 years of Sean.
Yes.
So he's after his third year. I'd be interested to know why. I guess what's the hesitation to pay Nick Bonito? What more does he have to prove? Because he's done what Jonathan Cooper hasn't, and that's been because I think he's a better player than John. And no disrespect to Jonathan Cooper. Cooper's a good player. Bonito's taken over games. He's made big plays in big moments that have allowed the Broncos to compete late in games, that have allowed Broncos to win games. So I'm wondering what the hesitation would be. Is it things in the run game? Maybe it seemed a little. He's a product of Zach Allen consuming consuming defensive or offensive linemen, and that allows Bonito to get off.
For sure.
What do you think would be the hesitation to pay?
I think just the proof in the pudding, the proof in the pudding, because 8 sacks as a rotational specialist, no better than Baron Browning 2 years ago. Okay, that's not a bad place to be. To ascend last year to 13.5 sacks, the interception return for a touchdown, the other one, which is like a fumble return for a touchdown. Those are big, big plays, big, big moments. If he doesn't have those two scores and he's just an 11-sack guy next year, that's not Myles Garrett territory. That's not Max Crosby territory. That's coming back down to earth, yet you paid a guy like he's a 15, 16-sack guy perennially. That's the fear. Go get me 13.5 again, be an impact guy like that again, then it's a no-doubter and then a no-brainer to invest that kind of money into a guy.
You think the money's too long right now based on what we've seen?
I just think like his people are asking for those top dollars that everyone else is making. I think the Broncos would be happy to pay him right now $25 million.
Okay.
But Max Crosby's making $35 million.
Max Crosby's
TJ
so
Watt
good.
just signed for over $40 million. Myles Garrett makes $40 million per. So if you're the Broncos, you're saying, hey, well, this puts you right around this guy who's done it for this amount of years, gives you a lot of money. So Bonito's got to roll. He's either going to roll the dice on himself and go put up those big numbers again until the Broncos have no choice but to give him a huge contract, or he can take maybe what they're offering right now in the back of his mind, knowing that was a pretty special year I had last year. I don't know if I could duplicate those big moments, and sack numbers pile up or they don't pile up, So I think that's the hesitation on Nick Bonito.
You'd have to, and a texter points out, you'd probably have to franchise him and extend the. I think my concern with if you could pay him now, and you're right, I mean, Max Crosby, you're putting him next to Max Crosby, that's a pretty big.
It is.
That's a pretty jump. It's a pretty big jump.
I think that's where Broncos fans and country think he is right now, and I don't think he is there yet. Maybe maximum upside. That's the kind of player he could maybe eventually be. Max Crosby's very special.
Max Crosby can win you a game by himself at that position. Micah Parsons is going to get paid. That's only going to.
Micah Parsons has been waiting longer than Bonito, and he's accomplished a lot more than Bonito.
And that's going to, but he's going to probably clear TJ Watt.
Perfect guy to bring in this conversation, though.
Yeah.
He's waited longer. And he's accomplished a hell of a lot more. Micah Parsons is all pro.
All pro. You could argue there's
Bonito's just Pro Bowl, and there's a big difference.
There's a big difference. I also expect, even though he's coming off an injury, Aiden Hutchinson is going to get paid. This money, this max, if you could get him at Max Crosby now, because right now Max Crosby, say 3 or 4, 12 months from now Max Crosby's going to be 5, 6, or 7. So if you can get Bonito there now, I would do it. The other thing is, we'll say that name, prepare for Kistner to get excited. Right. You're going to have to pay Bo Nix at some point. And if you can get the years and money coming off that Bonito deal sooner than later, that helps you when you have to sign Bo Nix.
Bonito's deal is worth the wait for both parties. It's worth the wait for the Broncos to make sure it's a sure thing. And then if you have to pay him amongst those elite guys, well, at least you know he's amongst those elite guys. And if you're a Bonito and you want to make $35 per times 3 years, more, we're talking about another $30 or $40 million than what maybe you in over 3 years than what he could sign right now today that they're offering. So it might be worth the wait for him as well.
But if he goes for 13 sacks again, he's going to want Myles Garrett, TJ Watt. It's going to be past Max Crosby.
But then I think I'd be okay with it, because you might be able to say, well, if it wasn't for Jonathan Cooper, what Zach Allen does, what Greenlaw now does, maybe he is a 16, 17 sack guy. If we're just lining him up everywhere, he's freestyling, doing that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then he could be that kind of guy. But within the fit of the system and how talented this group is and where he needs to do what his teammates can do, the secondary you have, as well. He's in a really good situation, pretty good fit. So
I think it's the most intriguing of the Broncos contract discussions is what's going to happen with Nick Bonito. It definitely is the one they're watching the most.
Zach Allen gets taken care of eventually because he's really good. You need him. He's in the older years of his, his prime. He gets taken care of because of the importance of that position as well. But he's more of a sure thing.
Yeah.
Bonito's not a sure thing yet.
Somebody texted in, Crosby didn't beat the Broncos last season. Nobody did the 6 before that. So
yeah, that's for sure.
But he did that.
He's a perennial Broncos killer. Max Crosby just kills the Broncos.
Yeah, he's on it. The Denver Nuggets have made some moves, players and coaching. Is it starting to mimic something we saw from one of our previous championship teams? We'll get into that next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion on how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I saw Kendrick Lamar perform in the Raiders Stadium last month.
Yeah, how was
2 months
that?
ago. It was great. Was that after you and I had sat together?
Probably.
I think so, yeah. I went there, and I will continue to point it out. I'm in the Raiders Stadium. They have like the honor past players, whatever. It looks pretty cool for the Raiders. They honor Eric Dickerson, who played there 1 year at the end of his career, and they've got something up.
That's
for,
like putting
for
Tony
Eric.
Dorsett in the Ring of Fame?
Yeah, I don't know why they did it, but I was laughing at it, and then I wanted to like make a video making fun of it, and then I realized I'm surrounded by Raiders fans probably, so maybe I should.
Yeah,
maybe
careful.
I should not. Interesting thing, Kevin Kistner brought it up before the show today, and it's something I've thought about. And the Denver Broncos in 2014 were coming off the Super Bowl loss. They retooled the team, come up short against Indianapolis, get rid of John Fox. Gary Kubiak comes in, they win the Super Bowl. You know, Kevin brought it up. Is Adelman coming in very similar, to maybe John Fox? But I think kind of what the Nuggets have done here is they've combined the Broncos retooling the defense with T.J. Ward, DeMarcus Ware, and Aqib Talib. That was one offseason. Then the next offseason, they made the coaching change. I think the Nuggets crammed it all together here. They got kind of the identity culture shift with the players.
Yeah.
But they're also getting the new voice with David Adelman. And what was the response? The Broncos went and won the Super Bowl.
Fox to Kubiak is interesting, but we look to Denver history and we go from Mark Crawford to Bob Hartley.
That's a good one.
And again, it's, Hartley was like a total relative unknown, coaching young guys only. It wasn't like they brought in another Tortorella or established guy who had reached the mountaintop, and it worked. Bob Hartley was the perfect man and the right man for the job. So this situation, what I hope would play into the same, where you get the most out of what you had, but you needed a breath of fresh air, a culture change, a realignment, like literally and figuratively. And yeah, I hope Adelman is all the best things that Coach Malone was, yet with a touch of a new age, a younger coach who's more relatable to all of these, emotional guys, NBA guys, like Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. and any young guy who's making millions of dollars and needs to be motivated.
It's the Crawford to Hartley is actually very interesting because Fox to Kubiak had coached for 10 years.
Yeah.
He had 3 Super Bowl rings as an assistant.
Mm-hmm.
And Adelman does have a Super Bowl ring as an assistant. So there is that element of, hey, you were an assistant with Adelman on our championship team. now you can ascend. Now he's ascending a little bit quicker than Gary Kubiak did.
Yeah.
But the Hartley one, it's more of a relative unknown. We know Adelman, but to the larger landscape, he's not. And he's taking over a team like Hartley did that's loaded, that is so loaded, we don't have time for you to catch up and learn how to be a head coach.
Yeah.
Because we want to go all the way to the end. We think we can beat everybody. I think that Hartley one's a really interesting comp to bring up.
Well, no, I think so too. We have used it a couple times around here before. And again, it's once you have Nicola and you got the nucleus still, well, then the goal is to go out there and reach the mountaintop again. So I really believe like a coach can motivate you in a different way than the old coach did. Revive careers, bring some new pieces of your game out, and just again at that stage, it's about motivating the men. It's the players are the players, and how good those players are going to be and play how hard they're going to play for you is all the difference. And that's why, man, the NHL, NBA teams have almost become like NHL teams where coaches are just getting fired after 1 year, fired in the middle of seasons. There's just like
coaches with success,
yes,
with very recent success.
And then this urge,
Phoenix, Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Yeah,
let's get Butenholzer or Nurse or Vogel back in here or Mike Brown back in here because they kind of had some success at a certain point, and you're just, ciphering through damaged goods. That's one reason why I think Adelman is a nice fit. A few reasons. One, he was definitely destined to be a head coach in this league somewhere else if it wasn't going to be here. So it's not like we gave him his only opportunity that he was ever going to get. No, that was going to happen somewhere else.
And he had interviewed previous seasons, off seasons in other places. And you take the Thunder to 7, regardless of Jokic. That was going to be a big one. And then you look at the Broncos lose to Seattle, and I get the Nuggets won. But between the loss to Seattle and then winning 2 years later with Carolina, Decker's gone. Doomerville had actually already left. No Sean. They had Raheem Moore is gone. They had retooled Dominique Rogers-Cromartie.
Yep.
They had retooled a lot. Julius Thomas left. Some guys had left. Terrence Knighton had all left.
Malik Jackson.
He played on the Super Bowl 50. Okay. But the thing is, it was only 2 years later, but it was a much different roster.
Totally.
In a lot of ways. They were built a lot different. Kind of the same thing with this Nuggets team. You're trying to go back to the championship team, but Michael Porter Jr. is gone.
Great call.
Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is gone. Key parts to that initial success.
But the main parts, and you hope
Still
like
there.
the character and heart and soul and the gut check stuff, which is who you defines Nicola, I think, and Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. Those guys remain the same. So, yeah, I think the Nuggets are in just great shape. I think this team is going to the Western Conference Finals, which will end up playing out like the NBA Finals because of the injuries to the Celtics and to the Pacers. So it's all hands on deck. I think they're going to have a very fast start to the season. I think you're already seeing, for anyone who's like, he's like too much like Malone. No, I've heard nothing saying that. Adelman's been so much the opposite of Michael Malone, and just the way he's been talking about how he wants to start his season, fast start to the season, come in healthy, get your bodies right, your minds right, what your mentals and your monies and your chickens. That's what Noshawn says, or Marshawn says. Yeah, I think the Nuggets. I'm almost feel like I'm getting too high on them, but no, I'm just really satisfied and happy with every last move from top to bottom. And the most important part is Nicola. The question mark is still Jamal, but Jamal now under Adelman is showing up in Adelman's press conference when he was hired, showing up at Summer League doing that work, looking like he's never looked in a season in a long time. He's now a couple years removed from these big injuries. Now he's probably his body's the healthiest it's been since they won it all in 2 years ago.
Yeah, and that's to the thing. The players, from what we understand, strongly advocated for David Adelman. That would not have happened if he was too similar to Michael Malone. And I liked the move because you didn't want to fire Michael Malone to hire Michael Malone, if that makes. You don't want to just go get a guy that's just like him. That's not what they were going to do.
You don't want to hire Michael Malone to hire Mike Brown, it feels like.
Yeah, and Thibodeau, that's the thing. And the Knicks, look what happened. They had no plan. The Nuggets, I didn't have a problem with the way they went with Adelman. And I thought they should go with somebody that was an assistant upgrading to a head coach. I know Micah Nori in Minnesota was the other name. But what better than a guy that got 17 games, including taking the number 1 seed to 7? I mean, what an audition.
Jared
to
Dudley,
have.
JJ Barea, 2 recently kind of retired players, 2 kind of overachieving unsung players who had to get the most out of their limited ability to not just make the league, but stay in the league for 10 years and play. They're going to go coach guys who are so much more talented than them on this roster, and that even includes like the Tim Hardaway Juniors. So there's something to telling, hey, this is what I had to do in order to be great, and this is what a great player, has to do in order to be very great, to ascend, to be a championship role player, to be an all-star player for Jamal, to be an MVP again for Nicola. So, I think it's a completely different staff from top to bottom, not just because it is, but I mean in the philosophy, mentality, the age of the coaching group as a whole. This is going to be a lot different.
Yeah,
it's going to be a lot
just
different.
go win the championship like the Broncos won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for
in
sure.
2015.
Or like Hartley and those boys did.
Just do it. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
We've seen it in Colorado before. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is to head to Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. Just go to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses and find Zach By cutout, scan the QR code, take a picture with it, send us in, and also head to denversports.com/golf. A lot of players have left Colorado, Danny Williams. We've thrown it out to the text line.
Yeah.
Let us know, of all the players that have left Colorado sports, not to retirement, but played for another team, what hurt the most? We'll get into that next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
John Davis and Danny Williams hanging out with the tribe today. We threw it out to the text line. 303-713-1043, ramoslaw.com text line. Let us know players that have left Colorado that hurt you the most. Kistner had Troy Tulowitzki. That was his. Do you have one? You and I have not named ours.
Yeah, no.
Danny Williams.
The first kind of duo or combo, when you asked me the question, the first thing that came to my mind was Melo. And then I kind of said, after you win it with Nikola and you got a Serbian basketball god playing for your team, you're kind of over the Melo stuff. But the Melo, that was kind of traumatic for me when I was younger. I just couldn't wrap my head around him wanting to leave and then the deal that they got in return. But I think for the sake of giving something that's fun and unique, a little bit different, but still was such a moment in Denver sports history, was the Jay Cutler, Brandon Marshall combo of, the dismantling of what looked like a great young team by Josh McDaniels so he can come in and have firm control of, his guys. And you get Kyle Orton in here is so wild. And to think that Tim Tebow, it's so long ago now, and it was so unbelievable. From the drafting in the first round to the moment with him and Demaryius across the middle of the field for what was one of the greatest plays in NFL history. Cutler-Marshall combo, that shaking out, was pretty wild at the time.
Yeah, it was, because they were clearly ascending with Mike Shanahan.
For sure, 8-5.
And 8-5. It was weird. Dan Reeves got fired. He was 8-5, and Elway got hurt.
Yes.
And they lost a bunch of games.
Yeah. And
Mike, they were 8-5, and I mean, literally every running back. They signed Tatum Bell back to play at the end of that year. So he got fired. So it was weird. Both Dan and Mike exited under very that wasn't the season to go after him. There was other years.
Yeah, good call.
But that one, the Cutler thing, you don't trade a franchise quarterback like that, and you alienated him. And we can look back, whatever we think of Jay Cutler being an annoying guy.
Just because it didn't work in Chicago and he went to Miami, it doesn't mean that it wouldn't have potentially worked here with Mike or with Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, it was incomprehensible. Is that a word? It was illogical. It was just something.
It was the paranoia of Josh McDaniels and the Patriot way to come in here and he's gonna, you can't have anyone stabbing me in the back. I got to have someone in, watching my back, someone in every corner. I don't want any of Mike Shanahan's people here hanging around. I mean, like literally it was a complete overhaul of everything. I think they even, the fields used to be go north to south. I think they, cut them and painted them to go east to west.
Yeah.
Like the practice fields at Dove Valley. It's like everything that Josh McDaniels did, he came in here to revamp everything to build it around him, not around what there was to win NFL games.
Yeah, so that one, the Cutler Marshall might be the most head scratcher. That, and I mentioned it earlier, Dikembe Mutombo just leaves in free agency.
Yeah.
You don't trade him ahead of time and get something for him. You don't really make an attempt to re-sign him. You just inexplicably let Dikembe Mutombo, who was on a Hall of Fame trajectory, you want to see one of the best individual performances in the history of anybody that played here. Game 5 against Seattle, when they won that series as the 8th seed. If you got near Mutombo, that shot was getting blocked in that game. It was incredible. And Bernie Bickerstaff we don't need him.
My cousin Michael said when Dikembe left, texted me this morning, when Dikembe left in 95 or 96, that one hurt. Never knew why he left.
They just didn't re-sign him.
They just didn't re-sign him, and I think the writing was on the wall a little bit of like the trajectory of who and what the Nuggets were at the time.
It was very on brand.
Not a good franchise. Even after that unbelievable success they had there, it was they were dysfunctional there for a while in the 90s.
If you deep dive that whole offseason the Nuggets did, it's maybe the worst offseason any franchise ever had. So then you have Nolan Arenado. So let's take, because the Cutler one was very shocking.
Yeah.
When it happened, it was shocking. I think that was maybe the most shocking of any of them. Miko, we see it coming with the contract. Mutombo, we see it coming with the contract. Melo starts forcing his way out. Nolan, it was becoming obvious he didn't want to be here.
Yeah.
Then you find out he was sending pictures to the Cardinals and things like that. So Nolan and Melo force their way out. What hurts more, when a guy forces his way out and says, I don't want to be here anymore, get rid of me, or when the team just completely fails and lets the player go?
It feels like we're so much madder at Carmelo than we are Nolan Arenado. And it's like we understand Arenado, where he was coming from a little bit. But now, do you think that Arenado, let's kind of turn the page here a little bit, do you think Arenado wishes he would have stayed with the Rockies?
No.
You think he feels like, okay, I made the right decision, it was just time?
Yeah. I don't think he regrets that. Dikembe, I think, said something once, not that he regretted not coming back to the Nuggets, but I think he said he would have liked it.
Yeah, it would have been special to stay for one team for a longer period of time.
Melo's ego would never allow him to admit that now.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But I think with Melo, I think he liked being in New York. I think he's fine with what kind of played out there. But man,
I mean, they were winning in the last days of Carmelo here in Denver. They were winners. I mean, the second half, they were.
So
they made the playoffs, the Nuggets, in Carmelo's rookie year.
Yeah, they
had Jeff Bezdelik as coach. Even LeBron didn't make the playoffs with the Cavs as a rookie.
Right, and they hadn't made them since the year they lost to the Spurs in the first round, like 95, 96.
Yeah, Bezdelik, man.
And they hadn't done it. And I remember it was like the last game of the year against the Kings. I think they had to win it, the Nuggets, and it was a new day for the Nuggets. It was super
a new
exciting.
day for the Nuggets.
The question about Nolan is very interesting. I don't think for a second he wishes he was. Now, he did go to the St. Louis Cardinals when they decided to completely become.
For the first time in 100 years, don't be very good.
Right. So that kind of blew up in his face. A couple more. We've addressed them. Steve Atwater to the Jets.
Yeah. That was unique because it felt so, especially knowing who Steve Atwater is. But I'll tell you this, too, for a little bit of credit. There was times in the late 90s and early 2000s where the Broncos had to take out loans to sign guys and to pay guys.
Yeah.
Literally take out loans for millions of dollars to pay bonuses, to pay guys, and that was the last days and era of, before major professional sports became super corporations and billion-dollar businesses. But, while Pat Bowlen didn't have Jerry Jones money, the Broncos always had enough, and he always found a way. They were never cheap, but you can say mom and pop at certain points of, the Bowlen tenure. but it was always good enough. He always found a way, and first-class organization were the Broncos since 77, but definitely since the Edgar Kaiser sells the team and they trade for John Elway in 82, 83.
Yeah, that was it was. They always found a way. There's those stories of checks, and them figuring it out.
Yeah,
but they got it figured out. But Steve Atwater, that was kind of the end of. Steve left after the second Super Bowl win. Shannon and Terrell both got hurt that whole year. John was gone. Shannon leaves the next year. It just all was gone very quickly.
Steve crossed over so many great Broncos teams, from the early John Elway, Mark Jackson, Three Amigos,
Dennis Smith,
to the championship, Terrell Davis, Shannon, Rod Smith Super Bowl teams. Dennis Smith and Steve Adler and obviously John were just a couple of few guys that crossed over from like the 80s underachieving, can't get past the NFC 55-10 stuff to the ultimate success.
Yeah, because people forget he played in that 49ers debacle.
Oh my gosh.
Game. A pretty good one here. Somebody, Antonio McDyess.
That's a good one.
When he originally left, that really bummed me out.
That's a really good one.
That's a good one. When they traded him to Phoenix, and he ended up coming back the following year. We talked about kind of how that went down, but I loved McDyess.
Everybody did, because he knew he was special and elite, and at the time the Nuggets were so low, you knew McDyess was a really good, a really special player. He was.
You want to talk about, look at this draft consecutively the Nuggets had. Mahmoud, he was Chris Jackson when they drafted him, but Mahmoud, Mutombo, Bryant Stith, LaFonso Ellis, Rodney Rogers, Jalen Rose, and then the next year they flip Rodney Rogers for Antonio McDyess.
That's wild.
How did they screw this up?
No, I don't. It's unbelievable, because you don't know any better as a franchise. You're not a championship
Especially
franchise.
Ownership was changing a lot. They were putting the wrong guys in charge.
I mean, it's an era where like Michael Jordan is king, Bird and Magic became godlike figures, and it's like, where did the Nuggets fit in there? And they should have built off the success of Mutombo on the ground holding that ball when they knock off the Supersonics, but they could never really capitalize off that stuff. Man, there's some fun teams. Dale Ellis, those were some really fun Nuggets teams. It was just they're in an era where it's almost every era of good Nuggets basketball had the Lakers got in the way of them being any further than just good, and kept them out of championship contention until we got the Serbian basketball god.
Do you remember when Ron Mercer came here? We traded him, and then once we traded him, George McLeod went into the Magic locker room and punched him.
I do remember that. Ron Mercer was such a malcontent. You know what I mean?
Here 8 months and got punched by one of his teammates the second he was traded.
Mercer was like our test without great basketball ability and just kind of being a thug.
Yeah, Ron Mercer, Nuggets legend. CBS Sports ranked the best trios, quarterback, wide receiver, and running back in the NFL. Where did the Broncos land, and do we agree with it? We'll get into all of that next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
I will never forget watching Saturday Night Live. This song had leaked onto the internet this summer. This album came out in November, but this song had been on the internet. Prior to social media, there was this website called DreDay.com where this guy had inside info to Dr. Dre.
Okay.
But then they premiered it for everybody on Saturday Night Live in October. Ooh. They did Still DRE and forgot about Dre, and it was an incredible moment for me. I always like to sneak in any sort of rap commentary that I can on there. By the way, check out the new Clips album. It is fire. But Danny Williams, we're sitting in fun day today, man. Fun Friday.
It's been good.
Hanging out with you. A lot of good stuff. A lot of great players have come to Denver. A lot of great players have left Denver, but those Rockies fans hanging tough with all the talent that's left. That's been a big one.
Brutal.
CBS Sports, Danny, ranked the trios in the NFL. 1 quarterback, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver per team. The Denver Broncos came in at number 21, which I think when looking at it, all things considered, I think that's fair. The running back they use, it's Bo Nix, it's Cortland Sutton's receiver, but it's R.J. Harvey at the running back, which I would have probably put Dobbins in there if I was them. But Cortland's kind of a fixture. Bo is still ascending. Kevin's got him in the Hall of Fame. We're not doing that just yet. Kevin agrees.
I mean, yeah.
yeah. So 21, when you look at who's ahead of them and who's behind them, it's not as high as you'd want going into the season, but I think it's fair.
Well, there's at least one guy who helped contribute to those rankings, had the Broncos as high as 16, and they were as low as 28. So, 21.7 feels proper because you have to, the unknown of Harvey, put him towards the last, at least, of NFL running backs. So he's got to be around 28, 29, 30. He's got to be kind of right around there. Cortland Sutton, we just did the exercise, or ESPN just did the exercise with the executives and where they ranked wide receivers, and Cortland Sutton was in the honorable mentions at like 26. And the guys in front of him were DJ Moore, Calvin Ridley, Jalen Waddle. You could have put him as high as maybe 22, 23, 24, which that's kind of where he is on this list. And then Bo Nix, you have him kind of all things considered right now today, who he is and where we stand today. You got him right around 15.
Yeah,
said,
15.
Which I think is right. I kind of projected him a little bit to put him around 10. I think 8, 10. That's more, the 8 is more of what I want it to be. And it's based off of me seeing him as high as number 6 in some rankings and him throwing the 6th most touchdowns last year. But if I'm going to keep it real, got to be around 10 to 12 on him, 30 on Harvey, 22 on Sutton. What does that equal? Right about 20, 21.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally fair on that. And we agree they could go higher. The Broncos could definitely end up higher if Bo continues to ascend, but that's kind of a big thing. It needs to take a step. And then I think the other thing too, rookie running backs. No, Kev's about to grab that mic and scream about Omarion Hampton not being with the Denver Broncos, but Kev's still there. He would have liked Omarion Hampton.
Breaks my heart.
I'm gonna start there. He's at 13 with the Chargers. The Chargers 13th on this list. If this list is Bo Nix, Omarion Hampton, Cortland Sutton, where do you think the Broncos are on the list? Is it much different?
Yeah, like 19 or 18.
Yeah, maybe
it's
a couple
not
spots.
dramatic, but it goes to us 4, us 5 in these 2 rooms here, and everyone else in Broncos country. Hampton was more of a sexy pick. He's who everybody liked. But I would say maybe George and Sean Payton liked R.J. Harvey to his equal, or thought that Hampton is different, obviously a different style running back, but Harvey's going to do things in the mold that makes more sense for us, therefore getting as much production or value out of Harvey than Hampton. And we get Barron.
That's the thing.
And we're drafting Barron, who is one of the best defensive players in the country, to come in here. And don't forget, Barron played every corner position, played safety, and even lined up at linebacker. So the joker, role, these jokers that Sean Payton wants, well, Barron was the perfect guy for the job there. And I'm comparing Barron here to at least those early couple years having a Bradley Roby-like type of impact, which was, he was a championship role player, Bradley Roby.
Yeah, if anybody hates that comparison, go back and watch some of the stuff Bradley Roby did in that Super Bowl run. There was his rookie year, they were getting blown out in New England, Fox's last year, and I think Roby picked up Brady once or twice in that game. Yeah, so Roby knocked out the ball in Pittsburgh. Kevin, if Omarion Hampton is on this list rather than R.J. Harvey, where are the Broncos?
I think you guys are kind of spot on. Still in that 18, 19, maybe 17 range. Just because it's a rookie running back. You still aren't fully sure yet. Mm-hmm. But, hey, Sean Payton's, he's smarter than us. They identified R.J. Harvey, so if they think he's going to be the better running back, power to him. I'll roll with it, but I'm still a little nervous.
I have a new twist on this, and it's just kind of coming to me as developing in my mind last night during DenverSports Tonight with Dante. It's the mentality has been you throw Dobbins out there, RB1, and you run his ass into the ground till there's no tread left on the tires. What does this guy have left? No one thinks he's going to play more than a dozen games anyways. Well, I'm starting to think that Harvey, if they believe in him to be an RB1, that should happen sooner than later. And why aren't we looking at Harvey like we are Dobbins, in the sense of when Dobbins was drafted, he came out and they knew he was an incredible athlete, and he was until he got hurt right away. So where was Dobbins drafted? 55 overall. Where was Harvey drafted? 60 overall.
Wow.
So why aren't we looking at Harvey like in the same way of like, he's got to come in, be a horse for us. Let Dobbins kind of save him for maybe the home stretch of the season, or as much as you can kind of manipulate that. And if Harvey's a star, like he's a star, then he should be a star from day one. Kamara was a 3rd-round pick. When they got him on the field, they drafted him, they liked him, and they realized he is a 3-down back. He can do everything, and we're going to have him do everything. So while those two guys aren't necessarily cut from the same cloth, Harvey was actually selected higher than Kamara, as high as Dobbins. Why aren't we putting the pressure and looking at Harvey as coming in and being like the guy right away instead of some kind of compliment to Dobbins?
Well, that's the thing is I think they do want him to be the guy first, because they did wait to get Dobbins too. It wasn't.
He was on the street 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and so they went for him. And that's the thing is running back, looking at other positions, can relatively compete and come in and contribute heavily right away. I think, tight end, defensive tackle, I think those need a couple years to develop. Running back does not.
Isn't if Harvey is really a star, he's going to pop right away? Or no, am I wrong about that?
Will he pop right away? Oof.
Like if he's a star, won't it be after like week 4 or week 3 or 5 we realize he needs bulk touches? He needs the majority of the carries?
Interesting. He should, because what's interesting, Phillip Lindsay, our guy, Clinton Portis, they were not slotted as the guy right away. They were, and Clinton was a 2nd-round pick, so there was clearly a better plan for him than Phil. Phil's undrafted status seemed to make them hesitate longer when he was clearly the guy. RJ Harvey, conversely, needs to come in. Let's look at it from Broncos' historical perspective. Rookie running backs come in and they're dope right away. In Denver, Terrell Davis, Olandis Gary, Mike Anderson, Clinton Portis. It keeps going. And so with that, he needs to come in, and it needs to be, I don't want to say obvious, but the room and the basically tolerance for development is going to be much shorter, and it needs to be because of the position the Broncos have put him in.
Harvey's got to come in here and be something special and dynamic that they don't have. He can't just fall into being another Jaleel or Estimate or Bidet or Watson.
Is that fair? Yes or no?
Because
is that fair?
Of the investment. 2nd-round pick.
I agree. I think that's fair.
This is not a 4th-round pick. It's not a 6th-round flyer. It's not an undrafted guy. But Isaiah Pacheco was drafted in the 7th and 6th round.
Yeah.
And Kyron Williams, 3-4 other really good running backs right now in the league. We're all 2nd-rounders. He's at a spot. He's drafted. You can get a running back. You can get a player anywhere. But there is a lot of history saying he's drafted in a spot where he can go on and be a big-time contributor and maybe even a star, which they kind of need him to be.
There is a narrative, Danny, around a big-name Denver Nuggets player that maybe we can put that to rest a little bit after something that came out yesterday. We'll do that next.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about low testosterone, and if it's ruining your life, there is a solution out there. I know, because I'm dealing with it. I dealt with it is what I should say, because I'm now using Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to help with my testosterone levels. It was about a couple years ago for me, I started to feel tired throughout the day. You know why? Because I wasn't sleeping throughout the night. One of the bigger problems, my sex drive was gone. Can't live without, fellas. So I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, set up my first appointment. They have 5 locations. I promise one's within 20 minutes of you right now. You want to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, get that appointment set up. You're going to talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to take your T and your PSA, tell you what your levels are, and then give you some options. One of the options they gave me was signing up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. I did it, and they waived the $99. Now, they send everything to my house. I take the pain-free shot in the comfort of my own home. Energy's back. Sex drive is back. I'm feeling like a brand new man, thanks to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We'll actually dive in it. We were going to talk a little Jamal Murray, but Cam Johnson just had his introductory press conference with the Denver Nuggets.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. So a lot of good stuff came out of it. Well, let's talk about just Cam Johnson from the beginning. Obviously, you come to Denver. He's been in Phoenix, where he's been around, some star players. He's played in NBA Finals, but you're coming to a team with the bona fide best player in the world. Kind of where do you fit? Here's Cam Johnson earlier today. It's about a 40-second clip talking about what he brings to Denver.
Team first mentality. I want to win. At the end of the day, I want to win. I want to win a championship. And obviously, we have the pieces to do it here. And that's what I'm most excited about. I think offensively, I've always been known to shoot the ball. I think there are more aspects of my game, but just being at the team's best in terms of ball movement, making the right plays, finding the right shots, and playing off of some really good players, and then defensively fitting into the schemes that they have. I'm really excited about that, and my goal, number one, is to win. And the teammates that I'm surrounded with, the coaching staff that I'm surrounded with is such a great opportunity for me.
That's Cam Johnson.
Ooh, I love the way he finished that.
Yeah, it's his introductory press conference to the Nuggets today. Just, this may sound weird. He said the right things, but it wasn't just, saying the right things to say them. You could tell he's a very cerebral guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's thought about a lot, and he kept talking about where he fits and kind of what he could do with the ball movement and stuff. Just overall, the tone and the way he speaks, got to be happy with how he's coming in. Cam Johnson.
I love this guy. Everything about what I'm learning and hearing about him. And if you go watch some clips and video of his game, he's a complete player. Not a lot of guys can do the things that he does. And the biggest part of what he's going to bring is this just super level and layer of consistency. He's going to get you that 18 every single night, right around that same number. And what I'm hoping is even more. I hope he's got 20, 21, 22. I hope now that his game, you're playing with one of the best players of all time, he's going to help elevate your game. And Cam Johnson just really looks the part, the fit. And right before we went on the air, I said, this guy just understands the opportunity that he has. And he finished the quote with that exact statement, which is a real thing of beauty.
What I like about Cam is he actually has NBA Finals experience. He was there with Phoenix, and he lost.
Yep.
I don't love for Cam that he lost, but this is a guy that's gotten close, and he's felt it, and then he's going into a team that right after he did it,
they didn't want to include him in that Durant deal.
They fought it. Yeah,
that was a stalemate a little bit for a while until they said, okay, here's Kevin Durant, I guess. But yeah, so that's how highly, a couple franchises have now thought of him, including the Nuggets, who are bringing over a good player who is really might just be the perfect medicine and elixir for what this team has been needing in terms of some fire again, someone chasing it again. That level of consistency is going to be so epically important for these guys to, to be great, but to win games by double digits. Don't let teams back in games, Nuggets, when you're up 16 at the half and then we've got a game down the stretch. This is a guy who's going to balance things out, make you tougher, make you better. And one of the big reasons why I call this team like a big boy team again. They're championship level again.
Yeah. Cam Johnson's versatile. He can shot create. He can shoot from three. He could defend well. You mentioned it, though. He's coming in here and playing with the best player in the world. Cam Johnson, today at his introductory press conference with the Denver Nuggets, spoke about the aspect of his game that he hopes takes off with Nikola Jokic. It's about a minute-long clip.
I'd say relocation around the perimeter, whether that's finding the open spot for a three or a cut. I know maybe his best ability is just understanding where he is in space and where his teammates are in space at all times. And so one thing that I've always worked on in my career to take next steps, to be able to be on the court, to be able to get playing time, is finding windows offensively. And so, in playing with a player like Yoke, I find a spot and there's a high chance that he's going to put the pass on time, on target. So for me, it's going to be a lot of that where I'm just, playing off of the guys on the court and then making reads off that, and that's how I love to play. That's my favorite kind of basketball, and so I'm really looking for that part of my game to, because I had a lot of less catch and shoots last year. I was a lot less of a catch and shoot around the perimeter, and so that might be something that gets a little bit of an uptick this year.
So Cam Johnson there at his introductory press conference talking about what he brings, aspects of his game that he hopes takes off with Jokic. Kind of what you hear there is, one, I think we're going to see, when we get those Jokic highlights where the ball's over the head, somebody's cutting, somebody's where they need to be. Cam Johnson can cut to the hoop, and he does a lot of different things. And kind of what was exciting there overall is you could see he's got a versatile game, and he's kind of saying in a lot of that, all these different things I can do, Jokic will allow me to do all of them.
Michael Porter Jr. was a scorer who went through stretches and couldn't score.
Right.
Okay? So we know Christian Brown is a complete do-it-all, kind of five-tool guy who doesn't want to just jack up shots, wants to take high percentage shots, has a high basketball IQ. My point is he's not just a natural scorer out there, okay? Aaron Gordon, gritty gutty, going to do a lot of things and help the team that don't have to do necessarily with scoring. He'll have great nights and only score 10, 11, 12, 13 points on nights. So what I'm saying is Cam Johnson comes in there and now is a guy who needs to be leaned on to score the ball. He's got to get to 20 and 22, 23 some nights. I'm hoping he's sticking there averaging those amount of points. There's going to be plenty of scoring opportunities for this guy because, 2 of your 5 starters aren't natural kind of scorer guys. So you have Jokic, you have Jamal, and you have Cam Johnson, who's going to be that third guy getting you the third most points every single night. And a lot of nights, your second most amount of points. So what I'm really hoping is Cam Johnson's going to have a bunch of 25-point nights.
Yeah.
And the low's going to be 16, 17, not 8 and then 24 like you get from Michael Porter Jr. all over the place.
You still got Aaron Gordon.
Yes.
Who can shoot the ball now.
Yeah.
So it's a lot. There's a lot of good stuff with Cam Johnson coming in here, just the versatility that they can do. But Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle of Bethpage Black. All you have to do is enter. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses. Any of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses, just go in to that pro shop between now and August 1st and find the cutout of Zach By, take a picture with it, make fun of it, and just scan the QR code. And for more information and a list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. We also heard from John Wallace and Ben Tenzer today on the Jonas Valanciunas situation. We'll listen to that, and then Danny and I will react. We'll do all of that next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I know we made plans with the neons, but you're looking lights out, turning me on. That black dress got your boy.
It's John Davis, Danny Williams, Kevin Kistler behind the board, sending us out. Kevin, who is that?
We got some Chase Matthew. He was at Fiddlers last night opening up for Keith Urban.
Nice. How was again, I'm not a country guy, but I know you love it. How was the show?
Fantastic as always.
Was it?
Best show in country music, hands down.
Really? Keith Urban does the best show in country music?
Hands down.
Why is it? Because he has so many hits, or what is it?
The energy, the guitar playing, the whole performance. He gets the crowd going. There's some artists that just kind of get up there and just sing, and that's it. It's like, you got to engage the crowd. I mean, it's by far the best.
Is he your favorite? I know since I've known you, he's always been the guy that you really like. Well, that's cool. I saw Wu-Tang and Run the Jewels there a few weeks ago. The final chamber too is the same thing. I was like, this is incredible. It was incredible. They put Wu-Tang. Run the Jewels is like incredible live. So having to follow them, Wu-Tang. To anybody that's there, they know they put so much into what they did, and it was awesome.
Fun.
And you know what? People used to hate on fiddlers. I'm older. It's not as hard on my ears. I get out of there at a decent time. I'm not.
Parking's reasonable. Fiddlers is super duper underrated.
Yeah, it's. I like it more than I think people give it credit for. But something we're liking more, Danny Williams, is this new look Denver Nuggets. They introduced Cam Johnson today. John Wallace and Ben Tenzer also took questions. I think obviously as excited we are for Cam Johnson. The Jonas Valanciunas saga, while we know he's here now, it's still kind of out there. Ben Tenzer today spoke on conversations with Jonas and what they expect from him when he's here.
Yeah, we've had great conversations with him, and there's been nothing but healthy conversations in terms of him honoring his contract and him excited to be a Nugget.
Okay, so when Ben Tenzer says they've had healthy conversations with Jonas Valanciunas, what do you take that as? Do you take that as you're coming here? So
a little bit of a weird tone.
Yeah, I think so.
It sounded like he was trying to say, well, he's coming whether he likes it or not. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and almost he said it without saying it. It's going to take some time for this guy to realize maybe how good he has it here. Come get on board. You're going to see how productive you're going to be, or what a winner you're going to be like you've never been. Basically just kind of how good you're going to have it. And whether this thing's about really going back home or about an extension and a lot more money, seeing how guys of his age and his ability being role players are making just so much money, tell him and let him see, go be a star role player here, and at the end of this year, we'll figure out the extension of a couple more years, depending on what kind of success we have here, which we're all expecting to have a ton of it.
We're all expecting. It's about an 11-second clip. You mentioned the tone of it. I want to play
Let's
it
do
again.
it again.
Yes, I want to play it again. This is Ben Tenzer talking about Jonas Valanciunas and the conversations they've had. Let's pay attention to the tone.
Yeah, we've had great conversations with him, and there's been.
So that's what's interesting there. It's the tone and then the words kind of you point out. You know what he didn't say? Jonas is super excited to be a Denver Nugget.
Can't wait to play with Nikola. It's
None
been
of
a
that was
dream for
there.
him to play with Nikola. He's super excited to be here, and
honoring his. Have you ever heard in a press conference them say, "Yeah, we talked about him honoring his
healthy
contract."
conversation about showing up to play under the contract that he's forced to play under that he's unhappy with. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure as time goes on here, we'll figure out and find out just really exactly what the rub is, what the problem is, what the holdup is for him coming here and being here. But the guy's under contract for some pretty good money to go be in a really good situation here that actually could help make him more money in the twilight and later stages of what is already close to the end of the guy's career.
And potentially get him some more money.
Yeah, a lot more.
With Jonas Valanciunas too, he's in a tough spot because it sounds like he was led to believe by somebody close to him, an agent, not Schwartz, but I think his Lithuanian agent, that this was all fine, that if the buyout was going to happen. But from what we understand of Jonas Valanciunas, he's not going to, a name we brought up earlier, Ron Mercer, was a malcontent. Do not expect that from Jonas Valanciunas, everything we've seen from him in his career. Whether this is what he ultimately wanted, I think he'll come in, he'll play as hard as he ever has, and he will contribute. And I understand what the Nuggets did, too, here. It's not the Nuggets' fault. He was made a promise they had nothing to do with.
John, if he wanted to be bought out so he can get out of this contract to make a lot more money, that is a pretty big reason right now to be unhappy. You might be feeling like they're holding me ransom a little bit, and maybe you were made some promises by the Kings or whoever else it might be that you were going to have a chance to become a free agent and go sign for, again, I keep going back to Duncan Robinson's making $50 million on 3 years. Okay, and the guy couldn't even get on the floor during times. A little bit younger and a different kind of role player, I guess, but Valanciunas is thinking, well, I want to go play where I want, and I want to go play for 15 or 17 million per for the next 3 years.
Do you buy into, because a lot of discussion from a lot of really smart people around basketball, and I think this is interesting, that backing up Jokic is not an ideal job to have, because obviously there's going to be a drop-off when you come off the floor, and if things aren't as perfect as when Jokic is on the floor, you catch maybe more flack than you should have. Your performance is going to be ridiculed because it's going to be a drop-off. Do you think Valanciunas, that isn't at all affecting his decisions?
Every stop he's made over the last couple of years where he's been quasi-starter if he wasn't technically a starter, meaning you're still getting 22, 25 minutes a game, playing in big, late games, minutes of the game. If starting's important to him, maybe this could be a bit of a hang-up. But, again, he's only coming in to spell Nikola. He's not going to be a lot of situations where he's on the floor like really late in games to help the team win. And maybe he wanted a better situation for himself or somewhere where he can go be more of an asset, more of a contributor than he's going to be. But if it all goes according to plan, there's a lot of games last year where the Nuggets, when they had it right, Nikola barely had to play in the fourth quarter. So those going to be Valanciunas games. And how do you get to those games? Well, by being really good in the first 3 quarters, getting a big lead, holding teams off, keeping Nikola on the bench, and Valanciunas goes in there and is like a star with a bunch of really, really great players around him. Not a bunch of Zions and Brandon Ingrams and C.J. McCollums. Those guys are bums. Those guys, yeah, those guys are playing for themselves. That's a dysfunctional situation. Hard to have success in being caught up in all of that while you're waiting for Zion to get right.
Well, I wish McCollum would have been a bum when he was with the Blazers in the 2019 playoffs and they eliminated him. He was not a bum then. With Valanciunas too, I think something else is. You can load manage Jokic here. You could go win a game if you pick it right with Valanciunas, Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson. You could win a game with that lineup. I think that's what's really important. They also spoke today. John Wallace Nuggets. I'm calling them both GMs. Vice President of Player Personnel, I think, is John Wallace's title, but he spoke just what they're looking for after all these big changes.
I think one of the biggest things we look for with all the moves is being able to adapt to what the league may throw at us on any given night without sacrificing our baseline and our fundamental approach to the game. And so obviously that's easier said than done, but being able to find like-minded individuals who can fit those roles. I mean, look, we've been in Vegas the past couple of days with Summer League, and these guys have popped in and out, got some time with our young guys, supported the games. Just mentally and physically, they're there and ready to take on this challenge.
I love the way John Wallace talks. He's very deliberate with what he says. What I like there is he's basically talking about adaptability. One thing that makes the Thunder so great is they don't have to run things the same style every night. They've got different things they can do depending on what you do, and that's what makes them. And with this Nuggets team, it could be one night they need Tim Hardaway Jr. just popping off from the three-point line because of how the spacing works and how they're going after Jokic. Another night it could be Cam, you go create, and things like that. So I like what he said there. They're building a team to be able to kind of take on any matchup to where a situation like the Timberwolves doesn't happen where you've just got nothing for what that team does.
No, what you said about the Thunder's right. So many pieces that just all kind of complement each other. So many different guys who can hurt you, starters and bench guys when it comes to the Thunder. It seems like when the Nuggets were at their best a couple years ago, it was one night Gordon being a hero, one night Michael Porter Jr. being a hero, a lot more consistent Jamal big nights, and then the best player in the world making it all happen. How do you recapture that? Well, again, Christian Brown is a lot better of a player, more mature player, can do a lot more things now. It's coming into his own. Just love that. Love the player. Aaron Gordon will be healthier next year. Just saw a picture of him and his the physique. I'm not into dudes, but if I was, I'd be with Aaron Gordon. This guy looks great.
Aaron Gordon's one of the best-looking human beings on the entire planet.
It's just he looks like a superhuman.
It's incredible.
Super soldier. And then it goes to Jamal, who's looking great. And Jokic, I'm hoping comes back with a little, I like the feeling of being MVP. I want MVP back.
I think last year it mattered to him.
I thought I wanted to be off parade. I want to stay on parade.
I hope he's listening right now. What did we find out? Jokic never misses a John Davis, Danny Williams show.
Well, don't piss his brothers off.
No. Did you see his brother sitting behind the bench?
Dude.
The other night?
Oh my God. Yeah. He's they whatever made the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it's like Jokic took whatever stuff the Ninja Turtles made and created the brother.
Dude, it's
just
so intimidating.
Freak show, this guy.
It's so intimidating. And the Nuggets, though, just these moves they've made. And we're also talking about, Valanciunas, we understand there's something kind of weird there. But Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, and Tim Hardaway Jr. are so excited to be here.
Yeah.
Because it's now become, especially Bruce has won a championship. He just wants to be a Denver Nugget.
Oh, man. He's practically begging to be here.
He just wants to be one.
The question is, how much does he have left?
Exactly. And then Tim Hardaway Jr., for one, I hope he recreates his dad's biggest Nuggets moment where his dad grabbed a monitor and threw it onto the court in Orlando. I would give anything
Love that.
for that. But Tim Hardaway Jr. is a guy saying, hey, I've played roles. I've started. Let's go win. Let me just, what do you need me to do? When you need me to do it? And I'm going to go do it.
As soon as like a year ago, 2 years ago, when he's playing with Luka, Tim Hardaway was asked to be like the third and fourth best player on the floor. You got to go get 15 or 17. That was like the role. And he wasn't that guy. Skill set, maybe father time, maybe with just the fit. Here, what they're going to ask of him, be the first guy off the bench some nights, be the seventh or eighth guy off the bench some nights. Maybe don't play a ton in the first half, but come hit a three down the stretch of a game for us. He's going to be used in a lot of different ways and a lot better of a fit than his last couple of years where he was in a tougher spot.
He was in a tougher spot. And John Wallace also spoke today, kind of going off, if he feels like the moves they've made have made the Nuggets a championship contender.
I mean, look, we're sitting here in July right now. We think we've given ourselves a chance to give some tools, to have some resources to where we can be competitive. Obviously, the season has played itself out, but, do we feel confident? Yes. But like I said, there's a lot of basketball to be played. These guys have to gel. DA's got to put his new philosophies in. So, time will tell.
You know what I love about that quote? He's putting accountability on everybody. John Wallace. They're not, yes, these are great moves. They're being praised left and right, but he's saying hey, we haven't won anything yet.
Yeah,
we've still got work to do. Exactly. You don't do the dream team. Don't win the offseason, and then the season starts, because he came from Minnesota. He knows how good they were. He played Oklahoma City. He knows how good they are.
Well, how good they were. That's kind of changed. The Timberwolves aren't a full steam ahead, rising, ascending brand like they once
were. They lost McDaniels. Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Yeah,
they keep in McDaniel. But yeah, that's a big loss.
The loss of Karl Anthony Towns for them, when they gave him he's a unique kind of character, but that was a weapon that really helped make them unique, and that's a big loss. I think that guy is a big loss for them.
We got Richie Carney coming in here now.
Richie.
Richie Carney gonna. You got your You do the Spartan race do you do it because you went to Michigan? Michigan State?
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like bait.
Go Wolverines.
No,
Sparty up.
Completely unrelated. But yeah, no, I've done it for 2 years in a row, so I enjoy it.
And you are listening to KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Richie will be sitting in for Phil. Richie, I don't know, have you got a chance to listen to some of these clips from the Nuggets?
I have gotten a chance to listen to some of it, and I got to be honest, we talked about it after the acquisition when you're talking about swapping out Michael Porter Jr. for a Cam Johnson. Immediately you go to, okay, well, what kind of difference does it make on the court, right? Cam Johnson, to me, presents like a player who, at the floor, can probably give you what you were already getting from Michael Porter Jr., but has a higher ceiling, not just as an offensive contributor beyond the three-point line. I think the ball moves more fluidly through his hands, and I think he's got a little bit more of a better game at the point of attack defensively, even if it doesn't manifest itself in rebounds. But he seems like a smart guy.
Yeah.
He just seems like a savvy, smart player.
Absolutely.
And I'm really excited about what a very cerebral, brilliant player like Nikola Jokic can do with somebody with a basketball IQ.
Who's hungry, too.
Yes.
Who knows what it was like to be on a good team in the Suns and then have it all kind of taken away from you. And it probably feels pretty, you're living in New York, but you're playing for the Brooklyn Nets. It's just, you're a no-hoper. So for him to come in here entering the prime of his young career, Cam Johnson is just seems like a really perfect fit. And like you said, it's while the numbers looked like the same with Michael Porter Jr., it's getting to that 18 every single night consistency that's going to be the real difference in him and Michael Porter Jr.
Well, Cam Johnson, he's definitely going to take that team-first approach, and he talked about it, but you can see it. All right? You know who he reminds me of on the football side? He reminds me of Justin Simmons.
A guy
that's going to do everything right. A guy that you're going to fall in love with because of the way he talks. But you're also going to fall in love with him on the court like a lot of people fell in love with Justin Simmons on the football field, because every time he steps foot on that court, he's going to do it the right way. He's going to find areas where Jokic is going to be able to get him the ball faster. He's going to make the shots when it matters the most. He's going to make sure he's getting everybody involved in the scheme. The scheme and the flow of the game is just going to be a little bit different with Cam Johnson being on the court. I'm not saying that MPJ didn't have his strengths, but when you have Cam Johnson on the court, it's just gonna be flowing. It's gonna be smoother, and it's one of these things where Jokic is gonna be a lot happier knowing that players are gonna be doing the right things all the time,
and a lot more confident, a lot more. I don't have to do this myself. That's gonna be big picture. It's gonna be big.
That's it, and I think to your point, Phil, is with Michael Porter, with Aaron Gordon, when he has an off night, he still contributes.
Yeah.
Michael Porter Jr. off night, there's almost no contributions. Cam Johnson reminds me a little more of Aaron Gordon in the sense, not so much stylistically, but when he has an off night, there's still a presence felt.
Well,
there's still kind of an impact.
Back on that one a little bit, because I was the same way with you. Then I started watching the games with MPJ the last 2 years, because I was on MPJ's ass.
Yes, you were. Yes,
you
were.
That.
Yes, you were.
What'd you
used to
see?
tell
Yes,
me to
you
be
were.
careful, right?
Yeah.
Now on this, for MPJ, yes, when he was not on from the 3-point line, it was like, okay, what else are you doing when it comes to scoring? Nothing. But he was able to get going by getting the rebounds.
Yeah, 7 a game.
You know, by finding ways to help contribute and get the ball back in Jokic's hands, Aaron Gordon's hands, Jamal Murray's hands. Now, his game is scoring. And when you don't score as a scorer, you're going to be looked at as like, what are you doing out there? But he did contribute in other ways in the off games. Now, that's something I would have to have a little pushback on. Now, do we feel the presence as much? No, because he's a scorer. He's 6'10". You should be able to get the points. But he did put the rebounds in the column.
I think it's
stat column.
Is it fair to say, guys, that when it comes to Michael Porter Jr., we obviously, like we talk about with Jamal, like we see the potential for it. When Michael Porter Jr.'s shot is falling, he's one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA,
Hands
averaging
down.
about 40% per clip for his career, and he shot about 40% last season. It was just due to health, and I think due to just some up and down kind of mental aspects of Michael Porter Jr.'s game. We just didn't see it enough. I think with MPJ, it's fair to say, and I think he might argue, that he never lived up to the potential of what we thought or he thought he could be in a Nuggets uniform. Doesn't mean he wasn't a decorated part of a championship core, and I think that's part of the gravity of the situation, why they move on this new front office from MPJ in their first month on the job. But I think that Michael Porter Jr. talked about joining Brooklyn and how excited he was to see how much more he can elevate his own game. Maybe some frustrations about where he falls in the pecking order offensively with the two-man game and with Gordon taking a bigger chunk.
Yeah.
But I think with Cam Johnson, we're going to see a similar player stylistically and someone who presents a skill set without any of that previous stigma of being frustrated about where they stand.
That's a good point. And one thing, and I'll give MPJ credit here. There was plenty of games where MPJ would have like 10 or 12 in the first quarter, and then Jamal would ice him out,
good call.
and he wouldn't shoot again till the third quarter. But I think overall, I would have what Cam has that I think was always missing for me from Michael Porter Jr. It's a quality you had from the second we saw you at training camp. Is I'm just going to take this. I'm not going to wait for somebody to hand. I'm just going to go. And there was games where it's like we need a play. And there was times with this is MPJ's moment, and it just didn't always come in those moments, like a Timberwolves series, for example. So that's kind of where I ultimately fell with MPJ, that I think Cam Johnson has more of that. Just give me the ball, and we're going to make a play.
No, it's Cam, like when you're talking about the order, right? Number one, Jokic. Number 2 has to be Jamal. Number 3, is it Cam Johnson, or is it going to be Aaron Gordon? Like, who's the best?
It should be
best
Cam
number 3?
Johnson. It should be Cam Johnson because, listen, I'm the biggest Aaron Gordon fan in the state. He is Mr. Nugget to me. He is like running through the streets after winning the championship. It is legendary.
He's well loved.
He's
shooting in the gym right now.
He is,
a couple
Phil,
pictures.
one of the few remaining true, I think, hard hat and lunch pail players in the NBA. Somebody that is going to show up to work with no ego and say, hey, what do you need me to do today, and how's the best way that I can tackle doing
there's
that?
not a lot of people like Aaron Gordon left in the NBA.
He during the title run, defensively, he is attached to the best player and or shooter on the opposing team, and that was no gauntlet going through, or no slouch going through a Rudy Gobert and a Karl Anthony Towns in Minnesota, to a Kevin Durant, Devin Booker matchup with Phoenix, to LeBron James and Anthony Davis with the Lakers, and ultimately Jimmy Butler with the Miami Heat. And they all have different styles of play, different strengths and weaknesses to try to exploit.
Yeah.
And Aaron Gordon tackled that. And then after a championship year where you do all of that and reach the mountaintop, he reinvents himself again to slide into a different role. He sees, just like Jokic saw going into this past season, how much of a deficiency they have at three-point shooting from a volume perspective. And what does he do? He improves his three-point shooting percentage by 10 or more points. Such a rare feat.
Come on, that's like damn near unheard of to do as you age, like Aaron Gordon.
Doesn't just get better from the three-point line at this latter stage of his career. Gets better as an overall shooter from the three-point line. He took on a burden that someone in his position, as maybe a fourth option in a perfect world on a team, he was the sometimes second best option for the Nuggets night in and night out.
And if it wasn't Aaron Gordon as the second best option, then it was Christian Brown as the second best option. See, and that can't be the case when you have Jamal Murray. And now that you're adding Cam Johnson, I'm with you. Aaron Gordon needs to be the fourth best option, maybe even the fifth, because you have CB. But now you have Cam Johnson that should take on the role,
especially
bigger role.
offensively.
No, and I'm talking more offensively. We know that Aaron Gordon's going to play great defense. We know Christian Brown is going to play really good defense. But when it comes to scoring, because this league is about scoring, and if you can make three-point shots, Cam Johnson has to be the number 3 option, and maybe some games the number 2 if he's on from the three-point line.
Well, we are going to find out just exactly how Cam Johnson slides into the lineup, and we will hear more from the newest Denver Nuggets starter going into the rest of today's show. He had some conversations I thought were interesting about what facet of his game specifically he hopes to expand alongside Nikola Jokic, because that is the hallmark. We talked about it yesterday, the carrying card for Nikola Jokic is that as great as he is offensively and some of the things he's able to do with the basketball offensively that from the center position we've frankly just never seen, his calling card is the fact that he brings the most as a passer and as a facilitator, gets the best out of the team around him.
Yeah.
And I think that Cam Johnson, like we heard from KCP and Bruce Brown when they first came the year we won the title, and like we heard from Cam talking on, it feels like every single podcast out there about the excitement level he has there. Also got to hear from the co-executive VPs, Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace,
Dynamic duos.
Hey, they have all the respect in my book now, man, after these offseason moves and the way that they've retooled and reshaped this roster. No more joking references to two people to do one job from this person right here, but comments from them about the Jonas Valanciunas situation and how they view this roster in terms of title contention going into 2025. So many great things to hear from Ball Arena today as it relates to the Denver Nuggets. We'll put a pin in that. As someone who also sits in this chair.
Richie. Come on.
Because in the meantime, I think it's fair to say, Phil, Patrick Surtain is the face of the Denver Broncos defense heading into the 2025 season, the reigning defensive player of the year. But which of his fellow defensive teammates maybe has the highest ceiling going into 2025? I want to see if you and I are on the same page coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling.
Let's go, Richie.
Let's go, baby. Happy Friday, Phillip Lindsay.
Happy Friday, man.
Feels
3 days
good,
in a row.
man. 3 days in a row.
How you feeling? I know, like you're a very versatile guy. You've been jumping from the morning show, midday. I don't know if you have done the midday.
I will be on Monday.
There you
it's
go.
It's vacation season, man.
How you feel, man? Like this is your third day in a row with your boy, Filthy Phil.
Filthy Phil. It feels good, man. I'm having fun. I love hanging out. I feel like if I'm not sitting here in front of the microphone, I'm popping in during the breaks. I'm bugging Drew and Dante.
You're always busy now.
Behind the glass. Anytime I'm not running around in my office or on the other side of the building, I feel like I'm here talking shop and talking sports with you guys anyways. It's just bugging you during a break instead of doing it here on the air. So I'm loving it, man. Are you ready? Are you ready to have your boo back on Monday? You ready to get back with old ZB?
I mean, ZB, when she's ready to come back, she'll be back. All right.
This is not a drill.
We know. He's enjoying himself.
He is.
We're holding it down.
He's a grinder, man.
And
Zach,
it seems
Zach
like
is
everybody
a grinder.
has kind of been like in and out. You know, I've been the only one holding everything down.
That's
Richie,
true.
you've been there too. Now,
Yes.
I'm not going to take all credit, but I'm the one that's sitting there shouldering the load.
The glue guy, Phillip Lindsay.
The glue guy.
Here at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Phil, going into the break, I asked you, acknowledging that Patrick Surtain is the face of the Broncos defense, and probably up until the emergence of Bo Nix was the face of the team.
Yeah.
And he's the reigning defensive player of the year, and we'll see. I'm sure Bo Nix will certainly have something to say with his play about that status. But which of his fellow defenders do you think has the highest ceiling going into 2025? And there's a lot of names, that can fit that bill. Nick Bonito coming off of a big season, 13.5 sacks.
Well, you have to look at it as a ceiling.
Mhm.
When you're an older player, like, for example, Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Where's it, for his ceiling? I mean, when you look at what he did with the 49ers and how good he has been when he's healthy, he's kind of where his ceiling is. Like, he is who he is at his age. Hufanga's another one. When he's healthy, they're all pros, and they're able to play at a high level, and they've been able to win a bunch of games because of that, get to the Super Bowl because of these type of players like Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. And their ceilings are kind of right there. They end up being who they are. They are who they are. When you talk about a high ceiling, it's a young player that's getting better every single year, in my eyes. Now, it may be different for you, Richie.
Okay.
In your brain, it's a little different.
Scary place.
You think of things a little differently. But in my eyes, it's about a player that's working to become great, working to become one of the best to do it at their position, and they have more time to do it. And the guy I'm going to talk about, you just talked about him, you just said him in passing, is Nick Bonito. He's the type of guy, a pass rusher. The last time we had a pass rusher that was the face of the Denver Broncos, it was Von Miller.
Yep.
Now, it's not healthy as time goes on. You want the face of your franchise to be the quarterback.
Right.
Because if your quarterback's really good, you're probably winning a bunch of games. You have a chance to go to a Super Bowl. So we all know that. But when you're talking about the defense, pass rusher is who you want to be the face of your defense if you can, because now they're in the trenches. They're the ones making a bunch of plays. They're the ones that can get you the sacks and change the game at all times. As a cornerback, you isolate the game, and you could put somebody on the island, but there's still more to the game. And that's why I would say a pass rusher, and that's why I would say Nick Bonitto.
Well, Nick Bonitto certainly plays a position that would lend himself to this conversation. He's coming off of a 13.5 sack season, like I mentioned, kind of a coming out party, I think, for a pass rusher who, through the first couple seasons of his NFL career here in Denver, was looking to find his footing and find a spot and get that rhythm that we saw start to click last season. And Nick Bonitto is probably the 1B that I would choose, but I did not choose Nick Bonitto for the purposes of this conversation. And I don't think Nick Bonitto's a wrong answer by any means.
It's the answer.
Well, I don't know, Phil, because
33 solo tackles, 13.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 interception. He changed the game.
when we're talking, well, he plays a game-changing impact player position. There's no doubt. And he has that over the player, I would argue, that I'm about to mention.
So he has that over the guy that you're getting ready to argue
because
about.
the player that I'm about to mention has done something that Nick Bonitto has never been able to do yet in his career. And that's be a first-team All-Pro level player in the NFL. I'm going to say that the player who has the highest ceiling in 2025, if he can stay healthy, is Talanoa Hufanga. I think you listen to the way that Sean Payton talks.
Great leader.
About Talanoa Hufanga. He's a great leader. Just the toughness about the way that he plays. He described it, Sean Payton did, as being a first responder, right? He said in football, especially defensively, you have second responders and you have first responders. And second responders, it's not that hard to draw it out, are the kind of guys who clean up the tackle, that come flying over the top of a pile. They're not the first to the action. Sean Payton says Talanoa Hufanga, clearly when you cut on the tape and when he's healthy, is a first responder.
Oh, yeah, he's not waiting for the action. He's not waiting for a running back to meet him. He's meeting that running back in the hole. He's very smart.
And think about the safeties that we've had at that position who had that kind of mentality, the Kareem Jacksons, the TJ Wards, even the Darian Stewarts, if you want to keep going back to that level, the no-fly zone era of defense. John Lynch and Steve Atwater. Talanoa Hufanga profiles like that style of safety. And when you're looking at a team in the Denver Broncos who's coming off of a 2024 postseason appearance against the Buffalo Bills where they got walloped. And how did they get walloped, Phil? The Bills ran it down
you
their
couldn't stop them
throat.
run.
James Cook averaging 7 yards a carry. Josh Allen, the physical beast that he is. And I don't want to drag you into a Lamar Jackson Josh Allen thing.
I mean, he's a great quarterback.
But just the way, and Lamar did it against the Broncos when he played them too. Talanoa Hufanga, if he stays healthy and we get that Bo Lowry voodoo magic that was going on down in New Orleans that Sean Payton has brought here, and it's worked so far.
Last 2 years.
If it works for Hufanga in 2025, the last time Hufanga played a full season of NFL football, he was first-team All-Pro. And that's something that, not that Nick Bonitto can't do, we just haven't seen it yet. We don't know that he still has that in him yet. And I think that George Payton, Sean Payton,
Richard,
I feel confident.
Nick Bonitto is a bad boy.
He is a bad boy.
All right, that get off is just like Von Miller's. I'm not comparing him to Von Miller, but I'm talking about the get off, the explosive, low center of gravity, get low, great bend, flexibility, getting to the quarterback, and he's young. He's just scratching the surface. And what I said yesterday, Richie, what makes this so scary for Nick Bonitto, and we should all be excited, Broncos country should be excited about this, is he did not get hurt last year. So he had a full offseason to build his body, to get stronger, mentally to get stronger. He's not playing catch up. He's building on to his craft. And so now this year, he's going to be a lot more comfortable. He's going to be a lot more confident. He's going to start right away. It's not like, hey, we're going to wait until week 3 to get him going. He's going to start right off the bat, and you're going to get the best version of him because he wants the contract. I believe Hufanga is going to be great for us. Don't get me wrong.
he was a defensive player of the year, just like Nick Bonito was getting votes. In 2023, before Hufanga tore his ACL, he was having that same kind of trajectory of a season that we were talking about with Nick Bonito last year. He was a defensive player of the year candidate. He was flying all over the place. He's like a heat-seeking missile, Phil. I swear.
Richie, I played against the man.
Yeah.
Right? No, like no doubt. Like, he would come up in the box, and he would be the first one to greet you and try to knock your face mask off. Like, very smart. IQ guy, very smart. He's going to do the right things. He's not going to back down to anybody. He's vocal. Every time he's out there, he's talking. That's something that when I was gearing up to play him and I knew he would come off a blitz, it's like, okay, he's strong, he's powerful, but he has moves. So I understand where you're coming from. The man can play at an all-pro level.
And you know what's the funniest thing about the two players that we chose, who I think, I mean, Nick Bonito is definitely, like I said, if you're doing this conversation for me, is a 1B, 1A type of thing, you know, because I think there are multiple answers.
Nick Bonito's 1A.
Well, I think he's 1B.
Hufanga's 1C. There's one guy 1B.
Okay.
There's one guy.
Why don't you tell us who 1B is, apparently, coming up next?
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling. Yeah, truly. How are you? How are you feeling today on a gorgeous Friday? Are you feeling energetic? You fired up about the weekend? Or maybe you're feeling a little bit sluggish after a long week of work? Maybe you have low energy. Maybe you have low energy because your sleep patterns are off. All right, you don't have the energy to make it to the gym like you used to. When you do make it there, you don't feel as productive as you once did. You just don't feel like the guy you used to feel like. Guys, this could be symptoms of low testosterone, which happens to us men as we age. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Literally takes you 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is completely free. Fellas, don't wonder if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life. The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down, it can wait. Shift into safe. Don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado
We the Fan.
All right, Phillip, Lindsay, you told me that the player on defense with the highest impact ceiling in 2025, not named Patrick Surtain, is Nick Bonito. And I congratulated you on taking the obvious answer, even though
look at you.
It is definitely a correct answer. A correct answer.
Richie, sometimes we make things harder than it has to be. When you're watching these games.
That's what she said.
Look at you. Nick Bonito stands out. He's the one that's looking for a mega contract. And I know you're trying to be different.
He plays an impact player position, and I don't think that's the wrong answer at all.
It's not the wrong answer.
It's not. I just said that.
Don't say
literally.
Think, don't say think.
Just said it.
Just say, hey, it's not the wrong answer.
It's not.
I'm just going a different way about it. I just want to be. I want to be more creative. Or I want to be a pain in the ass. You can say that, Richie.
Oh, I don't have to defend Talanoa Hufanga, who was my choice to be a pain in the ass. That is for sure. I can do that all by myself. But no, I say Talanoa Hufanga, Phil, because I just think it's not a flashy, sexy position like pass rusher.
Yeah.
That easily lends itself to the eyeballs of saying that, look, this guy's wrecking a game. Frankly, that's one of the things I think was so impressive about Zach Allen's 2024 season is that guy plays right in the middle of the defensive line where he's got all the bodies in the scrum around him, and he still...
No, it's tough. That position is tough.
He still found ways to explode into the backfield and make an undeniable case of, like, he is absolutely turning this game upside down as a defensive lineman. And I think Talanoa Hufanga stylistically presents the opportunity to do the same thing. As a first responder, like Sean Payton called him, with the heads-up, smart player that he is, meet and runs at the line of scrimmage, breaking up screens in the backfield, and just flying to the ball the way that his former 49er and now Denver Bronco teammate Dre Greenlaw does at the linebacker position.
They break necks.
I just think that he could be a sneaky one that we come, 6, 7, 8 weeks into the season, and we're looking at him as a first-team All-Pro caliber Kareem Jackson, like we saw a T.J. Ward or a Darian Stewart, guys who played stylistically the same way.
And he's done it before. He's done it before. There's substance there that's saying, okay, if he's healthy, he can do it again.
Yes.
He's a very special football player.
To my knowledge, he is the only other Denver Bronco defender who has achieved first-team All-Pro status at the NFL level besides Patrick Surtain.
Now, the only thing with Hufanga right now is, how do you look? Can you stay healthy? Number two, it's going to take a little bit of time to get used to this scheme, to get used to the players around him. That's fine. That's okay. That's when you lean on players that have been here before, that have had success, and that's why my 1B. I call Hufanga 1C. And I know
you split them up. I said Hufanga was 1A and Benito was 1B. You said no. 1C for Hufanga and 1A for Benito because there's someone sandwiched in the middle there, and that Denver Bronco is
his dynamic duo, his partner in crime, the one that he's looking at and talking to the most, Brandon Jones, my former teammate with the Miami Dolphins. And he has grown over the years, and he's more of a leader than we think. And the reason I'm bringing him up is I don't believe we're giving him enough respect. Brandon Jones was a guy that you put in the box at 5'11", 5'9". I'm not going to give him 5'11". I know how tall
I'm
B. Jones is.
So is he taller
around
than me?
5'9", maybe a little bit more, 5'9", maybe 200 pounds. You talk about a heat-seeking missile, a guy that doesn't care about necessarily his body. He cares about making the tackle and making somebody hurt. That's Brandon Jones for you. He had 79 solo tackles and led the team in tackles as a safety. Why? Because you put him in the box like a linebacker. Once Alex Singleton went down, you had to put Brandon Jones in there. That's why I have to give my man some respect, because not only was he making tackles, but he had 3 interceptions. He had a forced fumble. He had 10 pass breakups. Like, he's moving all around, and that was his first year with the Denver Broncos. Now, imagine what year 2 looks like for him, where he's more comfortable. Imagine what year 2 looks like when you do have your partner in crime, Hufanga, on the other side that's smart, that's going to put you in a better situation. All right, imagine what Nick Benito can do when the safeties are in the box and they're blitzing as well. So that's why I had to put Brandon Jones in front of Hufanga, because of what Brandon Jones did for the Denver Broncos last year, Richie. And that's lead the team in tackles, okay? 3 interceptions, make impactful plays, and he's going to get better. He's only 27 years old. 27 years old. We got him on another bargain deal, so congratulations, George Payton. You did it again. And so now, all right, that's my guy who's 1B. Nick Benito, who's younger, that the ceiling is, the sky's the limit.
25, 26, yeah.
And you got Brandon Jones that's 27 years old, had a really great year. If he can stay healthy, he will have another one, because he's very consistent in mentally, right? His mentality is that old school mentality of, I don't care who you are, I'm punching you in the face. And that's why I respected Brandon Jones so much when I played with him. And he gave everything he had out there on that football field, and he's another one that's very smart and understands the game of football.
It didn't really cross my mind until I heard you talking about it, because Brandon Jones is not a name that popped up on my radar during this exercise.
Yeah, you wanted to disrespect my man, so I had to make sure.
Yes, that's what it was.
I had to make sure I got this cleared up.
Him.
We on the same page now?
We're on the same page now. Now that we're on the same page,
yeah.
Phil, with all the position groups that we've analyzed for the Broncos heading into 2025, and every major outlet from ESPN to CBS and Bleacher Report and all these different outlets are putting out like position group rankings for all the teams, or the top 10 players at X position, Y position. As a tandem, Phil, is another thing that could just be floating right under our nose. The fact that at the end of the 2025 season in Vance Joseph defense, could the Broncos have like a top tier level safety tandem of a healthy Talanoa Hufanga and a continuing to emerge Brandon Jones?
Oh, no doubt. This tandem could be top 5. A legit top 5 duo if they can stay healthy. Now, both of them have missed time, but you're talking about 2 safeties that will fly around, that is not scared to get in the mix and get down and dirty with the linebackers. But they're also so smart, and they're gonna use their angles. When you're going up against tight ends and receivers that are fast and know the route, you have to understand angles if you're a safety, so that you can beat them to their position. And when you're smart and you're watching film, all right, and you start to get the hang of like what teams love to do, you put yourself and your team in a better situation to be successful. In this case, the defense, to become number 1. And it starts with the secondary. It starts with PS2, Riley Moss, and Jahdae Barron, right? It starts with Hufanga and Brandon Jones and them being the next no-fly zone. Now, I'm not going to disrespect the no-fly zone, because they were legit and they were elite. But can we be something similar to that? I believe we can with the talent that we have around.
It certainly exists within the realm of possibility. The 2015 defense with the no-fly zone and the pass rush duo that they had with Vaughn and DeMarcus is something that, just from a collection of talent standpoint, you may never see again. It's crazy looking back on how embarrassment of riches we had it here in Denver. But make no mistake about it, Vance Joseph's defense going into 2025, coming off a year where they were top 5 or at a minimum top 10 in almost every major defensive category for the majority of the season, the expectation going forward, and I think it's a reasonable one, is that they get better and build upon that, given the additions of Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, drafting Jade Barron to add more depth there, getting back a healthy Alex Singleton. And you mentioned continued development for Brandon Jones, who's a recent come-over in the secondary there.
And Jaquan McMillan.
Yep.
He's another one that he had an off year, but he's been really good for this defense, and it's depth, and it's about competing
if he's
to make
your
everybody
fourth
better.
cornerback, Phil, you're doing great as a
Exactly,
secondary.
exactly. Now, I will say this. Now, for VJ, because you know that's my guy, and I'm going to fight to the end. But now there's no excuses. You have to go out there and do it. There's a lot of pressure put on this defense and for Vance Joseph to show up. Now, yeah, you may not be number one. It's hard to do that. You have the opportunity and the ability to do that, but you have to be around that top 5 and damn sure top 10 when you talk about this defense. And they have to be game changers, and the defense has to be able to give the offense more opportunities. That's when you know you're an elite defense. And VJ has a lot of pressure put on him because George and Sean have gave him more weapons to work with. So now, like I said earlier, he is going to have to be creative. You have Hufanga and Brandon Jones that both can come off the edge and blitz. Be creative with the blitz packages, with the safeties, with the linebackers, and go and get more than 63 sacks this year.
We are just days away from seeing the 2025 Denver Broncos hit the field on Tuesday of next week for training camp 2025. But before that, Monday from noon to 1 p.m., it's the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to be at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. To swing by and get your shirt, limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, baking for good. On the other side, Phil, Coach Prime's tenure up in Boulder has been almost anything but traditional. And a new report suggests there may just be a method to all that madness. That's next.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit wilhitewins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in an artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Deion Sanders entering year 3 up in Boulder, Phil. And I think it's fair to say that the Coach Prime experience here in Boulder has been basically anything but traditional when it comes to college football. Would you say that's fair?
Oh, definitely. But it's been fun, exciting. Like a whirlwind of emotions, let's just say that. He has changed the game of college football. We're talking about Coach Prime, that is.
It's crazy to think back, Phil, and the speculation with Coach Prime still at Jackson State, and he's going to make the move to FBS and Division I and get into the Power, at that time, the Power 5. And it's like, is he going to go to Florida State? Is it going to be an SEC school that's going to vacate? You know, and we're going to, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, it's like Colorado gets mentioned. And I know when I was looking at that, I'm like, okay, that's weird. You know, that's like.
Did you believe it?
No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't believe Coach Prime.
You don't believe?
You don't believe.
Actually, like I kind of knew about it before it even happened, but I didn't believe it either.
So you were privy to some information,
maybe.
Yeah.
You know, I had my agent that knew some people that they knew some people, and he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna put this on your radar." You know, at the time, I was like, "Don't put it out there because I don't know if this is gonna come true or not." But word is, Coach Prime may end up taking the Colorado job, and in my head, I'm like, he's not taking this.
No chance. They were the worst team in college football.
1-11.
Literally the worst team voted on by ESPN and other national outlets, and CSU at that time wasn't that far ahead of them.
No,
you know, it was like,
sure enough though.
It
Coach
was
Prime signs.
He does, and it's just crazy to think back to that time when that announcement is made, and he gets to campus, and it's all the videos that are coming out, and bringing my luggage, and it's Louis, and I think he had 88 transfer portal players in year one. It was like almost 90 new players on the roster.
That's why they call him the transfer portal king.
I think it was self-appointed, but he backed it up. He gave himself a nickname and then showed why. It's just wild to think back that was 3 years ago and that 4 years ago. If I had told you, Phil, 5 years ago that Coach Prime in 2025 was going to be entering year 3 as head coach of the Buffs, and the Buffs were going to have a Heisman Trophy winner, you no chance.
No, I'd be like, you're insane. You're insane.
Yep. Well, part of the Coach Prime experience that comes with some of the quirks, and I know you and Zach have touched on this before, is that in this new world, this new era of college football, right, where you have the transfer portal and you have all this NIL, it's the Wild West out there. And in the case of Coach Prime and Boulder, gone by the wayside are the traditional coach is going to come to your living room, sit down with mom and pop, and pitch you on why you should come to their program.
That's what happened with me when it was time for me to pick a school. John Embry, do you remember John Embry? John Embry, head coach. I'll never forget this. This is a crazy story, you guys. Buckle up. I'll never forget this. John Embry comes to my house for a visit. And at that time, I want to say I already verbally committed. But they wanted to talk with me. He gets to the house, and it's just John Embry. It's not Eric Bieniemy. And that was his offensive coordinator. And he's sitting there, and we're talking about the vision for me and like what I need to do to get my knee right, because I just hurt my knee. And I remember my father asking him, how many years are they going to give you? Because we're hearing a lot of talk about how they may give you this last year, and if things don't go right, you may not be there. And I remember Coach John Embry, saying, was his name John Bone, who was the athletic director at the time, and then he ended up going to USC, was going to give me the rest of my contract, which I believe he had 2 or 3 more years left. And we were like, okay, cool. After the conversation was done, it was a great visit. He gets into his car. Literally, Richie, we turned the news on because my mother used to love watching the news. And sure enough, John Embry got fired before he even touched foot back in Boulder. He's driving down the street. Wow. He's driving down the street, and he was fired. And I don't even think he knew. It was so insane. I just had to put that story out there. It's one of them times. Like, I'm like, wow, what am I going to do now? I blew my knee out. I don't know if this next coach, who was Coach Mike McIntyre, was going to honor my scholarship. This man, John Embry, was promised that he was going to at least get his contract. He's driving back to Boulder, happy that he just got done talking with me, and he doesn't have a job. It was insane. It was wrong to do at that time, at that moment, but it was insane. And that kind of scarred me. It's like, wow, this is how it goes. And so, yeah, man, that was one of the wild, craziest stories and things I've been a part of.
So what was that like in the aftermath of that when you turn on the news, you see that announcement, and what was the conversations like with your family, but also as you continue to kind of explore your options?
Well, what are we going to do? Utah pulled their scholarship, and at that time, they went to a JUCO, and they picked up Devontae Booker. We all know, running back. You have CSU that still had the offer on the table, and I was deciding, okay, is CSU part of this? Texas A&M pulled their scholarship off the table, and that was actually going to be with Johnny Manziel.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Johnny Football.
Johnny Football. You know, I would have been blocking for him, but hey.
Oh, yeah. You might, at least you could have been hanging out with him.
Yeah, I know, right? There was one more, I want to say Wyoming. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm talking to my father and my mother, and I'm like, what are we going to do? People are pulling their scholarships. I have my knees all messed up. I'm not getting the proper treatment because we don't have the money. And now I'm having to rely on a guy that I don't know, a coach that I don't know by the name of Mike McIntyre. And at that time, he wasn't there yet. And so I'm scared. I'm just scared. I'm confused. It's like, dang, I had an opportunity to go and play college football, and I may not be able to do it now. So it's just it's a bunch of emotions, and we're talking about coaches and in-house visits and doing that. And I just had that story about an in-house visit that kind of went wrong.
Wow, that's amazing. What an interesting dynamic. Something that I obviously was never privy to, but you hear about it, you read about it. In your case, Phil, you lived it. And what do you make of Coach Prime kind of going away with that? And is that a sign maybe of embracing a new way for a college football coach in 2025 and beyond?
Well, every coach has their style. Now, we may not agree with every style. We're not going to agree with every person or what people say. But that has worked for Coach Prime. And Coach Prime is a huge name. And he's so confident in himself. And he's a smooth talker. And now he's backing it up by having a successful season, by having players get drafted in the NFL, by having a Heisman winner, that it does help you out. Then, yeah, he doesn't have to go and beg these kids. These kids want to come here now. And so now he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to go for in-house visits. They're coming here, which is even better because now you get to pitch to these young men why you should be here and show them the Flatirons and show them the facility and show them Coach Prime in his element. And that's more impactful than being at home trying to talk this kid into coming to Colorado and just to visit Colorado.
The USA Today did an entire dive on this exact subject. And to your point, Phil, they came to the same conclusion. Brent Schrotenboer, we're going to go with Schrotenboer, of the USA Today, discussed this with recruits who said they were told that Sanders, when they came to visit, was out sick. He didn't come to them. And then when they came to him, Phil, he wasn't there. He's been dealing with health problems and all that stuff, which is legit. He wasn't jet-setting around the world. None of the recruits that were interviewed by the USA Today said that Sanders' absence played a role in their decision. And despite his absence, Colorado's been honestly on a roll lately with 3 new commitments from recruits since July 10th, including 4-star linebacker Rodney Colton Jr. from Georgia. And in Colton's case, he said it didn't matter if Sanders was on campus when he visited Boulder this past June because Sanders just talked to him by phone instead. It is impressive, Phil, as a feather in Coach Prime's cap that his gravitas and his personality is so infectious and so desirable to these young athletes looking to take their next step that he doesn't even have to be there in person, that even just via phone conversation, he is able to sell them on the vision here in Boulder and what they can be in 2025 and beyond. All right, coming up next is a new dark horse emerging in the wide receiver 2 battle for the Denver Broncos with just a few days left before training camp 2025. We'll discuss next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than that CEO ducked out of the Jumbotron at the Coldplay concert.
Shots fired. That was crazy.
That is, listen, we can say what we want about X or Twitter. I'll always call it Twitter. It's a cesspool at times. It is access, especially to us in the sports world, to instant information.
Yeah.
But there are, every so often, hallmark generational social media content days on Twitter where the funniest people from all corners of the country and beyond are just on their A game. And the Coldplay concert exposing a CEO and his head of HR, who are both married, having an affair with the video evidence.
That's bad,
and then you
man.
get the internet sleuths. It created some of the funniest social media posts I have seen in 2025.
It's crazy. Now, tell me this. Do you think it was a setup? Because I've heard like conspiracy
like a cameraman.
Theories. Yes. Yeah, I've heard conspiracy theories that, hey, this was set up a little bit.
No, I don't think it was set up. But what I do think is that they
I
don't think because to set up
like perfect timing.
Setup would mean the cameraman was in on it, right? Like he was friends with one of the spouses who was worried about.
Who knows?
Maybe, but I will tell you this because internet sleuths and all that. The internet and people are amazing with the dirt digging that they can do. The woman who was next to that couple, where she's got the Home Alone face with her hands on her cheeks,
but she's like grinning, she's smiling.
She was with them at the concert. She is basically the person just underneath the head of HR, who was the woman being held before he like stopped, dropped, and rolled down the concourse. And she was
looked like he was on fire,
obviously aware of the dynamic that was going because she works with them and works underneath the woman. So she was aware of the dynamic, and that was why her face was like, oh, my gosh, this is just about to blow up and get exposed.
Or it's like, oh, my gosh, my plan just worked.
And
is it?
She
like
set him up?
Yes.
She set him
I
up?
remember people think that she set him up, that she was in on it with the other wife.
You know why that wouldn't be smart, and I can't believe that I'm going down this wormhole, which I did, is they invited her, the CEO and the head of HR, allegedly, because that would allow it to not look like a date. And it would probably allow the CEO to expense those concert tickets as a company thing, like a bonding thing. You know, they didn't take just 2 people. It was a department deal.
Well, he's pretty bold doing that, like with people that he like works.
He has the least grace under pressure I've ever seen. Like he didn't try to play it off. He didn't anything. He just looked like he got struck by lightning and fell and left her there standing awkwardly. But she has also, the reason why I don't think she would be in on it is that head of HR has brought that other woman who was next to them along with her at like her last 3 or 4 job spots. So I don't know. That would be kind of like biting the hand that feeds you. You know what I'm saying? But regardless of the conspiracy theories, hey, I love a good conspiracy theory. I do. But beyond all of that, all-time great internet day was the day that Coldplay basically uncovered cheaters. So I remember somebody said
internet's undefeated.
Coldplay hasn't produced a good single in a decade, and they produced 2 this week.
Ooh, burn.
So good. Luka Doncic's trade was another one when that happened at like 11 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night, and everyone thought Shams was being hacked or was kidnapped, and somebody has his phone. Anyways, I digress. What did I even tease going into this segment? Oh, the wide receiver 2.
Come on, man.
Wide receiver 2.
Wide receiver 2.
You get me down the conspiracy theory wormhole.
I'm just saying, Richie, it's a little weird.
It is a little weird. And I promise you, there's going to be more that trickles out about it. People automatically doxed where he works, his name. His wife removed their last name from her social media accounts. And
it's bad. It's bad.
Boy,
it's bad for him.
To be a fly on the wall on that company meeting the day after would have been fantastic. Speaking of the Denver Broncos, the wide receiver 2 position, Phil, has been something that we have debated who's going to emerge out of that crowded room underneath Courtland Sutton for the majority of the summer. And we were having that conversation, frankly, for a lot of last season. And Marvin Mims, once Sean Payton started moving him around at different spots on the field and forcing ways to get him the ball and put him in space, he kind of played that role, but it was never something that we were like, okay, he's for sure the number 2 receiver. He fits the mold and this and that. He was kind of like the Joker by force because Sean Payton didn't feel like he had much else or much better options, which is why they go out and get Evan Ingram. But going into 2025, Phil, there are some in the national media who are adamant that this race for the number 2 wide receiver spot is more open than people think. Ben Solak of ESPN is the one who made this assertion. And between Marvin Mims, Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, and Pat Bryant, who do you think will emerge as the number 2 wide receiver in a more permanent sense before I reveal who Ben Solak is going to make an argument for?
I'm going to go with, and I'm going to stick with, because Richie, I didn't like what you said right there about my boy Marvin Mims.
You always take exception with that he was the Joker by force.
Yeah.
That's where you're going.
I don't like when you say he was forced. Like, what do you mean? Like, when you're making plays, all right, you should be happy as a coach. When it takes you until week 10 to get your best playmaker going, that's bad coaching. That's bad coaching. That's not knowing your players. And Marvin Mims has been here for 2 years, going on 3 now. And he's been waiting for this opportunity. The excuse his first year was, hey, we have Jerry Jeudy. The excuse at the beginning of this year was, I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't get him going. Week 10 comes rolling around, and the rest was history. Marvin Mims was placed and moved around the field, whether it was at running back, whether it was at receiver. He was, of course, doing special team work, and he was able to have a really good 7-game stretch to help the Denver Broncos get to the playoffs. And so with that being said, and what I just said right there, I'm going to go with Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims ended with 39 receptions, 503 yards, and 6 touchdowns, and didn't get going until week 10. Now, imagine if you get him going week 1, and I feel like we had this conversation a month ago, and we're having it again, and I love it. He's explosive. He stretches the football field for you when it comes to deep balls. For example, that beautiful deep ball in Monday night game against the Browns from Bo Nix that was able to hit Marvin Mims for a 94-yard touchdown. You're going to get a lot more of that if you get Marvin Mims going early, okay? He's very versatile. So you can put him around the football field. What I want to see from Sean this year with him is motion him. Get him lost in the shuffle. So now if you're in a situation and defense is playing man on you and he has to run across the football field, well, Marvin Mims has the speed now to have that separation. That's when you have explosive plays too. So now Sean needs to be more creative with the play calling. What do you have for me, Richie?
But Phil, wouldn't it be better? Because I actually don't hate at all the picture that you're painting here with Marvin Mims.
The vision I have of him.
But wouldn't it be better in the scenario that you just drew up for Mims to actually be like the third wide receiver in that case, that you have your traditional 2 outside wide receivers, Cortland and the receiver opposite, or let's just say Devon Vele, who I think is going to emerge, at least in the early onset, as the number 2 receiver. Moving Mims into that third wide receiver role, having him play maybe just a little bit inside or in the slot.
Gives him flexibility.
Gives him flexibility to be moved around, to be motioned, and because he's flexible and bendable within the traditional confines of the offense. And doesn't mean you can't run him deep or on post routes, on 9 balls. Doesn't mean you can't use him on the opposite end of the field and have him and Evan Ingram kind of carving up the middle of the field, or on inside screens and releases and things of that nature. Wouldn't the picture that you're painting of Marvin Mims, the baby Joker, right? The Riddler, as Cecil Lammy calls him, comic book nerd. I think that profiles as a wide receiver 3 more than it does a wide receiver 2 in that traditional sense. Does that, as someone who's been a part of an NFL offense,
it's understandable. But tell me this, Deebo Samuel, when he was in his prime, because I know that he's kind of taking a step back, maybe he can recapture some of his elite playmaking ability this year with the Commanders. But Deebo Samuel, when he was with the 49ers, 2021 went for 1,400 yards. 1,400 yards, and he was considered a number 1 or a number 2 receiver. I want to say number 1 at that time. And they were also doing...
Not just in terms of production, but like where he's lining up in the offense,
where he's
right?
lining up in the offense. But then they also moved him around the football field, and there was times where Deebo Samuel was in the backfield, and there was times where he was in the slot. So he was a number 1 or a number 2, if you want to call him that. Why can't Marvin Mims do that exact same thing? All it takes is for Marvin Mims to get going. Give him the opportunity to be receiver 2. If he doesn't take that opportunity and run with it, then okay, Vele, or you beat him out, cool, be receiver 2. But when you have a playmaker like Marvin Mims, you can't give him the ball enough. You have to give him the ball as much as possible until somebody else can say, you know what, I'm tired of Mims having all the glory. I want to be able to be out there and make these plays as well. But for me, personally, I'm making sure all my playmakers are getting opportunities and touches throughout a 60-minute football game, because you're only going to get a couple scores. And so though you have to make those count when you get in the red zone, because if you have too many 3-and-outs, you're losing that game, Richie. And that's why I believe that, you can have a number 3 if you want. But what does this look like if Marvin Mims gets going week 1? He probably has close to 1,000 yards. And I believe that Zach Bryan and I did the math, and he would have had 1,000 yards if he would have kept up what he did week 10, and you started week 1 with that. So that's why I have him at receiver 2. Now, there's a couple of things that Marvin Mims is going to have to do a better job of. He's going to have to be, 1, more consistent, getting open with the separation, which he can do. Number 2, route running ability. He has to run better routes. And if you want to be a true receiver 2, then you have to be able to hit the middle of the field. So intermediate routes down the middle of the field, he's going to have to do a better job with that. But in order to have an opportunity to have a better job, all right, you're going to have to be given more touches, more throws your way. And then now you take advantage of that opportunity, and now you're showing the coaching staff, the team, the fans, that you can be a receiver too. And that's why I say that.
To your point about opportunity too, it is a Grand Canyon level gap between the targets for a guy like Courtland Sutton in 2024 and then the rest of the pack. In 2024, Sutton had 135 targets where he hauled in 81 receptions for the almost 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns. You mentioned Mims's production there, 39 receptions on 52 targets for 500 yards and 6 touchdowns. The receiver that I, in my gut, think is going to be the wide receiver 2 for the Broncos, at least in the beginning, because things change over the quarter course of a NFL season.
Yeah, people get hurt, people change.
I think it's Devon Vele. I think that is the guy. And when you look at, in terms of Bo Nix going that direction, you know how many more targets Marvin Mims had than Devon Vele?
2.
1.
1?
1. The same. And Devon Vele actually had 2 more receptions than Marvin Mims in 41, but he had less yards at 475, and the big stat, half the amount of touchdowns with only 3. But man, Phil, when I watched
He only
Devon,
played in 13 games.
He only played in 13 games.
I'm trying to strengthen your argument. Come on now.
I don't need you to strengthen my argument.
Come on.
You didn't even let me finish my argument.
Yeah.
My point was, even regardless of the amount of games that he started, Phil, when I see Devon Vele out there, and we watched him last year in training camp, where it just kind of feels like he glides.
One-a-day Vele.
One-a-day Vele was the Zach Bayism that he coined, because he's like a multivitamin, right? One a day. And every week, didn't it just feel like we were walking away there and being like, man, let's give me more Vele.
No doubt. Vele did some great stuff out there.
From a 7th-round rookie perspective, his production was like unprecedented in recent NFL history. And that, 7th-round picks don't often get to make as big an impacts as Devon Vele was given the opportunity to, or carved out the opportunity to for himself. But when you look at Vele, Phil, I feel like it's like looking in a mirror and seeing Tim Patrick and seeing Courtland Sutton. From a body perspective, he's 6'5", 210, 215.
I do agree with you when they compare, especially Tim Patrick and Vele. They are so similar, and they went to Utah. Both of them went to Utah. I believe that Vele is a little bit faster than Timmy P, and also a little bit younger than Timmy P, and not as injury prone as Timmy P was.
Unfortunately,
and it happens.
That is who I think, in my gut, is going to emerge. Ben Solak of ESPN, who did this exercise, and says that the wide receiver 2 competition for the Broncos is a lot more open than you and I, Phil, think. He lists Pat Bryant as the player he thinks is going to emerge as the number 2 receiver, the rookie out of Illinois. And I want to get a lot of hope. I want to get the thoughts of Mike Kliss on this when he joins us in just a second. But before that, Phil, Pat Bryant being the number 2 receiver for the Denver Broncos would be a good thing or a bad thing for the Broncos in your eyes? Because in one hand, you could say Pat Bryant's popping off.
Well, that's a great thing.
Or is it that a number 2 wide receiver didn't really emerge and they're all kind of bunched together like they were last year, and
Depending
Pat Bryant's
on
just
how you're
a
looking
little
at
bit
this,
better?
You're looking at this, and both of us are, as a team that needs to win 10, 11, 12 games. You have a rookie that you drafted in the 3rd round, Pat Bryant, and we got to watch Pat Bryant a little bit during OTAs, and not a lot, but he didn't pop off the screen just yet. Now, we did say that he's a different type of receiver. Maybe when you get the pads on, he's a great blocker. He's going to break tackles. So we're getting ready to see something different when you start camp. But if Pat Bryant ends up being the number 2 receiver, it's going to be an issue. Because now it's like, for Marvin Mims, what are you doing? This is your opportunity. This is year 3 for you. Now you're going to get that opportunity, and if you're doing anything with it, that's a problem. We need as many playmakers as possible on the offense doing well. If Pat Bryant's doing better than Vele, who's going into year 2 and should take another big jump, what are you doing? So although it's great for Pat Bryant, it's probably good for the Denver Broncos that we have a 3rd-round draft pick that's doing well. We need these players that did well last year to do well again. And if these players do well again, or even better than they did last year, Pat Bryant shouldn't be our receiver 2. Now go out there and take it, Pat Bryant. Don't listen to me. Go out there and take it. Show us you could be a receiver 2. But I just don't know enough about the young man, because he's a rookie, to put him out there and say, hey, you can be our receiver too. I would never go down that route. Marvin Mims, Vele, understandable.
Let's welcome in Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, to the conversation. Mike, we've been going back and forth about the wide receiver 2 position for the Broncos and the battle that we are going to see unfold in just a few days from this very afternoon. Where do you come down on the wide receiver 2 position? Who do you think is the leader in the clubhouse right now? And what does your gut tell you about who could be the one lining up opposite Courtland Sutton against the Tennessee Titans?
Vele is clearly the number 2 that I saw out there. Now he tweaked something, looked like maybe a knee in mini camp, and you hope that doesn't slow him down. But he was the number 2 last year. I mean, after he came back from that rib injury last year, second half of the season, he was clearly the number 2, and I would think he would be number 2 out of the chute here. And then I think the sleeper in this receiver room is going to be Troy Franklin. And the reason why I say it, and Phil was kind of going down the path of why I'm saying Troy Franklin. Pat Bryant, to me, is a physical guy in the Courtland Sutton mold, not really explosive. And, I think this offense, what it needs is a little more explosiveness. And that's Marvin Mims. It looked like they found his role, which is a receiver as a back out of the backfield and the slot. Those are his 2 positions. You throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage and set up screens and blocking for him. That's where he did a lot of his damage last year. And then if you want to pop him downfield, he's very good, a downfield receiver. But for whatever reason, he's not much of a route tree guy. And so I just don't think, we're going into year 3 and with returner, I think that's enough. He's explosive as a returner. You get him the ball in the backfield, coming out of the backfield and in the slot. And I think that's a good workload for a weapon like that. Someone else in the receiver room has to emerge as a weapon. And speed-wise, that's Troy Franklin. And, Phil, you did see it looked to me like they were trying to work Troy Franklin a little bit more out of the slot during the offseason.
Yep.
And so, I think Sean Payton put he stamped his name on Troy Franklin last year. If you remember, after the second round, he went up to George Payton, or after the second day of the 24 draft, he went up to George Payton. He said, I really want to get this guy. And George Payton made it happen. He went up high, I think the second pick in the 4th round, to get Troy Franklin. And so Sean Payton believes in this guy. And I think he's going to give him every opportunity to get more action this year.
Mike, Jahdae Barron, all right, first pick for the Denver Broncos, 20 overall. Mm-hmm. Now, when you're talking about him, and there's a lot of people out there that just have him penciled in as the nickel right off the bat, is there going to be a competition between Jaquan McMillan, Jahdae Barron, and maybe even Riley Moss and Jahdae Barron? How do you feel like that dynamic's going to go? And when we're watching camp this summer, what's that battle looking like?
Yeah, I think they're going to say it's a competition, but you get a first round draft pick doesn't sit. Right. I mean, not at corner. And so Jaquan McMillan, I thought was very good, very serviceable. But because of his size, he doesn't have great size. He's a scrapper, but he doesn't have the size and really the type of speed. It looked like there were some matchup problems at times with McMillan. No fault of his own. I mean, again, he battles. But, I think he's, his skill set might be just a tad on the shy side there. When you're going up against the Kelseys and Brock Bowers of the world. And so that's where I think Jahdae Barron is going to be the nickel. I, too, when they drafted Barron number 20, I automatically thought he was going to the boundary and Riley Moss was going to the nickel.
Yeah.
Because usually, there was a time maybe 3-4 years ago, you never drafted a nickel in the first round. You got your nickel from the 5th round, the 6th round. Chris Harris was undrafted. You know, you get those grinders and put them inside. But the game has changed, and the middle of the field matters so much now, and the tight ends are so big in the passing game. Running backs are so big in the passing game that they want, you know, more and more. You got to have an elite corner to play the slot, and that's where I think they're going to do with Barron. They're going to keep Moss on the outside for right now. That's the way I anticipate it. I think eventually Barron could go to the outside and Moss goes in. You know, Riley Moss has got nickel traits written all over him. The way he likes to tackle, he's a very good tackler.
Oh, yeah, very
just
aggressive.
an aggressive. Yeah, I mean, that's what you want from your nickel is a guy like Riley Moss. But for now, I think they're going to stick with him on the outside and Barron on the inside. And maybe next year that might flip.
Mike, I have one more question for you, and you've been doing this for a very long time. You've seen a lot of football and a lot of Denver Broncos. You've seen a great defense with the no-fly zone, Von Miller, the Super Bowl 50 team. There's a lot of pressure being put on this defense this year to be top 5 again and maybe even number 1. So VJ is going to have a lot of pressure put on him. When you're watching this defense, do you truly believe that this defense can be number 1?
Well, they were, I mean, statistically, you know, they were there for a large portion last year. They did get run down, I thought, a little bit at the end of the year. I think it's I think their secondary looks really strong. Their front line was a lot better than anybody anticipated with Zach Gallen. The key to this defense, I think it's going to be tough for this defense to meet expectations because to me, a big part of their success for 2/3 of the season was that Vance Joseph was on fire as a coordinator. I mean, he was so aggressive in bringing that blitz, disguising the blitzes, disguising the coverages. Opponents didn't know where he was coming from as he was bringing that 4th or 5th blitzer. So he's not going to take people by surprise this year. His scheme will not be he may not win on scheme alone this year, which I think he did in 3 or 4 games last year. So that's one reason why I think it's going to be tough for them to repeat the performance they had last year. But the key to this defense is the inside linebackers, guys. That's where they kind of fell apart last year. Cody Barton, kind of got wore down at the end. Justin Strnad is not your typical big physical type inside linebacker. Very good athlete. But as far as, stepping in there and lowering the boom, that's not his game. These 2 linebackers, Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw, are very good as it gets, that inside linebacker. But they both are coming off and both have real serious injury questions. And are you the same after injuries? You know, is Alex Singleton the same after an ACL? Missing basically a whole year. Greenlaw's basically missed a year and a half. I just think it's going to be tough for those guys to get back to their standards. If they do, and if they play like they do in their prime, this will be a number 1 defense. That's kind of a tall order to ask from both those guys, though.
Certainly a high floor and a high bar to meet given where they finished in 2024. Mike, thank you so much for your time, and can't wait to be shoulder to shoulder here in just a few days to kick off training camp 2025. Appreciate the time, my friend.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Coming up next, FanDuel has some new over-unders that I think all of us are going to be able to relate to. The Rockies are proving once again that they may just be the most unique franchise in all of sports. And a Denver Nugget that maybe is carving out a potential bigger regular season role for themselves. All that coming up next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn and provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Colorado employers in emerging industries can earn tax credits for apprenticeship programs. Learn more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? STEP takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come up the top rope. What it?
Just a little bit longer.
A little bit longer on that one? I thought I hit the sweet spot
Just
there.
a little bit longer.
Well, I appreciate you holding me accountable on how long I stretch out my my WWE chops.
Work on the vocal cords now.
Been stretching them all morning. Phil, FanDuel has put out a new set of odds on social media. I would assume this is not on their actual app. That I think we can all relate to. It's an over-under on how many times you shower per week. They set the line at 3.5 showers per week. Fellas, quick around the horn here. Is this the easiest over-under of all time, or am I just overly clean, Phil?
Hold up, so they're saying 3.5 a week?
Over-under 3.5 showers per week. What are you hitting? Over-under? Over. Like significantly, right?
Yes.
Drew Spivak, what about you?
I hit at least 6, if not 7 or 8 per week. So this is crazy that number is that low.
DG.
Yeah, I'm hitting the over by like Tuesday or Wednesday.
I mean, sometimes I take 2 showers a day if I work out at night or something like that. You take one in the morning, one in the afternoon.
I probably average around 10 a week.
They could have set this at 6.5, and I still take a comfortable over.
Wash your butt. Simple as that. Come on, y'all.
Just an insanely low number. On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-733-1043. Tell us if maybe we're just being overly hygienic or if this number is closer to what it should be.
1, 2.
The Colorado Rockies, Phil, somehow they find ways to creep into the recesses of our brain and will never leave us alone. Mike Kliss, who just joined us about 10 minutes ago, put out a stat that was originally from Mike Burrows, who says the Rockies, this is a fact, have a higher average attendance in 2025 at just over 30,100 per game than they did during the 2007 Rocktober season, the greatest moment in the history of the Rockies franchise.
This is sick, man.
That season, they averaged just under 29,000 fans. And I know that there are those who will say, well, guys, in 2007, during the Rocktober season, up until Rocktober, they were a bad baseball team. They were like sub 500 or right around 500.
Not as bad as this team is here.
Correct, Phil.
22-74. That's their record
They're
right
on
now.
pace to lose 125 games, and they're putting 31,000 asses in seats or on the rooftop every single game.
Fans just have given up. They say, we're just there to be at a ballpark, to see the scenery.
This is sick, he said.
It's sick. Like, come on, y'all. And you know what? A lot of this is who we're playing and the fans that are here in Colorado now.
Guys,
that's what I can,
is this
I
proof?
can think.
Is this proof that the Rockies just cannot be fixed, Drew?
I think it is. I think it's definitely proof of that. And I wonder if this number would have been the same if they'd have had the rooftop in 2007. Because remember, that thing didn't debut until 2014.
Ooh, that is true.
So if you had the rooftop in 2007, do you think it would be comparable to what it is now, or even maybe more so? I'd be curious. I don't know. I think you may have had more fans in.
Oh, yeah.
DG, is there any hope for the Rockies when they're putting 31,000 through the turnstiles in the worst season in the history of Major League Baseball?
Yeah, there's even more hope. That means the fans are ready. They're going to be down at Coors Field.
It means the fans don't even care, and I don't blame them for it.
They're just numb. A couple components to that 07 season that you're not mentioning. They were a wild card team that barely snuck into the wild card in September. So they weren't incredible.
I referenced that prior to October, they were a below-average baseball team.
This team is 22-74.
But Dante, this is the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and the diehard fans are still showing up.
It's not diehard fans. It's just people that want to get out the house.
And I know I can already see on the text line, the RamosLaw.com text line, and I heard it earlier today that, well, there's like 700,000 more people that live in Denver in 2025.
I was also going to bring that up.
That is true.
Don't even hit me with that, dude. It is not a population census bureau increase that's causing more fans to be there.
I can tell
Unless
you
they all just like crappy baseball.
Well, they're not going to the baseball.
I had to catch myself.
They're not going to the ballpark to watch the Rockies. They're just going to have fun.
Last in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
I would have loved to hit that dump button. You know that?
Yeah, well, you got it.
I'm the only one to get
you.
Exactly.
5.
I'm the only one people hit the dump button for.
I know. It should be DEFCON 1.
I was just going to say that. It's mislabeled.
I was going to say, yeah. Deron Holmes, Phil. He did it again.
Yeah.
The Summer League debut for the Nuggets. They lose on a buzzer beater. But, man, did Deron Holmes look good. And he follows it up again in his most recent performance. 19 points, 17 rebounds, and 5 assists against the Clippers. After missing his rookie season, are we starting to at least entertain the idea that Deron Holmes could carve out some meaningful regular season minutes for this Nuggets squad despite the bench additions they made?
I mean, Richie, if he keeps this up, if he can be consistent the rest of the way, if he can continue to grow, he is going to get minutes on the court. He is going to get the opportunity. But can he put up a couple points? Can he do a couple things for us, like shoot the three-point shot, get a couple rebounds to help this team out? And the more he can do, the better off he is going to be and the more time he will play on that court. So, Deron Holmes, if you can keep it up, man, which I believe you can, you will carve out a role. Now, it may not be a big one, but you'll be a part of it.
Doesn't have to be,
no,
probably,
you'll be
right?
a part of it. Now, depending on the game, who you're playing against, a matchup, okay. But he'll be a part of something out there this year.
I freaking love it. I would love for Deron Holmes, who started his NBA career off in the most nightmarish way possible from a player's perspective with that injury that caused him to miss the entire season. If he was able to come back and provide more depth and youth that they can use in the regular season, and even if that's all that it is, it's a positive boost for a Nuggets team making another title push.
However, let me ask you this, because in my opinion, I think if we see Deron Holmes, that might actually be a bad thing. Because that might mean that Aaron Gordon's banged up.
It's the same context as the Pat Bryant question.
Exactly. It means Aaron Gordon's probably banged up. Maybe Jokic is banged up a little bit. Valanciunas could be banged up. I think.
But you're expecting to see him a little bit at least.
Honestly, probably not. Not with the depth of his roster. He's probably 11th or 12th on the roster right now as far as like the depth piece.
Yeah, but you got teams in the playoffs, Drew, playing 9-10 guys deep in the postseason for their rotation. Why can't you do that in the regular season?
But that's Oklahoma City. Like they're
Indiana was playing pretty deep too.
A little bit. Yeah, it's just you don't see that. That was more of an anomaly, I think, than more of a regular occurrence.
Well, congratulations, Drew. You turned what I was trying to make as maybe a positive, nice thing into a nice downer right there at the end. Just crashed the plane on the runway.
Drew. It's great to see what he's doing.
Is
this
it?
Is awesome.
I don't know, Drew. Is it great?
Awesome.
Do we really want to see Deron Holmes, guys?
The decision makers for the Denver Nuggets spoke today, as well as the newest starter for your 2025 Nuggets squad, and you'll hear from all three of those gentlemen coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? It's that time of year again. It's summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you want to do outside. And nobody wants to worry about how they're going to get somewhere or where they're parking. Guys, let Hermes Worldwide handle all the travel needs, and so you can focus on what really matters the most, having as much fun as possible this summer. I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes a few weeks ago, and they've got so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends are ready to go crazy and go party, ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. If you're someone who's concerned about the environment, which a lot of people are out there, then there's something called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric and totally silent car. A pretty sweet ride to drive in. And are you and your lady friend heading to a concert this summer? You can take a luxury sedan or SUV. So no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. All you need to do is head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call today at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today. Again, go to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or call them at 303-577-7600.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family owned, and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Shaking, sticking, and moving. E40.
Shaking. That was E40. And E40 said it.
He's
got
a goofy voice.
But I'm planning on growing some.
I love it, man. We heard from the principal decision makers of the Denver Nuggets earlier today, as well as the newest Denver Nuggets starter, Cam Johnson. We got a little Jonathan Wallace, we got a little Ben Tenzer, and we heard in an official capacity, in an introductory press conference capacity, from Cam Johnson. Phil, before we get into the specific things that Cam and Ben and John all said, I just got to tell you, man, the more I hear Cam Johnson talk, the more excited I am that he's here as a member of the Denver Nuggets. I think the basketball IQ that we've talked about with him as a player on the court, I think it just bleeds through when the microphone, when you hear him talk. He seems like a great guy, great kid, good head on his shoulders, and somebody that I think at a minimum, at his floor, is going to give you maybe even a little bit better than what we were getting from Michael Porter Jr. toward the end. Here is what Cam Johnson had to say on what he brings to the Nuggets.
Team first mentality. I want to win. At the end of the day, I want to win. I want to win a championship. And obviously we have the pieces to do it here. And that's what I'm most excited about. You know, I think offensively I've always been known to shoot the ball. I think there are more aspects of my game, but, you know, just being at the team's best in terms of ball movement, making the right plays, finding the right shots, and playing off of some really good players, and then defensively fitting into the schemes that they have. I'm really excited about that, and my goal, number one, is to win. And the teammates that I'm surrounded with, the coaching staff that I'm surrounded with is such a great opportunity for me.
Your initial impressions, Phil, of Cam Johnson and the skill set that he potentially brings to the Nuggets?
He's excited to be here. He knows he has an opportunity to win a championship. He knows what he brings to this team, which is shooting and being able to shoot from the three-point line. He also understands that he can find ways to be smart in this scheme to get open and get other players open as well. He's going to have that team-first mentality of, hey, if it's there and my teammates want me to shoot and they're encouraging me to shoot, I'm going to do it. But if it's not my day, I'm going to find ways to get everybody else involved so that we can win this game. So he's a perfect fit for this offense. He's a perfect fit for this team, and he's hungry. He's been with the Nets, all right, a losing organization, and then all of a sudden you've been freed from that, and you have an open opportunity right in front of you to win a lot of games and win a championship. Like, you have to have a different mindset when that happens to you, and he has that. He's well-spoken. He reminds me of Justin Simmons just playing basketball. He's very smart. We all know that. And I'm excited to see what this man can do on the court for the Denver Nuggets.
Well, when he's on the court this season, he'll be sharing it, obviously, with Nikola Jokic, who, as you and I talked about earlier today and has been kind of a common theme throughout the prime of Jokic's career thus far, is that his calling card is his insane ability as a passer. He's, in my opinion, arguably already the best passing big man of all time with what he's able to do with the basketball and the insane court vision that he has. And Cam Johnson was asked about the aspect of his game that he hopes takes off now that he is playing alongside the greatest player in the world in Jokic.
I'd say relocation around the perimeter, whether that's finding the open spot for a three or a cut. I know maybe his best ability is just understanding where he is in space and where his teammates are in space at all times. And so one thing that I've always worked on in my career to take next steps, to be able to be on the court, to be able to get playing time, is finding windows offensively. And so, you know, in playing with a player like Yoke, it's I find a spot and there's a high chance that he's going to put the pass on time, on target. So for me, it's going to be a lot of that where I'm just, you know, playing off of the guys on the court and then making reads off that, and that's how I love to play. That's my favorite kind of basketball, and so I'm really looking for that part of my game to, you know, because I had a lot of less catch and shoots last year. I was a lot less of a catch and shoot around the perimeter, and so that might be something that gets a little bit of an uptick this year.
So not only providing you what Michael Porter Jr.'s role in that offense was, which was the catch-and-shoot player, especially from beyond the arc, which Cam Johnson has proven, even if it was at a downward tick in opportunities last season.
He wants more of that.
That he can do, and he wants more of it. But the whole bulk of that answer at the beginning is talking about reading and reacting and responding to what the defense is showing, finding the open space, and in the process, if all the guys on the court are doing that at one time, you're having great spacing. And what Nikola Jokic can dissect better than any is open space, finding the open man.
You're looking for the flow of the game, adjusting, adapting. Cam Johnson knowing that, hey, sometimes I may be the number 2 target and I have to take advantage of it. And sometimes I need to sit back, stretch the floor, and let the two-man game go to work between Jamal Murray and Jokic. But it's about starring in your role and understanding your role, and your role is going to change throughout the year, throughout the season. So Cam Johnson's going to do a phenomenal job starring in his role, as you know, and getting more opportunities to be the man when he's asked to be.
Phil, how would you define a successful season for the Denver Nuggets in 2025?
We know that the Nuggets are going to win a lot of games.
In the regular season.
In the regular season. Even if they would have ran it back with the same unit, we all could agree that they would have won enough games.
Yeah, top 5 seed for sure.
It comes down to, what do you look like in the postseason? What do you look like up against the Thunder? Do you have enough depth? Do you have enough scorers? Can you shoot the 3-point shot this year that you weren't able to do last year? Now, they were efficient, but they didn't shoot enough. Can you give Jokic a break so that he's a better version of himself down the stretch in the second series, because you know that you're handling business in that first series in the playoffs? That's what I'm looking forward to. That's where I'm going to start to grade this team. We know this team is going to be really good, but what do you look like as a collective group in the postseason when it matters the most, when you know that there's other players out there, there's other teams out there that have gotten better? Can you compete with them? Do you have enough to truly win it? I believe you do, but you have to go out there and show it.
Here is what Cam Johnson gave as an answer when asked what a successful season in his first year here would look like.
I think it's like they said, it's that gel factor of us kind of maximizing our on-court ability. Now, obviously, the goal at the beginning, at the end of the day, and everything in between is to win a championship, and that's what I'm here to do, and that's what my teammates, I'm 100% confident, are here to do. So that's the ultimate goal. Obviously, things happen over the course of the season. You never really know. If everybody only defines successful seasons by the championship, then there would really be a small amount of guys at the end of the season defining their season as successful. So it's a wide range of things, and I think it starts with how well we can gel and how the system works and how effective we can be within that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that, yes, the goal is to win a championship, and that's why we're all here.
That's it. That's all I wanted to hear.
He mentioned it.
No, for sure. But he didn't have to go into all the other details, the gelling part. Like, we know that. But this year, it's win or it's a bust of a season. We all know that.
Yeah, I think he was kind of taking it in the sense of like, hey, individually with me as the newcomer here, I've got to learn where I fit and how I do it. And collectively as a team, it's my job to do that so that we can win a championship, which is the ultimate goal. And obviously he knows, coming from a place like Brooklyn to a contender here with the Nuggets in the West, that is the goal. I'm just happy that, frankly, he said it, because he could have taken a more political answer and talked about, well, there's a lot of basketball to be played.
I'm stingy. I'm greedy. I wanted him to say it right off the bat. Win a championship. That's why they brought me here. That's my goal. That's our identity, is to win, to be a winning team and win it all. That's what the fans deserve. Mic drop.
4 o'clock on a Friday can only mean one thing. It's time for some trivia next.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The The Fan.
Hey guys, you boys Stink here from a long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house, now's the perfect time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy is offering his $5,000 guarantee. If he can't sell your house at the price that you agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon, he's going to cut you a check for, get this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes the offer? Answer's nobody. He's making the offer because he continues to spend an obscene amount of money marketing his listings right now as I speak. He's got about 100 families approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason at all you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash. He can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air. Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Trivia time on a Friday here on The Drive. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By alongside Phillip Lindsay. Had a little bit of a rough week last week, fellas. We went 1-3 after getting the first one right on the most miraculous Hail Mary from Phil to Drew that I've ever seen in the time we've done trivia here with
Drew would just
the
hold me
Dean
accountable.
Cain college football origin story.
I still don't know how we got it right.
I don't either, but here's what I'm saying. We turn it around this week. 3-1 is the floor. 3-1 is the floor. Let's go 4-0. Dante Gomez, hit the music.
The current stadium for the Broncos has had 4 different names through its history, including the current name of Empower Field. Name the other 3.
All right, guys, right off the bat, the 2 infamous ones that filed for bankruptcy, Sports Authority Field and Invesco Field at Mile High. And then before that, it was either, if memory serves, Broncos Stadium at Mile High or just Mile High Stadium?
No, it was Invesco Field.
Well, I said
we said
Invesco Field.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, before Invesco.
Sorry.
Yeah. Listen,
you're like, hey,
Phil
I got
already
it.
doesn't listen to me. You have to listen to me.
The Nuggets didn't get a wide receiver. In
Yes.
Drew said, no, it's Invesco Field.
Wasn't it just
Sports Authority Field at Mile High was before Empower.
Yes.
Before Sports Authority, it was Invesco
So
Field.
it's the one prior to that.
Prior to Invesco, I'm almost positive it was Broncos Stadium at Mile High or Mile High Stadium, and I lean toward Broncos Stadium at Mile High because it was really long and embarrassing that when they didn't have a name.
Because I think Invesco was the first name, I believe, but I think it was after the Sports Authority went away is when they went to, I think it was just Broncos Stadium.
I might have the order.
And it's
might be
Broncos
mixed up
Stadium.
there,
It's Broncos.
it was just Broncos Stadium in Mile High.
I like that one.
All right, well, let's lock it in right now. Sports Authority, Invesco, and Broncos Stadium at Mile High.
The answers are Invesco Field, Sports Authority Field, and Broncos Stadium.
Let's go!
Bam, baby!
Let's go.
Right
Let's
off the
go.
bat, 3-4-3. DG, what's the next question?
The college football video game series made its return last year with College Football 25. There were 3 cover athletes for the game, one from the Big 12, one from the Big 10, and one from the SEC. Name them.
Oh, I got
Big
this.
12, Big 10, SEC. I am not a huge video game guy, guys.
I got this.
I know 2 of them.
Travis Hunter was on the
He was one of
cover,
them.
so
Travis
that would
is
be
one.
the Big 12.
SEC, Mark Ingram.
No.
It's not
College
Mark
football.
Ingram.
No.
Last
It
year.
was
2025.
Last year. It was
It was Quinn
Texas,
Ewers.
Quinn Ewers, the
Yeah, Quinn
quarterback.
Ewers.
And then there's the Michigan running
It was
back.
a
Correct.
Michigan
Yes, Edwards.
running back.
Something Edwards.
Donovan Edwards.
Donovan Edwards.
Donovan
yeah.
Edwards. Okay, because I was thinking Michigan because he was, I think, in the center and Ewers and Travis Hunter were on the side.
Yeah,
But I would
those
not
are
have
the
got
3.
his name without that. So we're going to go Travis Hunter,
Yep.
Quinn Ewers, and Donovan Edwards.
Send it in, Jerome!
The answers are Travis Hunter, Donovan Edwards, and Quinn Ewers.
Bang! Bang! 2 for 2, guys.
I like when James and Will fill in.
I know.
These are...
Oh, Mike.
You know what, though? They said the same thing about the questions that we gave them on Wednesday. They said, Will was like, they must have thought that the B squad was coming in, but really, it's the A squad.
Well, it probably is the A squad. I mean, James is really, really good at trivia.
Yeah, but so is Stoke.
He
So is
is.
Stoke.
Stoke is actually
Mike's
good.
pretty good, too. Mark's more of just like a random, he comes in for...
Mark's our Phil.
Hey, man, calm down.
Hey, whoa. No friendly fire shots.
Yeah.
Good
Drew,
point, good point. My
Well,
bad.
Drew, now listen.
My bad,
You almost
my
messed it
bad.
up for us the first one. You said Invesco Field twice.
I know.
One question ban, unless we need you.
Yes, yeah. Turn Drew's mic off. All right. Third question, Dante Gomez.
There are 4 Division I colleges that bear the name of a color. Brown and navy are 2 of them. Name the other 2.
Drew, turn your mic back on. We're probably going to need you. I'm going to say, is cardinal a color?
Yeah, but it's got to be the first name, I think.
I think it's the name. Like, it's not like the Tulane Green Wave.
So that's where I was going to go next, was the Green Wave.
It has to be
I
the
think
first.
it's the name of the school.
Yeah. See, he said Brown and Navy.
Brown, Navy, and there's 2 more.
I don't think Columbia counts because there's like Columbia Blue, unless that does count. Because Columbia
Blue.
University and the Columbia Blue is a color.
Yeah.
Okay. Red, blue, yellow, green, orange.
I don't think it's gonna be one of those.
No,
it's a non-primary color?
I'm assuming it's gonna be like a magenta or turquoise or.
Oh, so red and blue are off the table, but the turquoise being the name of the team?
Well, no, I'm just saying it's gonna be more in that
Or the
vein.
school?
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks because Green Wave was exactly where I was going to go, and I thought like Alabama Crimson Tide.
What about does Bowling Green count?
Bowling Green
is one word, so Bowling Green is the third one.
And we're going to protest if that doesn't count.
Bowling Green.
Bowling Green.
I like Bowling Green a lot. I just feel like it's going to be like a Sun Belt school.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It's like Sun Belt, MAC, Conference USA, something like that. It's none of the big dogs, I don't think.
What else would have a color in it? Have to be like the first name.
My gut says it's like Bowling Green, and it's actually buried. It's the second word or something like that. I feel good about Bowling Green. Let's get this
like a
one
Scarlet University or something like
Scarlet
that.
Knights.
Rutgers, but
Rutgers,
that's
Scarlet.
Yeah,
but
that's
again,
Rutgers.
so it's not the name of the
No,
team.
it's not the nickname.
It's the school. Like Navy and Brown are the names of the university or academy.
Yeah.
Man, the only
Bowling Green. What would be the other one?
The only one I keep coming back to is Columbia with Columbia Blue.
You like
But
the
there's
Columbia.
like Carolina Blue too. I don't know if that's going to count.
Right. But Carolina's
But
not a
Carolina
color.
Blue is not. Oh yeah,
No, Carolina Blue's a color.
Well, I guess.
But Carolina
technically-
Blue is not the name of the school.
Right.
No, but Carolina is.
But you're saying the name of the school is Columbia Blue?
No, the name of the school is Columbia.
Oh,
But
well then no.
Columbia
no,
Blue is a
I-
color.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's it.
I like Bowling Green.
Well, that's
Well,
fair,
we
so
gotta get
we
one-
gotta
we
get
gotta
one
get one more.
Oh, we need one more.
We need one more.
It's like a gray university.
A gray.
See, I just keep going back to like Crimson Tide, Scarlet Knights, and that would be Columbia Blue. So already naming 3 that some of those are wrong because there's only one more that we're looking for. They gave us the first 2.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll get there. Hold on. It might take us a little.
I'm going to play the question again.
Yeah.
Play the question one more time.
There are 4 Division I colleges that bear the name of a color. Brown and navy are 2 of them. Name the other 2.
Bearing the name of the college bearing the name
And
does
it's
imply
Division One.
does imply that it is not the Columbia Blue, the Alabama Crimson Tide, etc. Brown and Navy are the school and the academy names. Bowling Green is in the name of the
it's in-
university. So I feel confident that we've got one. We just need one more Division I program.
Oh man.
Drew, I'm going to lean on you. You're the college football
I
guy.
know.
You're unshunned for the
It
question.
has to be like
I'm diving deep on this one.
Yeah.
I'm rolling the names through my head.
anything in the Mountain West right now. I'm gonna start doing conferences because Drew knows all the conferences, the stadium names, but you don't know the.
I do think,
The
like
team
Bowling
names?
Green, it's not a Power 4
It's not a Power
conference.
4 conference. It's definitely not.
So
I feel like it's a 2-word answer as well.
yeah, it has to be. Even if the color's the first one, it's got to be a 2-word thing. And that's why they gave us Brown and Navy.
Right.
Um,
Can we think about it? Do it on the other side.
No, we got to do it. Let's give ourselves like a minute timer here, and then we'll.
all right, 60 seconds on the clock. Come
Might
on,
be-
Drew.
Man, oh, man.
Come on, Drew. As luck would have it, I felt good about the first 2 questions. I don't feel good about me pulling one out of my ass here.
Man.
Yeah, I don't.
American Athletic Conference, the Big Sky. That's not Division One. Big Sky's not
Big
Division
Sky's not Division 1. Well, it technically is. but-
FCS, that counts.
Yeah.
Nothing in the ACC.
No, it's not going to be a power.
I'm drawing a blank, guys.
I am too.
All right, screw it. We're going to give ourselves one more minute to think.
Oh, 1 more minute.
One
Okay.
more minute to think.
Is there, oh, Teal? Isn't there like a Teal University?
I said some. I didn't. I don't know if there's.
You
a Teal
did say
University.
Teal.
I did.
Isn't there a Teal?
No.
Where?
I don't know. Maybe
Regionally.
it's like Division 2 or Division 3. But I think there's a Teal.
Chartreuse.
I'm st-
Is Boston a color? Boston College?
no. Golly.
It's
killing me.
It's going to be some
And they're gonna say it. I'm gonna be.
periwinkle BS.
I'm gonna be really mad because it's gonna be an obvious
It's like a
one.
Crayola color.
I don't know.
Drew, lock in our final answer, whatever it is. Throw a stab in the dark.
I'm gonna just go with Columbia just because I don't have a better answer. I know that's not it, but I just don't have a better answer.
Okay.
I know. I'm sorry.
Whisper to send it in, Jerome, because we definitely did not get this one.
Send it in, Jerome!
Bowling Green and Columbia Blue.
Just Columbia.
Just Columbia.
The answers are Auburn and Siena.
Wait a minute.
Wait, Siena?
I mean, we still didn't get it, but it's under protest.
Auburn, yeah.
Auburn is a color.
Auburn is a color.
Auburn is a freaking.
Siena?
And it wasn't just in the Power 4, it was in the SEC.
Siena.
But also, Siena's like, technically it's Division I school in basketball.
Yeah.
Well, it's Division I in football as well.
And wait, Bowling Green technically should be an answer.
Your Bowling Green should be an answer. I'm throwing the flag.
Yeah, this is under protest.
I like that protest because, again, we were talking about, like Dante was giving, it's not going to be a primary color. Is green a primary color?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
No, it's not.
It's red, blue, and yellow are the
Those
three
are primaries.
primaries. Yeah.
Well, green is a color. It's a prominent color.
Green's
so.
a
Green
solid
is a
color.
prominent color. Go
Yeah.
green, Michigan State. All right, we are 2-1. We will try to close it out on a high note coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant style results right in your backyard. And check this out: smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I'm going to resist the temptation to be frustrated with the question about colors and universities, with Siena being the curveball university. I thought we were on the right track with Bowling Green. There's a Green Bay.
But I mean, Auburn, we did miss that one.
I feel really dumb for not knowing Auburn.
Auburn should have been smack dab in our face.
I didn't even know Siena was a color.
Yeah, I didn't either.
We were all talking about, like, it's not going to be a primary color, and I was adamant, like, it's not going to be in the Power 4, and it was in the friggin' SEC.
Yeah, but they also did miss when you brought up Green Bay. Green Bay's a university. It's on the same track.
Am I
as
wondering,
Siena.
are they thinking it was just like it had to be the sole one word, like the color is it?
Maybe, but they didn't clarify.
Yeah, my guess is that's what he was thinking.
So it's under protest because we did get Bowling Green.
Well, we will see how they address that protest on Monday, where I believe the whole crew will be back. Dante, you're wagging your finger.
There was a good point on the text line here. Navy's not even the name of it. It's the Naval Academy.
That is a good point.
See, that feels like we're stretching a little too
Yeah,
far
a
into
little
the
bit.
technicality. It's not.
Are you saying Naval Academy like when you're watching them?
It's not the Army and Naval Academy game. It's the Army-Navy game,
Just, more flags to be thrown out.
Hey, listen, document it. Document it in the case.
Not good.
Yeah. That was a tough one. All right, we got one question left. We are 2-1. Can we match the morning show with their 3-1 record? Dante, hit the music.
All right, guys, time for your curveball question. What is the single most expensive record ever sold? Not in terms of gross sales, but the sale of a single record.
I hate this question.
Is it the White Album by the Beatles? Once Upon a Time in Shaolin by the Wu-Tang Clan? A copy of Sgt. Pepper's signed by all the members of the Beatles? Or the original recording of Elvis Presley's My Happiness?
Right off the bat, I was going to go with Elvis.
Yeah, the My Happiness,
Like
the original recording, that kind of stuff from that long ago is so rare.
And I know a little bit more
The
because my wife
signed
loves
album
Elvis.
by all the Beatles, though, feels like the kind of thing at an auction that would just go crazy.
Yeah, but it's not like Elvis.
Well, why was there another Beatles album that was just the regular album, though?
The White Album?
Yeah, but isn't that, like, mass-produced?
You would think, yeah.
Then why would it be even in the conversation with
Because now
the
I'm starting to
original?
think, is that total gross sales for that album?
He made it sound like it was just one specific album. to be sold.
Yeah, he said not gross sales.
Okay, let's play the question one more time.
Richie doesn't believe.
All right, guys, time for your curveball question. What is the single most expensive record ever sold? Not in terms of gross sales, but the sale of a single record. Is it the White Album by the Beatles? Once Upon a Time in Shaolin by the Wu-Tang Clan? A copy of Sgt. Pepper's signed by all the members of the Beatles? Or the original recording of Elvis Presley's My Happiness?
So I feel like there's a trend when it comes to this, where it's like he says something and it's right in front of our face. Like it's easy, we make it so hard.
Yeah,
so
which
is it the
to
Beatles?
me would say the Beatles signed by every member of what many people would consider the greatest rock band, one of the greatest bands of all time. Drew, is that crazy?
That's not crazy at all. But if I were to guess,
it's Elvis.
I think it's Elvis.
Yeah, I would too.
And
King
that
of
was
rock and
that
roll
was my
at one
first
point.
gut
Is this
reaction.
the original recording of it?
Yes.
That was my first gut reaction as well.
So what about the Wu-Tang Clan?
Yeah,
That's
why?
what I was
The
just gonna
Wu-Tang
say.
Clan?
That's like
That
out of
is
the blue.
so weird.
Well, the
that-
first two options are both they're not on par with the other. Like the other one's just the White Album by the Beatles, which I assume was mass produced, and then the other one was also not very specific. It was just a Wu-Tang Clan album, which almost makes me think it's going to be one of those two.
Yeah. I would go Elvis and then like
are
Wu-Tang.
both Beatles answers in there as deflections to try to get you off of Elvis and or the Wu-Tang Clan?
Yeah, I don't know. I really have no answer, so my lean is just to go with
Elvis.
Elvis.
Yeah, my lead would be Elvis too.
I'm good with Elvis.
It was My Happiness, the original recording.
Yeah, I think
All right.
so.
Come on,
Something
come
about
on.
that Wu-Tang Clan is
I know it is.
is bothering me, but we are going to lock it in. The original recording of My Happiness by Elvis.
Send it in, Jerome!
The answer is Once Upon a Time in Shaolin by the Wu-Tang
freaking
Clan,
knew
which was sold for $2 million.
Why? Who would spend that kind of money?
Richie's like, why?
I freaking
Why
knew
can't
it.
we get it
It
right?
was like I was having flashbacks of them asking you the question about the freaking sand in
Yeah,
the beaches, and it was Nebraska. Oh, that's
like,
Well, it was one of those things didn't
Wu-Tang
belong.
Clan
It's
was just
Wu-Tang
weird.
Clan.
Yeah, it was just out of the blue. Wow.
2-2, but we're under protest for one of them. So
all right. We will
2
leave
and
it.
1. 2
we-
and 1.
two- yeah, we're
I would have went with Elvis. Elvis was a good
me
one.
too.
I
know?
feel I'm going to sleep fine thinking about my answer, but yeah, we will see how the arbiters handle the protest filed about the Siena and Auburn answer to the college football question. 2-2, we got a split. It's an improvement off of last week, and we will see if we can continue to stack it up next Friday. Coming up next, they say everybody has a price, and I think a lot of people in town would be thrilled to find out the price for this one particular individual. That's next.
After a surprising season in 2024, is Denver's offensive line ready to help prove the Broncos are true contenders?
Shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here to tell you that the city of Aurora is home to 5 incredible golf courses that you need to prioritize this summer. I'm dead serious. My friends in Aurora have what you need, from tee times to beautiful golf courses and even restaurants for after-round fun. You'd look at Spring Hill, an executive course. Maybe if you don't have the full 4 hours and maybe only 3, guys, you're still going to use every club in your bag at Spring Hill. Then you have Aurora Hills, another favorite of mine, the original Aurora course. How about Meadow Hills, former country club, has the tree-lined fairways, reminds me of a golf course in maybe North or South Carolina. And then Saddle Rock feels like a mountain course in the city. High Plains, link-style course, you can see incredible views of Pikes Peak. And then Murphy Creek, a prairie links layout that you are going to love. Guys, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and go ahead and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi,
it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
EV and Auto. Always know where to go.
Ah, now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
The RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 is on fire. And it sounds like we four in this room may have been the only ones who did not know the correct answer to that question was the Wu-Tang Clan's Once Upon a Time in Shaolin.
I feel like some truly do know there's Wu-Tang Clan. And some
Googled
like
it.
Oh, yeah, they're cheating. If you're not cheating, you're not trying, I guess.
Well, not if you ask Zach By. He always says if you treated trivia, you're a loser.
Makes you feel bad about
I understand why. It's a game. You're supposed to have fun with it. Who cares if you're wrong? We went 2-2. I do think ultimately the arbiter may rule against us in the grievance against the morning show's phrasing of the trivia question about colleges, because they were clearly looking for one-word universities, not Bowling Green or Green Bay.
But then be detailed when
They
you
did
say
not
this.
specify it in the question, but the two
Specific, come on.
universities they gave followed that model. We will see. It's in the hands of the courts now. We will see how it goes. Phil, everybody at the end of the day, whether they may want to admit it or not, probably has a price. Whether that's to eat something gross, to do something scary,
Do something you don't really want to do.
or maybe to sell a baseball team. And the reason that I ask is because we are witnessing the transaction and sale of a baseball team right now down in Tampa Bay. The Tampa Bay Rays are reportedly in the process of being sold for approximately $1.7 billion. The potential sale to a group led by Jacksonville developer Patrick Zalupski is expected to be finalized by September, potentially before the end of this current Major League Baseball season. And the sale would keep the team in the Tampa Bay region, which is kind of a subject of debate right now because obviously the Rays are not playing at Tropicana because of the damage to the stadium due to the storm. And they're playing in, I think it's the spring training home of like the Yankees, right, down there. And they're kind of in this weird flux situation, and they're not that good of a baseball team. Not that we have much room to talk. You think they're a good team, Dante, right now? I don't follow the Rays.
I'll look up the standings again, but I remember them being like kind of in the mix.
Anybody's better than the Rockies. I guess I didn't consider them in the upper echelon based on just paying attention to
3 games over 500.
Okay, so they're an average baseball team.
They're competing.
There we go. Well, they're for sale. And if they're fetching $1.7 billion for a 500 baseball team that currently doesn't have a functioning stadium, what do you think the Colorado Rockies would fetch? A team that, yes, on the diamond, is maybe and probably the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball, but has maybe one of the top 5 high-end, top 10 stadiums
You're still making money
in Major League Baseball
no
that,
matter
as
what.
we discussed earlier, is putting 30-plus thousand people on average through the turnstiles.
Do the
on a game.
Monforts own the stadium, though, or does the city own it?
Well, I think it was financed by partially by the city. They did that tax, right, where it was like 1 cent on every dollar for the Coors Field tax, I remember. My point is, even if the Montforts don't own the stadium and it was financed by the city with taxpayer money, the team owner still gets to take advantage of revenue generated by that stadium. And the Rockies have proven that they have a winning formula from a financial standpoint that has nothing to do with baseball. Phil, is there any cost you think that would lure Dick Monfort into engaging in selling the Colorado Rockies?
If Dick Monfort needed the money, I could see him selling the stadium. If Dick Monfort didn't have kids that he is grooming to take over after him, I could see him selling the stadium. But because he has money and it's working for him and he's continuing to get so much money, it doesn't matter if his team is bad or good, he's still making money, he's printing money. He also has been grooming his son now to become the next one in charge. I don't believe Dick Monfort is going to ever sell this baseball team, this organization. Why would you? It's a generational thing where it's like my kids, and you could keep going. We'll have an opportunity to have money, and it's going to continue to print out, whether we're bad or good. So no, Richie, Dick Monfort would not sell his baby to anybody.
Ultimately, I don't think so either, and the evidence is the fact that the Rockies just set a record for the most losses at the All-Star break with 74. They have a minus 253 run differential and the toughest remaining schedule in Major League Baseball. And even with all of that, on pace to lose over 120 games this season, they rank 14th in attendance and are averaging north of 30,000 per game, which is more than the season in 2007 that finished with the magical Rocktober run. So ultimately, no, I don't think that there is a number, even though I think the Rockies would definitely fetch north of $2 billion in evaluation. I'm not an economist.
Definitely, but everybody has a price. But when you're making good money and you have something that you really love, you have to look at it and say, is it worth that money? Like, I have that money, but now what? And that's why I don't believe he would ever sell this.
And I'm not going to say I necessarily blame him for deciding that because, Phil, they have such a unique situation. In professional sports, find me another team that is and has been as bad and inept from a baseball decision-making standpoint as the Rockies have been, from bad contracts and signings like Chris Bryant, the Nolan Arenado trade, DJ LeMahieu, Trevor Story, Troy Tulowitzki, so many great players that they just ship out of town with no farm system, generally speaking, of merit. And yet they rank in the top half of the league in attendance, and they remain financially viable. Yes, you can point to maybe attendance is dipping like a percentage point or 2 percentage points here or there over the course of a season, but not enough to dig into the pocketbooks to a degree where you could consider that. And Phil, this is just more evidence to me. The Rockies are invincible. They are bulletproof. They are immune to the traditional things that would course correct or steer a franchise back into another direction. They're defying nature in a way with how they remain popular despite being the worst example of baseball ever.
I get upset with it because I want to see really good baseball. We deserve, as fans, at least the fans that are still here, that are going to the ballpark and watching the Rockies, like, you're cheering them on because you want something to cheer for. Well, over time, it's like you get so numb to it that it's just like, we're just going just to have fun, to get out the house. But I'm so tired of that.
Yeah.
When is something going to change? Like, hopefully it does at some point. I'm not expecting next year to it to just turn around and now we're having success. But I just want us to be going in the right direction because Dick Monfort is never going to sell his baby. And that's okay because if I'm in his shoes, I wouldn't either. You're printing money. You're setting your kids up and their kids up, and that's what this is all about. So I understand. I would never sell it if I was him.
I wouldn't either. And again, it's just one of those things where when I'm looking at it, Phil, and you say it's sick and it's disgusting, and I get crap for it all the time by saying, I don't care anymore. I don't care if the team is bad. If you want to go to a baseball game, go to a baseball game, dude.
You're the problem.
Hey, you know what my response would be?
Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go, Phil. Don't worry about it. Coors Field is fun. The beers on the rooftop are cheap, especially before first pitch. They're good. Have a Rocky dog.
A Rocky dog.
Go for it, man. Because no amount.
Take a picture with Dinger.
Literally. Dinger's a great mascot. Take a picture.
It's not his fault.
Don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it. You're never going to beat them. They're not even Thanos because the Avengers eventually beat Thanos.
You are right about that.
They are never going to beat them.
He said they're not Thanos.
They are invincible. They are immune to holdouts, boycotts. They're allergic to good baseball. They're going to trade your favorite player in 5 years.
Well, but it's also like the people that they're playing against. Like, come on. Everybody wants to go see the Dodgers. If the Yankees come rolling in, why would you not want to go see them?
Yep, because it's a great place to watch a baseball game. And if you want to, take your son, take your daughter, take your family, your wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, don't let the fact that the Rockies are never going to be good, don't let the fact that the Rockies are never going to be good cloud the fact that you can have a good time in the summer watching baseball at a beautiful ballpark. And if that makes me part of the problem, then fine. Hi. I'm the problem, Phillip Lindsay.
At least you admit it.
Yes.
You're admitting you have a problem. But are you
No,
really?
I'm not admitting I have a problem. I'm
you
admitting
do.
I am
you
the
do.
problem.
Those Rocky dogs. The Rock Dogs. What'd you call them? The Rocky Dogs?
Rocky Dogs.
There's too many Rocky Dogs in that gut right now.
Phil, you can't beat him. Dick Monfort, he's Galactus. He is whatever, comic book reference. He's not Thanos. Thanos lost. The Rockies will never lose. They could be
Where's
the worst.
the kryptonite at when we
They
need
could
it?
be hit. They don't have one. It's actually more realistic because Superman's weakness being kryptonite means that no one should be able to find it because it was on a planet a billion miles away, and yet conveniently there's just lots of it randomly able to be found on Earth. So Superman, the Rockies are like if Superman was real, and he would have no weakness. They have no weakness, or not one that we're going to be able to find in our lifetime. That's where I stand on it. Patrick Surtain is currently, I believe, the face of the Denver Broncos, at least the defense, specifically the defense. But which of his fellow Bronco defenders has the highest ceiling heading into the 2025 season? We'll go there next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Monday, July 21st from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece, like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Phillip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers, and they helped me find my new Tudor watch. They treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors, and they didn't pressure me at all. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. And I'm here to tell you confidently that I made a great decision. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself for the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also on Broadway in Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you walk through one of those doors.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Patrick Surtain, the reigning defensive player of the year. I think it's fair to say, Phillip Lindsay, he's the face of the Broncos defense, right?
Oh, most definitely. He was the face of the Denver Broncos in general.
In general.
Until, I guess, who would be the face? Is it Sean? Is it?
Well,
I don't know if I'm
I
ready to give it
have
to
been
Bo
big
just
on the
yet.
fact that even after Bo's rookie season, that Bo Nix is the face, even though it's only been here for 1 year and it was 10 and 7.
I want him
but
to be.
Sean is the figurehead
Yeah.
behind it all. Now,
I would still give it to Sean.
I think
at
that's
least this
fair.
year.
I don't think that's crazy to say. Now, If Bo goes out and looks like the quarterback he was from like weeks 10 to 18 last season for 17 more games, suddenly I think we're really starting to flip that there, and what a great position that would be. But specifically talking about the defense, Phil, which other defender not named Patrick Surtain do you think has the highest potential for impact or the highest ceiling going into 2025? There's a lot of names.
There are a lot of names.
Nick Bonito, Zach Allen was a game record, Jonathan Cooper on the other side, Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, the newbies.
No, there's so many different players you could choose from, and that's why this defense should be really good this year. Now, we talked to Mike Kliss, and Mike Kliss said, hey, it's going to be hard to repeat what you did last year if you're the defense, which I understand, Everybody knows that this defense is going to be good, so they're going to be more creative with their play calling. We know that. But for me, I'm going to make it easy, Richie. There's two guys in mind.
Sometimes we make it too hard, right?
We always do, but there's two guys in mind. But my 1A, let's start with my 1A.
So you're going to make it easy, but automatically right off the bat split it into two.
No, split it into two. But like if you had like pinned me against the wall and said choose one right now,
okay.
To me, it's going to be Nick Bonito, the Nick Bonito,
the Ohio State.
Like he is going to have another great year. All right, he just came off a year where he had 13.5 sacks.
Okay.
He was able to be a contributor, not just getting sacks, but also scoring touchdowns. We're talking about a pass rusher scoring touchdowns, whether it's an interception or a forced fumble. He was able to score touchdowns and impact the game. He's getting better every single year. He's in a contract year, so either George is going to get something done before the season starts, or he's going to have to get something done in the middle of the season, because if they wait until the season is done, we may not be able to afford him. And he's young.
TJ Watt just got paid.
Yes, $123 million, $108 guaranteed.
Trey Hendrickson still floating out there.
And he led the league in sacks for 2 straight years. He had 17.5 last year. So for Nick Bonito, he would be the guy that you would look at as, he could be the face of the defense. Just like Von Miller was the face of the defense. And at one point, Von Miller was the face of the Denver Broncos, which is never healthy when you're trying to win a bunch of games and win a Super Bowl. You need your quarterback to be the face of the team or the face of the franchise, which we know that. But Nick Bonito would be my candidate. Nick Bonito is going to have a great year. He has talked about it. And what's best and what's the great thing about Nick Bonito going into this year and what is best for him is staying healthy. And he was able to stay healthy. And so now he's building off of what he did last year. He's not playing catch up before the season starts. He's able to get stronger faster. He's able to go in there with the confidence. He's able to go in there with the mindset of, let me do better than what I did last year because I know what I'm doing now. And now he gets to start. It's not like he's starting week 4 or week 3. He's starting right off the bat. So for me, it's going to be Nick Bonito.
I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that answer at all. I think that it is somebody who plays a impact player position as a pass rusher. He has clearly found a stride and a rhythm after a couple of seasons. He had 1.5 sacks in his rookie season, jumped up to 8 in his second season, and wasn't really in the mix the same way at the beginning of 2024 before kind of taking on a bigger role after that. And the potential is clearly there, which is why we're having the conversations like you alluded to about locking him down before it gets too expensive. And George Payton, I think, has done a pretty good job of getting out in front of a lot of that. So I don't disagree at all with that as a potential answer to this question. I went with, and maybe it's just because I have a vision in my head that I just can't get out.
No, you made it harder for yourself.
Maybe.
You made it harder for yourself.
Maybe, but I also think this guy could have just as big a chance as Nick Bonito. We just don't talk about it as much because of the position and the recency bias of it. But Talanoa Hufanga is the name that I'm going to throw out there as somebody who could have the highest ceiling at the impact player position in 2025. Primarily, I shouldn't say primarily, but in part because Phil Talanoa Hufanga has done something in his NFL career that Nick Bonito has not accomplished yet.
Keyword yet.
Yet, and that's fair, yet. Nick Bonito could accomplish it in 2025. He came close.
He should.
In 2024.
He should if he wants to get paid the money he wants to get paid.
What I'm referring to is being a first-team All-Pro in the NFL. Talanoa Hufanga's last fully healthy season in the NFL 2 years ago, when he played a full season, First-team All-Pro. He was an absolute game wrecker. Now, he's played 17 total games over the last 2 seasons, and it's been different injuries as a result of that. When he tore his ACL 10 weeks into the 2023 season, 2022 season.
But that 2022 season, he was a monster.
Yes, and in 2023, 10 games into the season after he's a first-team All-Pro, he was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. And he tears his ACL. Then he comes back, and it's wrist injuries and ligament tears.
Yeah, he couldn't stay healthy.
So it's just it's upper body, it's lower body. And so health is a huge factor for Talanoa Hufanga, the same way that it is Dre Greenlaw. And I'm maybe putting some chips on Bo Lowry's set of cards that he's going to continue to keep the Broncos as one of, if not the healthiest teams in the NFL.
Well, Hufanga, 2022, 97 tackles. All right, 2 sacks, 4 interceptions. Like, he was all over the place. And I had the luxury to play against him. And he was a hard player to figure out because you didn't know when he was going to blitz and you didn't know when he was going into coverage. He's fast, he's physical, and he's very smart. And he's the type of guy that's going to meet you in the hole. He is not afraid of contact. Some safeties can be scared, and they're really good safeties when it comes to interceptions and finding ways to guard these receivers. But when you talk about a safety that can do it all, that's Hufanga for you.
Sean Payton called him a first responder, in the sense that he is not waiting for plays to develop or crashing over top of a pile or a scrum that's already forming. He's the one meeting the ball at the point of attack. He's breaking up screens in the backfield. He's a presence and a thumper in the run game. And that's just in addition to the sideline-to-sideline ball hawking that he does as a member of the secondary. And his former 49er and now Bronco teammate Dre Greenlaw plays a very similar style just at the linebacker position. There's a reason, Phil, that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch were very interested in bringing both of these guys back.
Well, they wanted them.
And ultimately, especially in Greenlaw's case, they just couldn't make it happen. So I really think the Broncos got a gem here in Hufanga, and the visions in my mind with the style of football that he plays at the safety position, I'm having visions of Kareem Jackson just being that thumper in the box, but also laying the wood in the secondary. I'm having visions of TJ Ward, of a John Lynch, and a Steve Atwater. Not to necessarily put Hufanga on the level of some of those latter guys, Ring of Famers, but I'm just telling you, when I see it, just like I see with Dre Greenlaw, and we talked about it when you accused me of kissing Brandon Marshall's ass, saying that Dre Greenlaw is going to be the best linebacker that the Broncos have had since at least Brandon Marshall and Danny Trevathan as a duo. I think Singleton and Greenlaw.
That definitely could happen.
I think Singleton and Greenlaw have a chance to match that kind of linebacker play that we always refer back to. And I know that Nick Bonito is probably better set up to answer the question that I gave you about who's got the biggest chance to have a high impact ceiling.
So you knew the answer to the test, and you went against it.
I see, but I don't think there's just. I don't think there's just one answer. I don't think there's just one answer.
There's not. There's not.
You said there was 3.
Yeah,
you gave a 1 A, B, and C.
Well, I had to put the C in there because you said Hufanga.
Yeah,
you didn't let me put the 1B.
You were sleeping on it, but you said I was sleeping on your 1B, which was Brandon Jones.
Yes.
But the fact that you see Brandon Jones as a candidate for that.
Well, the fact that you don't see that, that I understand. I went with Nick Bonito because it's the right decision and it's the smart decision. He's a pass rusher that's going to be involved in plays no matter what because he's in the interior. He has a chance. And also, when he's not rushing the passer, he's dropping back in coverage like a linebacker. So he has so many opportunities to make plays, and that's why I said Nick Bonito.
What makes me feel good about the fact that I went with Hufanga at the safety position over Nick Bonito as a pass rusher.
You don't mean it. You don't mean it.
I do, Phil. You brought up Brandon Jones.
I'm gonna
see Brandon Jones as your 1B, which I'm not even saying I disagree with the logic behind it.
Keyword 1B. Or I say keyword, huh? I always say that. Key thing, yeah. 1B. The thing I said was 1B, not 1A.
Yeah. You said Nick Bonito's 1A. Just like when I asked you for one word to describe the Nuggets offseason, I asked you for one player, you gave me 3. That's your thing. You're just a force multiplier.
I said keyword, and I messed up, and then I went back, and I made it right. Correct, Dante? Did I do it this time? All right, you should be proud of me.
No, he fixed it. I called you out yesterday.
Yes, you did.
He fixed it. And to be honest, you don't even have to change the thing. You just add a little S to the end of word.
Oh,
just keywords.
Keywords.
Yep.
Bingo.
Ooh.
The fact that you bring up Brandon Jones, even as your 1B on your list of 1A through F of players who could do really good for the Broncos defense, the fact that you chose Brandon Jones almost makes me feel more validated that I went with Hufanga. Not that Brandon Jones can't be good, and I think they could maybe be close together, but Brandon Jones has not quite put the top-end level of play on tape that Hufanga has as a first-team All-Pro player.
See, this is the reason why I would go with Brandon Jones over Hufanga, because we literally got to see it ourselves with the Denver Broncos and what it looked like when Brandon Jones was a part of this defense, VJ's defense that is, in his first year. Now, I do expect Hufanga to have a great season. But when you talk about Brandon Jones, I feel like sometimes we can be a little disrespectful and not mentioning him enough. He led the team in tackles.
Yep. Which is not something you usually want from your safety.
Pounds. No,
right?
you don't want
You don't
it.
want that from your safety.
No. But you're putting him in the box. That means that he's aggressive. That means he's physical. That means that you can rely on him to make sure tackles. He had 79 solo tackles, 3 interceptions, 10 pass deflections, 1 forced fumble in year 1 with the Denver Broncos. And yes, he was also my teammate. So I've seen the growth of Brandon Jones from when he was with Miami when he was young to now. And it's like, dang, what does he look like in year 2 with this defensive scheme in VJ? And that's why I would have him as my 1B. I'm not putting him over Nick Bonito, but if my next guy would be Brandon Jones, because he deserves to be talked about because of what he did last year. Now that he's having help, and he's going to have a lot more help with the inside linebacker, having Alex Singleton back, having Dre Greenlaw in the mix, and then having that dynamic duo with Hufanga there, who's a very smart player that's aggressive as well, that's not scared to get dirty and not scared to make some tackles. It's going to be easier for Brandon Jones to maybe even make even more plays. Maybe you see more out of him back there guarding receivers. Maybe he gets another interception because of that. Maybe we see him get more sacks because now you don't know who's coming off the edge. Is it Hufanga? Is it Dre Greenlaw? Is it Brandon Jones? Heck, is it Jahdae Barron if he's starting at nickel? That's why I would have Brandon Jones as my 1B if it wasn't for Nick Bonito, because I truly think that we haven't seen the best of this man just yet, and this year is going to be the best year for him. Not saying Hufanga is not going to have a great year, but what I got to see from him in this defense last year, it's like, man, the sky is the limit for this dude.
Very few people know Brandon Jones better than you, Phil. He's your former teammate, and you played against Talanoa Hufanga as a member of the NFL. And I'm co-signing the things you're saying about Brandon Jones to the effect that I think when we're having these conversations a year from right now.
So you're co-signing, so he should be the 1B.
No.
Hufanga's 1C.
Hufanga's my 1A. Nick Bonito's my 1B, and I don't have a 1C.
You just co-signed.
I don't have
Brandon
a 1C because you
B.
can't have, just like I told Dante, you can't have that many honorable mentions or splice it that many different ways. Dante was trying to cram a top 5 list of 4th of July foods, and he listed like 8 items. He's like, well,
it was 2 honorable mentions.
Well,
okay?
it was 1, and then he's like, well, Mike Rice brought up ribs. I didn't have ribs, so I had to add it. It's like, you got to make the tough cuts. You got to make the tough choice. So I don't have a 1C.
All right.
You've got a D, E, F, and G.
You have to always be prepared. Something happens, I'm ready.
You don't got to get ready if you stay ready.
Exactly.
My point was, Phil, I like some of the things you're saying about Brandon Jones to the effect that I think when we're having these conversations this time next year, we could be talking about Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga, assuming they both are healthy for 17 games, as one of the best safety tandems in the whole NFL.
I love it. And you know what, Richie? You are right. This dynamic duo here, Brandon Jones, Hufanga, they can be a potent dynamic duo as long as they stay healthy. They continue to grow. They feed off of each other. They communicate. That's one thing that I'm going to be big on this year during camp. Are you communicating defensively? Are you communicating offensively? Are you guys on the same page? Especially when you have 2 aggressive safeties, you have to be on the same page. Because if both of you guys are not, you have 2 safeties running downhill, and all of a sudden you look up and somebody's free for a touchdown. So it's going to be key that Hufanga and Brandon Jones get on the same page, feed off of each other, and make plays, because there's so many different plays to be made this year. Now go out there and do it.
This is KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Richie Carney and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora Golf to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find that cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Phil, the wide receiver 2 position for the Denver Broncos, the player who's going to line up opposite of Courtland Sutton in the 2025 offense, is something we've debated for a good chunk of time now. We had Mike Kliss on earlier.
Yep.
And he told us that I was right and you were wrong, that Devon Vele, as of right now, is pretty firmly slotted in that spot. That is what I suspected it would be.
How are you right? They haven't
because
been out of camp
I said that's what it's going to be.
Both you and Kliss.
I tried to tell you, bro. I tried to tell you.
You haven't seen him out there running around, making plays.
Not in
You're
training.
assuming.
Not
You're
in training
assuming.
camp.
Both of you guys are assuming that he's going to be the number 2. You guys are looking at stats and what he did last year, and you're saying he should be the number 2. Okay, cool. Yes, I can get down with that.
Can you? Sounds like
but
you
don't
might be
disrespect Marvin Mims and what he has done for the Denver Broncos when he has been given that opportunity. We tend to forget that it took Sean Payton until week 10 to get him going. And then after he got going, he was able to get to over 500 yards, 6 touchdowns, and only 39 receptions. That's pretty special when you're not getting a bunch of opportunities at the beginning of the year. I'm sorry. Maybe I jumped the gun, so go ahead and do your thing, Richie.
No, it's good.
You triggered me right there.
It's good. I could tell. Your shoulders are all tense.
Maybe they're just boulders on. Those are just boulders on
you got those boulder shoulders?
Yeah. It's just something I've always had.
Oh, yes. Maybe he's born with it.
You look a little tense. Relax.
I don't turn my own joke around on me.
I'm not coming across.
Come up with your own material,
I'm
Phil.
not coming across the table on you. Relax.
The wide receiver 2 position.
Yeah.
Mike Kliss told you were wrong. He said I was right. You said Marvin Mims. I said Devon Vele. He said firmly in that spot is Devon Vele right now. But to your point that you had to go on a little mini rant about just there, they haven't hit the field for training camp yet. We don't 100% know. And in fairness to you, a lot can happen and change during training camp for these players, positively or negatively. Benjamin Solak of ESPN, he thinks this wide receiver 2 battle is much more open and widely contested than clearly Mike Kliss, than maybe even you or I think it currently is. So when you look at the candidates, you've got Marvin Mims, who was, in terms of production, the wide receiver 2 last year. He had, about 500 yards on 39,
I got you,
39 receptions, 503 yards, and 6 touchdowns.
There you go.
See?
I'm proud of you.
See?
Year 3, what does that look like? He's going into year 3.
Hopefully a lot bigger. So there's your wide receiver 2 by numbers. And even though Devon Vele, who was second below Marvin Mims on that list, had a couple more receptions at 41, he had less yards and half as many touchdowns. But for a 7th-round rookie, and I know Zach By...
He only played in 13 games. You only played in 13.
Correct. And for a 7th-round rookie to give you 41 receptions on 51 targets, 475 yards and 3 touchdowns, absolute insane over-delivery based on draft placement from a guy like Devon Vele. And somebody that you, me, Zach, and many of us here at the station, and I'm sure many of you in Broncos country out there are saying, we need more. We need more. One-a-day Vele, right? Like a multivitamin. And I think we're going to get more, but he was 3rd on the pecking order last year. Then you have Troy Franklin, who Mike Kliss did say everybody might be sleeping on a little bit as a player who can emerge as the number 2 wide receiver as early as this season.
Now, I will say, watching Troy Franklin in OTAs, the practices that we got to attend, he did look a lot more poised, mature. His routes were a lot more crisp. He was catching everything. They were using him in the slot, so he was moving around the field. So I wouldn't be surprised if he has a really, really good camp this summer. Now, he has to be consistent, and he has to be able to do it every single day. But if he can do that, because of the speed that he brings, he can be another weapon that Bo Nix needs.
He just had these connectivity issues, did Troy Franklin, when it comes to, yeah, they were former teammates at Oregon, but it just felt like they were a step off for so many points in the season. Bo's trying to uncork that ball, and Troy's not quite there, or he's too far ahead and has to readjust.
Well, it's just growing up. You know, when I was watching him on the field, it's just growing up, maturing, like I just said, and that's gonna make a huge difference this year when you can focus on just football. You can focus on your assignment, your alignment, and go out there and do something that you've been doing since you were a little kid. And I believe that Troy Franklin's going to do that this year.
Well, the only name we haven't mentioned is Pat Bryant, the rookie out of Illinois, third rounder, top 100 pick in the NFL. Somebody who profiles body type-wise. He's from that Devon Vele, Tim Patrick, Cortland Sutton tree.
Big body.
And it's still a little bit unknown what he's going to be able to bring to the offense because, to your point, we haven't seen them hit the field yet collectively as a team in a training camp setting, let alone preseason or regular season. But he was outside of Evan Ingram, he's the addition on offense, right? He's the depth piece and the competition piece that gets dropped into that room. Well, Pat Bryant, Phil, is the player that Ben Solak says is going to be the dark horse candidate to emerge as the wide receiver 2 for the Broncos this season. Not Marvin Mims, not Devon Vele, not Troy Franklin, but Pat Bryant.
That's
Let me ask you this.
I don't know how you come up with that.
Well,
like I like if
betting
it happens,
on the
great.
unknown, right? That's the tantalizing part of it. Is that he has potential? You don't know.
Sure, but like when you look at this, Troy Franklin was out there. He has potential. There was flashes. Vele, when he finally started getting opportunities, he had a bunch of flashes. One of the most dynamic players that the Denver Broncos have. Vele, very consistent. So to me, it's like how do you bring up Pat Bryant right off the bat as that dark horse when he hasn't done anything yet?
Well, Ben Solak clearly is buying all the stock, just like Kay Adams is buying all that Bo Nix stock in Pat Bryant. Let me ask you this, Phil. If Pat Bryant beats out Marvin Mims, Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, and the rest of that wide receiver room, and is the number 2 wide receiver opposite Cortland Sutton, is that a good thing or a bad thing for the 2025 Denver Broncos?
I mean, there's 2 ways of thinking of this. For Pat Bryant, that's a great thing. That means you're a bad mother. Shut your mouth. All right, to be receiver 2 as a rookie, nobody's really thinking about you. You were drafted in the 3rd round, and now you're beating out Vele, Troy Franklin, and Marvin Mims, who have a jump start on you. Then you're doing some special stuff out there. You really are looking like Michael Thomas, the slant god,
who he was compared to.
But also, I don't necessarily think that's going to be a great thing if Pat Bryant, our rookie, is beating out Marvin Mims, Vele, and Troy Franklin. Here's why. You have 3 guys that have been playing now. You have Mims going on his 3rd year, Vele going to his 2nd, and Troy Franklin going to his 2nd. They've played football longer in the NFL than Pat Bryant. Bo has more of a connection with them than Pat Bryant. You know what Mims can do when he has the ball in his hands. Vele is a target, a big target that also you can rely on. Troy Franklin has the speed to kind of stretch the football field. So if they're not taking steps in the right direction, how are we supposed to win 11, 12, 13 games this year if our next best option is a rookie that we don't know about just yet? And then you have to understand, too, it's like that means from the jump, Pat Bryant's going out there the first game of the season against the Tennessee Titans, and he's catching 7, maybe 5, 7 balls, breaking tackles, maybe a touchdown. And when I was watching OTAs with Pat Bryant, I haven't seen it from him yet. Now, it's early, and we weren't at every single practice.
Sure.
And I can't wait for us to get into camp when they have the pads on to see what Pat Bryant brings to the table. But I don't necessarily think that would be a great thing if Mims is getting beaten out by a rookie. So is Troy Franklin and Vele.
As tempting as it is for me in the purposes of this conversation to say if Pat Bryant's the number 2 wide receiver, it's that he's having a Marvin Harrison Jr. type season where he was technically the second leading receiver on the team, but that's because Trey McBride, the tight end, was over 1,100 yards and was kind of the focal point of that offense in Arizona. Marvin Harrison Jr. had like 900 yards receiving in his rookie season for the Cardinals. My gut tells me if Pat Bryant is the second leading receiver for the Broncos in 2025, it doesn't look like that. It's not a stellar breakout campaign from Pat Bryant. It's more about the fact that the rest of the field, the rest of the room,
is either injured or they're not stepping up.
Injured or not stepping up, and nobody emerges in that, and that they're all kind of grouped together in that 35 to 45 receptions for 400 to 650 yards, and Cortland Sutton is just absorbing the vast majority, and maybe Evan Ingram is absorbing more of a majority of the passing
game. And you
game.
have to also understand this. This was the first year that I've seen Sean open up to playing as many rookies as he has. He's a veteran type of guy where he loves his vets, as you should if you're going to win a bunch of games. But he was forced to with Bo Nix, and then with the cap space and not having enough money, you're forced to play some of these younger players early, which is good. So for Sean, if Sean's saying, you know what, let's start this rookie over Mims, Vele, Troy Franklin, that's something I don't think he's willing to do because he wants to win and he feels like he has the team to win it all. So if that's the case, I see Sean going in a different direction. I believe Sean's going to give this unit, Mims, Vele, Pat Bryant, they're going to give him an opportunity, maybe week 1. If week 1, things are not looking good, nobody's separating themselves from each other, then he can look at free agency and maybe someone like Keenan Allen is still out there. If this is a window where you feel like you can go all in and win it all, and you know that after a week of watching, because you can know a lot about a player in a week, and it's just not there, and you know you can't get a receiver 2 out of this group, he is not going to hesitate to go get a vet that he can rely on. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more money. That's where you lean on Greg Penner.
Yeah.
But you're bringing in somebody that has done it, and that's why I say Keenan Allen. He will be worth every single penny. Last year with the Bears, 70 receptions, 744 yards, and 7 touchdowns. We're looking at him as a receiver too.
Yeah.
Somebody to complement our boy Cortland Sutton. Well, when you're having someone like Keenan Allen in the building, he's a great vet that can teach these other young players how to be a pro. He's a great route runner. He's smart, dependable. All right, and when you talk about intermediate routes or short routes, he is going to be the man for the job. Now, Keenan Allen's not going to open up like he used to because he's getting older. But you're not using him for that. You still have Marvin Mims. You still have Troy Franklin for that. You're using someone like Keenan Allen as a dependable, reliable receiver that in the red zone could give you a touchdown. That on 3rd and 5, he can give you that first down because of his route running ability. So I can see something like Sean saying, you know what, screw it. Let's go and get a true receiver 2, maybe even number 1 if he has to play that role sometimes, and let's go for it all. That's why I say Keenan Allen.
That would be fascinating to bring an established NFL veteran like Keenan Allen into the building. We thought J.K. Dobbins got added to the mix a little late in the game, coming in the middle of minicamp. This would be an even later and crazier addition that I think would just like drop a rock right in the middle of that receiver room. And for guys like Troy Franklin, who Mike Kliss kind of told us is a sleeper candidate to emerge and get those connectivity issues with Bo Nix figured out, or if it's Devon Vele or Pat Bryant, they're standing next to a man in Keenan Allen, and it's not going to be easy. He's clearly going to be coming in here with a focus and a mission. As he's on
you want them to compete. You want them to be pushed. You want them to feel uncomfortable because it's going to bring the best out of them. And like I said before, Keenan Allen can come in and teach them a few things or two about being a pro and how to run routes and be a really good receiver in this league. That's what you're looking for with these young guys in their development.
Shifting gears here toward the Denver Nuggets, Phil. We heard from new Nuggets starter Cam Johnson and the co-executive VPs Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace during the introductory press conference today. And I will just say, we talked about it when the trade was finalized, the different things that Cam Johnson's going to bring to the Nuggets that maybe Michael Porter Jr. was struggling with and or just didn't have to the same level. The catch-and-shoot ability should still be there from a Cam Johnson. But beyond that, He's a better ball handler, in my opinion, somebody that the offense can move more cleanly through instead of just finishing with, especially in a catch-and-shoot setting. I also think he's a little bit more of a tenacious and aggressive defender, which doesn't always maybe translate in the form of like defensive rebounds or blocks or things of that nature, but just being a pest, somebody that's up in your grill and disrupting the flow of an offense on the defensive side of the court. But there's also just, and you can hear it in his voice when he talks, he just seems like a really, really smart basketball player.
And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for smart guys that can get together and play the game the right way, the way that Jokic wants the game to be played, and be in the right positions all the time. That's something that he admired about Christian Braun, that he would state, is that I know Christian Braun's going to be in the right spot all the time. Well, now you add someone like Cam Johnson, who really wants to win, that also can bring the elite three-point shooting, the off-ball movement and spacing, and also like efficient scoring to the mix. Like, that's what you're looking for, and that's who Cam Johnson is. And so the IQ and finding the right pockets and the right lanes and being able to be aggressive when he needs to, it's only going to add more to this team that you need if you're going to win it all. So I'm excited to have him here. He's well-spoken. He knows what he's doing. He's played a lot of basketball. He's been to the NBA Finals before. He didn't win it, but he was there with the Phoenix Suns. So it's just another vet that you're adding to the mix.
Here was Cam Johnson's answer when asked on what he brings to the Nuggets.
Team first mentality. I want to win. At the end of the day, I want to win. I want to win a championship. And obviously we have the pieces to do it here. And that's what I'm most excited about. You know, I think offensively I've always been known to shoot the ball. I think there are more aspects of my game, but, you know, just being at the team's best in terms of ball movement, making the right plays, finding the right shots, and playing off of some really good players, and then defensively fitting into the schemes that they have. I'm really excited about that, and my goal, number one, is to win. And the teammates that I'm surrounded with, the coaching staff that I'm surrounded with is such a great opportunity for me.
He knows what kind of opportunity he has here, and I think that he is coming in to the point that David Adelman made when he spoke about the roster moves that they made, where these guys have an attitude change. They're hungry. This is going to be the most competitive training camp they've had in years. And I think a guy like Cam Johnson is chomping at the bit to play alongside Nikola Jokic and see how far he can elevate his own game and how much that can do for this team chasing a title.
And that's all you can ask for. To me, this year, and I think for a lot of us fans, Richie, I don't know how you think, kind of dark thoughts in your head sometimes.
Sometimes.
This is win or a bust of a season. Right, you win it all, championship or bust, and that's why you have. If you're Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, you were so aggressive of adding the right pieces to this recipe. Right, you're adding the right pieces of food that you need so that this
put
recipe,
the plate together.
Thank you. And with that being said, adding someone like Cam Johnson, your team just got better, smarter, maybe even more physical. Because I do believe he's more physical than MPJ.
We did get an update as well from Ben Tenzer on the Jonas Valanciunas situation. The trade was obviously finalized just a little bit ago. And here was Tenzer's response on the conversations with Jonas and if they expect him to be here.
Yeah, we've had great conversations with him, and there's been nothing but healthy conversations in terms of him honoring his contract and him excited to be a Nugget.
The cynic in me wants to say that he's just kind of like, oh, yeah, everything's been good. The conversation's been healthy. It's been great, blah, blah, blah. But listen, Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace, I told you, there's no more making fun of them. They nailed it. They crushed.
So you trust it?
Yes. In Tenzer and Wallace, I trust. It's mouthy. It doesn't roll off the tongue the same. But they nailed this offseason. The aggressiveness.
Well, don't you think it's still a little concerning that they're still having to have conversations?
Yeah. And Wallace echoed Ben Tenzer's sentiment, saying that, like, yeah, they have no fear or expectation that he's, that he wants to play in Greece, that he's communicated with them, that he's excited to be a Nugget and all that stuff, which, again, maybe he has said that to them. He just hasn't said that in front of any microphone that he's been in front of up to this point. But, hey, maybe once the trade gets finalized and he's just like, you know what, it is what it is, and maybe that does shift his focus a little bit. On the way out, how about Deron Holmes? Another Summer League banger. What, he had 17 points and 19 rebounds, I think?
I think it was even more than that. I want to say 21 points. I may be wrong, but it was around there, and he was able to do it, and there was still a quarter left. Now, he did play the 4 and the 5 position, so he's moving all around, but he's doing a great job, man. Coming off of Achilles injury, and he's getting more comfortable, more confident. That's something that you love to see from your young guys.
I had it flipped. It was 19 points, 17 rebounds, and 5 assists versus the Clippers. Here was John Wallace's thoughts and first impressions on DaRon Holmes in Summer League.
Looked really good. I mean, last night, he got a very impressive game. I mean, first half, he had, finished with I think it was 11 and 11 going into halftime. So, those promising. I think the big thing for him and some of the other guys is just to get the reps. With the team structure as how this team is, it's hard for those guys to get a chance to play in those meaningful minutes. So this is time for them to kind of relax, have fun, and get back to just getting those instincts sharper and then playing through that.
Drew Spivak, our elder statesman here on the show, said that he thinks seeing DaRon Holmes in the regular season would actually be a bad thing. Kind of like how I asked you if Pat Bryant being the number 2 receiver would be a good thing or a bad thing. He thinks that would mean that Aaron Gordon is maybe injured or missing time, or they have depth issues to the degree where they're having to rely on DaRon Holmes more than necessary. Do you co-sign that?
I can see where Drew is coming from. Because if you're having to rely on a rookie that's coming off of an injury, then you must have some people out, like Aaron Gordon. But it's always good when you can have these young players get some time, get some minutes in these games. Maybe it's a matchup, and it's like maybe you don't see DaRon Holmes every single night, but maybe you see him here or there throughout the week, 2 or 3 times, 2 times throughout the week, where it's like, okay, he's going to play a little bit more, like get his feet wet, get more comfortable being in the NBA, because it's different when you're playing against real-life NBA players. So you need more. The more the merrier in order to stay healthy and be fresh for the playoffs.
If they're not careful, Phil, the Colorado Avalanche are going to find themselves with a serious case of deja vu. I'll explain why coming up next.
With 2 new backs on offense, will Sean Payton finally commit to the run game?
That's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All my gentlemen out there, what's going on? Guys, it's time to have uncomfortable conversations. Yes, we have to talk about erectile dysfunction and how it's an intimacy destroyer. And research shows that men draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. The condition causes stress, anxiety, and depression. And even worse, as a man's partner can even blame themselves when the ED becomes a problem. Guys, there's a solution for that problem, and that's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of the treatments can have you lasting an hour or even more. Guys, an hour or even more of great sex? Come on, sign yourself up for that. Schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99, which will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And gentlemen, if the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, so there are no excuses. You can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old-school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must-visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
How is it that I make all this money and still can't buy a home?
That's because you went to an outdated lender. I went to Cake, and now I'm in my dream home.
Wait, how'd they pull that off? We're both self-employed.
They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just your tax returns. Cake has flexible mortgage options made for people like us.
Okay, but what if I want to buy a rental property?
Even better. Cake has a program just for that. And it doesn't matter if your monthly rentals don't cover the mortgage. They can look at the potential of the property, not just the current rental income.
That's it. How do I reach these guys?
Their website is cakehome.com, but I called 888-EAT-CAKE.
Okay, got it. So it's 888-EAT-CAKE, right?
Yeah, call 888-EAT-CAKE for more details and learn why life's better with Cake.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling downhill on a Friday afternoon. Richie Carney sitting in alongside Phillip, Lindsay, and Phil. I threw it out there going into the break. If the Colorado Avalanche are not careful, they are going to find themselves in a painful case of deja vu. And what I mean by that is this. They're on the doorstep right now, a year after trading Mikko Rantanen in January. Not even a year. after trading Mikko Rantanen back in January before the deadline, which they did to the Carolina Hurricanes, who netted them Marty Necas, Jack Drury, and a couple of draft picks.
Yeah.
They're in a position where they may have to do the exact same thing again with the player that they traded primarily Mikko for in Marty Necas. Necas has 1 year left on his current deal. He's making about $6.5 million average annual value.
He wants a payday. He wants a pay raise.
He wants a payday. And Nick Kyprios of Sportsnet, 590 The Fan up there in Toronto, he's putting out there that the vibe is Necas could net $10 million a year.
Ooh,
$10 million a year in the NHL open market. Now,
then we come with the same kind of situation we had with Mikko.
Exactly.
No,
now, with Mikko,
wanted
you were
more.
talking about 12 and
Yeah.
a half, right? So it's still less than Mikko. But if you're going to pay Necas 10, 10.5, maybe 11, it's like,
Oh,
well,
you're not
why
going
would
to 11.
say it's 10 or 10.5? Does that feel better than paying Mikko the 12 or 12.5? Maybe, but it can't feel that much better because you're not breaking up all that money and spreading it out the way that they did. And we already watched Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood ship out of town. Miles Wood for different reasons than Charlie Coyle.
No,
But Phil,
it's not going to feel this. Like,
how is that going to look? You traded away a franchise, and I've been a Chris McFarland defender.
Oh, no,
and
definitely.
I
have too.
I want to see what
we don't have Will here. He'd be smiling,
God.
saying, "Oh, you guys are finally coming around."
He'd
huh?
probably say I baited him into saying something like last time. Sorry, I recited an opinion that he gave.
Yeah, but
I
also
love Will.
I'm
I
not
love Will. I'm just
giving.
kidding.
I'm not giving Marty Necas $11 million.
Would you give him 10?
No. Like maybe 9 or 8. I could see 9 being the most. But like, why would you give Marty Necas that much money when you could have just gave it to Mikko? Mikko's a hell of a player. The reason why we did not pay Mikko is because he wanted too much money, and we can get a couple other players to help fill this roster out if we got rid of Mikko.
Given the way that the last half of 2024 and the first series against the Dallas Stars went, I'm getting the sense you are not comfortable then with this move.
No. He needs to show it again. You have to remember he came at the end, since the deadline for hockey is crazy. It's crazy. It's at the end of the year. It's really late. I want to see what he looks like with a full season, with a full off season with the Avs. And I think he is really good.
Yeah, but to do that, Phil, then you're not going to sign him to a new deal and you're going to let him play out the final year and then maybe trade him at the deadline again if you don't like it?
People want Cortland Sutton to play on his 1 year. He's under contract.
I knew you were going to shoehorn Sutton back in there.
He's under contract.
He is.
Marty
He
Necas
is.
is under contract. Force him to play
The
then.
difference between Marty Necas walking away for nothing and Cortland Sutton walking away for nothing, respectively, is different.
How so?
Because roster construction is just different from football to hockey, and Necas leaving a hole in your top 6 like that when you're a cup contending team, that hurts. The Broncos would have an easier time probably trying to absorb Cortland Sutton, and maybe it means they go out and get another veteran type receiver in a trade. But I don't like this at all. And if they trade him again, how does that change? Does that change in your mind the way that the Mikko Rantanen deal looks? If they trade Mikko for Necas and Drury?
Yeah, it kind of will, because now it's like, okay, what are we doing? Like, the reason why we traded Mikko was for more players, and also another really good player that's gonna cost less. So we were thinking like Necas was gonna ask for 8, maybe 9. But we're hearing talks of 10, maybe even more than that.
The logic was that, yes, even after an extension, you were going to be able to pay Necas what you were paying Mikko pre-extension, which was right around $9 million. But that's showbiz, baby. The market went up. And if that's the case that Chris McFarland and the Avs are faced with, that's the reality of the situation. So they now have to extend Necas and maybe pay more than they thought.
Well, the market went up, but not when he was with the Colorado Avalanche. He only played in 30 games. Had 11 goals and 17 assists.
You're right, and it looked a lot better in the regular season than it did in the playoffs.
So,
in the playoffs, he
if I'm
looked
Chris McFarland,
outmatched from a size perspective.
I'm not looking at you when you were with Carolina. I'm looking at you when you were with the Avs, and there's not enough there for me to say I'm willing to give you $10 million. It's just not enough. Not enough out there for that. I'm sorry.
It feels like they almost in a perfect world, would make a decision on this before the season, to extend him or to trade him. Because once you get rolling into the regular season, decisions are harder to make, negotiations with teams are different, and ultimately, you're putting yourself in the same position you were last year, where you slap in a new piece to your top six or pieces to your roster, and they don't have time to assimilate before the postseason. And the Avs look disjointed on the ice in that series against the Stars. So that's where I'm going with the deja vu thing, is it feels like we're walking into the same door again. And while I agree that I think in a perfect world, they would get a full, at least another half season leading up to the trade deadline of what Netjes looks like in this top six.
Which would be smarter.
Before making a decision on him. But they may not have that luxury.
So,
and it's
so
a
what
really.
Are you saying? What are you saying, Richie? Are you saying that we trade him before the season starts?
If you as a front office with Sakic and McFarland and company, if you are not absolutely convinced that he's a guy that you should lock down, then you should move him, because waffling is crazy. So if they like him, great, get it done, extend him now.
Even if it's $10 million.
Yeah, yes, Phil. Even if it's $10 million, do it, because that's what you brought him in here to be. Don't do this tiptoe, tap dance around, let's see what it looks like come Christmas, around the deadline, in February, March, because then it's going to be the exact same situation as Mikko, and that's a bad taste, because then you don't even know what you're going to be able to get in return at that point. Somebody that you may be targeting now might be hurt. They may have already gone to another team, like a Mason McTavish from Anaheim or Jared McCann in Seattle. Though maybe those guys are better than Netjes, but it's not dramatic. So then are you going to swap out Netjes for somebody that you're going to look at just like you looked at Netjes? You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to get a little queasy about how they handle this situation, because the margin for error, just like with the Nuggets, Phil.
Championship or bust.
It's thin. It's
Championship
thin.
or bust for the Avs. We all know that.
Yeah. And so if the Avalanche aren't 100% convinced that Netjes can be their Mikko Rantanen replacement in the top six, and some of the out-muscled and out-physical play that we saw against the Dallas Stars, who were a bigger team, especially along their forward groupings, and it kind of bullied Netjes a little bit, and that connectivity that we saw in flashes early on between him and Nathan McKinnon on that top line, just two dazzling speed-type players.
Well, the only way you're gonna feel comfortable is if you see him out there at the beginning of the year and he's doing well. Then it's like, okay, I feel comfortable giving him the money that he wants. But just to give it to him after only playing 30 games with the Avs and saying, hey, we think highly of you like that, after what you look like in the playoffs against the Dallas Stars, and that wasn't all bad, but it wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting him to like us to feel his presence a little bit more. That wasn't the case. So if I'm Chris McFarland, am I waiting until the trade deadline? No. But am I forcing him to play a little bit longer just to see what I have in him? Yes, I would do that.
Coming up on Monday from noon to 1 p.m., it's the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to be at First Bank on East Arapahoe Road in Centennial. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. Well, we tried there to dissect a problem that I think the Avalanche are going to be faced with in the very near future. The Denver Nuggets have a roster spot, one left remaining to fill, and I got a guy I think they should go sign. I'll tell you next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up.
How are you looking at me, Richard?
I was just letting this breathe a little bit. I don't want to stomp on it. It's a good song.
It's a great song.
Sometimes I never know if the lyrics are coming or if they're not, but I like when they do. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find that cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Phil, we attempted to try to solve a problem that the Avalanche are going to be faced with that could feel eerily familiar to what they went through with Mikko Rantanen.
Could get ugly.
And I wouldn't necessarily say this is a problem for the Denver Nuggets. I don't think it's that serious. In fact, I think their offseason has been stellar thus far.
But what's the but there?
They do have one roster spot left to fill. Phil. And they didn't feel like they had a ton of pressure to fill that spot. They've done a decent job of addressing needs from the backup 5 to finding a new starter to replace Michael Porter Jr., and then depth shooters like Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah.
When we were discussing it earlier this week about the need that still remains, and this came after comments from Jonathan Wallace, who spoke to the team partner, what was the one position that they identified was still a need?
Ball handler.
A backup ball handler to help run that second unit.
Point guard, pretty much. Bona fide point guard.
I'm not going to go in that direction. Close, but no cigar.
So you're not listening to John Wallace.
Nope.
You say, okay.
Nope. I know better.
I
know better.
Wow.
Apparently.
Okay, Richie.
Well,
what do you have for us?
There's a name on the market, Phil. Josh Okogie.
Josh Okogie.
Wing player. Waived by the Charlotte Hornets, and I can almost guarantee he's going to have suitors. Still somebody that in a perfect world you might be able to sign for close to like a vet minimum, but I think it'll be higher than that because I think this guy is going to have suitors. He's only 26 years old.
He's young.
Pedestrian numbers, if you're just going to judge him from a box score perspective, 7 points and 3 rebounds, shooting at about 45% from the court and a little bit over 35% from beyond the arc. So better than 1 out of 3 from the three-point line.
How much is he playing?
Here he would have to play less maybe than where he's been asked to in previous stints. He spent some time with the Charlotte Hornets before that. He was with the Phoenix Suns, who then traded him to Charlotte. But the thing for me that sells it is he's an excellent wing defender. Excellent. Like, I feel like we would talk about him similarly to how we maybe talked about KCP with his perimeter defense and how critical that was in the title run in 2023. He's strong at the point of attack. He's athletic. He can move. He drives to the basket well. I think he would be a great wing depth addition that would provide good defense in crunch situations, something that we saw Michael Malone and by extension David Adelman have to get creative with, having to sub Michael Porter Jr. off the floor, putting Russell Westbrook out there.
Yeah, you don't want to have to deal with that.
And this guy, Josh Okogie, would prevent you from having to do that.
Oh, so Josh Okogie becomes part of this team. Who does that hinder? We talk about Julian Strother now? Tim Hardaway Jr. that you just acquired?
Yeah, maybe not as much. Maybe not as much Tim Hardaway Jr.
as Julian Strother.
I just think the more guys you bring in, the more you push the young bucks in Pickett and Strother.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean,
and even though I'm not saying he can't be a ball handler or work along the point guard or the wing part of the rotation. I wouldn't say it's his strong suit, but you have Bruce Brown, who can do that, who
That
helped
he's
you
looking,
do that
looking like he's going to be the number 2 ball handler
in the title run year. So it's not, to me,
Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, you have Jalen Pickett
So-
still, and to me, the level of defensive ability that he presents and would present to a second unit, where you wouldn't have to have, and you could mix him in with the starters in key defensive situations. I think it would be a really big boost for the Nuggets and a sneaky, productive way to fill their final roster spot on the bench.
They got one roster spot left. You want to go with a wing player, someone that can bring some scoring.
And think about
John Walls wants to go with a point guard, somebody that can handle the ball.
I want defense is what I want.
I love
want
defense.
lockdown defense. And Bruce Brown is kind of a nasty pit bull kind of defender too. So you could have Bruce Brown and Josh Okogie out there just with the second unit alone helping you survive those non-Jokic minutes that up until now disappear like that. And ironically, there may be an element of keep away here because if the Nuggets don't go after him, I can almost guarantee several of their Western Conference foes will.